Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 82. Ming. The blood spurted out, and the fierce bullet shot through his chest. The yellow shirt on his body was immediately stained with blood, which was so bright and dazzling at this time. The black guy didn't want to die, but there was no way. A big hole was pierced in his chest, and blood flowed into his lungs. In an instant, even speaking became a luxury. This scene deeply shocked Xia Ran. The man who was still alive and kicking just now turned into a corpse. Ah! Xia Ran screamed, his eyes full of fear. Where did Shinichi go? He was left alone in this dangerous place. At this time, the surroundings had become a battlefield. Many people around the square were shooting at each other. Bullets flew in the air. Some ricochets had no rules at all. They passed through the air at will. If you are not careful, you will be shot into a sieve. Am I going to die? A taste that I have never had before surged into Xia Ran's heart, and his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. How wonderful it would be if I could live. I still have a lot of things to do. My father and mother haven't reconciled yet. They are both stubborn. If I weren't there, they might not easily compromise and admit their mistakes. And Sanako, she is my best friend. If I die, she will be sad for a long time, right? Sanako once said such childish words, saying that if she gets married, I must be her bridesmaid, and if she has a child in the future, I will be her child's godmother. But now, these promises seem to be useless. And at this time, there is another figure, which also appears in my heart, and it becomes clearer and clearer. If Xiao were here, it would be great. He is so powerful, he will definitely come to save me. Although he is not as passionate as Shinichi, he is always very thoughtful and will not let me fall into such a dangerous situation. In her mind, a revolving lantern of her own appeared. This made her consciousness a little groggy. Perhaps this is the feeling of impending death. Although death is annoying, there is nothing she can do about it. At this moment, a figure rushed here, as fast as a cheetah running towards an ape. Many people only saw a residual image running towards the center of the square, but they could not see the other person's face clearly, and they were all shocked. The figure made several consecutive parkour moves, crossed several obstacles and debris, and rushed to the girl. When he ran to her, he jumped suddenly and his body was completely in the air. Xia Ran stood there in a daze, she was already stunned. The opponent actually came from a distance to the front in such a short time, and after jumping out, he flew several meters high, faster than a cheetah and a horse. The girl at this moment was as helpless as the little girl who was about to be hit by a running carriage in a TV series. If such a speed hit the human body, she would definitely fly backwards. The opponent was already above the girl's head, and he stretched out his arms to hold the girl's slender waist in his arms, and then rolled on the ground. Xia Ran felt an irresistible force coming, wrapping her body up, and then she flew into the air and was held in someone's arms. A sense of shyness came over her instantly, but the sense of crisis at this moment made the girl's heart beat extremely fast, and her heart was trembling. At this time, she glanced at the place where she had just stood, and a cloud of dust was stirred up on the ground. Obviously, there was a bullet, and it finally fell to that place. The girl's pupils shrank, and her beautiful big eyes were dull and turned grey. This was the result of intense fear. Just now, if this person had been a little slower, she would have been dead now. After the man held Xia Ran in the air and flipped upside down, he suddenly fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. His arms were fully supported, without any relaxation, so Xia Ran, who was held in his arms, was like rice in a soft wooden barrel. Although it swayed a bit, it was not hurt at all. It was just that during the rolling process, Xia Ran felt that there was a hard object on the other person's body. She didn't know what it was, but then she thought of something and her pretty face blushed. At this moment, for some reason, she felt a sense of security in her heart, as if as long as she was in this person's arms, there would be no danger even in the rain of bullets. Bang! The faint light of a bullet hitting the primer instantly brought the girl back to reality. He is shooting. Is he also a member of the gunfight? Xia Ran's mind was confused. After being rescued just now, she felt a sense of panic and didn't know what to do. At this time, it was Miyazaki Yu who was protecting Xia Ran in his arms. With the opportunity of fighting black boxing, he has become famous in the underground world here in the past few days. In just 1 or 2 days, 5 first-class black boxers have died in his hands. Moreover, he was appreciated by a gangster boss, who hoped that he could join his gang and become his personal bodyguard. Miyazaki Yu agreed after proposing several harsh conditions. Today he and his new boss were doing drug deals together, but he did not expect that the transaction partner actually wanted to rob the gangsters, and a fierce gunfight broke out between the two sides. Originally, Miyazaki Yu did not care, because the people who died were gangsters anyway, and it was not a pity for them to die. But he did not expect that he would not die and drag Xia Ran into the fight. Now he could not sit idly by and had to take action. At most, he could hide his identity. He was still in disguise, and Xia Ran should not be able to recognize him. The guys who wanted to rob the gangsters before were overjoyed when they saw Miyazaki Yu rushing out. It seems that this guy has killed several of them just now. Now that he has a cover, it is just right to get rid of him. They turned their guns and aimed at Miyazaki Yu. In an instant, a trembling feeling came, which was a strong sense of crisis. There were already several pistols pointed at him. Although it was not the first time to face a pistol, he still had a fear of guns in his heart. Because this is a gun, it is the weapon that kills the most people in the world. It is a weapon that can kill people as long as ordinary people hold it in their hands. It is a weapon that cannot be avoided even after decades of hard training. At this time, his sweat hairs stood upside down, and all the pores on his body closed automatically. Under the danger of death, his spirit was raised to the limit, and the muscles of his whole body were tightened like bowstrings. He fired another shot, and this shot landed on the chest of a strong man with great accuracy, bringing up a handful of blood. And Miyazaki Yu continued to roll with all his strength, and a bullet brushed his ribs, instantly bringing up a blood color. You should know that the initial velocity of a pistol bullet when it leaves the barrel can reach 200 to 450 meters per second. That is to say, at a distance of just a few dozen meters, the time from the bullet leaving the barrel to hitting him will not exceed 0.1 seconds at most. If you can't dodge in advance before the bullet leaves the barrel, it is almost impossible to dodge the bullet in this short time. At this time, another bullet is fired. He is carrying a person at this time. It seems impossible to dodge. Chapter 83. In fact, at this time, he still has a best way to avoid getting hurt. That is to use the girl in his arms as a shield to resist the attack of bullets. The bullets fired from these pistols have limited power. After penetrating the human body, the effect is greatly reduced. But Miyazaki Yu certainly won't do this. The girl in his arms is the girl he likes, and he will never use her as a shield. His strength was instantly exerted to the extreme, and his body suddenly turned. The original horizontal roll suddenly turned into a forward and backward roll, one hand holding Xia Ran's slender waist, the other hand holding the gun, and propping it on the ground. Then the body was like a spring, and after a little on the ground, it immediately left the original place, and there were already more sounds of bullets hitting the ground on the ground. This series of actions was so smooth that everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Because this series of actions was not only fast, but also extremely effective. While carrying a person, he actually used extremely confusing fake actions in an instant, fooling everyone at once and taking himself and the girl out of danger. Such ability is really amazing. After doing all this, of course it was not over yet. After Miyazaki Yu landed, he immediately ran wildly. Xia Ran in his arms felt like riding a horse at this time. The feeling of stability and speed made people feel at ease. There was a burst of gunfire behind her. Xiao Ran could only close her eyes at this time. At this time, she was like a boat swaying in the raging waves, and she was powerless to change anything. In this case, it is better to simply leave everything to the other party, which is equivalent to leaving it to fate. But after a few seconds, they stopped, because Miyazaki Yu was holding her and hiding behind a pillar. "Thank you for saving me," Xiao Ran was slowly put down, and the movement was very gentle. Xiao Ran finally calmed down, took a breath and hurriedly thanked him. Even at this time, Xiao Ran still couldn't forget to thank others, but his voice was trembling, which made people feel pity. "Are you from Japan?" Miyazaki Yu has changed his voice by controlling his muscles. His voice is now very low and has a rough feeling. The language he answered was also Japanese, which surprised Xiao Ran. "Are you from Japan too?" Miyazaki Yu shook his head. "No, I'm from Longguo, I just happen to know a little bit of your language, that's all," and then he directly said a sentence in the Hyuxia language, and Xiao Ran believed it. What happened now? How could? Why would they fight? What else could it be? Of course it's for money. A clean girl like you doesn't need to know this. The dark people stand in the darkness, and you should just enjoy the light. His expression suddenly became serious, putting away all the frivolity, which made Xiao Ran's expression slightly stunned. "I will rush out to deal with a few guys in a while. When you see the right opportunity, run away immediately. Remember, don't look back." Xiao before Ran could react, he suddenly made a tactical roll, left the pillar, and then fired fiercely in one direction. His current shooting skills are already very accurate, thanks to his strong physical fitness and excellent control ability. The stability of his hands is much more stable than that of a medical expert holding a scalpel. If you put his hands under a microscope, you can find that his hands have almost no shaking. If the teachers of the medical school knew this, they would definitely invite him to become a medical student enthusiastically, because such hands are really rare. And when such hands are not only stable but also powerful, she's advantage is even more suitable than holding a scalpel. When others are aiming at 3 points in a straight line, the deviation caused by physical factors is difficult to eliminate, so it is very difficult for ordinary people to practice shooting skills well, and it is even more difficult to become a sharpshooter, especially a sharpshooter in dynamic combat. This requires strong talent and decades of hard training. But if someone's control ability reaches the level of Miyazaki Yu, that is, he can easily control the contraction of almost all the muscles in his body, the difficulty of aiming will be greatly reduced. So although his training time is not long, he is already a very powerful sharpshooter. With his speed, he has become a terrible reaper. Bang! A black man was shot in the head at once, and the bright red blood and brain matter instantly splashed all over his companions. The few people who just popped up to shoot all retracted their heads in a hurry. Just like mice hiding in a mouse hole, hiding would be safe, but there will always be mice who can't stand it and want to see if the cat chasing them has left. So the cause of death of mice is mostly too curious. Cats are usually more patient than mice, so most of the time, cats can return with a full load. And now it is like this. After they fired more than a dozen shots from behind the bunker, they couldn't help but stick their heads out to determine the position of the other party. But just as he stuck his head out, he was shot dead again. In fact, it stands to reason that this level of gunfight, although it is a fight between gangs, will not kill many people. Although both sides have guns, it is precisely because of this that they are very clear about the weight of their opponents. After some training, their shooting skills are actually quite good, but shooting skills are also like calligraphy, easy to learn but difficult to master. Everyone can pull the trigger and shoot, but the real master can deal with all kinds of complex situations and take into account all kinds of unexpected factors. The difference between them is the difference between being able to write and being a calligrapher, which is incomparable. A pistol fell into Miyazaki Yu's hands. The super-fast speed plus accurate shooting made it almost like a sniper rifle. As long as you dare to show your head, you will be named immediately. Taking advantage of their retreat, Miyazaki Yu killed one person and hid in the next bunker, which is behind the base of the statue in the center of the square. This compressed the distance between the two sides even smaller, and they also saw that their opponent's troops, after seeing Miyazaki Yu's actions, began to split into two parts and wanted to outflank from both sides. They would be extremely dangerous if they continued like this. Damn, when did that wild dog Olip have such powerful subordinates? The gang boss cursed angrily. Now they were in a dilemma. Once they left the bunker, they would be greeted with death, but if they did not escape, it would be dangerous to continue to waste time. The opponent's attack and the police who would arrive at any time would be a big trouble. Boss, what should we do? A white young man couldn't help asking. He was very panicked now. His body was covered with blood. Those were all his friends. The two people who just died were all his friends. The gang boss gritted his teeth. Wait a little longer, we still have a chance. Don't they want to outflank? We just wait. When they disperse from both sides, we rush out together and kill that kid. No matter how powerful he is, he only has one, Zhao's personal judgment. Kill after him, we will retreat from the other side, and they can't catch up even if they want to. Speaking of this, his heart was bleeding. Originally, it was a good time to rob the gangs. Not only could they get a large amount of goods for free, but they could also eliminate the competing gang forces. It can be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. But who knows where this guy came from? Not only did he discover their ambush in advance, he turned the secret attack into a strong attack, causing huge losses, and he killed more than 10 of his men by himself. Now there are only 7 or 8 of them. Although the other side has only 6 or 7 people, there is still this powerful guy. Just now, this kid jumped out to save a woman. This was originally the best opportunity, but it was missed. Thinking of a series of subsequent troubles, he felt regretful and painful, so he wanted to kill Miyazaki Yu at all costs. But he didn't know that Miyazaki Yu was also trying to kill the other party at this time. The reason why he rushed out was not to put himself in danger. What he wanted now was to catch the other party in one fell swoop. Chapter 84. The identities of prey and hunter are actually the most delicate relationship in the world. Just like the rabbit and the eagle, in normal times, it is natural for the eagle to fly in the sky and catch the rabbit. But it is also possible that the rabbit will fight to the death, and the rabbit will kick the eagle, which may also cause some eagles to have a concussion. And now, this experienced New York gangster wants to wait for an opportunity, that is, the opponent's team wants to separate the manpower in order to catch him in one fell swoop, but in this way, the middle road is empty, and only one person is left. So if they want to survive, they will definitely find a self-perceived weakness to attack, and the direction guarded by only one person is naturally the weakest. But sometimes, you think you are in the third layer, but the opponent is in the atmosphere. Miyazaki Yu had anticipated this, and when the prey counterattacks, it is also the most vulnerable moment. Get out! The black boss roared, and rushed out of the bunker with the remaining brothers, firing desperately with the pistols in his hands. Their advantage is that they are numerous and have abundant firepower, so they don't hesitate to waste firepower and start shooting with all their strength. If ordinary people face such fire suppression, there is no way at all. They can only be suppressed in the corner until the two sides face each other, and then fight desperately. But Miyazaki Yu is completely different. For him, gun skills are just a means of killing. 337 Song is a means for him to conceal his identity. His real powerful ability is still his swordsmanship, but at this time, the role of swordsmanship is not great, and he has no sword in his hand now. However, since he had been prepared, he naturally had a way, and the way was the flying knife in his arms. Strong wrist strength and control ability are the basis of the flying knife, which he certainly possesses. Since he saved Miyano Shiho with the flying knife before, he began to consciously train. He even used moving human bodies in the conscious world to train his accuracy. Although the training time was still short, he had already played the flying knife in his hands, and even enough to replicate some methods that only appeared in martial arts novels. He could control the flying knife to rotate in the air and hit the target in an arc, just like a boomerang. He could even use the second flying knife after shooting the first flying knife to accelerate or change the direction of the first flying knife, and then hit 2 targets respectively. Of course, this distance is within 30 meters. Once it exceeds this distance, these tricks will not work. If he is given a certain amount of time, in a few months, he can even do it like Uchiha attack as shuriken, shooting multiple flying knives at the same time and hitting multiple targets in the blind spot of vision. Although it is not yet at that level, these guys in front of them don't need such exquisite means. They now think that they can't stick their bodies out from behind the statue, so naturally they can't fight back. But on the other hand, if Miyazaki Yu can fight back, they will be unable to hide and avoid after they rush out. In this way, both sides can be regarded as hidden weapon masters. The gun in one hand is a powerful hidden weapon, and the flying knife in the other hand is also a powerful hidden weapon. Now it depends on who can hit the other side first. Another round of intensive shooting, crazy output at the statue, but these guys are also stupid, all shooting together, without even a reserve team. At this time, Miyazaki Yu focused all his attention. He had heard clearly the number of bullets fired by the other side. In the chaos, he actually calculated how many bullets the other side had consumed. By comparing it with the previous rounds of attack, he could draw a conclusion. Now is the time for them to change the magazine. The bullets in their guns have been used up. In a flash, he suddenly leaned out and fired at the other side fiercely. He fired very quickly and emptied the magazine in a blink of an eye. Although these gangsters who rushed over had already dodged with all their strength, facing such a rapid attack, 4 of them still fell in a pool of blood. Go over and kill him, he has no bullets. The gangster certainly didn't know if the other party had any bullets, but so far, this was the last means of motivation. The outcome of life and death is at this moment. At this time, they can rush over and kill the other party, which means they can rush out and survive. If they are afraid and want to retreat, there is only one way to die. From the corner of his eyes, he can see that Olap has led his men to surround them from both sides. If he delays any more, the remaining few will die here. As Brown, a well-known blaster in the New York underworld, he also has a yacht mansion and a billion-dollar fortune. He also wants to hold a few swimsuit parties to relieve his fear after escaping. He still has endless good days and doesn't want to die here. Now there are only about 30 meters away from Miyazaki Yu's hiding place. He continues to suppress the gun and then takes something out of his arms. It was a standard grenade of the US military. He held the gun in one hand and took it out with the other hand. He bit the pull ring with his teeth and pulled it outwards. Then he continued to rush forward with the smoking grenade. He was called a blaster because he was ruthless enough. When he played with grenades, he always threw them out 1 second before they exploded. This method was extremely dangerous. If you were a little slower, you would be crushed to pieces. But if you played it well, the psychological pressure on the enemy was also very strong. Few people who came out to make money really wanted to risk their lives. Everyone came for money. Whether it was a gang conflict or a gang fight, it was all for the purpose of making more money. Killing people was always the second priority. He threw the grenade violently, and ran forward for more than 10 meters at this time, and threw the grenade behind the statue. Then there was a violent explosion, and the whole statue shattered instantly. Ha ha ha, you're dead now. Retreat quickly. Boulang's fat face showed a trace of ferocity. The few remaining men were all infected by his madness. They were trembling at first, but now they were all excited. Without the obstacles, it was much easier to leave now. Xia Ran, who had already escaped a few hundred meters away, happened to see the scene and was almost shocked. Could the person who had just saved her life be dead? She wanted to rush over regardless of everything, but she thought that even if she went over now, it would be useless. There was no use except to get herself involved. But a clear tear still flowed from her bright big eyes instantly. Although we don't know each other, I will remember your kindness. Just as Xia Ran was secretly swearing, a roar suddenly sounded in the smoke and dust of the explosion. This was not the sound of machinery, but rather the sound of a sonic boom caused by a weapon at high speed. Before the demolitionist Brown could react, he saw a flash of knife light, and his chest suddenly exploded. A flying knife had hit his chest fiercely. The small flying knife actually drove his body of more than 200 pounds to roll on the ground several times. And then, 3 more knife lights flew by, and these gangsters who had just been excited were nailed to the spot by the flying knives. A figure, at this time, slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. Chapter 85. Ha ha ha, Bruce, you did a great job. At this time, Olip also rushed over with the remaining men. Miyazaki Yu was not in good condition at this time, and his whole body was covered with various dust and debris. He was still in shock. He didn't expect that the other party would have this trick, but fortunately he was agile and hid to the other side at the critical moment. He still used the base of the statue to successfully avoid the main power of the explosion. But now he was still very embarrassed, and there were obvious scars on his body. Seeing this, Olip finally put his mind at ease. This Bruce suddenly appeared in the underground black market a few days ago, and in the Iron Cage battle, he defeated several black boxing masters in a row, which also aroused his interest. Over the years, the underground forces in New York have been mixed, and various small gangs have emerged one after another. New groups represent new interests. The need to divide the interests that have already been tacitly accepted requires enough blood to complete. Under this background, various violent incidents have emerged one after another. This is actually similar to the background of the First World War. The old capitalist countries have completed the division of the world's colonies. The newly emerged power, that is, Germany, requires the redivision of the territory under the sun, which is the root cause of the conflict. The cake is only so big. If you want to eat it, you need to see whose fist is bigger and harder. It is precisely because of this that various gangs are actively recruiting people. Many gangsters and unemployed vagrants have joined various gangs, making the chaos worse. As for why they are not afraid of the police, the reason is also very simple. The police in America are all people who cherish their lives. Gang fights are the norm. If you go to intervene, you may be beaten to death. And compared with the huge number of gangs, the number of police is pitifully small. The number comparison is likely to be 10 to 1, or even 20 to 1, and everyone has guns and ammunition. Another thing is that the gap between the rich and the poor in America is very serious. The poor and the rich have their own settlements. Many places may be separated by a wall, but the gap between the rich and the poor is a world of difference. It is possible that this neighborhood is full of rich people like Bill Gates, and the other side is a dirty and messy black community. The way of survival for the police has become to look at the place and call the police at the same time in 2 adjacent places. It may take 20 to 30 minutes for the police to arrive in the black community, while it only takes 3 to 5 minutes to arrive in the rich area. You can imagine that such a difference will encourage the arrogance of criminals. The difference is the difference of human lives, and it is the difference of dozens or even hundreds of lives. It is precisely because of this that Brown and Olapo will fight so unscrupulously. Boss, this time I saved your life, and I also helped you kill your competitor. You want more money? Olapo completely relaxed his guard. This person likes money, that's good. Such a powerful guy is not afraid of him talking about money, but afraid of his ambition. Once such a powerful subordinate covets power, it is impossible to restrain him. Just like in all kinds of gangster movies, the gangster bosses are all vicious and cruel, and they often appear in the form of a family, with a large group of sworn brothers. The reason why it is so complicated is that they are outside the law and can only use these methods to restrain people. The most effective way to win people over is money, but there is also a premise, that is, the people being won over like money. If people like power, you just give money, the effect is not obvious, and winning people over also requires giving them what they like. No problem, you helped me save the goods today, and killed the trash bulletin Lang, so of course the reward is indispensable. Miyazaki Yu showed a satisfied expression on his face. In that case, boss, then I'll leave first, I still have things to do, and glanced into the distance. I didn't expect you, a boy, to fight so hard for a woman. In your dragon country's words, it's called being kind to women, right? This girl is very loyal and didn't run away secretly. Miyazaki Yu smiled, so if I work hard today, I can take this girl down. I saved her life, so I have to give her some reward, right? The two smiled at each other, and everything was self-explanatory. After he left, Shilaput's face also darkened. After you go back, check it out for me immediately. Someone must have leaked our actions, so that Trash Brown would ambush me. A white subordinate nodded immediately. They were also extremely angry now. They almost died here today. Boss, will the investigation of Bruce continue? Bruce is naturally Miyazaki Yu's alias. A powerful guy appeared inexplicably, and if you want to use him, you naturally need to investigate. Of course we have to investigate. It's not wrong to be cautious. But after something like this happened, we have to keep a low profile for a while. 0. Seeking flowers 0. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Xia Ran, who was far away, was looking at the person in front of her with a complicated look. Didn't I tell you to run? Why didn't you run? Are you worried about me? Xia Ran was still immersed in the hail of bullets just now. She didn't expect this guy to say such words right away. How could Xia Ran handle such direct words? She couldn't help but blush. No, I just want to see if you are dead or not. Miyazaki Yu couldn't help but smile. If she was talking to this girl as Miyazaki Yu, she would have no chance to be so unscrupulous. Now that she has changed her body to tease her, it is quite interesting. Really? I saw it just now. When I came over, you were very happy. You must like me. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? This topic was a bit provocative, and the 4 friends were startled. You are very rude. We don't know each other yet, right? She looked at him nervously. Miyazaki Yu smiled in her heart. Although this girl is kind, she is also very vigilant. This is good. He deliberately stepped forward and moved closer to her. I saved your life. How can I say I don't know you? But it would be very troublesome if I don't know your name. My name is Bruce. What about you? For a violent person who just killed someone, Xia Ran would never tell him his name, but when he saw his eyes and thought that he had just risked his life to save his life, he softened his heart. Ran Mori, my name is Ran Mori. Miyazaki Yu deliberately used the gesture of rubbing his chin when thinking like a detective. Ran Mori? What a good name! But Xia Ran saw that there was a strange patch of skin on his face, and the color of the skin seemed different from the surroundings. This is actually because when Miyazaki Yu was hit by the explosion, a piece of debris hit his cheek and tore off a piece of the mask, which caused this color difference. Before Xia Ran could react, Miyazaki Yu suddenly grabbed the girl's waist and hit out with his elbow. His elbow collided violently with something, making a loud bang. Chapter 86. Ah! Suddenly, Xia Ran, who was unprepared, was startled. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was a trash can. Apparently, someone had thrown it towards them and wanted to attack them. She was still in shock from the gunfight just now and had not yet adjusted herself. Now she encountered this situation again and was so scared that she almost cried. Are you okay? Miyazaki Yu hurriedly looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine, thank you very much. Seeing that she was okay, Miyazaki Yu focused her attention on the attacker. When she saw who was coming, she was slightly stunned. It turned out to be this guy Kyoto Shinichi. He really couldn't change his bad habit of kicking things randomly. Just now, he used his ultimate skill of kicking things. Obviously, there was no football to kick, so he temporarily saw the trash can and kicked it directly. Obviously, this kid thought he was teasing Xia Ran, so he ran over to save her. Then a strong anger ignited in his heart. When Xia Ran was in danger, what were you doing? It was a real hail of bullets just now. If you were not careful, Xia Ran would have died. Since you brought Xia Ran out, you must ensure her safety. As a result, you were not there when she was in danger. She just got out of danger, and you ran back. And you still dared to kick things at yourself. Last time, a football almost disfigured Miyano Shiho's face. Now you dare to do it recklessly. Do you really think you are the savior? Xia Ran, are you okay? At this time, Kyoto Shinichi also rushed over. Seeing that Xia Ran was not injured, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He was also extremely angry at this time. Just now, he went out to buy some snacks and drinks, but he ran a distance and didn't find it. Suddenly, he heard gunshots and wanted to rush back, but was blocked by the crowd. In addition to the obstruction of various vehicles, it took more than 10 minutes to rush back. As a result, when he came back, he saw the scene in front of him. There was a strange man so close to Xia Ran. Xia Ran still looked at a loss. Shouldn't he throw him over his shoulder at this time? And through observation, he saw that the wound under the ribs of the man in front of him was obviously a gunshot wound, and there were traces of explosion on his body. Just when he rushed over, he heard it. This should be the explosion of a grenade. A simple deduction was completed. This person was obviously related to the gunfight and was an extremely dangerous guy. Seeing Kyoto Shinichi running past, Xia Ran's grievance and fear surged up all at once. Shinichi, where did you run to? I was almost killed just now. Kyoto Shinichi looked at Xia Ran, who was in tears, and didn't know what to do for a while. He could only look at Xia Ran fiercely. Xia Ran, did this dangerous guy do something to you? Before Xia Ran came back, Miyazaki Yu sneered. You kicked the trash can just now, right? In an instant, a cold murderous aura emanated from Miyazaki Yu's body. This is a very cold feeling. The weather is very warm now, but it gives off a biting chill. This is murderous intent. This guy has killed people, and he has killed more than one person. This is one of Miyazaki Yu's gains in the past few days, that is, to simulate his own temperament. A person's temperament is actually composed of 3 elements, namely mental state, physical state, and personality state. After killing several black boxers, Miyazaki Yu can clearly feel that his perception of murderous intent has become much more acute, and he can also adjust his 3 states and his temperament, making himself like a different person from the inside out. This makes Belle Mode, who saw all this, amazed. She couldn't help but say to him, fortunately, you haven't learned the ability to disguise yourself yet, and you still need me to help you disguise yourself. Otherwise, even if you stand in front of me, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to tell you. Kyoto Shinichi instantly broke out in a cold sweat, but still gritted his teeth and refused to show weakness. That's right, I kicked you just now, you dangerous person, get away from Xia Ran. Miyazaki Yu sneered. This guy still doesn't understand what's going on here. Without experiencing the despair, pain, and powerlessness after becoming Conan, he still doesn't know that the most fundamental thing in this world is power itself. When you don't have the ability to control the situation in front of you, it's better to be obedient. Otherwise, once someone doesn't follow the rules, he will be very miserable. Just like the case that Kyoto Shinichi experienced. When he exposed the criminals, there were policemen next to him, and most of the cases were also those fragile criminals, that is, once they were exposed, these guys would collapse. But what if it's the other way around? What if you encounter a real gangster, a desperate criminal? He never had this idea, and always thought that he would force those criminals into a corner. It's a very pleasant thing to let them enter a situation where there is no way out. This is totally wrong. As the saying goes, don't chase the desperate enemy. Once you force those murderers into a corner, then they will naturally die together. Since this kid has no awareness of this, let's teach him a terrible lesson. Dangerous element? Then let me show you what a real dangerous element is. He moved and punched out fiercely. Since he wanted to disguise his identity, he naturally couldn't leave any trace of Miyazaki Yu on him. So even if he attacked, he would still use the black boxing method. These moves may not seem sophisticated, but in fact, they are all well-trained killing moves. Kung Fu has always been a killing skill. Most of those fancy and beautiful things don't have much practical value. This punch was fierce, and it landed heavily on Kyoto Shinichi's lower abdomen. Wow! Puff __. In an instant, Kyoto Shinichi felt as if he was hit hard by a mad bull with its horns, and a sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. The saliva in his mouth flowed out uncontrollably. With just one punch, his body instantly bent like a shrimp. After a brief pause in the air, he fell heavily to the ground. Stop, what are you doing? Why are you hitting him? Xia Ran hurried forward and blocked Kyoto Shinichi with her body, tears still hanging on her face, and anger in her grievance. She didn't expect the other party to attack Kyoto Shinichi, which made her feel heartbroken all of a sudden. Looking at Xia Ran blocking the other party, Miyazaki Yu also sighed. This girl is really too kind. She was wronged, but she was still willing to save people regardless of everything. Get out of the way, this is a matter between men, and women don't need to intervene. He looked at Kyoto Shinichi. Stand up, if you are a man, stand up and compete with me, you coward hiding behind a woman. At this time, Kyoto Shinichi was already overwhelmed by anger. Xia Ran was about to stop him, but a hand suddenly fell on her neck, and the girl instantly fell into a coma. There are no more people in the way, play with me. Xia Ran. Seeing Xia Ran was knocked unconscious, Kyoto Shinichi was also anxious. He stood up desperately and rushed towards Miyazaki Yu, but what was waiting for him was definitely not the victory of the explosion of the small universe. What roaring doubles the combat power, teammates offer boundless magic power. These methods that can increase people's combat power are useless here. Another punch was thrown, and Kyoto Shinichi fell down again. This time his whole body was in more pain, and he couldn't stand up no matter how hard he gritted his teeth. Miyazaki Yu deliberately didn't knock the other party unconscious, but controlled the strength. He just wanted the other party to enjoy a setback, otherwise this washing machine would always be self-righteous. He stood up again, and was knocked down again and again, until he couldn't hold on any longer, and Kyoto Shinichi fainted. Chapter 87. Xia Ran fell into the deepest sleep. She slept very deeply and soundly, as if she had experienced a distant dream, and her whole body seemed to be immersed in warm water. This was not because the big bed in the hotel was too comfortable, but because Miyazaki Yu used a special massage technique. He had learned so many medical books, and with his understanding of the human body, if he went to do massage, he would definitely make a lot of money. It was more than 10 times better than those blind massages. Under his massage to help sleep, the girl fell into a deep sleep, and the nerves that had been tense by the various dangers she experienced yesterday slowly returned to calm. At this time, the girl was like a statue carved from mutton-fat jade, quiet and gentle, with a little smile on the corner of her mouth, making people want to kiss her. I don't know how long it took before the girl finally woke up. First, she opened her sleepy eyes, and then she remembered something. Ah! The girl couldn't help but screamed, remembering what happened before. When she was out playing with Shinichi, she encountered a gunfight and almost lost her life. In the end, she was saved by a young man from Dragon Country, but that guy was frivolous and embarrassed her. At this time, Shinichi rushed back. Shinichi was worried about her and fought with that guy. But the difference in their 0-5 strength was too big. Shinichi was not his opponent at all. She wanted to stop him, but she lost consciousness all of a sudden. It must be that guy who knocked me out. Now she has figured out the cause and effect. It must be that person who thought she was in the way, so he knocked her out. Shinichi. I don't know if he is like this. Thinking of Kyudo Shinichi, the girl was immediately anxious. Shinichi has a stubborn personality, and that guy is a ruthless murderer. If Shinichi angered him, he would definitely kill him. She hurriedly got up from the bed, but just as she stood still, she found that her clothes had been changed into pajamas. She looked around and found that her clothes had been neatly folded and placed at the head of the bed. She suddenly thought of something terrible, and her rosy face instantly lost its color. So she hurried to the bathroom and checked her body thoroughly. As a high school girl, she already had common sense in this regard. It was okay to check if there was anything abnormal in her body. After the examination, she breathed a sigh of relief. Except that her condition was surprisingly good, there was nothing unusual, but when she saw the pajamas on her body, she couldn't help but feel angry. It must be that BD. He must have changed my clothes on his own initiative. Thinking that there might be something all over my body being seen naked by the other party, the girl felt ashamed and angry, but a special feeling also arose. I don't know what it feels like. Then she changed her clothes and went downstairs. When she asked at the front desk, she knew that the other party had left here after paying the room fee yesterday and did not stay here, and she was relieved. Queens, New York, is located in the eastern part of New York City. It is a multi-ethnic area, which has created a complex location factor here. So although it is one of the most prosperous areas in New York, it is also the most chaotic area. Just like the scene depicted in the cyberpunk style, there are advanced modern technology and buildings, but in a blink of an eye, it may be a slum full of garbage. Comparatively different styles, intertwined in the same place, create an extremely strange scenery here. In an inconspicuous building, Vermouth personally filled Miyazaki Yu's glass with wine, with a charming smile on her beautiful face. I didn't expect that you are better than I thought. You are born to be a sharp blade. No wonder she was so satisfied. The other party had only been in New York for a few days, but he had already accomplished several major things. The first explosion attack gave India the most peaceful warning. The entire FBI in New York felt fear. The psychological advantage brought by Akai Shoiki's betrayal was gone. Even Jin had to admit his strength. This can be seen in the conversations in the past few days. That guy was not so polite when talking to him before. In addition, he broke into a gang according to the plan, and he did it perfectly. In a short period of time, he turned the underground world of New York upside down, and the demolition man Brown also died in his hands. This time, he killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Since you want to do it, you must do it the best. In this world, if you want to get enough benefits, you must show enough value. Vermouth nodded, that's right. After Brown, the idiot, died, his underground forces were taken over by Olup, but Olup didn't know that I was the biggest winner. A smile flashed in her eyes as she spoke. She couldn't help but be proud. Her public identity was Sharon Wynyard, a Hollywood actress. As a person with a complex and mysterious identity, the interests she was involved in were huge. The interests of the Black organization were only one of them, but not all of them. Deep in her heart, she actually hated the Black organization, but she had to rely on the organization to survive. This contradiction made her live in the cracks. So she needed money and money and power were like twins, promoting each other. If you want money, you need to have enough deterrence, and if you want power, you also need enough money to guarantee it. So Sister Bay has her own industries all over the world. And the most involved one is the industry in New York. But these industries were targeted by local gangster forces, and this force was the gang where the Blaster Brown belonged. But this is just one part of the whole plan. Miyazaki Yu also smiled. This woman is very scheming. The whole plan is very imaginative and seems to be irrelevant. In fact, in a short period of time, she has obtained several favorable results. What are you going to do next? Belmode smiled faintly. According to our plan, Akai Shuaki should have found you now, but with his caution, he will be very careful even if he takes action, so my second step is about to start. Her next plan, of course, is to know the purpose. There is no problem with your plan, but I think the roles between you and me should be changed. After all, I really want to see how powerful the person who makes you so afraid is. Belmode was slightly stunned, and then her heart was warmed. This kid knows all his plans, and he also knows that there is only one thing in the whole plan that is the most dangerous, that is, to deal with Akai Shuaki. On the contrary, he originally attracted the firepower of the FBI, although it was also dangerous, but after all, he was only supporting the periphery, and the degree of danger was very limited. Now that he took the initiative to do this most dangerous thing, Belmode felt a little warmer in her heart. She hugged Miyazaki Yu from behind, and her soft body pressed against his back. Why are you so nice to me? Do you like me? Miyazaki Yu stood up and snorted coldly, don't be so sentimental. I'm just afraid that you will die and no one will pay me. I don't care whether you live or die. Looking at Miyazaki Yu's back as he left, Belmode snorted heavily. You little brat, you're not cute at all. I'm a big beauty that Hollywood admires, but you don't like me, but like a little girl. But suddenly she thought of something and smiled. Yukiko, that guy, has always regarded that girl as his daughter-in-law. Now that little brat has another rival like this is a very interesting thing. Chapter 88. It hurts. Kyudo Shinichi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although he had applied ointment on his body, the severe pain still made him restless. He was now like a tightly wrapped mummy, looking very miserable. This kind of big zongzi should appear in some tomb-robbing novels, not in the science theater. If Miyazaki Yu saw Kyudo Shinichi like this, he would definitely say, "Kid, you went to the wrong set, this place is not suitable for you, you should go to Mars." He completely forgot that this was his masterpiece. If it weren't for him, Gongzhen would not have become like this. Shinichi, how could you become like this? Xia Ran, who had just returned, saw Kyudo Shinichi like this, and tears flowed directly. Kyudo Shinichi was relieved to see Xia Ran back, and his whole body was very neat, but then he became nervous again. Xia Ran, you are back, did that BD do anything to you? His voice was a little hoarse and unclear, as if he had something in his mouth, but there was nothing he could do about it. In just one day, Kyudo Shinichi experienced what it means to be worried. First, he was beaten up by an inexplicable person, and because of the loss of Xia Ran, his worries and fears burst out, but he could only stay in the hospital bed and wait. This was a real beating. His identity as a famous detective did not bring any mercy. The opponent seemed to be very good at beating people. He did not cause serious injuries, but only caused flesh wounds. It seems that he controlled the strength of his attack. But the opponent's beating was too painful. The muscles all over the body were trembling, as if rolling on a board. That was trembling from the fingernails to the hair. This is like a female nurse stabbing her ex-boyfriend. She was only slightly injured after being stabbed dozens of times. However, this minor injury did not cause much damage to the body, but the damage to the spirit was too great. It was simply a mental attack. Kyudo Shinichi is still in fear. That guy is simply not a human being. While beating him, he told Xia Ran not to kick things randomly in the future, otherwise he would be beaten every time he saw him, so that he would remember it for a long time. Miyazaki Yu is indeed a ruthless person, and Kyoto Shinichi is also a handsome man. His fists not only hit his body, but also his face. He beat a handsome boy into a pig-headed fool, so Kyoto Shinichi is now speaking vaguely. I'm fine. This person left me in a hotel and didn't do anything to me. In fact, if there was only Kyoto Shinichi here, Xiaoran would not answer this sentence, because it was too embarrassing, but at this time Kyoto Asako and Yukiko were there. They were also very concerned about Xiaoran's safety, and Xiaoran could only tell the truth, fearing that the other party would worry. Xiaoran, I'm glad you're okay. If something happens to you, I won't have the face to see Kisaki Eri and Kogora. Yukiko stepped forward and held the girl's hand, with a worried look on her face. Because of the friendship between the two families, they entrusted their daughter to them and asked them to travel to a foreign country with their daughter. They are responsible. Fortunately, Xiaoran is fine now, otherwise they will feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Seeing this, Kyoto Asako took out his mobile phone and made a few calls. They found out about these things after finding their son last night, so they immediately called the police and asked some wealthy friends to start looking for Xiaoran's whereabouts. Now that the person has returned, the matter has come to an end. Xiaoran, Shinichi is in this state now, and some things are not clear. Can you tell me what happened yesterday in detail again? Xiaoran nodded and described what happened yesterday in detail. After hearing that the other party risked his life to save Xiaoran, but was misunderstood by Shinichi and was hit by a trash can, the Kyoto couple frowned. Shinichi is really not mature enough. When encountering an emergency, he will lose his judgment as a detective. You took the lead in launching an attack without finding out the truth of the matter. It is reasonable for the other party to fight back. Kyoto Shinichi was so angry when he heard this. Hey, what do you mean by reasonable? That guy is definitely a dangerous person. He must have just killed someone at that time. Kyoto Asako said angrily, that's why you should make a calm judgment. If the other party is really a vicious person, you will rashly launch an attack without effective countermeasures. The consequence is that you will not only fail to save people, but also implicate Xiaoran. Kyoto Shinichi moved his mouth, but could only swallow what he was about to say. He knew his father was right. If I hadn't been too impulsive, things wouldn't have turned out this way, because the psychological effect of people is that after doing a good thing, what they want is usually a positive feedback, that is, some praise. At that time, the probability of the other party turning hostile and doing evil is not high. And my fierce reaction instantly angered the other party. If the other party is really vicious, the worst result now will be that I will be killed, and Xiaoran will encounter an accident. Kyoto Shinichi's lips trembled. Yes, I was too impulsive. I didn't protect Xiaoran well and let her encounter danger. Yukiko and Xiaoran, who had never seen such an expression on the face of the confident and sunny Shinichi, both showed a look of reluctance. They both wanted to persuade but were stopped by Kyoto Asako's 10 eyes. Let's go out first and let him think about it. Some truths cannot be explained by others. Only the truths that you figure out yourself belong to you. After leaving the ward, Yukiko couldn't help it. What's wrong with you? Your son was beaten like that. Don't you feel bad? As a mother, Yukiko couldn't calm down. When she saw her son like that yesterday, she almost lost her soul. His whole body was bruised and purple, and there was not much good meat, especially his face was swollen like a pig's head. If the doctor hadn't told them that Kyoto Shinichi looked serious, but was actually fine, she would have almost fainted. Now seeing her son in such pain, she couldn't accept it. Kyoto Asako sighed. Shinichi was beaten like this. Of course I am very uncomfortable, but it has happened. The best thing to do is that he can grow from this incident, only in this way can we prevent him from repeating the same mistake. He said calmly, you should be more thankful that the man was born in Longguo. Although he was involved in the underworld, he still had his bottom line. If he was really a vicious criminal, just, Zhao's good, Shinichi dared to attack him, and then he was blocked by him, he would probably kill him. After all, he just killed at that time and didn't need to be in the case. Hiss! Yukiko and Xiaoran were trembling in their hearts at this time, and couldn't help but suck in cold breath, and even their pupils turned grey. Especially Kyudo Yukiko, just now she was only angry, and didn't think about the scene at that time. He just went on a killing spree, and when he was killing Red Eyes, he could still save Xiaoran at all costs, and he should be grateful. The other party obviously liked Xiaoran very much, but he was disturbed by Shinichi, a fool, and was attacked by a trash can. If it was someone else, I'm afraid he would have killed him directly. And now the result is, Xiaoran was safe and sound, and was not insulted. Shinichi was only beaten up, but was not seriously injured, which shows that he had shown mercy. With all this, what else is there to be dissatisfied about? Also, that person is indeed a very dangerous person. If you meet him again next time, Xiaoran, you must stay as far away from him as possible. Chapter 89. Just when the Kyudo family was scared, the FBI had already found Miyazaki Yu's trace. Report, the target's trace has been found. Request action. Don't act for the time being, wait for the large force to encircle. Understood. Dozens of FBI with guns quickly shuttled through the streets. All of them were agents, and they moved calmly and agilely. Like cheetahs in the streets, they quickly narrowed the distance from the target mission. At the end of the street, a young man wearing a knitted hat was looking at the tablet computer in his hand. The computer displayed the three-dimensional image of October Street. There were many moving light spots marked in it, most of which were green light spots, and there was only one red light spot. Obviously, the light spot marked as red was the location of the target person. Report, the encirclement is about to be completed, and the target is about to appear. Looking at the red light spot on the screen that was surrounded by dozens of green light spots, he showed a smile on his face. It seems that Juan should be crying. But at this moment, a noise came from the headset. Report, the target has discovered us and is running away frantically. The other party has drilled into an abandoned pipe. What? Although no plan can be perfect, he felt very uncomfortable when he saw the cooked duck flying away. Damn, this guy is obviously very familiar with the environment here. Is he completely familiar with this place because of caution? At this time, even he felt a little pressure. From the previous actions, this person is obviously extremely dangerous. After planning the bombing, he directly mixed into the gang. From the entire timeline, the other party changed his identity almost seamlessly. After making the bombing, he immediately tried to join the gang and used the gang to cover up his actions. The other party's means are extremely clever. If it weren't for the investigation of the silver-haired killer, the FBI focused on monitoring this generation, this person would have disappeared directly from sight as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. But even if he returned to sight, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to catch the other party. They secretly found a gangster who participated in the fight, that is, Olap's men. From his confession and the post-analysis of the square fight, this person's personal ability is extremely terrifying. Once the other party is alerted, it will be extremely difficult to find the other party's trace. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate anymore. No matter what, he must arrest the other party. All this was just a flash of his mind. In a flash, he had made a decision. The preparatory team will act immediately and search from north to south along Area 7. Once the other party's trace is found, shoot immediately. This guy is very difficult to deal with. If they are still bound by rules and regulations, they are likely to lose many more lives. At this time, it is not just about catching criminals, but about taking a military confrontation attitude and using war to deal with this dangerous element. At this time, Miyazaki Yu shuttled quickly in the streets, like a swift cheetah. On the one hand, he completely let go of his feelings, and on the other hand, his eyes fell on a pair of glasses. If Akai Shuaki was here at this moment, he would have discovered one thing, that is, the light spots on this pair of glasses are almost exactly the same as the information displayed on his tablet. In other words, he thought he was pressing someone's pulse, but in fact, their actions were also clearly visible to the other party. Turn this direction, there are 3 people blocking the road. He showed a cruel smile on his face. He didn't know what it meant to show mercy to these American guys. The 3 people who were about to meet him on the opposite side also received a prompt in the headset. You are about to meet the target person, ready to fight, too. But these people obviously had no chance to hear everything clearly. What they saw was not the figure of Miyazaki Yu, but 3 flying knives flying out from the corner, a faff, making a trembling roar in the air. This is the scene after the powerful force combined with the flying knives. Each flying knife is like a bullet out of a gun, with strong vibration and extremely fast speed, instantly nailed to the human body. Before they could fire, the flying knife pierced their hearts. Their upper bodies could not withstand the huge impact, and their entire chests were sunken, nailing them to death. Even after the remaining force of the flying knife pierced through their bodies, it drove their bodies to the ground, and the tip of the flying knife was still inserted into the ground. There was no time to be afraid, no time to be scared, they were already a corpse. Then Miyazaki Yu ran past the corpse without any hesitation, took back the flying knife, and continued to run away without stopping. At this time, the complete words came out of the earphone. Prepare to attack. But the dead can't prepare. Miyazaki Yu is like a hidden cheetah, and he started his slaughter in this area. The complex environment here has become his best cover. Watching the green dots on the screen disappear one by one, Akai Shuaki was already worried. But there was still some good news, that is, the other party was also injured. The target was shot and is heading towards Area 3. Team 3 will quickly intercept. Hearing this, Akai Shuaki finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who it was, as long as he was shot, his combat power would be lost by 70% to 80%. But he was also shocked by the other party's strength. The members of the pursuit were all FBI agents. They had all received rigorous training, and each of them could be called a master. It was no problem for any one person to deal with more than 10 strong men. But so far, one person has been killed. This was still a case of deliberate calculation. If the other party was prepared, the current loss would be even greater. His eyes were fixed on the screen. The other party was obviously forced into a hurry and ran around the entire area. Several times, he immediately changed direction after encountering. From the information sent back from the front, the other party's speed was amazing, and so many people could not catch up. However, as time went on, the opponent's physical energy was rapidly depleted, and the whole situation was moving in a very favorable direction for them. The first team continues to approach, and can't wait for the opponent to show up, and suppress him with fire now. This is undoubtedly an extremely smart decision. The opponent has killed someone and has taken the agent's gun. Now once they meet, the risk factor will be greater. Not good, the opponent's goal is. After Akai Shuaki saw the direction of the opponent's movement, his face suddenly changed. He originally thought that the opponent had no way to escape, but suddenly saw that there was a river in the direction of pursuit, which is the so-called Flushing River. Once the opponent jumps into the river, it is almost impossible to find the opponent again. The river will cover up all the bloody smell. Immediately ordered more teams to start blocking the opponent from all directions at all costs. The opponent was shot again and fell into the river. Chapter 90. Damn it, he escaped into the river. When Akai Shuaki arrived at the scene, the water surface was calm, but his brows were still furrowed. Mr. Akai, the other party was shot several times and fell into the rapids. He should be dead. An agent stepped forward and said. Reality is not like a movie. When facing bullets, the human body is actually very fragile. Once shot, it is almost a fatal blow. Unless the place where the bullet is shot is not a vital part, so that the other party can maintain combat capability for a short time, otherwise in most cases, he will not survive at all. The other party was shot twice, and there was almost no hope of survival. Who among you shot him? Hearing this question, all the agents were a little confused. Mr. Akai, the man just now was too fierce. We could only shoot desperately at that time. We really couldn't tell who hit the other party. Looking at these agents who were looking at each other in bewilderment, Akai Shuaki also shook his head. That was true. In such a chaotic situation, even the agents could not guarantee their shooting accuracy. If there was a chance to snipe, it would be great. With his sniping skills, he would definitely kill the opponent. But now the time is too tight. There is no time to investigate, and there is no time to snipe the opponent. However, Akai Shuaki did not see that there was a man with glasses in the crowd, with a smile in his eyes. Akai Shuaki, you still overlooked a lot of things after all. It's hard to hide things from your eyes, but it's easy to hide them from these idiots. Just like what that kid said, the moment the curtain falls, the long sword is unsheathed. The real killing is just about to begin. Akai Shuaki said, everyone, now is not the time to relax. Contact the police now. Whether the other party is alive or dead, we must find the other party's body. The agents around nodded, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. An enemy who was seriously injured and whose life or death was unknown was no longer a threat. There was even a high possibility that the enemy would die in the river, which saved a lot of trouble. They were still afraid of the battle just now. They were well prepared and used a large number of people to besiege from all sides. The enemy was originally like a turtle in a jar. The most important thing was that from the intelligence they secretly observed, the enemy did not carry a gun when he appeared. In other words, the enemy was able to kill more than 10 of them without a gun. Although the enemy used the gun after grabbing the gun, it did not affect the enemy's strength at all. The screams from the headset still echoed in my ears. The fear of watching a companion fall down has not completely disappeared until now. Some people were even breathing heavily at this time to relieve the adrenaline surge caused by excessive tension. Many people felt a chill on their backs, which was dry cold sweat. Soon, a large number of police arrived and began to cooperate with the FBI to conduct a horizontal search along both sides of the river, and a number of police dogs were dispatched. Many ambulances were dispatched to take away the dead and the injured, and professionals were dispatched to clean up the blood on the streets. Everything seemed to have completely calmed down. But Akai Shuaki, at this moment, still felt very heavy, as if something bad was going to happen. While thinking, a voice came from his ear. Mr. Akai, when searching just now, in Area 6, we accidentally found the trace of the killer, and now the first team has chased him. Silver-haired killer. Akai Shuaki's heart moved. This area was originally the activity area of the silver-haired killer. The trace of the mysterious person was found before, and it was an unexpected gain from tracking the silver-haired killer. It seems that this is indeed the hiding place of the killer. Such a large-scale action today has aroused the other party's vigilance, so the silver-haired killer was blocked in the king of this area. It seems that there is a chance to deal with this guy today. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed to the scene of the incident. Compared to the mysterious figure, the silver-haired killer is not worth mentioning. It is more than enough for him to deal with such a guy. The first team will pursue him with all their strength and must not let him escape. He began to act with all his strength, and his speed soared to the extreme. As long as there are about 5 minutes, he can reach the scene of the incident. But he didn't know that this net specially built for him is now ready to go. In the street, a figure was running fast. Although the speed was fast, it could be seen that he was very embarrassed. Behind him, 5 or 6 agents were still chasing him. These FBIs were very excited at this time. Today was a bad day. They encountered a powerful pervert. They paid a heavy price for their meticulous preparation. Now they have found another valuable target, which makes people very excited. Raising grass to catch rabbits, as long as it is a rabbit, it doesn't matter whether it is the one they chased at the beginning. As long as we can catch a valuable target, we can complete the task. 0. But they didn't see that the seemingly embarrassed silver-haired killer had a strange smile under his silver-white hair. Sister Bay, I lost today. I have been hunted by people all the time. You are now in the FBI and you are at ease. Bellmouth smiled lightly in the crowd. I know it's not easy for you. As long as you complete this mission, I will reward you well. Miyazaki Yu smiled. You are not allowed to interfere in the battle between me and Akai Shuaki. I want to see how important the FBI's ace sniper is. In just a few days, Miyazaki Yu's mentality has completely changed. New York is indeed the city of sin, and indeed the Gotham of the human world. Continuous battles and killings have given him a deeper understanding of fighting. He has truly completed the transformation from a high school student with excellent martial arts to a decisive assassin. There is a real long sword in his arms, which was given to him by Vermouth. It is a custom-made sharp blade. He has never forgotten that he is not a gunman, but a swordsman, a strong man who has mastered the true meaning of kendo. It's just that before, due to various reasons, he could only use bamboo swords, palms, pistols, and flying knives to deal with enemies. But he has never killed an enemy with a real sharp sword. And now, Akai Shuaki is the best prey. Let this FBI silver bullet be the first sacrifice of the sharp blade in his hand. Stop, you have no way to escape. At the corner of a small alley, the first team finally killed Miyazaki Yu blocked the way, and they all raised their guns nervously. Although the man in front of them was not as powerful as that guy, he was also very dangerous. After all, many people died in his hands. The whole New York was in panic because of this guy, and now he was finally caught. Don't resist, otherwise we will shoot you to death. Now raise your hands, and then slowly turn around and face us. The figure slowly raised his hands, and under his silver hair, a pair of bright eyes were revealed, as deep and unfathomable as a deep pool. Just looking into those eyes was like being pricked by a steel needle, and they were all shocked. Now hold your head with both hands, and then slowly squat on the ground and don't move. The figure suddenly grinned, and his white teeth shone brightly. Don't let me move? But I prefer to let others not move. Let's start. Chapter 91. Bang! Before everyone could react, they heard a gunshot. They were just about to check, but the gunshots continued. After 2 people fell, the remaining 3 people saw clearly that it was a companion next to them who was shooting at them. Stop! One of them reacted quickly and turned the gun head quickly, but before he could shoot, the silver-haired killer took the lead. The remaining 2 were shocked at this time. Just now, everyone was about to win a great victory, but now they were about to be killed. All these changes were too fast, which made both of them feel difficult to accept. But many times, it is like this, your fear and hesitation will become the main reason for failure. 2 more gunshots rang out, and the 2 people fell slowly in a pool of blood with reluctance. Looking at the bodies of several people, Miyazaki Yu stepped forward and turned off the headset on the body, and there was no 823 sound. He smiled at Bell Mode. Akai Shuaki is coming, the rest depends on me. At this time, Akai Shuaki was rushing here quickly. The voice from the headset just now made him feel anxious. Logically speaking, that was a team of elite agents, all of whom were high-level talents trained by the FBI. Each of them was no less capable than a special forces soldier. Although the silver-haired killer was a fierce murderer, and his killing methods were cruel and concealed. But such a guy, facing professional combatants, could not have the upper hand at all. Something unexpected must have happened. He had already realized that something was wrong. But at this time, it was already difficult to get off the tiger. His men were not sure whether they were alive or dead not far away. As a commander, he could not ignore it so close. Although it was a bit risky, he could not care much. Everything that happened today was weird, as if someone had woven a dense net and trapped him in it, but he was unable to break free. But he was very confident in his own strength. Even if there was an accident, he could solve it himself. Once he entered this area, he immediately became highly nervous. No matter what time, he would not relax his requirements for himself. Only in this way could he create this, even black the bed merging show factory that the organization is very worried about. He held the pistol and searched carefully, and the surroundings were filled with unreasonable silence. Team 1 had just entered this area not far away. They all carried guns. Even if they were besieged by many people, they should be able to hold on for a while. But now the air was filled with a strange silence. The gunfight was over. That is to say, there are only 2 results now, but I don't know who is the winner. After he turned around an alley again, a strong smell of blood instantly hit him. Akai Shuaki's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran forward. The scene in front of him made him look extremely ugly. All the people in Team 1 fell in a pool of blood at this time. And their bodies had been moved intentionally, and now they were neatly arranged together. This was a naked provocation, a humiliation to the FBI. Just when he was extremely angry, he suddenly felt a sense of horror in his heart, as if he would be killed in the next moment. So he immediately jumped to the side, and just as he jumped, he heard the sound of bullets on the ground. In a flash, he also fired several shots in one direction. The 2 guns fired at each other while moving, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen shots were fired. The 2 attackers also saw each other's appearance clearly. "You are not the silver-haired killer. Who are you?" Akai Shuaki looked at the slowly approaching figure with a cold look, and there was anger in his eyes. At this time, he had already understood that this must be a trap, and it was a trap specially made for him. Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly, and pulled it from his face. A human skin mask had been torn off from his face, revealing a face that Akai was very familiar with. Even at this time, Miyazaki Yu was still very careful and did not reveal his true face. At this moment, he was playing a villain. Since he was a villain, he had to have the awareness of a villain. Before the dust settled, he must not be too arrogant, otherwise any omissions may become the source of trouble in the future. "It's you." Akai Shuaki's eyes flashed with shock. The fugitive who should have been dead or alive at this time appeared here at this time. This was indeed a conspiracy against him. His brain was working rapidly. If the other party appeared here intact, it would mean. But at this juncture, he suddenly felt that he had been aimed at by a gun, and he was distracted instantly. Bang! Hands shook violently, and he could no longer hold the gun in his hand. Tozakayu smiled. "You are too impatient, I can deal with him alone." Under Akai Shuaki's horrified eyes, one of the bodies of the agents slowly sat up, with the gun in his hand pointed steadily at Akai Shuaki. "So that's how it is. It seems that your so-called injury and falling into the water is to lead to the deception I created." At this time, Belmode no longer disguised. She directly tore off her mask, revealing her beautiful true face, and her face showed a proud look. "What do you think, Marobashi? No, I should call you Akai Shuaki. What do you think? You finally fell into my hands." But Akai Shuaki still remained calm. His reaction was very fast. After Belmode made a move, he had already guessed that the person who made the move must be her. Only Belmode's superb disguise skills could deceive his eyes. "Long time no see, Absinthe, thank you for your hard work. You actually designed such a sophisticated trap to lure me out." By this time, he naturally understood everything. The opponent's plan was carried out by 2 people separately, and the whole plan was divided into 2 interconnected lines. The silver-haired killer was used to attract the attention of the FBI, and the mysterious strong man was used to divert the FBI. Under normal circumstances, there was no point in doing this, but if the opponent's target was himself, then everything made sense. Belmode sneered, My order is to get rid of you, but if I can capture you alive, it seems to be a very interesting thing. Jin is very obsessed with you. Akai Shuaki's face was extremely ugly, and his calm face twitched. If he fell into Jin's hands, with his ruthlessness towards traitors, it would be a luxury for him to want to die. He will definitely use the most terrible means to deal with me. But now, he is being pointed at with a gun, and there is a powerful opponent beside him. It seems that no matter what, there is no way to escape. Vermouth was very happy in his heart. It was this guy who made him run around for days. At this time, as long as he hooked his finger, the other party would die. But this guy did bring a heavy blow to the organization. He was called the Silver Bullet by the FBI. If he died, the organization would be even more unscrupulous. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but hesitate. At this time, Akai Shuaki instantly caught this hesitation and his body reacted immediately. Because this will be his only chance. Chapter 92. Ah! Akai Shuaki roared wildly, exerting his fighting power to the extreme. Because this is the most dangerous moment in his life, if he fails, he will die. His desire for life completely broke out at this time, and his speed reached an unprecedented peak. At this time, he was simply a shadow, running towards Belmode. Belmode only saw a flash in front of her eyes, and the other party's figure disappeared in front of her. Miyazaki Yu on the side did not expect that the other party was so decisive, and the speed was so fast that it was not inferior to his own at this time. It seems that the excitement between life and death stimulated this guy's good. In a flash, his long sword suddenly came out of the sheath. A mercury-like slash was also revealed at this time. Akai Shuaki felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if he would die immediately in the next moment. A terrifying feeling ran through his body like an electric current, his heart was beating wildly, and his muscles were contracting rapidly. At this time, looking down from the air, you can see the whole scene. Akai Shuaki was madly approaching Belmode 05, while Belmode stood there, and Miyazaki Yu threw out a sword. Two of the three were moving, and only one was stationary. Miyazaki Yu's sword was a little late, and he was still a little behind the opponent. The moment the sword missed, the opponent was already behind Vermouth. He grabbed Vermouth's neck with one hand, and directly grasped the palm of Sister Bay with the other hand, controlling her pistol, and then turned the gun head in an instant and shot at Miyazaki Yu. But at this time, Miyazaki Yu also changed direction in an instant, and went around behind Akai Shuaki, and at this time a bullet had already fallen to the ground. Bang bang bang! Akai Shuaki held Sister Bay hostage, trying desperately to hit the opponent, while Miyazaki Yu circled with all his strength, always in the opponent's shooting blind spot. In a blink of an eye, the bullets in the pistol had been shot out. Damn it! He began to exert all his strength. The opponent was amazingly strong. Now his only bargaining chip was Absinthe. The opponent was Absinthe's partner. As long as he held the opponent hostage, the opponent would definitely be afraid. At least he could delay the opportunity. The longer the time was delayed, the more advantageous it would be for him. But he still underestimated Miyazaki Yu's strength. A sword light stabbed at his neck. He could only dodge behind Belmode. But this sharp sword suddenly turned and changed the direction of the attack. Obviously, he had mastered the sword moves to the point where he could send and receive them freely. He could easily change the direction of the slash when he was at full strength. At this time, Akai Shuaki felt a chill in his spine. The opponent's sword light was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, showing its terrible fangs to him. The seemingly thin blade was sharp and powerful. Before it could be cut, the sleeve on his arm had been cut apart. The piercing pain came, a sharp pain that made people's hair stand on end, just like touching the blade of a razor with your fingers. When you don't feel it, your skin has been cut open. He retracted his hand as a conditioned reflex, and then rolled on the ground to avoid the sword's momentum. He saw the opponent's sword tip passing through the ground from the corner of his eyes. It brought a burst of fierce sparks, just like two high-speed rolling grinding wheels hitting each other. The violent friction stirred up a burst of fierce sparks. And on the ground, there was a neat cut mark. At this time, Akai Shuaki stood up, and there were two neat cuts on his sleeves, as if they were cut with scissors. There were two more neat wounds on his arms, which were now covered in blood. His whole body was trembling. If he had been a little slower, his arms would have been cut off neatly. Vermouth recovered at this time, and then her face was filled with anger. "Damn Akai Shuaki, you dared!" A moment of hesitation actually gave this guy a chance, and brought such a great danger to herself, and she almost fell into his hands. If they were held hostage, their plan would fail. If Miyazaki Yu was afraid of his own safety, it would be too passive. You know, many FBI agents are not far away. Thanks to you, otherwise Vermouth is not a weak person, her strength is very strong, but it also depends on who the opponent is. Seeing that Vermouth is fine, Miyazaki Yu stepped forward and showed a smile from the heart on his face. The last struggle just now was really good, but I believe that you have no chance now. He slowly raised his arm and pointed the tip of the sword at the other party. This raised hand gave the opponent unparalleled pressure. Terrible swordsmanship, who is this person? Is he also a member of the organization? But I have never heard that there is such a strong person in the organization. His combat power is not weak, but as the saying goes, strength and weakness are always the result of comparison. Compared with Vermouth, his strength is strong, but compared with the swordsman in front of him, he feels powerless. Without a gun in his hand, facing such a terrifying opponent, his Jeet Kune Do is completely useless. Who is your excellency? Since I am already a dying person, can you satisfy my curiosity? Miyazaki Yu shook his head directly. It was ridiculous. Many villains were killed because they talked too much and were eager to show off. Every time this happened, he was worried about the IQ of these villains. Can't you show off on the enemy's grave? You have to show off when you are about to win, because you are afraid that the opponent will have no chance, right? So he will not hesitate or relax before victory comes. Only dead enemies are good 003 enemies. Akai Shuaki had no choice but to grit his teeth and said, Your Excellency holds a sword in your hand, please allow me to use a weapon. As he said this, he carefully pulled down a steel pipe under the handrail of the stairs. Holding the steel pipe in his hand, the uneasiness in his heart was reduced a little. Die! The moment the opponent got the weapon, Miyazaki Yu had already launched a slash. Bang! Akai Shuaki felt as if his whole body was struck by lightning, and the violent power swept through his body. Hundreds of pounds of power condensed in the square inch of the sword tip is very scary. Every sword cut is sharp and shocking. The steel pipe broke with a sound, and the sword tip left a scar from the opponent's shoulder to the left chest. What? This hard steel pipe was like tofu under his sword, and it was cut directly. An indescribable shock made his heart tremble. Run! Now there is only one way. He threw the steel pipe violently, rolled on the ground, and then threw bricks, wooden boards, stumps and other debris on the ground at Miyazaki Yu recklessly. This move may seem rogue, but it is actually the most useful. Don't underestimate the stone. The power of the stone thrown at high speed is enough to rival the old-fashioned pistol. Miyazaki Yu looked at the opponent's response and showed a slight smile on his face. Muttered, Cut the steel. Chapter 93. At this moment, the muscles of his whole body tensed up instantly, and all distracting thoughts were gathered. His body entered a state of emptiness and clarity, and his whole body seemed to come alive. When breathing, not only the mouth and nose, but even the skin was inhaling and exhaling. The air rolled into the whole body, and the breath had no beginning and no end, and it was continuous, just like a lively little mouse. What a comfortable feeling! Is this the flow of internal energy? The previous confused feeling became clear at this time, and the weak internal energy flow also became obvious. The cold sword blade seemed to come alive all of a sudden, and the breath flowed on the sword blade. At this moment, the sword was also breathing. The sword and the person are synchronized, with synchronized breathing, synchronized heartbeat, synchronized blood dilation, and the virtual body model and the real body are combined into one. The sword blade in the consciousness world is now tightly held in the phantom of the consciousness world. Consciousness, mental power, or brain waves, no matter how you call it, it is also a kind of energy. Although the flesh is tangible, it is actually a kind of energy. As long as it is energy, it will affect each other. After these days of killing, Miyazaki Yu, who was more condensed and determined, instantly understood the essence of sword energy and knew what the so-called steel-cutting sword was. So that's how it is, sword energy is like this. When swinging the sword of steel cutting, he felt the changes on the blade, just like when a person exerts force, the muscles will become tight and hard, and can be greatly hardened to increase the ability to resist blows. And if the blade is also tense. In fact, it is also easy to understand. The power generated when swinging the sword and the inner will, or it can be called bioelectricity, are transmitted to the blade. At this time, the sword edge is no longer a sword blade, but can be regarded as an existence with electricity. Whether it is a bamboo sword or a real sword, once this power is passed, the structure on the blade has actually changed. The so-called sword energy is actually some substances ejected from the sword. These substances are too small and too fast, and have already exceeded the upper limit of direct observation by the human eye. The sword energy is not compressed air, but an ion flow, although it is not very powerful. However, the directionality and concentration of this ion flow are far beyond our normal understanding of ion flow. In other words, when the steel sword is activated, the sword in the swordsman's hand is no longer an ordinary sword. The sword itself has changed from a cold weapon to an ion weapon. At this moment, just like the popular fruit ninja in the past, all the debris was instantly split into two. His figure was like a ghost, and he was already close. There was nothing to stop him. At this time, Akai Shuaki could only do his best to pass the half-steel pipe. The steel pipe was easily cut off, just like a hot knife cutting through butter, without any resistance, and passed calmly. And then, the sword blade cut into Akai Shuaki's neck. His neck was the same, without any obstruction to the sword blade, and it was easily cut. Akai Shuaki did not feel pain, or perhaps it was too painful, covering all his feelings, his whole body trembled slightly, and his originally deep eyes dimmed all of a sudden. He walked forward 2 steps calmly, and then he knelt down slowly on the ground as if his whole body had lost the support of his bones. Tick tick tick. At some point, bean-sized raindrops had fallen from the sky, and the heavy rain had already begun. It seems that it's over. Vermouth woke up from the dream, with a look of horror in her eyes. At that moment, all the glory of the world was taken away by this sword. The brilliant sword light condensed into thin lines, cutting through one by one, and nothing could stop the light of the sword. This is the horror of cutting steel. Unless the material is extremely hard, ordinary rocks, ironware, and wood cannot stop it at all. All people and objects were chopped directly like tofu under this sword. In other words, there is almost no way to defend against his attack. There are always some things in people's hearts that can bring a sense of security, such as clothes on the body, hard rocks, car bodies, and walls at home. These seem to be enough to bring people a sense of security, but after seeing this sword, Vermouth understood that these things were as fragile as tofu under the opponent's magic skills, and they could be easily split and chopped. A chill rose in her heart. She woke up suddenly after hearing Miyazaki Yu's words. Akai Shuaki was dead, which means that she had completed the task, but there were still some things to deal with. Don't leave in a hurry. You said before that you don't want to expose your presence. In this case, the whole scene must be dealt with. Miyazaki Yu, who was experiencing the sword just now, suddenly heard this request and smiled. Of course, we are partners, aren't we? The flames rose up and swallowed all the bodies. Then the figures of the two disappeared without a trace. Even if there was a heavy rain, it couldn't put out the fire. It was more than 10 minutes later when the FBI arrived. The fire lasted for a whole hour. After everyone tried their best to put out the fire, they could only find a few charred bodies. The bodies were burned beyond recognition by the flames, and any clues had disappeared. The FBI was still hoping for luck, but soon, by comparing blood samples, they finally confirmed the identities of all the dead. Among them were 5 FBI agents and the commander of this operation, Akai Shuaki. This incident caused a sensation within the FBI, and Akai Shuaki was very famous within the FBI. Not long ago, it was because of his outstanding performance that a mysterious organization hidden in the dark was severely damaged in one fell swoop, and he made great contributions to the FBI. He was hailed as the Silver Bullet and Ace Agent of the FBI. Such a powerful guy was killed in such an unclear way, and he was killed together with several agents. So the FBI sent a special investigation team to investigate this matter. In the next month, the gang that Miyazaki Yu had been undercover in was directly wiped out, and the main figure, Olap, was taken away for strict interrogation. Because in the previous investigation, it was found that Bruce was definitely related to the whole thing. But in the subsequent investigation, this Bruce seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and no trace of him could be found. In desperation, they conducted a lot of investigations and focused their attention on the silver-haired killer. But when they found the silver-haired killer, the guy was already a corpse. According to the forensic examination, the man had been dead for nearly a week. In this way, all the clues were interrupted and no evidence could be found. Even if they were unwilling, they could only bite their teeth and admit it. A mansion was brightly lit. Kyudo Asaka frowned and looked at the large group of information in front of him, showing hesitation. Number Kyudo consultant, is there really no clue or direction? Chapter 94. There was anxiety and worry in his voice. This is no wonder. In this world, as long as there is an organization, there will be showdowns and coercion. Many leaders will have the same tone. I don't care about the reason, I just ask you, can you complete the task within the specified time? Some things are easy to say, but many things are far more complicated than what you see, so the absurdity of this sentence is as ridiculous as stacking 10,000 steam engines to launch a rocket into space. I understand your feelings very well, but you should also understand that reasoning cannot solve everything. The essence of reasoning is to use existing conditions and make inferences according to reasonable logic. This is like filling in the blanks. If there are too many blanks and there is no basic information, then there is no way to fill them in. His fingers tapped lightly a few times. The other party is obviously well prepared, and the whole operation is seamless. Obviously, both the silver-haired killer and the Asian Bruce are fake identities. The other party, one open and one hidden, step by step, led Akai Shuaki into a deadly trap. Now, except for the other party's method of committing the crime, which is basically clear, the rest, including the motive for the murder and the identity clues of the murderer, are now blank. It is impossible to find them. The face of the visitor changed for a while. Although he knew in his heart before coming that this trip would most likely return in vain, after all, he still had some hope. Mr. Kyudo, please think of a way again, even a little clue would be good. But Kyudo Asaka just shook his head, obviously not wanting to participate in it. The man continued to persuade for a while, and seeing Kyudo Asaka's firm attitude, he could only sigh and leave. After the man left, Yukiko walked out of the room. Husband, didn't you analyze something after you got the information yesterday? Why don't you tell me? Yukiko was very curious about this. The murderer who killed the FBI agent is very likely the one who rescued Xia Ran before, that is, he was the one who taught his son Shinichi a lesson and beat him up like that. Women have a strong desire for revenge. Now that the FBI has come to her house, she even wants to help them for free. If she can catch that guy, she can also vent her anger. Looking at his wife's appearance, Kyodo certainly knows what his wife is thinking, and he can't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Women are emotional, especially when women become mothers. They are okay with their own affairs, but they are more impulsive about their children's affairs. Yukiko, you are right. We do know some situations that the FBI has not grasped. Each of these cases, FBA, involves a wide range of things. If we can provide help, it will be of great help to us. But he changed the subject and talked about other things. But have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? Yukiko was puzzled. What consequences can there be? Isn't it just helping the police solve cases? Didn't you do it often before? Kyodo shook his head and said, that's different. The things we helped the police solve before were mostly small cases. The forces involved were not big and had no impact on us, but this case is different. He told his wife briefly about some things about Akai Shuaki and the Black Organization. After listening to her husband's words, Yukiko realized the seriousness of the matter. The Black Organization is extremely mysterious, and she doesn't know much about it, but she and Vermouth once studied disguise under Kurobatoiki, so they can be regarded as from the same school. She also has a certain degree of understanding of the Black Organization. But she only knew a little bit. She really had a deep understanding of the organization after she married Kyodo Isaku. Kyodo Isaku was just a mystery writer on the surface, but in fact, he had a strong reasoning ability, and mystery novels were just a byproduct of his reasoning ability. This ability was favored by many national organizations and became a guest of honor in government agencies. But he was always very clear-headed and knew what his identity was. He always stayed outside the government and did not get deeply involved in the affairs, especially when it came to some powerful criminal organizations. He was even more cautious. But it was precisely because of this that he was able to stay safe over the years. This principle is very simple, just like the relationship between drug enforcement police and drug dealers. The drug dealers used to just sell drugs, but later found that it was not possible, and began to understand everything about the drug enforcement police in depth. Those drug dealers knew more about drug enforcement police than the police themselves. How many people were there in the police's family, where these relatives worked, what were the names of the children, where did they go to school? All this information was clearly known by drug dealers. Just imagine, if Kyodo Isaku helps government agencies, he is likely to face this kind of threat, especially mysterious organizations like the Black Organization, whose power is far beyond the imagination of drug dealers. It turns out that this is the case. The disguise method that can change the identity at will is likely to be the method of the Black Organization, and the one who was killed is Akai Shuaki. We all know that he once infiltrated the organization and became an undercover agent of the organization. Not long ago, he severely damaged the Black Organization. Kyodo Isaku deeply agreed, so this action is a targeted action. The Black Organization only dispatched 2 people to play with many elites of the FBI. And now I have too few clues. It is impossible to find the trace of the murderer with a little information. If we act rashly, we are likely to be retaliated. Yukiko, for the safety of you and Shinichi, I can't do this. Seeing her husband's attentiveness, Yukiko was moved and stepped forward to hold her husband's hand. Husband, thanks to you. If it were me, I would have almost brought us into danger. I want us to be safe and sound, and watch Shinichi get married and have children in the future. But Shinichi is not open-minded at all. Xia Ran has taken care of him for so long, but he still hasn't won Xia Ran over. I heard that there is also a child in their class pursuing Xia Ran. If Xia Ran leaves with someone else, I wonder what he will do. Just as she was about to continue nagging, she suddenly heard a boiling sound in the kitchen, and her face changed suddenly. It's bad, the chicken soup I stewed. Looking at his wife who left in a panic, Kyodo Isaku smiled slightly, and at the same time swore in his heart. Kyodo Isaku, only want to protect my wife and son. Anyone who wants to hurt them must first pass me." With a heavy door closing sound, the plane closed the door heavily. In the first-class cabin, a young man leaned back on a comfortable seat, and a slight snoring sound came from his mouth and nose. "Miss, do you need drinks and meals?" A tall young stewardess asked a blonde beauty with a smile. "Please prepare 4 boxed lunches, after all, the boy next to me is very begging." The stewardess smiled slightly, and shook her head in her heart. Since boarding the plane, this young man has been sleeping all the time, and there is no chance to chat up. You know, those who can enter this first-class cabin are either rich or noble, which is a pity. However, the stewardess nodded very responsibly, and soon prepared all the meals and drinks. "Stinky boy, don't sleep yet, get up and eat." The blonde beauty waited for a while, and seeing that this guy still had no intention of waking up, she couldn't help but push him directly. At this time, the young man slowly raised his head. It was Miyazaki Yu. Chapter 95. Have we reached Neon? The plane is really fast. These words really make people want to hit someone. You little brat, are you confused in your sleep? We haven't started flying yet. Miyazaki Yu finally woke up and deliberately looked out the window and smiled. "I see, just now I saw some black spots on the ground outside the window, and I thought the plane was flying too high, so people looked really small. Now it seems that they are real ants." Puff. Miyazaki Yu was obviously telling a joke on purpose, but the blonde beauty didn't laugh yet, but a girl opposite couldn't help laughing. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it." Miyazaki Yu stretched and smiled. "It's okay, I was just telling a joke. Traveling is also a very tiring thing, and it's not in vain. I have visited the whole New York, so I was still sleeping on the plane when I got to the plane." Looking at Miyazaki Yu, who was as gentle as jade at this moment, and vermouth with a disguise on his face, he also felt a trance. Is this sunny and gentle boy in front of him really the terrible person who was cold and fierce before and killed Akai Shuaki with a sword? Sunny and gentle and cold and fierce, such completely different personalities, gathered in one person, really make people can't help but fascinated. The girl opposite also smiled back. "This boy is really gentle, and he is so handsome. Sword eyebrows and star eyes should be this kind of appearance, right?" From her point of view at this time, although Miyazaki Yu did not have any extra decorations on his body, his hair was black and shiny, and his eyebrows were obviously slightly modified, but it did not seem deliberate at all, but more handsome. The cheeks were angular, and the high nose bridge was even more eye-catching. But the most attractive thing is his figure. When Miyazaki Yu just woke up, his figure was very slender and thin, but now he has changed a lot. After waking up, adequate nutrition and exercise made his whole body full of a sense of smooth power. He didn't have ugly lumps of flesh, nor did he have protruding muscles, but at a glance, you could tell that his strength was definitely not small. It was like seeing a large piece of exquisite rubber. Although you haven't tried it, you must know that this thing is very flexible. That's the feeling. Her profession is in the entertainment industry. There aren't many other things in this industry, but there are handsome men and beautiful women. She is not the kind of person who can't walk when she sees a handsome man. But for some reason, when she saw Miyazaki Yu at this time, she had a strong liking for him. This feeling should have disappeared long after she entered the entertainment industry. Miyazaki Yu looked at the girl who was in a daze, and was also a little strange. What's wrong with this woman? She doesn't look very smart. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand and waved it in front of the girl. "Miss? Are you okay?" "Ah." The girl came back to her senses in an instant, and her pretty face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. "I thought to myself, Akino Yoko, how can you be so useless that you are obsessed with girls? You are already a 21-year-old woman. Judging from his age, he must have just entered high school. What are you doing?" But I said, "I'm fine." I just thought of something and I'm a little confused. I'm really sorry. By the way, are you also from Japan? Miyazaki Yu nodded. Yes, by the way, I thought you looked familiar just now. We should have never met before. Miyazaki Yu was really a little strange. The girl in front of her was dressed simply, without any jewelry. Her beautiful golden hair was just tied up with a rubber band. Her skin looked very delicate, but she didn't wear any makeup. Especially she was wearing a pair of glasses with a very wide frame, which covered her face a lot. Although this was the case, Miyazaki Yu could still see that this must be a rare beauty. Not only was she tall, but her figure was also very soft. She was a rare beauty. The girl was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that I would be recognized even though I was dressed like this. She took off her glasses and revealed her true appearance. The girl had a small face, a pointed chin, fair and delicate skin, and especially a pair of big eyes, just like the girl in the comics, as big and bright as gems and jade. Each of her facial features was very outstanding when taken separately, and when put together, it was even more amazing. Miyazaki Yu recognized her identity at once, and was even more surprised. She didn't expect to meet her here. It turned out to be Miss Akino Yoko. I'm so lucky to meet a big star here. If it was another female star, Miyazaki Yu might not be able to recognize her, but as Yoko Akino is a big star that Mori Kogura is crazy about in the original book, he can still recognize her at a glance. 0. Please give me flowers. Thank you, I feel lucky. I am very happy that I can be recognized when I perform abroad. The two chatted for a while, but they were very happy, and they were secretly surprised in their hearts. He said he is only 16 years old this year, 5 years younger than me, but his knowledge is too amazing, right? His knowledge is so wide, it seems that he is the kind of genius in the school, right? And at this time, she also realized that she seemed to have seen Miyazaki Yu on TV, as if watching the broadcast of some game. So she couldn't help asking, and Miyazaki Yu didn't hide it and said it directly. Not long ago, I won the National High School Kendo competition. This surprised Yoko Akino. She was also a high school student, so of course she knew the value of this national competition, and now she also remembered the shock she felt when she watched the broadcast. 0. No wonder you look familiar to me. Your performance on the field at that time shocked everyone. That big guy was not your opponent at all. The whole field was shouting your name, and even the champion of the university group lost to you in the subsequent competition. She said with a little admiration in her eyes. Miyazaki Yu also smiled and accepted it. The feeling of being admired by a big beauty is still very fulfilling. Sister Bei on the side saw that the two were chatting so enthusiastically, and she couldn't help but feel a little jealous, and also joined their chat. In this way, the whole journey became full in an instant, and time passed unknowingly. Before the plane landed, Yoko Akino took the initiative to exchange contact information, hoping to invite them to her home when she had time in the future. After getting off the plane, looking at Yoko Akino's back, Sister Bei couldn't help but snort coldly. The little guy she had finally found was almost seduced away by another woman. Miyazaki Yu couldn't help but laugh. Is Sister Bei jealous? Sister's jealous look is still very cute. Hey, the word cute can't be used for an old woman like me, and I advise you not to contact these women who are mixed in the entertainment industry casually. Their complexity is beyond your imagination. Said Sundara, raised her chin and walked away. Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly. Since I met you, my troubles have never stopped. You are also a woman mixed in the entertainment industry. It seems that this should be right. Chapter 96. After returning to his familiar home, Miyazaki Yu finally relaxed completely. Although the New York Grand Hotel was luxurious, it lacked a sense of security. After taking a good bath, he had a good sleep. It was not until noon the next day that he woke up. After waking up, he began to sort out the gains of this trip. Although this trip was not a life-or-death experience, it was also full of dangers. Although most of the time, he did not experience too dangerous battles, his nerves were always in a highly tense state. It was like sleeping on the plane, not pretending, but really feeling tired. This kind of fatigue did not come from the body, but from the spirit. Being in a completely unfamiliar environment, and full of danger and violence, only by maintaining a high level of vigilance in a complete combat state at all times can one ensure his own safety. Now I finally relaxed and felt unprecedented relief. After all, people are not machines. Sufficient rest is also a necessary guarantee for the growth of 637. People who do not know how to rest cannot really go far. So he began to take stock of the results of this trip to New York. First of all, he experienced real combat. This may seem to have no great effect, just like the black boxers he killed, who were not his opponents at all. When facing him, they had no power to resist. But in fact, it is of great significance. Just like a little tiger, although it is a tiger, before it grows up and hunts prey, there is actually no difference between a little tiger and a kitten. But once it hunts real prey and bites its throat, this tiger can be regarded as truly normal and become a ferocious beast that makes people tremble with fear. Just like a wolf and a husky, they look very similar, but one is a pet, looking silly, while the wolf is completely different. You can tell the difference between them at a glance. No matter how similar the two look, they are the same. And after killing someone with his own hands, Miyazaki Yu can find the difference in himself. This difference is not in speed and strength, but in determination and confidence. People are taught not to hurt others since childhood, so it is not easy for a person to make up his mind to kill another person. So even if it is a murder method, if you are not a natural killer, you will be shaken when killing. But now Miyazaki Yu can completely control his heart and spirit. His spirit now is like a gem with multiple facets. Normally, he is no different from ordinary people and has a gentle and warm side. Once he is determined and needs to kill, he can also completely adjust his mentality in an instant. Abandon all hesitations and emotions in his heart, just like a machine without emotions, kill the opponent with the most calm attitude. This is actually a kind of mental split, but it is different because he can control this feeling very clearly. This is also a kind of superpower. In fact, you can imagine that this ability is very powerful. When people fail in doing something, it is not because of lack of ability, but often because of lack of confidence and other emotional factors. For example, draw a half-meter wide rectangular area on the ground and ask you to walk through it. You cannot step on the undrawn area. This is almost not difficult for a normal person. But what if this rectangular area is more than 100 meters in the air? Things will change very strangely. It is still the same width, but most people can no longer pass through it properly. Fear and worry will defeat a person first, and make a person deny himself first, so that he will naturally fail. So if you think about it the other way around, when a person has the ability to instantly abandon all distractions at a critical moment and just focus on doing one thing, then his chances of success will be greatly improved. But in reality, almost no one can do it. Not to mention facing any situation, even if you focus on a certain thing, it will be difficult to complete it due to external influences. So many skills require a person to focus on learning for many years. In fact, 99% of the time in these years is wasted. They are not improving their skills, but how to overcome their own shortcomings. Now Miyazaki Yu is completely different. He can easily discard all distractions and be extremely focused when doing anything. And he can change his mental traits at any time. In normal times, he maintains a normal mentality and state, and at critical moments, he can kill decisively without any hesitation. This alone can make him an elite among elites. Not to mention, he also has the abilities of the spiritual world and the memory palace. When these abilities are combined, he has a ticket to the realm of God. In addition to these, this trip also broadened his horizons. He saw the scenery of New York, the order in chaos, and the undercurrents under glory. These all made people feel the strong cyberpunk style. The feeling of modern technology and primitive violence mixed together, to some extent, also has a very attractive taste. This reminded him of similar plots in many novels and movies. For example, a teenager was born in an area or planet full of industrial garbage. He was born with keen insight and made a living by picking up garbage. Later, he actually used these garbage to piece together his own mecha or spaceship and then successfully turned his life around. Such a story is still very attractive. Speaking of mecha, a single soldier combat equipment, he thought of himself. This action fully proved his strength. Now he is fully fired up and has a terrifying combat power beyond ordinary people. The original author once graded the abilities of those characters that appeared in the world of Conan. First of all, there is Class B Ran Mori, Mori Kogora, and Serum Maesumi are all characters of this level. From this ranking, it can be seen that people of this level have already had a powerful combat power beyond ordinary people. Not to mention ordinary strong men, even if several special forces are fighting with them barehanded, they can't be their opponents. In fact, there is another one in Class B, that is Hattori Heiji, who is rated B+. His strength is obviously higher than the above-mentioned people, but it is still in the category of Class B, so he is also a Class B character. Then there is the A level, Amuro Toru, Akai Shuaki, and Jin are all the best in the A level. This level is the absolute elite and the best, they have strong individual combat power, even if ordinary people come 100, they can't be their opponents, they are also good at using various guns and weapons, which adds to their strength. Similarly, there is also an A and in the A level, this person is Okada Tsuji, who has been defeated by Miyazaki Yu. It must be said that although he lost to Miyazaki Yu, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. If Miyazaki Yu is not too strong, he is likely to become the champion. The last level is the S level, there is only one person in this level, that is Kyogoku Makoto. This guy's strength is indeed very good. He has a record of 400 consecutive wins without a loss, can dodge rifle bullets, and can break stone pillars with bare hands. He was able to catch BB bullets fired by 11 people with bare hands even when his vision was blocked, and knocked down all 11 people at lightning speed. He has the habit of seeing through the physical characteristics of his opponents in an instant, and he once quickly recognized Kaito Kid who was disguised as Suzuki Sonoko. Judging from these abilities, he deserves the S-level rating. And now Miyazaki Yu is also confident that his current strength has definitely reached the S-level, and is no less than Kyogoku Makoto. Chapter 97. However, fighting also has many situations. Kyogoku Makoto is good at karate, and although Miyazaki Yu is very powerful, he can definitely defeat Kyogoku Makoto with a sword in his hand. But if it is a bare-handed situation, then it is very likely that he is not the opponent of the opponent. After all, from the overall point of view, this guy is a meat tank. His physical fitness is absolutely abnormal, and his muscles must be beyond ordinary people. In this regard, Miyazaki Yu is still not comparable, after all, his training time is still too short. So what he mainly does now is to continue to use medicinal baths and diet therapy to replenish his body. But fortunately, he now has a lot of money, so he has a lot more money to buy medicinal materials. He bought a batch of precious medicinal materials through Bell Mode. These medicinal materials are all aged medicinal materials, and each one is very expensive. If it was before, naturally, I dare not even think about it, but now with the support of the rich lady Sister Bay, the problems that can be solved with money are naturally not a problem. However, after Miyazaki Yu calculated the bill, he still felt a little pain. Although it was a recipe he made himself, the cost of the herbs needed for each medicinal bath, that is, the cost of a set of medicine, would cost tens of thousands of yuan if converted into RMB. However, he was also very much looking forward to these better herbs, which would definitely bring better results. As he trained more and more deeply, he could feel that as his body gradually developed, his flesh and blood were filled with 10 kinds of hunger and thirst. This was a very mysterious feeling, as if the flesh and cells all over his body were shouting at him, and he felt a sense of liveliness coming from his body. He knew that this was by no means an illusion, but that as he gradually practiced, he was opening up the body's confinement and potential and entering a period of rapid growth. Miyazaki Yu firmly believed that the human body contained unimaginable powerful forces. Especially after understanding the essence of sword energy cutting steel, which is a kind of ion flow, he knew that if he could continue to develop the ion flow caused by this bioelectricity, he could open up a new realm. Now his slashing can only cause damage to some relatively fragile metals and rocks. If he can continue to make progress, even the solid armor of armored vehicles and tanks can't withstand his light sword. If it really comes to that, wouldn't he become a Superman? Thinking of this, he is more motivated. The most fearful thing for people is to have no direction. Once there is a direction to work hard, they can grow at the fastest speed. In the dark room, a beautiful figure casts a long shadow in the moonlight. Boss, after my repeated confirmation, the FBI has not found any clues so far, and is still bumping around like a headless fly. A solemn voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was slightly hoarse, just like rubbing sandpaper, with a sense of discomfort like scratching metal. Very good, Akai Shuaki's strength is obvious to all. Before he was exposed, he was even Jin's partner. It is precisely because of this that the damage he caused was extremely serious. You also know that Jin cares a lot about this. He wants to punish the traitor personally, but I didn't agree. Do you know why? Qianying's expression was condensed. Any question from the boss is not a question that can be answered easily. A casual answer may bring unexpected results. So she thought about it seriously, organized her words, and then answered. According to my idea, anyone who has caused damage to the organization, whether actively or passively, should be re-examined. Even Jin or me will not be an exception. Ha ha ha. There was a laugh from the other end of the phone. The sound was not bad, but very refreshing. That's true. Anyone who causes damage to the organization will be re-examined. As you know, in the past 10 years, many international forces have set their sights on us. If we want to continue to hide in the dark, we need to be more cautious. Jin is indeed a first-class figure in the organization, but the existence of the organization has never relied on emotional trust, even for him. This beautiful figure is naturally vermouth. Hearing this, her back felt cold. She thought to herself, sure enough, for him, feelings have always been superfluous. The voice continued, in general, you did a good job. I have given instructions to Jin. This matter ends here. Your authority in the organization will also reach the same level as Jin. Vermouth's eyes lit up. The reason why she tried so hard to get rid of Akai Shuaki was for this, and now she finally got it. By the way, there is one more thing. In order to complete this task, you seem to have found an external aid. Vermouth said without hesitation, Boss, this person is a master I found in the black market. If the organization needs it, I can invite him to join the organization, but this person is very mysterious. Even to me, he has not revealed all the information, and this guy is extremely dangerous. It is indeed very dangerous. Even you can't grasp all the information? It seems that he is a very interesting guy. You are lucky to meet such a person who has the potential to reach the extraordinary realm. Extraordinary realm. This is a word that Vermouth has never heard of, and she can't help but be curious. Judging from this word, the extraordinary realm should refer to some powerful people, and Miyazaki Yu, that kid, has reached that level. The man did not explain, but snorted softly. Okay, the extraordinary realm is not a realm you can touch. It is a taboo in the eyes of ordinary people. Rashly seeking will bring unpredictable risks. Although the 457 partner you found has not reached the extraordinary realm, his strength is very close. You can try to establish a friendship. If the other party needs help, I allow you to mobilize some of the organization's resources. This sentence surprised Vermouth secretly. The organization has abundant resources and has secret bases in many countries and regions. Such resources are used just to win over one person? However, she also realized the benefits of Miyazaki Yu. The benefits of having a sharp sword in hand are simply unimaginable. She only needs to sit in the sunset like a vacation and taste the sweet red wine to easily complete the task that used to take a lot of effort to complete. She doesn't like killing people from the bottom of her heart, but the situation never cares about a person's likes and dislikes. I understand, I will try my best. On the other side of the phone, the mysterious figure nodded slightly. In that case, let's stop here. You can have a good rest for a while. There should be no task assignment within half a year. After hanging up the phone, Vermouth couldn't help but smile. That's great. All my goals have been achieved. With this time, I can plan my time well. Sharon Wynyard has been used for too long. I still need to gradually transfer my identity to Chrissy Wynyard. Her eyes fell on the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror and fell into deep thought. Chapter 98. A black Porsche 356A was parked at the end of the alley. The car was dark, with only two lights flashing, one of which was a burning cigarette, and the other was the indicator light of a monitoring device. Two black figures were sitting in the car. One of them was a tall, thin, silver-haired figure, smoking. His eyes were gloomy and cold, and his dark green pupils flashed like a beast in the darkness. Needless to say, the identities of these two people were Jin and his younger brother Vodka. At this time, Vodka listened carefully to the sound coming from the headphones, and from time to time he looked at Jin's profile, showing an expression of wanting to say something but stopping. Humph, say what you want to say, don't hesitate. Vodka's face suddenly changed when he heard Jin's reprimand. Brother, I'm still a little uneasy. If it was just Vermouth, it would be fine, but this is a conversation between Vermouth and the boss. If the boss knew that we were monitoring his conversation. Obviously, they were using monitoring equipment to monitor the conversation between Vermouth and the boss of the organization. This move was extremely bold. Jin had always been loyal, but now he did something like this. Although Vodka was his loyal younger brother, he was still extremely uneasy. After all, as a senior member of the organization, he deeply understood the horror of the boss. And if he was discovered, Jin might be able to avoid death, but he would definitely become a cold corpse. Jin certainly knew where his fear was, and snorted coldly. I just installed a wiretap in that woman's temporary residence, not monitoring the boss. This little bit of usurpation will not cause serious consequences. I really want to know who the person who cooperated with Vermouth is. That's right, the reason why Jin mobilized so many troops was to find Miyazaki Yu's identity. Vermouth was ordered to accept this task, and Ju sneered. As Akai Shuaki's former partner, he knew the terribleness of the other party. A newcomer to the organization was able to complete various tests of the organization in a short period of time, stand out from many elites, and even deceive his eyes. This is something Jin absolutely cannot tolerate. He has always been proud of his loyalty, and has made great contributions to the organization. He has been appreciated by the top management of the organization and has become a big man who can call the wind and rain in the organization. But it was because of this Akai Shuaki that cracks appeared in everything he had worked so hard to build. The boss sent a secret team in the organization to review everything about him. The secret group is directly under the boss and is a very terrifying force in the organization. Even he felt a little fear at that time. Those people had no emotions at all and were as cold as a piece of stone. Although the result was that Jin did not do anything beyond the limit, he regained his trust. But this matter was an indelible humiliation for Jin and something that must be solved. So he has been waiting for the failure of Vermouth. After all, Akai Shuaki is very strong. Now he has become one of the middle-level officials of the FBI and can mobilize a large number of America agents, which is enough to confront the organization head-on. Although Vermouth, a woman who believes in mysticism, is not weak in strength, and even her scheming and means are among the best among the many cadres of the organization. But Jin still doesn't believe that she can deal with Akai Shuaki. In fact, if Miyazaki Yu hadn't appeared out of nowhere and joined this action, Akai Shuaki would not have died at all, and would have severely damaged Vermouth in turn. Because of this, Jin once again proved his ability in the organization and made it clear to everyone that if they wanted to get rid of Akai Shuaki, they had to take action with him. But Jin didn't expect that things would take an unexpected turn. Vermouth not only succeeded, but also completed it beautifully. Not only did she successfully punish the traitor Akai Shuaki, she even deterred the FBI, letting them know the horror of the black organization and letting them know that rashly dealing with the organization would bring unimaginable consequences. Such deterrence is the most successful. In fact, their goal was indeed achieved. After the FBI failed to find any results after a detailed investigation, they began to retreat from the black organization. After all, the clues of the black organization have been completely cut off in the hands of Akai Shuaki. It is almost impossible to find their shadows in the darkness. The investigation of the black organization has also temporarily stagnated. This surprised Jin very much, so she took it seriously and wanted to find out the details of the whole thing. But the whole thing was planned by Vermouth, and later she carefully cleared all traces, making it difficult to track down. The useful information obtained at last was that the person who cooperated with Belmode was extremely powerful and gave Belmode a great help. This also allowed Jin to find the key, so there was the current monitoring. "Brother, let's start." Vodka was still in uneasiness, and suddenly heard a voice coming from the headset, and couldn't help but hurriedly handed the headset over. After Jin took it, the previous conversation between Belmode and the boss was heard, but there should be some kind of interference device in Belmode's room. Although it can be monitored, the sound heard was intermittent, and only a few words were heard. However, one of the words made Jin tremble all over, and his dark green pupils suddenly shrank. Supernormal field. Unlike Belmode, he obviously knew something about this word. So that's how it is. This woman actually found such a person to cooperate with. Many years ago, he had witnessed that kind of power with his own eyes, the kind of power that surpassed mortals. It was because of that kind of power that Jin, who now despises everything, became. "Brother." Vodka saw that Jin's face was uncertain after he put down his headphones, which made him inexplicably scared. "I'm fine, Vodka. I didn't expect this woman to have such an opportunity. It seems that I really underestimated her in the past." However, there are some things he didn't say. People who have mastered extraordinary powers do exist, but such people are almost free from any constraints. Only the power of the country can constrain their actions. Zhao Ziahao, demon. Even if Belmode met such a person, it would be impossible for him to use such a person for himself. After a little thought, he has made up his mind. "This matter ends here, Voltja, do you understand?" Vodka was puzzled. This matter damaged his brother's face. He should have investigated it to the end, but after hearing the conversation between Boss and Belmode, he made such a decision. What did the two say? But he also knew that if he wanted to live long, he couldn't be too curious about some things. This is the only rule for survival. "I understand, brother. I just treat this matter as if it never happened. I have been staying in the base today and have not come out." Jin nodded with satisfaction. Although this little brother was a little dull, his advantage was that he was obedient enough to carry out his orders without compromise, which was very important. "Let's go, we still have a lot of things to do." Soon, the black Porsche disappeared into the night. Chapter 99. So Miyazaki Yu began a period of hard training, putting aside all other things and focusing on training and research. He really forgot to eat and sleep. Fortunately, Miyazaki Yu took care of his life. He didn't need to worry about all the chores. He lived a good life with food and clothes. Even when he cooked too much, he would call Mori Kogora to eat together. This made Mori Kogora, whose life was a mess after Xia Ran left, very happy. He came to eat and drink all day long. After eating, he went back to watch TV or play small steel balls. He lived a carefree life. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed like this. However, training is similar to studying. When you find the direction, you will try your best to improve, and you can work hard without eating and sleeping. But after this state, you still have to accumulate down to earth, which is the real way. In addition to training himself, he also began to study some more advanced medical books. For example, medical cell biology, medical genetics, synthetic genomics, etc. Each of these disciplines is extremely advanced, and even for medical graduate students, it is not that easy to learn. Miyazaki Yu completely relied on self-study, and he also felt difficult, but his memory was strong, and he also mastered many learning methods, such as watching videos online or reading various original 2-3 documents. He understood and memorized at the same time, and then ground and absorbed it bit by bit. His brain was like a high-speed machine, and his medical thinking was greatly improved. After learning these things, even if I don't become a killer, I will be fully qualified to be a doctor. These few days are equivalent to seclusion. I stood up and moved my body. Today is the day when Ran Mori returns to Daxia, and I should go to pick her up. Suddenly I thought that I should buy a car, otherwise it would be really inconvenient. Although I got a lot of money through Bell Mode, these grey incomes cannot be used openly. Otherwise, it would be fine for others, but Kyoto Shinichi, who likes to doubt others, will definitely be suspicious. Thinking of the miserable state of that guy, he felt secretly happy. Although he didn't kill him during that beating, he just wanted to teach him a profound lesson, but he spent a lot of thought on it. He gave full play to the great role of medicine and brought the essence of a few hundred knife wounds to the extreme, that is, a few hundred punches. Those injuries he caused were not serious, but the whole body would be extremely painful, and various injuries would bring great inconvenience. Although he could recover his mobility in more than a week, the pain all over his body would still be difficult to relieve, and he could not go out for several weeks. In this way, even now, Kyoto Shinichi should still have bruises on his body. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on his face. He took a taxi and headed towards Haneda Airport. There was no conversation along the way, and he soon arrived outside the airport. At this time, there were crowds of people outside the airport, and there were many people coming to pick him up. But Miyazaki Yu was very skilled. He easily squeezed to the front. He timed it very well, and soon he saw a familiar figure walking towards him. It was Xia Ran. Today, Xia Ran wore a light blue dress, looking young and beautiful, with a lively atmosphere. She also saw Miyazaki Yu from a distance, and hurriedly stretched out her hand to greet him. "Xiao Yu, you are here to pick me up." Seeing that Xia Ran was alone, Miyazaki Yu felt a little strange, and waited until Xia Ran approached before asking. "Xia Ran, why are you alone? Didn't you go with Kyoto's family?" Speaking of this, Xia Ran looked a little gloomy, with a layer of mist in her big eyes, and pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, another voice sounded. "Xia Ran, you haven't been here these days, I miss you so much, I almost ran to New York to find you." Seeing Xia Ran's figure, Miss Sanako ran over from a distance like a swallow flying into the forest, and hugged Xia Ran's arm in her arms. Her little face rubbed Xiaoban's arm. Suddenly, she saw Miyazaki Yu from the corner of her eye, and she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. "Miyazaki, I was just thinking about Xia Ran." Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, "Our Miss Sanako only has her best friend in her eyes, it's normal that she can't see me." Sanako blushed and hurriedly changed the subject. "Xia Ran, why are you the only one back? Didn't you go on a trip with the Shin family? Why didn't I see Shinichi?" Xiao Ran looked a little sad. Shin has some things to do, so it's not convenient for me to come back now. I will be back in a few days. Let's go back first. Seeing Xiao Ran's hesitation, it was obvious that something they didn't know had happened. Sanako knew it was inconvenient to continue asking, so she could only hold back and not ask. When they arrived at Xiao Ran's house, Sanako couldn't help asking, and Xiao Ran told her what happened. In the end, it was actually Kyoto Shinichi's curiosity that was at work. After being beaten up, he was recovering in the hospital. Zioban had been taking care of him. As a result, about a week later, when his injuries had basically improved, this guy couldn't help but want to explore what happened, and he seemed to have discovered something. Xiao Ran certainly didn't know that Kyoto Shinichi, a curious guy, not only liked to pry into other people's secrets, but also eavesdropped on some of his parents' conversations. He hadn't heard anything about the black organization in Akai Shuaki, but he knew that the incident had a huge impact and the FBI had come to him for help. This made him more competitive. He wanted to be the best detective, the Sherlock Holmes of the Shinichi generation, so he had to surpass his father and other detectives. This matter that the FBI of America was helpless about was naturally the best goal. So he secretly investigated the matter. But he still overestimated his own strength. The whole thing had been buried in the sea, and all kinds of evidence were submerged. The information at that time was secretly sealed by the FBI. He worked hard for more than a week, but still got nothing. In this way, he naturally ignored Xiao Ran, which made Xiao Ran a little angry. I came to a foreign country with you, and now you are only concerned with investigating the case, but you leave me aside. What does this mean? So Xiao Yang was a little angry. Then he boarded the plane back to Daxia alone, leaving Kyoto Shinichi alone in New York to continue investigating the incident. After hearing Xiao Ran's words, Sanako was the first to get angry. What a Kyoto Shinichi, it's really interesting, he actually let Xiao Ran come back by plane alone. Xiao Ran is a girl, doesn't he know how dangerous it is to go out alone? And, Xiao Ran was taken away by their family, and now she is allowed to come back alone, it's really infuriating. Don't let me see him again next time, otherwise I must scold him. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Who made Sanako so angry? I really need to scold him. Chapter 100. Ah, it's my aunt, I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Sanako saw that it was Xiao Ran's mother Kisaki Eri who pushed the door in, and her pretty face blushed. She just said such impolite words, and was heard, which was really embarrassing. Seeing Sanako's embarrassment, Eri smiled. It's okay, Sanako said that because she cares about Xiao Ran. Miyazaki Yu and Xiao Ran also got up in a hurry, and after sitting down again, Rulai sighed. It seems that Shinichi really didn't come back. Yukiko called me to apologize before, and I couldn't believe it. I didn't expect this kid to really do this. The disappointment was evident in her words. She watched Shinichi and Xiao Ran grow up together with her own eyes. It was a beautiful thing for these two people to grow up together as childhood sweethearts. She also saw the feelings between the two. When they were young, Eri was very mean to Shinichi because she wanted to tell him that if he didn't take good care of Ran, he would be in trouble. She could see that Shinichi took Xiao Ran very seriously. Since kindergarten, he paid great attention to Xiao Ran's every move and would try his best to protect Xiao Ran. She just didn't expect that such a thing would happen now. Because she trusted this kid, she allowed this kid to take her daughter to travel to a distant foreign country, and actually let her daughter come back alone. This is simply too much. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel angry. Although Xiao Ran has been sensible since she was a child and knows how to take care of herself, this is not a reason for him to be irresponsible. From this moment on, Kisaki Eri felt a little angry in her heart. Ah, Xiao Ran is back, and Eri is here too. No wonder Xiaoyu, the bad boy, is not at home. He actually came to my house. Mori Kogora actually came back at this time. He was so bored at home before, and there was no commission. He went out for a walk when he was bored alone. Feeling hungry, I thought about going to Miyazaki Yu's house for another meal. Actually, it's not surprising. Miyazaki Yu's family has a full-time nanny. This brat is so young, but he is doing so well. He became the champion of the kendo competition. After joining the kendo association, this kid has made a fortune. And the nanny Miyazawa Miwi is so charming with her curvy figure. Although she is not as good as his favorite Akino Yoko, she is a mature woman. Just looking at her makes people have wild thoughts. This old pervert. But the food at Miyazaki Yu's house is really delicious. This kid not only has amazing sword skills, but also is a good cook. I don't know how this kid's brain grows. Others need to spend decades to master one thing. He can actually have both. This can only be described as a gifted person. This point Kogora has a lot to say. His talent is actually very good, especially for firearms. Those who can leave legends in the police school are naturally not ordinary people. Because of this, he understands more clearly that talent is something given by God, and God often only gives one talent to a person, and it is impossible for a person to be omnipotent. People with high IQ may have low EQ, and a person who is proficient in mathematics may be weak in some liberal arts. Or the span is a little bigger, a person who studies well will hardly have high sports scores, which are all common. But this guy is an exception. According to Xia Ran, this kid has amazing learning efficiency and has now obtained the qualification for exemption from examination. He can usually skip classes, Song only needs to take the exam. I didn't expect that this kid is also amazing. He won the championship of the kendo competition all the way. His strength is unfathomable. What's especially rare is that this kid is very good at being a person. Every time he has something good, he will think about himself. This is much better than that detective kid. He always looks down on himself because he knows reasoning. Do you really think I can't see it? It is precisely because of these reasons that he likes Miyazaki Yu more and more. This can be regarded as a captive of food, right? Dad. Did you go to Xiao's house for a meal again? You can't always bother Xiao. Miyazaki Yu waved his hand and smiled, no way, even if Uncle Mori doesn't go, I have to eat by myself. During this period, I didn't cook by myself, but Aunt Mai Hui cooked. It's nothing more than cooking a little more. Anyway, it's the same for me to eat alone, and it's the same for two people. Hehe, you are still good at talking, I appreciate you for this. After looking around, he frowned. That detective boy is really, he went to New York and went home directly without any gifts. It's really rude. Sanako snorted, Uncle Mori, Shinichi didn't come back at all. He's still in New York. Xia Ran came back alone. Miyazaki and I went to pick up Xia Ran, but we didn't see him. Mori Kogora also widened his eyes. I knew it, that guy is not reliable at all. Now it seems to be true. Xia Ran is a girl. Although she knows a little karate, it's still very dangerous along the way. Since you brought her with you, you didn't bring her back with you. Damn it! Looking at his father's angry face, Xia Ran couldn't help it. Okay, Dad, don't say that. You don't know what Shinichi and I encountered in New York. 0, please give me flowers. As she said that, she told him everything she saw in detail. You actually encountered a gunfight, and were rescued by a gangster? That brat was beaten up. Mori Kogora and Kisaki Eri looked at each other, and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Kogora stepped forward and looked at his daughter carefully, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are fine. That brat didn't even understand the situation, and he dared to kick things randomly. He deserved to be beaten. Xia Ran stamped her feet, Dad, don't say that about Shinichi. He is worried about me, so he did that. But Xiaoran didn't know that the more she explained, the lower the evaluation of Kyoto Shinichi in the hearts of Kisaki Eri and Kogora. Kisaki Eri sighed softly. In the past, I only believed that he was capable of protecting Xiaoran. Now it seems that this kid is not as reliable as I thought. Kogora also rarely agreed with his wife. You're right. I don't trust that detective boy. He not only snatched my business, but also kidnapped my daughter and didn't take good care of her. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Xiaoran, don't associate with that boy. If you want a boyfriend, Dad can help you find a better young talent. By the way, Xiao Yu is a very good kid. I have always admired him. After hearing such nonsense, Xiaoran's pretty face flushed. I couldn't help but shout, enough, don't say it. Kogora stopped talking when he saw his daughter's big reaction, but he couldn't help mumbling a few words. Finally, Miyazaki Yu suggested that in order to celebrate Xiaoran's safe return, they should go to his house for a big meal. He had asked Miyazaki Mui to prepare a lot of ingredients. Today he would cook it himself and reward everyone. Everyone was happy and went to Miyazaki Yu's house for a big meal. Food can really soothe people's hearts. After a big meal, Xiaoran forgot his sorrow and became happy again. But Sanako drank a lot of beer and was a little hungover. In the end, Miyazaki Yu carried Sanako to Xiaoran's room, and then Xiaoran called Sanako's home to explain the situation. Thinking that two beautiful girls will sleep in the same bed tonight, it must be a very erotic scene, but I don't have the chance to see it. Kyoto Shinichi must become Conan. Even if there is no Jin, I will give him an aptx 4869. But after this guy became a child, he became even more shameless. I must be careful, otherwise this peeping Tom will definitely take the opportunity to watch Xiaoran taking a bath, and then the gain will outweigh the loss. Chapter 101. Miyazaki Yu was dancing with a bamboo sword in the hall. His sword skills were continuous. Even with a bamboo sword, it was also carrying an unusually sharp momentum. Under the illumination of several fluorescent lights in the hall, a brown sword ring was formed, surrounding Miyazaki Yu's body, sometimes up and sometimes down, sometimes hidden and sometimes visible. This was a manifestation of the speed reaching a certain level. In the past few days, Miyazaki Yu had used 2 sets of medicinal herbs for bathing. Because the medicinal herbs used were very precious, the effect was surprisingly good. More importantly, his body could freely control the contraction of all muscles due to its strong control, and the pores on his body were also affected. A lot of filth began to spit out from the pores, a lot of oil and garbage that blocked the pores were spit out from the pores. That feeling was like squeezing a pimple with your hands, and all the whiteheads were squeezed out from the cracks. The comfort is simply 903 and it is hard to describe. So all the pores on his skin are cleared, and his skin feels even more refreshing. In his feeling, the power is no longer simply released step by step through muscles and bones, but is formed naturally, and the whole body and mind are completely condensed. According to his mind, it begins to impact and agitate like waves hitting the coast. The power on the bamboo sword is constantly flowing, and the sword leads people, so that his muscles and bones are constantly subjected to waves of orderly impacts of agitated blood and qi, bringing a wonderful feeling. And those pores opened by the medicinal materials are also opening and closing freely, just like countless small mouths breathing in and out. This feeling is really wonderful. Miyazaki Yu has never experienced this feeling. He knows that this is a manifestation of his control over the body to a higher level. But now, he can only control the pores in this way after a strenuous exercise, just like a beginner in dance, who needs to do a lot of warm-up exercises before he can start stretching his muscles and bones and do difficult movements such as splits. He is like this now. After a lot of exercise and warm-up, he can briefly control the opening and closing of the pores all over his body. But once he has done it, he has done it. As he becomes more and more proficient, it is only a matter of time before he can freely control the pores. With a long breath, he felt refreshed again. Xiao, are you exercising again? Miyazawa Miwi walked in from outside with a sweet smile on her face. She had a very comfortable time during this period. The gangster who bullied her died, she received compensation, and now she was re-employed by Miyazaki Yu and had a stable life and income. This gave this weak young woman hope in her heart, so she never stopped smiling. Speaking of which, Miss Morita Aran was really nice. In fact, the time I taught her was not long, only more than 10 times in total. During the summer vacation, this girl also went abroad, and no one knew what she was doing. This made Miyazaki Yu feel relieved. After all, he had to do it before, and that was when Sister Bei needed help the most, so he had to help. At that time, I was still thinking about how to refuse her and ask her not to come during the summer vacation, and I was thinking about excuses. As a result, this girl went abroad by herself, which was exactly what he wanted. But this girl was really righteous. Even after she left, the money didn't stop. She even had an account and transferred money to him every week. And the Kendo Association, he had never been there, and he had money transferred to him every month. It was because of this money that he could pay Miyazaki Yu a salary and live a good life with everything provided for him. Originally, Miyazaki Yu resolutely refused. Miyazaki Yu was now alone and a student. Her life was already difficult, and this would add burden to him. But Miyazaki Yu insisted on doing so. This woman was too kind and had no schemes. She was easy to trust others. She had been a housewife for many years and no longer had much ability to find a suitable job in society. If left alone, her life would be too difficult, and with her beauty, she would also attract all kinds of covetousness. And he really needed someone to take care of his daily life, so that he could take more time to exercise himself. After all, if you want to achieve immortality, there must be a lot of difficulties to overcome, and it is very necessary to have a comfortable life. In addition, his research would definitely produce a lot of anomalies. If he replaced it with someone he didn't trust, he would probably cooperate with those who were interested, such as Kyoto Shinichi, to secretly spy on his home and even expose his secrets. There weren't many people he could trust, and this woman was the one he could trust completely, so it was necessary to let her come. So he appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her, and finally brought up her daughter, and she finally agreed. After all, given her current situation, it was possible for her to find a job with a good salary, but it was too difficult for her to have enough time to take care of her daughter at any time. But she was still a little hesitant, so Miyazaki Yu had to use her trump card, that is her income level. After seeing Miyazaki Yu's income level, the woman was shocked. A high school student actually has such an income level. But after hearing Miyazaki Yu's explanation, she felt relieved. The money this child earns in a month is equivalent to her annual income, so she agreed. If she can take care of Miyazaki Yu without affecting his life and get an income, it would be perfect. So during the time Miyazaki Yu was away, the whole house was clean and there were fresh ingredients to eat immediately, all thanks to Gongzi Jianghui. If you want to reach the peak of a skill, you can't be lazy at all. Miyazaki Miwi smiled and looked at Miyazaki Yu, a warm and peaceful heart. This boy is her lucky star. If it weren't for him, her life might be much darker. After meeting him, it has become much brighter. By the way, Aunt Maihui, what have you thought about what I told you before? Miyazawa Maihui looked embarrassed. Xiao, you have helped me a lot. I should never accept your kindness, but I thought about it all night, and you are right. At this moment, there was a doorbell outside the door, and Miyazawa Maihui reacted immediately. It should be Reina. As she said, she hurried to open the door, and a girl in her teens walked in. Although the girl was young, she obviously inherited her mother's beauty. The white dress was a little old, but she was a little thin, with two big bright eyes. After the girl came in, she showed a happy look in her eyes, but then she showed a timid look. After whispering Miyazaki brother, she hid behind her mother, seeming to be a little shy. Miyazaki Yu took a step forward, stretched out his hand and held the girl's hand gently, then smiled. Ms. Miyazaki Suzuna, welcome here, this will be your home from now on. Chapter 102. Ah! The girl was slightly stunned, but when she saw Miyazaki Yu's sincere smile, her big eyes were misty. Over the years, no one except her mother has been so sincere to her. Miyazaki Miwi, who was standing by, felt bad when she saw her daughter's appearance. When her husband was still alive, her daughter lived like a little princess, but after the accident, her husband's assets were used to pay off debts. Without her husband, she also lost her assets, and she had no source of income, and the lives of the mother and daughter suddenly lost hope. But as a mother, Miyazaki Miwi had no choice but to grit her teeth and support the family. She began to learn to do things that she would never do. In fact, she also went to a good university. If she had time, she could go back to the workplace and have a good income. But her daughter was still young and needed her mother's care, so she could only learn to be a nanny so that she could have relatively free time. Only then could she work and take care of her daughter at the same time. That's why she was chosen by Kisaki Eri to take care of Miyazaki Yu, who was in a coma, which temporarily stabilized her life. But after Miyazaki Yu woke up, she no longer needed her care, so she had to find a job again. That period was really difficult. Not only was it difficult to find a job, but she was also entangled by the gangster Kawashima Maki, which made her exhausted and desperate. Fortunately, at this time, Miyazaki Yu saved her like a god, otherwise she really didn't know how to face her daughter. At this time, seeing her daughter's thin body and worn-out skirt, she felt sad. It was all her fault that she had no ability to give her daughter a good life, and she suffered a lot at a young age. But now it's good, she can live in Miyazaki Yu's house, so she can save the cost of renting a house, which is a great help to her life. So at this time, her heart is full of hope. It was Miyazaki Yu's suggestion to let the mother and daughter move in. This small building has 3 floors. In addition to the first floor being his training ground, there are many empty rooms on the second and third floors. Rather than leaving these rooms empty, it is better to let the mother and daughter live in, firstly to increase popularity, and secondly to help the mother and daughter and reduce their burden. A drop of water should be returned with a spring. This woman once tried her best to protect herself. Now that she has the ability, she should also give something back. Besides, these things are easy for him to do now. Naturally, there is no reason not to do it. He took Reina to visit the entire small building and let the girl choose a room from several rooms on the second floor. Reina originally wanted to choose randomly, but was directly designated by her mother to live in the room next to her room. However, the girl was still very happy. When she rented a house, she always shared a room with her mother. Every child longs for her own room, and she is no exception. Naturally, she was very happy. Seeing Miyazaki Yu's gentleness, the girl slowly let down her guard and began to talk and laugh with Miyazaki Yu. Miyazaki brother, I heard from mom that you are the champion of the kendo competition. Is this true? Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, of course, I was just practicing. You saw that there are many practice equipment on the first floor. What? Are you interested in kendo? The girl Reina nodded seriously. Well, I also want to learn kendo. If I have the strength of Miyazaki brother, I can definitely protect my mother. Miyazaki Yu was relieved, but still spoke. Reina, don't mess around. Brother Miyazaki has his own things to do. Just study hard and don't bother others casually. Miyazaki Yu waved her hand. It's okay, Aunt Miwi. Teaching a little girl to practice kendo won't hinder me. Besides, Reina is too thin. Not only does she need to keep up with nutrition, but proper exercise is also very necessary. Just let her practice for fun. The girl was ready to give up. When she heard Miyazaki Yu say this, her eyes lit up and she looked at her mother eagerly. Miyazaki Miwi's heart softened and she agreed. However, she still reminded him, I agree, but you must remember that you can't bother Brother Miyazaki casually. You can only ask and learn when he has time and is in a good mood. Otherwise, it won't work. The girl nodded seriously, with a strong look in her eyes that little girls of the same age don't have. At this time, there was another doorbell ring. When she opened the door, it was the people from the moving company who came. The things being moved were naturally the things of Miyazaki Miui and her daughter. Miyazaki Yu naturally didn't need to intervene in these things, so she let the mother and daughter take care of it themselves, so the mother and daughter began to direct the workers to move their belongings in. It must be said that women have a lot of things, and the workers spent a lot of time just moving things. Then naturally, it took a lot of time to unpack these big packed things one by one and rearrange their positions. By the time the two had packed everything, 2 hours had passed. As soon as the two walked out of the room, Reina smelled the fragrance of food. It smells so good, is this the food made by Brother Miyazaki? Looking at her daughter swallowing her saliva, Miyazaki Miui smiled slightly. I told you before that your brother Miyazaki is a very good person. Not only is he superb in swordsmanship, but he also knows how to cook. Every dish he makes is very novel and delicious, much better than what Mom makes. The little girl couldn't help it after listening to her mother's words. She took her mother's hand and walked to the living room on the second floor. At this time, more than a dozen dishes were already on the table. These menus are very good if you look at them with your eyes, and they make people drool when you smell them with your nose. It smells so good, Brother Miyazaki is really amazing. Mom really didn't lie to me. I have never seen a boy who can cook. The girl looked at Miyazaki Yu with curiosity. This man is so mysterious. From the mouth of his mother, he was praised to the sky. He said that he had good grades and got permission from the school. He could even skip classes and only take exams. He was even better in kendo. He even won the national championship. As for cooking, he was also better than professional chefs. How could there be such an excellent person in this world? The girl couldn't help but feel extremely curious. But soon she was no longer curious. All her attention was on a large table of delicious food. It's delicious, so delicious. After the girl tasted the first bite, she couldn't help but praise it. Each of these dishes was very delicious, and what's more rare is that each of these dishes is completely different in style. Fresh, tender, crispy, and chewy, each dish has its own deliciousness, which makes the girl simply unable to put down her chopsticks. Even with her mother's repeated reminders, she still eats too much. She stopped when she couldn't eat anymore. At this time, the girl's smooth belly had bulged up. Seeing the girl's satisfied look, Miyazaki Yu was relieved. It was rare to see such an interesting scene. The girl was inevitably scolded by her mother, and asked to wash the dishes. She was not allowed to sleep before digesting the food, otherwise she would have a stomachache. The girl could only pout and wash the dishes honestly. Looking at the interaction between the mother and daughter, Miyazaki Yu also smiled. Her family finally has more popularity. It seems that she will not be alone in the future. Chapter 103. In the following period of time, Miyazaki Yu's life became completely peaceful. Because there is still some time before the start of school, he only has 2 things to do every day, that is, reading and practicing. By the way, he also gave some pointers to others, including Xiaoran and Sanako, as well as the girls who moved in, Miyazaki Suzuna. After giving pointers for a while, he found that this girl was very smart and very serious and hardworking, which made him more serious. Xiaoran and Sanako also liked this girl very much, and often brought some gifts to her, which made the 3 girls quickly become good friends, and the smiles on the girls' faces became more and more. Hey! A high-raised whip kick fell instantly, and the girl's slender legs were slender and straight, which was originally only associated with beauty, but at this time, it was carrying an extremely sharp momentum. The human body seems fragile, but in fact, there are several deadly weapons. The most terrifying of them are 3 places, namely the elbows, knees and heels, especially the heels that directly bear the power of the thighs. Because the heel has low pain and high power, coupled with the shoes on the feet, it becomes the most terrible weapon on the body. The Spartan kick, which is very famous in fighting skills, uses the heel to attack. It is said that it can even generate a 2,000 pound impact force. The power can even break the shield. So at this time, the girl's leg whip fell, just as terrible as a mad sword and axe falling. However, such a powerful attack came with great momentum, but was directly blocked by an arm, and the 1,000-pound force was instantly dissolved into nothingness. Although Xia Ran was prepared and knew that this attack would not hurt the opponent, she was still shocked at this time. She knew how powerful this kick was. She once went to school to use the equipment of the karate club for training. She could destroy the training dummy with one kick. Logically speaking, the strength of the arm is much smaller than that of the lower limbs. If she built up her strength and hit, even the black strongman would be knocked down. But I didn't expect that in Miyazaki Yu's hand, but was caught lightly. She felt that her strength was instantly dissipated, as if she kicked not her arm, but a tough bamboo sword. Her arm bounced slightly, and all the strength disappeared. At this time, Miyazaki Yu took a hand knife posture, one hand turned into a blade, and went straight to the middle of the girl, driving the whole body forward, not giving the girl a chance to escape. Xia Ran gritted her teeth. Now one leg was locked and the body could not be retracted. The only way was to jump up and attack. Her whole body was tense, and the right leg that was held exerted force again, and the body suddenly jumped up, and the other foot kicked towards Miyazaki Yu fiercely. At this time, the girl's whole body flew into the air, like a big bird, and she made this attack with a fierce momentum. But Miyazaki Yu seemed to have been prepared, and his knife flicked to the side. This time was perfect. The girl's full-strength attack was directly deflected. The girl was now in mid-air and could not turn at all. She could only watch her body fall. She was very clear about how much strength she had used. If she lost her balance, she would definitely fall badly. She closed her eyes in fear. But at this moment, the downward momentum disappeared instantly, and she actually landed on a soft thing. When she looked up, she saw that her eyes met, and she was actually held in Miyazaki Yu's arms. Obviously, Miyazaki Yu saw that she had lost her balance, so he immediately stopped his attack and held the girl in his arms. Ah! The girl was startled, her pretty face flushed, and she struggled hurriedly. Miyazaki Yu put her on the ground, and the girl hid aside with a red face. Yo yo yo, are you holding her now? Sanako said from the side, her tone couldn't help but be a little sour, looking at Miyazaki Yu with resentment. Miyazaki Yu smiled at Sanako. Sanako couldn't help but tremble in her heart, and hurriedly stopped looking at him and ran to Xia Ran's side. Sanako, don't talk nonsense, Xiao is just afraid that I will fall. Miyazaki ran over and looked at Xia Ran with admiration. Sister Xia Ran is really great, is this karate? It looks so powerful. She even imitated 2 movements, and Xia Ran couldn't help but smile. No way, I was defeated by Xiao just now without the ability to fight back. Lingna shook her head and said seriously, no, Xia Ran is already very strong, but brother Miyazaki is too abnormal, so he beat Xia Ran. I saw clearly that Xia Ran is already very strong. Brother Miyazaki's strength is probably not achieved by hard work and practice. Xia Ran and Sanako were a little surprised. They didn't expect that this little girl could say such a thing. Sanako chuckled and said, that makes sense. If you can succeed in this world just by studying hard, there won't be only one champion. Many things require talent. Miyazaki Yu reached out and knocked on Reina's head in annoyance. Little girl, don't think that I won't care about you saying I'm a pervert just because you praised me. The little girl got familiar with him, stuck out her tongue at him, and stepped aside obediently. Sister Sanako, Can we play tennis together? You said you would practice with me last time. Sanako nodded. Although the little girl was young, she was agile and a good sparring partner. Now that the time for the tennis match was getting closer, she couldn't slack off. So several people started practicing again, and Xia Ran started training under the guidance of Miyazaki Yu. But after a while, there was a sound of a police car on the street outside. Looking out of the window, she saw that the police car was actually heading towards Mori Detective Agency. Are there any police? What happened to Li Hao? It seems that he went to Mori Detective Agency. Ran Mori couldn't help but worry. Mori Kogora used to be a policeman, but that was a long time ago. Now he is just an unknown detective. What he is best at is helping some ladies find lost pets or investigating some men's extramarital affairs. Seeing that Mori was uneasy, Miyazaki Yu knew that she was a little worried about her father. So he said, "We have also practiced for a morning. Let's stop here today. Xia Ran, let's go to the detective agency together." Xia Ran agreed, and Sanako and Lingna followed. After arriving at the detective agency, they saw the two authors in the living room of the agency. When the full moon comes, with the curtain falling with the sunset, I will take the moonlight stone under the first ray of moonlight. Kaito-san Shangja. Chapter 104. Is this the code Kaito left? But this code is very simple, without any twists and turns. The time is clearly stated above, the night of the full moon, that is tomorrow. A few people came in and heard the whole content. Miyazaki Yu was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, Kaito Kid should not have appeared at this time. Is it Kaito no 1412? Sanako's eyes lit up after hearing the conversation, and hurried forward to ask. The two people who were sitting were embarrassed for a while, not knowing what to say. Mori Kogora frowned and said, "Aren't you guys training at Miyazaki's house? Why are you all back?" Xia Ran said embarrassedly, "We all saw a police car coming, I was very worried about you, so I came to see you." After looking around, he hurriedly greeted. "It's Officer Magyar. This should be a police officer, right?" The middle-aged man with a mustache and dark skin also stood up and said, "My last name is Nakamori, and my name is Nakamori Ginzu. I belong to the Criminal Division of the Metropolitan Police Department, the 2nd Investigation Division, and the Intelligent Criminal Investigation Department. My position is Inspector." "Hello." Xia Ran was also shocked. This mustache uncle turned out to be the same as Officer Magyar, both inspectors, and he belongs to the Metropolitan Police Department. This shows that his position is not low. "By the way, Officer Magyar, didn't you just say you were looking for Miyazaki? Isn't he here?" Officer Magyar's expression moved, and then he noticed that Miyazaki Yu was among the people who came, and he couldn't help showing a hint of joy. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Miyazaki, I am Magyar Juzu, who belongs to the Metropolitan Police Department's 1st Investigation Division, the Forced Criminal Investigation Department 3. Miyazaki Yu still has a deep impression of this police officer. This police officer is a very serious and responsible person. Although his ability is average, he is also a very good person in the entire science world. Someone once complained online that no matter what case happened, Officer Magyar was the police officer, and there was no one in the whole Tokyo. In fact, this can only be said that the combination of Conan and Mori is too scary, and the aura of the god of death is too strong. The dead are always concentrated in this area, so naturally, the appearance rate of Muzume, who is in charge of this area, is quite high. When dealing with the bank robbery case before, Officer Magyar actually met Miyazaki Yu, but Miyazaki Yu was already unconscious at that time, so the two did not formally meet. After sitting down again, Officer Magyar also introduced the current situation. The notice letter just mentioned is the notice letter left by Kaito no 1412. Xia Ran asked in confusion, "What you are talking about just now is this Kaito number 1412. He should be a thief from the name, right? At this time, Officer Nakamori said, Officer Megure, I have said it long ago, this guy is not Kaito number 1412, we should call him Kaito Kid. Number 1412 is just his international number. In fact, the so-called Kaito Kid was originally Kaito 1412, but there was a kind-hearted novelist who simplified 1412 to Kid, and that's how Kaito Kid came into being. Officer Megure smiled helplessly, this guy had a very deep obsession with this Kaito. After all, he had been chasing Kaito Kid for 18 years, and the cases he investigated were basically only for Kaito Kid. He also said that catching Kid was his only value in life, which was why there was such a big reaction. Officer Megure then said, this Kaito Kid first appeared in Paris 18 years ago, but about 10 years later, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought he was dead, but now, 8 years later, he reappeared in Neon. This is a thief whose whereabouts are mysterious and whose methods are extraordinary. His information has always been very scarce. We are still unable to determine his basic information such as height, age, and gender. It is only known that his targets have always been some extremely famous and precious gems. Many valuable gems that are circulated in the world have been his targets. He can be said to be the world's leading jewelry thief. Officer Muzume introduced Kaito Kid's information as briefly as possible. However, this information is almost useless. After all, if there is any useful information, Kaito would have been arrested long ago. In other words, Kaito Kid has found a target again, right? Sanako asked expectantly. Officer Megure smiled bitterly and said, that's right, Miss Sanako. The moonlight stone mentioned in the notice just now refers to a purple gem called Moonlight. This purple gem is rumored to be worth more than 150 million yen. 1.5 billion yen. Mori Kogoro was shocked at this time. 1.5 billion yen was a huge sum beyond his imagination. He couldn't help but count it with his fingers immediately. 8 zeros should be added after 15. The others were also shocked by the price. Miyazaki Yu said, Officer Megure, so you two officers came here to find Uncle Mori, hoping that Uncle Mori, the detective, would also participate in the operation to hunt down Kid. Officer Mew said directly, actually, it's like this. We came to find Brother Mori, but we didn't come here specifically to find him. I hope you can help us. This surprised Miyazaki Yu. Is this the butterfly effect? The two came to the detective agency together, not to find Mori Kogoro, but to find their own heads. At this time, Officer Megure continued solemnly. Miyazaki, please don't rush to reject me. We have no choice. This operation must be foolproof, so I thought of this method. Then he told the origin of the gem and some things behind it. This purple gem called Moonlight Stone is the heirloom of the Morita Zaibatsu, and is as famous as the heirloom of the Suzuki family, the Dark Night Star, except that one is a large gem. The 10th is a pearl. 010908505093173271. The Morita family is not only a famous chaebol, but also the head of the Morita family, Morita Naginori, is a powerful congressman with a high voice in the parliament. After Kaito Kid sent the notice letter, Congressman Morita was very angry. He deliberately held a large exhibition to display the moonstone of the Morita family, and asked the police to take this opportunity to arrest Kid. After hearing this, everyone understood. Miyazaki Yuzenzen said inwardly, I see, no wonder the police are under great pressure. Sanako snorted with an unhappy look on her face, this is the consistent style of the Morita family, they like to be aggressive. This is Kaito Kid who makes many countries in the world helpless. But the girl laughed again and said, but Officer Mew, you found the right person to find Miyazaki. If he takes action, the gem can be saved. Officer Megure nodded, Miyazaki, this is exactly why I came. Your swordsmanship is very high. I hope you can take action yourself to protect this gem. This is not only my personal request, but also to maintain the honor of the Neon Police. Please agree. Obviously, the fat officer really has no choice. He is different from Officer Nakamori, who is obsessed with his heart. After knowing some of Kaito Kid's deeds, he will not naively think that they will be foolproof. So as long as it can increase the success rate a little, he will not give up. Chapter 105. Looking at Officer Megur's eager eyes, Miyazaki Yu decided to agree first. If you want to live a comfortable life, it is necessary to have a good relationship with the police. Since Officer Megur said so, I will not refuse, but I have two requests. Officer Megur was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "We police will try our best to meet your requests." Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, "It's nothing, first I need a few things, a gas mask. It is rumored that this Kaito is good at using some hypnotic gas and other gases, so we must take precautions. Then a bulletproof vest, although this Kaito has no record of using guns, but I think it is necessary to be careful, after all, he is a bandit. If he is forced into a corner, he will definitely kill people and steal treasures. Finally, I need a real sword. Officer Megur should also know about my situation. When I was young, my family fell into poverty, my close relatives left me, my dojo was sold, and the swords that were once passed down from my ancestors were also sold, so I only have a few bamboo swords left in my hands." Officer Megur nodded slightly. These requests were not excessive, so he could make the decision to agree to them. "I understand, don't worry, Brother Miyazaki, I will prepare all these." Officer Nakamori on the side showed hesitation. Although I don't distrust you, this kid is too young, he is just a high school student. The opponent he will face this time is Kaito Kid. I want to see his strength, otherwise I am a little worried." Sanako on the side, as a little fan of Miyazaki Yu, was immediately unhappy. "Hey, you uncle, since you have come to Miyazaki for help, why don't you trust him?" Officer Nakamori defended, "I also want to be safe. You have not had contact with that bad thief, so you don't know how powerful he is. He is called the Lubin of Heisei and the magician under the moonlight. He is definitely not an ordinary person." Sanako said with drooping eyelids, "It's not that you policemen are not strong enough, but he ran away." Miyazaki Yu saw this and hurriedly shook his head at Sanako, then looked at Officer Nakamori. Since Officer Nakamori wants to see it, there is nothing wrong with it, so everyone follow me. In the hall of Miyazaki Yu's house, there is a wooden frame with 4 straw mat pillars tied to it. The thickness of each pillar is obviously thicker than the previous one, and the way Miyazaki Yu shows his strength is to cut the mat. The so-called cutting mat is to use a sword to cut the curled bamboo mat. This action is generally used to test the sharpness of the sword. Later in Neon, it gradually evolved into a method of swordsman's strength at this time. The swordsman will hold a sword of ordinary material to cut the sword target. The sword target is very particular, not just a straw mat in a roll. A qualified sword target, in a special straw mat, is a bamboo as thick as a child's arm as a supporting skeleton. Whether it is the material of the straw mat or the variety of bamboo as the skeleton, there are special requirements. It's not just any straw mat that can be used. The toughness of the entire mat is very strong. A straw mat rolled into a sword target can be called a 1-ketone sword target, and 2 straw mats rolled into a 2-ketone sword target, and so on. Even some sword masters want to cut off a 1-ketone sword target with ordinary swords when demonstrating to their disciples. You also need to hold the sword with both hands and swing the sword seriously to successfully cut off the 1-ketone sword target. And cutting off a 1-ketone sword target can be regarded as passing the test of cutting the mat, and you can get a certificate of Kendo above the 3rd degree. Of course, there are more test items than this one, but at least in the project of cutting the mat, cutting off a 1-ketone sword target is enough to pass the test. Miyazaki, are you going to cut the mat? But didn't you just say that you don't have a real sword in your hand? As far as I know, it is quite difficult to cut off a 1-ketone sword target even with a real sword. Looking at the things in front of him, Officer Nakamori couldn't help but say. Officer Megure, on the other hand, looked serious and asked, Miyazaki, are you planning to use that ability? Miyazaki Yu glanced at the fat police officer and understood. It seems that I did not hide my attack on the bank robbers from Officer Megure after all, that's true. Xia Ran, Sonoko and others were all confused, especially Mori Kogoro who had been a little unhappy from before. What are you talking about? Xiao, what are you hiding from us? Is there something else behind the last bank robbery? Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, there is indeed something, but it's not something else, but this. After I show you, Uncle Mori will know what Officer Mew meant. As he said that, he walked to the sword rack and picked up a brand new bamboo sword, which still had the fragrance of bamboo. He casually made a sword flower, and the sword shadow flashed instantly. After his hand was fixed, the blade of the bamboo sword trembled, bringing out a heart-pounding tremor. 0, please give me flowers. Hiss. Although Miyazaki Yu has not made a move yet, as the saying goes, an expert can tell the difference with one move. Although it was just 2 casual moves, his superb sword skills have already revealed the tip of the iceberg. When Officer Nakamori saw him take out the bamboo sword, he was even more surprised and couldn't help but point his finger at Ying-Qiu. Are you going to use the bamboo sword to cut the mat? How is this possible? Miyazaki Yu looked at Officer Nakamori who was incredulous and smiled. If it were someone else, I don't know if it's possible, but for me, this is very likely. He walked straight to the first sword target. The first sword target was made of only a bamboo mat and was the thinnest of the 4 sword targets. Without any hesitation, after the bamboo sword flashed, Miyazaki Yu did not stop, but walked towards the second sword target. After he left, the first sword target remained motionless, as if nothing had changed. When he walked towards the second sword target, even the rhythm of his breathing did not change at all, and he walked leisurely in the garden, as if nothing had started. After slashing twice in a row, Miyazaki Yu continued to move forward, but at this time he needed to accumulate some strength, so he deliberately slowed down. When he stood in front of the third sword target, he slashed again, and it seemed as if a breeze was blowing through the hall. Then he continued to set off, and when he reached the fourth sword target, Miyazaki Yu stopped on his own initiative. This time he did not rush to attack, but stood there to accumulate strength. Snap! At this time, it was originally silent and you could hear a pin drop. When they heard this sound, they were all startled. They glanced around and their eyes widened. The first sword target, the curled bamboo mat, had been neatly cut. Before everyone could catch their breath, a strong wind suddenly rose, and the whole hall could clearly feel the sharp wind sweeping through. If there were candles in the hall, it would be unreliable for more than 10 seconds. Even so, everyone could feel a chill on their bodies, and their eyes caught Miyazaki Yu's last sword falling. In silence, only a shadow-like sword shadow swept through. And then, just like a domino being pushed down, the second sword target was also broken, and the break was very neat, and then the third and fourth. When everyone came to their senses, all 4 sword targets had been split in 2. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best. Chapter 106. DAF. Everyone showed an incredible look, with shock in their eyes. Even the youngest, Miyazawa Suzuna, opened her mouth wide at this time, with an expression of disbelief on her face. The sound of Kutong just now seemed to be continuing, echoing in front of everyone's eyes, and the swift and sharp slashing made people feel dry mouth and tongue. All of them were cut open. How could it be? The difference between the 1 ketone sword target and the 2 ketone sword target just mentioned is not just the thickness of an extra straw mat, the difficulty can be said to be a straight increase. In addition to being rolled with 2 straw mats, the diketone sword target also has a bamboo with a diameter of no less than 10 cm inside, which is the thickness of an adult's arm. The 1 ketone sword target is the thickness of a baby's arm. To cut off such a sword target in one go, the swordsman's wrist strength and knife speed must be far superior to ordinary people. A swordsman with ordinary ability cannot pass the Daikton sword target's cutting test. Some well-known swordsmen or priests of the Kendo Association have performed Daikton cutting in public. In addition, being able to cut off the Daikton sword target means that you can pass the cutting test of the 6th Dan Kendo, which is also one of the most important indicators for passing this level. As for the 3 Ketone sword target, it is even more terrifying. It is made of 3 bamboos as thick as arms tied together inside and wrapped with 3 rolls of straw mats on the outside. Even if someone like the headmaster of a big school wants to cut off the 3 Ketone sword target, they need to cooperate with that extremely sharp sword to cut it off. After all, the 3 Ketone test was originally a test of the basic skills of the swordsman of the 9th degree of Kendo, and the 9th degree of Kendo is already a godlike existence for ordinary people. As for the 4 Ketone sword target, it is basically just displayed for decoration. The swordsman who went to take the test knew this very well, and would not be stupid enough to try the 4 Ketone sword target. Are you a monster? Mori Kogoro was a connoisseur, and couldn't help but step forward to check it out. He gently stroked the cut part with his palm. The whole cut was very smooth, just like a piece of tofu cut with a fruit knife, neat and smooth without any flaws. After checking the 4 sword targets in succession, they were all the same. The others also woke up from a dream, and gathered around, carefully looking at the effect that was like a magical skill. It's so scary. If such a slash falls on a person, it's simply unimaginable. Officer Megure couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Most of the people were very knowledgeable and thought of the horror. These sword targets were extremely tough. Even if ordinary people took a precious sword and slashed dozens of times in a row, they might not be able to cut it. Kogoro walked in front of Miyazaki Yu and looked him up and down, as if he had seen him for the first time, which made Miyazaki Yu embarrassed. Who knew that Mori Kogoro was not finished yet? He directly reached out and pulled up his arm, looked at it carefully, and stretched out his own arm to compare. Put these 2 arms together, Miyazaki Yu's forearm is about the same thickness as his arm, just the thickness of an ordinary high school student's arm. You can't see such power at all. And his skin is also very white. If it weren't for the clear muscle lines under the skin, which are clear and smooth when tightened, many people would be willing to believe that this is a girl's arm. Dad, what are you doing? Kogoro also scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm really curious, this kid's arm is not that thick, how can he have such strength? Using a bamboo sword to cut the mat is more than 10 times more difficult than using a real sword. Could it be? Mori Kogoro looked at Miyazaki Yu in disbelief. It is said that the legendary swordsman in ancient times mastered a terrible technique that could use swords to cut steel directly without damaging the blade. Do you also master similar means? Sanako said with admiration, I told you that Miyazaki is the strongest. Such a slash directly cuts my heart, which makes my heart beat faster. Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, yes, my move is to cut steel. I can cut mats with a bamboo sword, so if I use a real sword, it is enough to cut steel. As long as my eyes can reach, even if there is a gun, it is difficult to escape from my sword. His face was full of confidence, and everyone was infected by his momentum, and they completely believed in his strength in their hearts. Officer Nakamori was no longer meaningful at this time, he stepped forward and grabbed Miyazaki Yu's arm. Please participate in this operation and help me catch that guy, please. At this time, on the roof of the opposite building, a figure who was observing here with a telescope trembled all over. What is he doing? Officer Nakamori is also asking that pervert. This figure is the second-generation Kaito kid, who followed the 2 police officers. Compared to the original time and space, he appeared a little earlier because he happened to open the secret room left to him by his father, Kaito Kid, due to a little accident. In the secret room, he learned a lot of his father's secrets, so he began to act as Kaito Kid, and in one action, he discovered the true purpose of the mysterious organization. That is to find the legendary Stone of Destiny that can make people immortal Pandora. At the same time, he also learned the cause of his father's death. According to the mysterious organization, the reason for assassinating Kurobatoiki was because Kurobatoiki was also stealing jewelry. This caused a conflict with the mysterious organization, so he was assassinated by the mysterious organization, and the other party also knew Kurobatoiki's identity. In this way, it became necessary to get the gem Pandora before the mysterious organization. Kuroba Kaito knew that the best way to prevent his magic from being exposed was to make sufficient preparations, so every time he appeared in a seemingly arrogant manner, he actually made a very detailed plan. Every daring act is actually a masterpiece after careful consideration, not a reckless act. Because of this, the person in charge of the Kaito Kid case, in fact, every move of Officer Nakamori was under his surveillance. But this time, he really didn't expect that these arrogant policemen would abandon their dignity and come to a high school student for help. He was originally a little sneer. So many elite policemen couldn't do anything to him. What use is a high school student like me? But after seeing the powerful ability of the other party 5.1, he was completely shocked. It's possible to cut the target with a bamboo sword. This is simply the legendary steel cutting, which is more terrible than steel cutting. Such a guy, if it's a sword, or even a famous sword, then he couldn't imagine being chased by the opponent with a sword. A magician is most proud of his hand speed. But a swordsman with extraordinary strength will also have unimaginable speed. The eyesight and reaction of such a person are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With this guy joining, the difficulty of my getting the moonstone will increase exponentially. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. But a flame also rose in his heart. Even if he is a swordsman, so what? I am Kaito Kid. No one can be an obstacle to me, and this Miyazaki Yu is the same. Chapter 107. At 9 o'clock the next morning, a car arrived at Miyazaki Yu's house. At this time, Miyazaki Yu had changed into a clean and tidy training suit. Although there should be no fight with Kaito Kid, he was full of expectations for this contest and naturally would not slack off. Not only Miyazaki Yu himself, but Mori Kogura, Ran Mori, and Miyazaki Suzuna also took a car to the Rice Flower Museum. I'm looking forward to it unconsciously. The duel between the Kendo champion and Kaito is rare. Xia Ran couldn't help looking forward to it. Miyazaki Suzuna also echoed, yes, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. I also dreamed of the fight between Miyazaki brother and Kaito. Miyazaki brother knocked Kaito to the ground with a sword. He could only be arrested by the police in disgrace. It's so pitiful. As he said that, he couldn't help laughing. Miyazaki Yu also couldn't help but smile, you are all too optimistic. Although I am confident in my own strength, this Kaito Kid is not an ordinary opponent. It is said that this person is very good at disguise. He can disguise himself as someone else at will according to his own wishes. Even people who are familiar with him can hardly distinguish the true from the false. He can also imitate other people's voices without any props. 05 Both girls were surprised. Being able to disguise himself as someone else at will and not be easily discovered by acquaintances is scary enough. People are not wary of familiar people, let alone guarding against them. It is too difficult to resist the invasion of the other party, especially when the other party can imitate the voice, which is simply perfect. Mori Kogura pouted and said, it's not as evil as you said. It's just a thief. This time, I will show my strength as the famous detective Mori Kogura and bring these thieves to justice. In this way, the guy Mumu will definitely look at me with new eyes. But Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly, no, this person should be more difficult than what we know now, right Kaito Kid? Mori Kogura was surprised, what? Kaito Kid? There. Several people looked at each other, all showing a scared expression. Could it be that Kaito has mixed in with them? But Miyazaki Yu stretched out two fingers, slowly reached behind the passenger seat, and took out something from the gap, which was a round bug. Is this a bug? What's going on? Mori Kogoro was shocked and angry. There was actually a bug in this car. The driver was also shocked. He didn't know when such a thing was added to the car. In this way, would he be suspected soon? He was so scared that he hurriedly stopped the car on the side of the road and explained. I didn't know there would be such a thing in the car. It really wasn't put by me. Miyazaki Yu smiled. Don't be nervous, Mr. Driver. I don't doubt your meaning. It seems that this Kaido is very cautious, right? Kaido Kid on the other side of the bug had changed his face. This BD, since he installed a bug and was discovered, he is really unlucky. Next to him, there was a bald, thin, and tall old man. This old man was Terai Huang Jisuk, who was the assistant of Kurobe Toiki in his lifetime and a skilled magician. When Kurobe Kaido had not yet inherited the name of Kaido Kid, he was pretending to be Kaido Kid to attract the attention of the mysterious organization. On the one hand, he was protecting Kurobe Kaido, and on the other hand, he was also to lead out the mysterious organization and avenge Kurobe Toiki. At this time, Terai Huang Jisuk showed a worried look. Master Kaido, I think we should not proceed with this operation. Miyazaki Yu is a very difficult and scary person. According to the information you found, this young man is not just a simple swordsman. He may have mastered the steel cutting and has the strength of a swordsman. If he really attacks you with all his strength, I'm afraid. He was indeed very worried. The opponent was not only powerful but also sharp-minded. The eavesdropping device installed by Kurobe Kaido was discovered by the opponent. Kurobe Kaido shook his head and said, No, since the action has been decided, we can't give up. Tonight's action must not only be carried out, but also shock the whole audience, so that we can live up to the name Kaido Kid. And you should also know that the mysterious organization now probably knows my purpose. It will be more difficult to lure them out, so we still have to be more high profile. Ah! At this moment, a voice came from the bug. Kaido Kid, listen to me, I am Chaki Shintaro, the police officer responsible for arresting you this time. You thief, listen to me, I must catch you this time and send you, the BD, to jail. I mean what I say. Kurobe Kaido couldn't bear it anymore and directly cut off the connection with the bug. This BD actually gave the bug to the police. At this time, the police also noticed that the communication was cut off. The square-faced officer Chaki Shintaro was still a little reluctant at this time. This officer Chaki is also affiliated with the Metropolitan Police Department, is the management officer of the Criminal Investigation Division 2, and is Officer Nakamori's immediate superior. He has a hot temper. He threw the bug to the supervisors and asked them to check if there are any fingerprints left by Kaido on it. Miyazaki is really great. He has brought me a surprise just after arriving. Everyone has seen that a high school student can be so meticulous. We police officers must be more careful. Everyone, cheer up and don't let a mosquito go. After hearing his words, everyone curled their lips. This is also a compliment. It is obvious that he is just taking advantage of the topic to scold his subordinates. Miyazaki Yu also smiled secretly. This policeman is really interesting. It is clear that he does not value himself. If he really expects himself, he will also appear yesterday. Mori's house. Officer Chaki, should we go meet the owner of the gem now? Chaki Shintaro nodded, that's for sure. Counselor Morita has also heard about this, and he is also very interested in Miyazaki. At this moment, a voice sounded. Miyazaki, you are here too, are you here to visit the Moonstone? Looking up, I saw a girl in a princess dress running from a distance, it turned out to be the eldest daughter of Morita Sakura. Morita, you woman, don't run so fast. Another girl also ran over, it turned out to be Suzuki Sanako. After Sanako approached, she said, you don't know yet? Miyazaki promised to help your family protect the Moonstone, so I came here. Miyazaki Yu was slightly stunned, Morita family? I see, I knew before that Morita family and Sanako are both the eldest daughters of the Chable family. I heard Officer Nakamori say before, but I didn't consider that the exhibition was held. Nakamori family is your family. Morita Aran was also quite surprised and said, I didn't expect that in the end you would have to protect our family's moonlight stone. Thank you so much. Under the leadership of Morita Aran, everyone saw for the first time this purple gemstone known as the Moonlight Stone. At this time, the big gemstone was placed on a golden table, and the whole table was covered by a tempered glass cover. The gemstone lay quietly on a velvet cushion, flashing a deep purple light. Under the light, the whole gemstone was elegant and gorgeous, with an intoxicating halo. On the first day of the new year, I ask for support and wish you all great success. Chapter 108. Everyone was shocked by the light of this big gem, and they were all a little speechless. It's really shocking. This is the Moonstone. Mori Kogora stepped forward in shock, and was about to put his hand on the glass cover to take a closer look at the gem, but was stopped by the staff. Sir, please don't touch it. There is a fingerprint recognition system on the entire glass cover. If it is detected that it is not the fingerprint of Counselor Morita, an electric current will be generated to injure the person. Mori Kogora was frightened. He didn't want to be electrocuted, so he quickly dodged to the side. Miyazaki Yu smiled in his heart. This kind of fingerprint recognition thing is impossible to stump that guy. That guy has 100 ways to get a person's fingerprint. The staff continued to introduce. This purple gem is called Moonstone. It is the heaviest purple gem in the world today. The whole gem weighs 352 carats. The whole gem is purple rose color. The appearance is crystal clear and flawless. It is a gem of the best. It is famous for its dark color like moonlight. Everyone was shocked again. Xia Ran was also surprised. It weighs 352 carats. I always hear people say that diamonds are very big if they are a few carats. I didn't expect there would be such a big diamond. Sanako nodded, it is true. Legend has it that this gem was found in a small country in Africa. At that time, it was still a turbulent period. After discovering this big gem, two large tribes even started a war to compete for it, causing tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. Xia Ran couldn't help sticking out his tongue. No matter how beautiful the gem is, it is just a piece of stone. Why kill each other for a gem? At this time, a voice sounded, Miss Mori is kind-hearted, but things in this world are never so simple. Even if this gem has changed hands several times and was bought by my grandfather at a high price, it has been 80 years now, but it still cannot escape the fate of being coveted by villains. There are still people peeping at this gem. A middle-aged man with a big belly walked in. Officer Chalky saw the person coming and hurried forward to greet him. Hello, Counselor Morita, I am Chalky Shintaro who is in charge of a security operation. Miyazaki Yu looked the person up and down. The person was fat and looked a bit like Sanako's father Suzuki Shiro. They were both middle-aged people who looked like rich people. But unlike Suzuki Shiro's approachable aura, this Morita Naginami was full of the aura of a superior. At this time, he walked slowly with full momentum, and there were two cold-tempered black bodyguards who followed him everywhere, obviously making full preparations. Morita Aran stepped forward to act as an introducer and introduced all the people. Morita Naginami also nodded slightly to them, as if it was a salute. When it came to introducing Miyazaki Yu, his eyes fell on him and looked at him a few more times. This is Miyazaki-san. I often hear Aran talking about you. I heard that your swordsmanship is very superb and you have won the championship in national competitions. Aran can perform so well in the competition, and you have contributed to it. Such an outstanding young man is really curious. Miyazaki Yu bowed slightly and said, Thank you for the compliment from President Morita. Morita-san and I are classmates and members of the Kendo Club. Naturally, we should help each other. Ha ha ha, Morita Naginobu laughed. Not bad, I heard from Officer Megure and Officer Nakamori, everyone is full of praise for you. By the way, I also know the request you made yesterday. You want to have 10 real swords to use, right? When I was young, I also practiced kendo, but because of my mediocre talent, I gave up later. However, I have collected several famous swords. This time, since it is for our Morita family to protect the jewel. Naturally, I can't be stingy, so I took out a famous sword from my collection and gave it to Miyazaki-san. I hope you will like it. As he spoke, he glanced at someone beside him. A man in a black suit nodded and turned to walk to the side. A moment later, he came forward with a silk bag in his hand. He opened the silk bag and found a sword box inside. The sword box was made of high-quality wood. The sword was extremely smooth and delicate, and there were strange patterns carved on it. Morita Naginobu came forward and opened the wooden box. A long sword wrapped in a scabbard appeared in front of everyone. Unlike traditional samurai swords, this long sword is closer to a sword. The entire blade has only a slight arc, and the whole body is smooth and delicate, like an exquisite work of art with a strange beauty. This sword does not seem to be a traditional samurai sword. The arc of the entire blade is too small, and the overall length exceeds 1 meter, which is also longer than a normal sword. Morita Naginobu also showed a proud look. Haha, Mr. Miyazaki is right. This sword is not a traditional samurai sword, but the last sword forged by the famous swordsmith Qingtian Diu 20 years ago. In the last 10 years of his life, he began his global mission, visiting swordsmiths all over the world to study and learn. Later, he went to Longguo, the origin of the samurai sword, and met dozens of swordsmiths there. He stayed there for several years to learn the ancient forging skills. Later, he spent the last bit of effort to forge this famous sword similar to the Tang horizontal sword, and named it Henjai Unduan. Everyone was amazed. Mori Kogora also sighed, it's worthy of being President Morita. He is generous. I have heard of the name of the swordsmith. It is said that every sword he forged is a treasure, and many of them have been sold at sky-high prices. Miyazaki Yu frowned slightly and said, President Morita, as the saying goes, no merit without reward. I came here to protect this gem at the request of officers Megure and Nakamori. This famous sword is extremely precious. Just like Uncle Mori said, the other works of this master are already valuable. Such a posthumous work must be worth 100 times more. This is not something that a high school student like me should have. As a kendo master, seeing a good famous sword, the attraction is unimaginable to outsiders. For many people who love swords, such famous swords are simply regarded as life. Just now, I was definitely not wrong. When Henjai Unduan appeared in his eyes, he should have liked it very much, but he suppressed his desire. On the contrary, he calmly rejected the treasure that was within his reach. It is really rare to see such a tough young man. Morita Aran was also surprised and looked at Miyazaki Yu again. In his eyes, this guy is still very greedy for money. Before, she was worried that he would not teach her, but after she gave him money, he was very interested in her, which made her think that she had grasped Miyazaki Yu's weakness. But now it seems that she still doesn't know him very well. Morita Naginobu clapped his hands and laughed, Hey, young people nowadays are really admirable, but Miyazaki classmate, don't have any psychological burden. The reason why I want to give you this Henjai Unduan is not because of anything else, but I don't want to throw a pearl into the dark. This knife is in my hand, and I can only put it in the study room for appreciation. But if it is in your hands, it will be different. Let's do this. This time, resisting Kaito Kid is related to the honor of my Morita family. If you can catch Kaito Kid, or make him retreat in the face of difficulties and successfully keep the Moonlight Stone, this sword will be my thank you gift. What do you think? At this point, Miyazaki Yu no longer refused and nodded in agreement. Taking the long sword from the black suit, this Henjai Unduan was surprisingly heavy, twice as heavy as an ordinary long sword. He used his thumb to gently push open the handle, and the cold light of the blade came into view. On the horizontal and slender sword body, there were layers of forging lines. Moreover, these lines are not only fine, but also seem to have some special direction, forming a strange pattern. The sword body was fully unsheathed, and everyone only felt a flash of cold light in front of their eyes, and a sharp breath instantly rushed to their faces. Chapter 109. Wow! Everyone couldn't help but marvel at it. The blade was as clear and dazzling as water waves. Although everyone didn't understand swords, they still admired it when they saw such a blade. Only Sanako gritted her teeth. It must be this woman's idea. She actually knew how to give Miyazaki a sword. Why didn't I think of it? Sure enough, Sanako, am still too naive. Miyazaki Yu shook his wrist, and the horizontal cloud-breaking sword suddenly made a sword hum. Then Miyazaki Yu put his fingers together like a knife and flicked the blade, and the sword hummed again. Everyone watched quietly, knowing that he was testing the sword to see how good it was. But at this moment, he suddenly put two fingers together and directly swiped them across the blade. Everyone was shocked, especially Xia Ran, Sanako and Ling Na, who almost screamed. When others used similar methods to test the sword, they would press their hands on the side of the blade and swipe it very carefully. But Miyazaki Yu actually directly pressed two fingers on the blade and swiped it. If he was not careful, the two fingers would be gone. But when they saw that there was no problem with his fingers, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mori Kogora had already seen the clues, so that's it. His control is really good. It seems that he touched the blade, but in fact, there is still a gap between his fingers and the blade, but it is so small that it is invisible to the naked eye. He uses this method to feel the sharpness of the sword. It's really amazing. Everyone couldn't help but marvel again. There is actually such a method. It's really sharp. This knife is probably enough to cut hair. After exclaiming, Miyazaki Yu sheathed his sword. President Morita, as far as I know, this Kaido kid is very good at disguising himself as someone else, and is proficient in magic. He is very good at using magic to confuse everyone's eyes, so the best way to deal with such a person is not to have many people guarding him, or to have some ingenious mechanism. The best way to deal with him is to eliminate all these possibilities. Morita Naginobu couldn't help but ask curiously, eliminate? How should I do it specifically? Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, it's actually very simple. Find a solid room, preferably one with only one entrance and exit. I will hang this gem around my neck, and set up cordons around me. No one is allowed to approach. Then there will be police guarding the entrance. In this way, it will be foolproof. Everyone is smart. This trick doesn't seem to be very clever, but if you think about it carefully, you can understand its cleverness. Xia Ran said directly, I understand. If you don't let others get close to you, you will eliminate the possibility of him disguising himself as someone else and sneaking in. There is only one exit, and he can be blocked at any time. Keeping the gem on your neck is like tying the golden bell on the neck of a tiger. It is almost impossible to take it down. Sanako laughed and said, Xia Ran's analogy is really right. As long as the thief dares to get close, Miyazaki can knock him down with a sword. After communicating with the police, everyone believed that this was almost the most effective method, and even Officer Nakamori agreed with this method. After all, according to previous experience, it is impossible to use people to block the other party. The ability to imitate others casually is too terrible. You are always defenseless against people familiar to you, so there is no way to really block the other party's infiltration. Miyazaki Yu learned this method from Kyogoku Makoto, and it was because of this that he asked for a sword, a bulletproof vest and a gas mask. In this way, unless Kaido Kid uses heavy firepower, it is almost impossible to get this gem from Miyazaki Yu. At 1 p.m., the Baika Museum began to open to the public. Many tourists who have been waiting for a long time have flocked to see the moonstone that brought good luck to the Morita family. According to rumors, it was because of the blessing of this gem that the Morita family was able to go smoothly and become a large conglomerate that is now important in the entire Neon. But after entering, everyone was a little surprised. The order of this visit was very different from usual. After seeing people coming in, the staff immediately guided them and asked everyone to line up in a long queue according to the restrictions of the isolation belt and enter in turn. Although the links were a little different, everyone walked in according to the order, and soon everyone came to an independent room. This room is not small, about 40 square meters. It is obviously the museum, side, and an exhibition hall was directly vacated. This room is completely independent and not connected to any other room. Several policemen stood outside the room. What is more surprising is that there is a strange person standing in the room. This person is wearing a training suit, a strange gas mask on his head, and a long sword-shaped long knife on his waist. A huge purple gem is hanging on his neck at this time. What's going on? The gem that person is wearing on his neck seems to be the gem we want to see. After seeing this scene, the first batch of tourists were all surprised and immediately talked about it. Officer Nakamori, who was standing in the corner of the room, was staring at the tourists who came at this time. "Kaido kid, I want to see how you can break through such defense measures. And I have specially prepared a tranquilizer gun for you. Today, I will bring you to justice." The staff hurried forward to explain when they saw this. "Please be patient, everyone. Because of the emergency, in order to protect the safety of the moonstone, the gemstone will be worn by the security personnel invited by the Morita group during the 3-day exhibition to better protect the safety of the gemstone. Please understand. Visitors cannot get within 1 meter of the security personnel. They can only stand outside the yellow cordon to observe the gemstone. They cannot reach out and touch the gemstone. Each visitor can only stay in front of the gemstone for 3 minutes. To express our apologies, you will receive gifts from our Morita group when you leave." Everyone calmed down at this time. They came here just to visit the gemstone. In fact, a few minutes is enough to see it. It is naturally the best to get a gift, so they all agreed. There were also staff outside the venue, who began to explain to the tourists, and the tourists began to enter and then leave. Time passed bit by bit, until the evening. Miyazaki Yu still maintained this posture. He held the Henjai Unduan in one hand, feeling the sharpness of this famous sword. If you want to use a sword like driving your arm, you must not only be familiar with the details of the sword such as length, width, weight, etc., but also use your own breath to blend with the sword energy. This method of using spirit to warm up is sneered by many modern people and is considered nonsense, but after Miyazaki Yu mastered the cutting of steel, he discovered the secret of ion flow. And if a sword is assimilated by a person's ion flow for a long time, it can also be considered as a person's magnetic field, then there will be a wonderful connection between the sword and the person. So the moment he got the sword, he couldn't let it go and held it in his hand, just to warm up the sword. In another 10 minutes, the last wave of tourists will leave. In other words, the full moon night was over, and all the staff guarding the museum breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that such strict security measures left Kaido Kid helpless. However, at this moment, a slight explosion suddenly came from the ground, and everyone was startled. Then, a violent smoke rose from the ground, and a gorgeous figure walked out of the smoke. Wearing a white suit and cloak, plus a white top hat, his figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. This person is Kaido Kid. Chapter 110. It's Kaido Kid. It's really Kaido Kid. What's said on the internet is actually true. The tourists who were still there couldn't help but scream. Just like what Vermouth said, secrets make women more beautiful, and mystery can also increase the charm of men. A man who always appears under the moonlight, as dazzling as the moonlight and stars, but with unusual gorgeousness and mystery, and completes incredible actions in the public eye, will naturally be sought after by many. Under the quiet moonlight, please allow me to extend my sincere greetings to you. I came here today, first of all, I hope everyone can enjoy my magic show, and then take away the gem that is called moonlight. I am called the magician under the moonlight. It seems that this gem is very suitable for me. Just as the words were finished, Miyazaki Yu had already opened his eyes. Are you Kaido Kid? Kid's mouth corners slightly raised. Indeed, I am Kaido Kid. Miyazaki Yu shook his head gently and said, I am very disappointed in you. I have been waiting for you to make a move today. You can get close to me in many ways, such as pretending to be someone close to me. I believe you must have investigated me. Or, you should also use some special means, such as sending me some strange things to distract my attention, or installing enough hypnotic gas in the entire museum. Or you can carry some guns and ammunition to subdue my friend. For the sake of my friend's life, I can only hand over the gem. You can do all these, but you didn't. You stupidly appeared in my sight. As long as the opponent appears in my sight, you can't escape. Hearing these words, Kurobe Kaido broke out in a cold sweat. What is this guy talking about? He always talks about hypnotic gas and guns. He is just Kaido, not a robber or a bandit. What he wants is to take away the prey elegantly and dazzlingly. A Kaido stained with blood is no longer Kaido. I have studied you for a long time. I originally thought that even if you agreed to protect the gem, you would just stand by at most, so that I still have a chance, but I didn't expect that President Nakamori actually bribed you with a famous sword and made you work so hard for him. Miyazaki Yu said in a low voice, You are right. I don't actually need to do this step, but I am also very interested in you. A good magician should be very confident in his hand speed, right? Let's make a bet, is your hand speed faster or my sword faster? As he said this, he slowly placed his palm on the hilt of the sword and made a gesture of drawing the sword. The people around him held their breath. They didn't expect things to develop to this extent. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Kaido Kurobe was shouting in his heart at this time. What kind of freak is this? With a few seemingly simple moves, he blocked all his main means. He actually forced me to this point and let me face him head-on. Isn't this killing me? At this moment, a noisy sound came. A lot of police rushed in from the gate. When these people saw Kid, they were like chicken blood, and they started to rush over desperately. Hurry up, Kaido Kid is here. Everyone rush in. Hearing this voice, Kaido Kid's face had a smile on his face, and he waved directly at Miyazaki Yu. It seems that you can't draw your sword anymore. As he said this, he flicked his sleeves, and dozens of white spheres instantly scattered around. These spheres began to quickly emit countless white smoke, and after a moment, everyone's vision was obscured. When the smoke dissipated, Kaido Kid had disappeared without a trace. Where is Kid? Where did he run to? Officer Nakamori rushed in, but he couldn't find Kid no matter what. His face was full of annoyance. He rushed to Miyazaki Yu's side and couldn't help questioning. Aren't you very powerful? Why didn't you take action just now? Miyazaki Yu stood in place, his expression suddenly fierce, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly erupted. This momentum was like a volcanic eruption, and the uncle who was staring at his eyes suddenly let go of his hand in fear. What kind of eyes is this? It's like you're going to be killed just by looking at me. Miyazaki Yu quickly withdrew his momentum, just looked at him coldly. Officer Nakamori, did you want me to draw my sword in front of ordinary people? The reason why that guy appeared beside everyone was to prevent me from taking action. You should know how sharp my sword is. If I had taken action just now, and in such a narrow and crowded environment, the consequence would be tantamount to massacre. 0, please give me flowers. Officer Nakamori also calmed down quickly. You are right, I was impatient, this damn guy still escaped. Miyazaki Yu suddenly smiled mysteriously. Escaped? That may not be the case. He suddenly walked slowly in one direction, and everyone was startled. Their fear of the strong momentum just now has not disappeared. Now looking at Miyazaki Yu's eyes, it's like looking at a beast, with a fearful mentality. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the wrist of a graceful girl. The girl trembled all over, but then calmed down. "Why are you grabbing my wrist? Let me go." Miyazaki Yu sneered, "Let you go? If I let you go, you will run away. Because you are Kaido Kid. 00. The people around were shocked again, and they all looked at the girl in disbelief. The girl pretended to be calm and said, "What? I am not Kaido Kid. You must have recognized the wrong person." Miyazaki Yu sneered, "Your little trick can deceive ordinary people, but it can't hide from my eyes. You deliberately appeared in a swagger to attract the attention of the police, but you may not know that I have the ability to remember everything I see. Before and after you turned into Kaido Kid, the entire hall, except for the police who rushed in, actually underwent a slight change." The girl forced a smile. "What changes? Don't talk nonsense." Miyazaki Yu sneered, "Before you appeared, there were 237 people in the whole hall, and after you appeared, there were only 236 people in the hall, and after Kid disappeared. Excluding all the police, there were 237 people in the hall, and there was a girl who disappeared and reappeared again. Tell me, what is the reason for this?" Everyone widened their eyes. What kind of monster is this? He can remember the details of hundreds of people in such a short time. Of course there is only one reason, that is, Kaido Kid pretended to be a girl, and just took advantage of the smoke to restore Kid's appearance, and now he has changed back, and naturally disappeared. Just like a glass of wine returned to the bottle, a grain of sand entered the beach, and naturally achieved invisibility. Do you think I am right, fan? Chapter 111. What? Kaido Kuraba was devastated. What kind of monster was this? He could play like this. This method of blending into the crowd was almost unsolvable. It had never been discovered before, but it failed today. Officer Nakamori, who had just been dejected, was now fully revived. "Ha ha ha, great, Kid, I want to see how you can escape this time. Everyone, hurry up and catch him." The policemen around him hurriedly surrounded him. 2 policemen, one on the left and one on the right, each firmly grabbed one of Kid's arms and quickly handcuffed Kid. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Officer Nakamori stepped forward and patted Miyazaki Yu on the shoulder, and the smile on his face could not be concealed. "Oh, thank you so much, Brother Miyazaki. I'm so sorry just now. I was too impatient. Now it's good. I finally caught this BD, haha." Miyazaki Yu also smiled slightly, and then he let go of the wrist that was still pinching the other person. At this time, Kuraba Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. After this guy held his wrist, half of his body was numb and he couldn't use any strength. "That's good, Kaido Kid, I will hand him over to the police, but this guy is very cunning, Officer Nakamori must be careful and don't let him get away." Officer Nakamori patted his chest loudly, "Don't worry, Brother Miyazaki, I will do my best and will never let this BD get away." Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly. This Officer Nakamori is unreliable. Those who have read the original work know it. This guy was teased by Kuraba Kaido in various ways and almost became a clown. But there is no way around it. Kuraba Kaido is indeed very resourceful and has a high talent for magic. He has all kinds of magic tricks and is meticulous and intelligent. It is reasonable that Officer Nakamori cannot beat him. But no matter how good a magician is, if one hand cannot move, his entire strength will be almost wasted. It's like when Monkey King was pressed on the demon-slaying platform, his scapula was shrunk by the iron hook, and no matter how many changes he could make, he was powerless. However, now Miyazaki Yu has let go of his hand and the police have handcuffed him, things are different for a first-class locksmith. The difficulty of unlocking a handcuff is almost the same as the difficulty of pulling out a napkin with your hands, so the handcuffs opened instantly when Miyazaki Yu turned around. Bang, bang, bang. The policeman who held Kid's arm felt a pain in his palm, and two small explosive devices instantly shook their palms apart. After the two screamed, Kid got away. Then he threw a few smoke bombs on the ground and disappeared without a trace in the chaos. Only a piece of paper slowly fell from the air, with Kid's Q version image drawn on it, which was the message left by Kaido Kid. See you later, I will definitely take the moonstone next time. How could it be? Officer Nakamori stomped his feet in anger, but he was still helpless. This incident quickly spread on the newspapers. Inside the building of the Metropolitan Police Department. Damn it, Nakamori! What's wrong with you? Kid was already caught, but you still let him get away. Officer Nakamori looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to argue, because Kaido Kid really slipped away in front of his eyes. Chaki Shintaro was furious. He almost did it. This Kaido Kid was really too damn it. You can even escape after being imprisoned. I can't do anything. Kaido Kid is too cunning. We just took this kid from Miyazaki Yu, and he used some tricks to unlock the handcuffs and break free from the control of the police. What can I do? Officer Chaki took a deep breath. He knew his subordinate very well. Although he was not particularly smart, he was sharp and persistent in action. He was definitely not a good-for-nothing. Although his ability was not particularly outstanding, it was also very good. He would not ask too much of him. That would be meaningless. After all, it was very rare to have a loyal and capable subordinate in this era. Just as Officer Shenmue thought, Officer Nakamori's ability is actually quite good. If he is really useless, he would not have been able to get to the current level in the Metropolitan Police Department. After all, if we only look at his performance, it is terrible. He has been committed to catching Kid, but he has escaped again and again. These have become a joke in the police community. Don't be discouraged. Just like Mori's daughter Xia Ran said, the bell can only be untied by the person who tied it. If you want to catch Kid, I think it still needs the help of Miyazaki Yu. Officer Nakamori's eyes lit up and said, that's right. This kid's ability is really terrible. In a hall with hundreds of people, he can quickly find Kid. This kind of insight is beyond imagination. After Kid was caught by him, he didn't dare to resist directly. But this kid's murderous aura is really terrible. I was just glared at by him, and I was scared and dared not speak. Officer Shenmue smiled on his square face. I just want to use his murderous aura to eliminate Kid's evil aura. Look at what nonsense these newspapers are talking about. The elegant Kaido is playing tricks on the incompetent police. The so-called police are just a group of nitpicking commentators following Kaido. I don't want to hear these words again. I will definitely catch this BD this time at the risk of my honor as a police officer. At this time, in the lounge, Togasaki Yu was looking at the food in front of him with great entanglement. Since he started practicing, his appetite is indeed not small. Although he looks tall and thin, his appetite is more than that of an average strong man. But now it is different. There are 4 dishes on the table in front of me. What the hell is this? Among them are the loving bentos prepared by Xia Ran and Sonoko, and several hard dishes sent by the chef directly from Miss Morita. The most important thing is that there is a dish sent by Kisaki Eri. Wow! Xia Ran and Sonoko sent dishes, but why does that woman Morita Aran send dishes to me? What is she doing? And Kisaki Eri also sent dishes to me. Is she trying to kill me? The last time, the black plum almost killed me on the spot. Mori Kogora on the side pouted and said, it must be Xia Ran who tipped off. When I went out to work, you never had a record of cooking for me. Kisaki Eri snorted, you old man with a mustache. Do you have to compare yourself with young people? Xiao has been under great pressure this time, so of course he needs to eat something good to replenish his body. Sanako said with some worry, I'm sorry Miyazaki, I didn't expect there are so many, I'd better put away what I brought first. Just as he was about to reach out, Miyazaki grabbed the chopsticks and fought with him. How can this be? I've already brought them, and this is also your intention, how can you waste them? Although these dishes are not small, in my eyes, they are just a piece of cake. So he started to use chopsticks like the wind and started to eat the dishes. But he was not stupid. With so many dishes, he would be almost full after eating a little of each dish. When he was completely full, he asked someone to clean up. But at this time, Miyazaki Yu's face secretly showed a hint of strangeness. This guy really didn't give up. Chapter 112. The reason why I think so is that I just found out that Kisaki Ari's dishes are cooked. This change is like the Hyuxia national football team qualifying, it's so incredible. That means, the current Kisaki Ari is Kaido Kid in disguise? Sanako complained after seeing Miyazaki Yu was full. The Morita family is really something, Kaido Kid has already said that he would only come yesterday, and after Miyazaki defeated him, he should not come again, but they didn't let him go, and wanted him to stay for 2 more days until the exhibition is over, really. Seeing Sanako defending herself, Miyazaki Yu also smiled, and felt more pity for Sanako in her heart. Sanako, don't be angry. I also promised these. I have to be loyal to the person who entrusted me. He left a note yesterday, saying that he would definitely take the moonstone next time. That is to say, this guy is also against me. He will continue to make trouble in the remaining 2 days. I can't let this thing fail. Sanako listened to his detailed explanation and nodded. With you here, Kaido can't do anything at all. By the way, our Suzuki family also has a jewelry that is as valuable as this moonstone. If one day Kaido Kid steals it, you must help me. 05. Miyazaki Yu nodded seriously, Sanako, we are good friends and classmates. As long as you ask, I will never let you down. Sanako's eyes lit up and her face was full of happy expressions. Then it's settled. Don't regret it. At this moment, a staff member walked in. Just now a courier was delivered, and it was marked on it that it was specially sent to Mr. Miyazaki. You specifically sent it to me? Interesting, take it. After the staff nodded, they quickly sent the item over. Miyazaki Yu's face changed after receiving it. Everyone, get out of the way. I heard a ticking sound inside. It might be a bomb. Everyone was shocked and quickly dodged to the side and hid far away. The Henjayun broken sword flashed, and the upper layer of the entire box was cut open. Then the box was opened directly. There was a foam box inside the box. After opening the foam box, there was a clock inside, ticking. After a careful inspection, nothing was found. When I looked at the box again, I found a card. At 8 o'clock tonight, I will come again to get the Moonlight Stone. Kaido Kid. After seeing this card, everyone's reactions were different. Sanako said excitedly, he is still coming. I knew that this is a persistent guy who will not give up so easily. Mori Kogoro picked up the clock and looked at it for a few times. Why did this guy send a clock? What does he want to do? Miyazaki Yu was also a little surprised. Kuroba Kaido was a smart guy with endless tricks. Although he didn't know what these clocks were used for, he must have his own intentions and would never do it without a purpose. Then he laughed, this guy is not trying to play the homophonic pun of Dragon Country and want to send me to the end, right? He told everyone about this pun, and everyone changed their thinking before they understood it, and they all laughed. This guy shouldn't have such a bad taste, but you are really amazing. The language of Dragon Country is the most complicated and difficult to learn, and you actually know it. Miyazaki Yu smiled without saying anything. As his mother tongue, Hyuxia is the most familiar to him. I think this guy sent the clock for the countdown. Everyone looked up and saw Officer Kamaki and Officer Nakamori both coming over. After everyone greeted each other, Officer Kamaki spoke. Miyazaki, thanks to your help yesterday, our police didn't lose this important gem because of our negligence. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. The serious square-faced officer was so polite, and the implication was very clear. He wanted him to continue to help. Since he gave him face, he naturally had to show his limit. Officer Chemu, don't worry, since I have already agreed and received the reward, I will naturally do my best. During these 3 days, I will carry this gem even when I go to the toilet. As long as the gem is on my neck, no one will be able to take it off. Nakamori Ginza behind Chaki Shintaro couldn't help but say, that would be great, and as I just said, he sent something, he must have other intentions, we should be careful. But things are still a little unexpected. In addition to the clocks that were sent at the beginning, new packages were sent. Everyone was worried that there was a fraud, so they opened them carefully, but after opening them, they found that there were only 10 notes and 10 clocks in each package. Every half an hour, a new clock would be sent, and everyone looked at the countdown time and gradually began to feel depressed. However, the exhibition started on time, without any change. Neither the Morita family nor the police would show weakness to a thief. In the corner, a dark figure slowly smiled. It seems that at this time, the fake Kisaki Eri should have been seen through by him. He had never seen such a vigilant guy. He had strong fighting power and execution ability, and had observation ability beyond ordinary people. He almost failed yesterday. Today, no matter what, he must succeed. This time, the game is called the time game. I prepared it for you. You must enjoy it. Yesterday's experience made him feel a little scared. The moment his wrist was held, half of his body could not move. That feeling was really bad. You must not have any hard behavior with the other party. Otherwise, it must be courting death. While thinking, 063 was suddenly patted on the shoulder. What are you doing? Come and clean up with me quickly. Don't think about being lazy. A young man dressed as a cleaner said. He was frightened, then hurriedly laughed, and then followed him to start cleaning. Time passed by minute, and before he knew it, it was dark. But the number of tourists did not decrease but increased. Yesterday's incident had spread on the internet. Many people came here to see Kaito. Kid versus the sword fighting champion. That's right, Miyazaki Yu's identity has been exposed online after someone took a photo, which immediately made all netizens excited. Even the video of Miyazaki Yu's previous competition was found by netizens. After watching it, many people were impressed by Miyazaki Yu's strong strength again. What kind of sparks will it create when he takes action against Kaito now? An event that was originally very gimmicky was hyped up by the media, which made the hall that could accommodate hundreds of people at most suddenly crowded. Miyazaki Yu then proposed to move the exhibition to the outermost hall, which could accommodate thousands of people. Because he knew that people were not here to see the gems, but to watch Kaito Kid's show. But since they wanted to see it, he would satisfy everyone's curiosity. He was very curious about how the other party could take the gems off his neck. Chapter 113. As time went by, everyone became more and more nervous. Many people in the hall were secretly recording. They obviously wanted to get first-hand information. On many video websites, some people were even offering prices. As long as they could shoot clear and complete videos, they could get a considerable amount of money. This directly aroused everyone's curiosity. They could get money and see the best magic show, which was naturally what they wanted. Before they knew it, it was about 7:40 in the evening. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, and all the light disappeared instantly, but in a blink of an eye, the tripping switch powered on again, and the whole hall had restored the light. Just when everyone was in doubt, there were suddenly several screams. Kaito Kid! Kaito Kid has appeared! Everyone searched quickly in the crowd, and suddenly saw Kaito Kid, who was wearing a conspicuous white coat, had appeared in the crowd. Whether it was the police guarding around, or Xia Ran, Mori Kogora and others, they were all surprised that the defense here was so strict now. He actually came after all. What a daring guy! But they didn't realize that Kisaki Eri had disappeared. The police's reaction was much more intense, and they all screamed. They had had enough of this guy. It was because of this BD that they were scolded so many times. But the onlookers around were instantly excited, and many people even deliberately blocked the police from moving forward. For a while, the entire hall with thousands of people was in chaos. Seeing this, Kaito Kid's mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile. He casually took out a gun from his arms and pointed it at Miyazaki Yu. "You are a very difficult opponent, so I decided to use some more effective methods." Miyazaki Yu said lightly, "More effective methods? Use your useless toy. Toy. Then I'll show you its power." As he said that, he fired suddenly, and countless magic cards flew towards Miyazaki Yu. Everyone knows some of Kid's signature items, and they all know that he has a card gun. This gun is very magical, and the cards it shoots can be powerful or weak. When the force is strong, it can cut chains and even shatter tempered glass. Sometimes it can also shoot out hooked ropes, flags, suction cups and other items, just like Batman's props, which is extremely cool. Everyone is also looking forward to this thing. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone held their breath instantly. But at this moment, Miyazaki Yu's figure suddenly flashed, and everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then a dazzling sword light came out. The sword light bloomed in the air like a gorgeous firework, turning several times in the air in the blink of an eye, and all the cards were instantly split in two. What? Kaito Kid's face changed suddenly at this time. Although these cards are still made of paper, they are made of special materials, especially after being shot at high speed. Because they are spinning forward, the trajectory is more difficult to predict than the trajectory of bullets, and the initial velocity can be 350 meters per second. In other words, these cards are not bullets, but their power is actually not much different from that of bullets. It is precisely because of this that he deliberately shot a little off, just to scare this guy, but who knew that this guy could not only cut steel, but also so fast. Damn it, I'll show you how powerful I am. You have to be careful, I won't use cards this time, I will replace them with thin iron sheets made of steel, the power is comparable to real bullets. As he said this, he moved his palm, turned a device, and pulled the trigger again. This time he did not fire continuously, because the iron piece was too powerful and could kill someone if he was not careful, so he had better be careful. Just at this moment, Miyazaki Yu's figure suddenly moved, and the famous sword Henjai Unduan was unsheathed again. The sword light turned into a full moon, forming 10 magnificent arcs in the air. Ding ding ding! A crisp sound, followed by 2 more crisp sounds, was that the iron sheet was split in half and nailed directly to the wall. It seems that you don't want to hurt anyone, so I'll show mercy this time. All this actually happened in a flash, and the sword light was so dazzling that it actually took only 2 seconds to hear this sentence. At this time, Miyazaki Yu's figure had disappeared. Where? In an instant, Kaito Kid's face changed wildly. He had never encountered such an opponent, who was so fast that he could deceive the eyes of a magician like himself. He gritted his teeth and threw several spheres, and smoke filled the air. But just as the mist rose, there was a loud noise, followed by a hissing sound. And Kaito Kid flew out of the smoke and dust, holding a half-shield in his hand. It was obviously a high-strength police shield that could withstand the impact of bullets. But at this time, the upper part of the shield had been cut open by the whole person. Good response, but under my sword, all your responses are useless. At this time, everyone felt nervous, and many people began to worry about Kid, and even many girls covered their mouths in fear. Everyone was thinking about how to avoid the next sword, but they could not think of any way. This is like an ordinary person facing the muzzle of a gun, there will be no miracle at all. Miyazaki Yu rushed forward again, his figure was as swift as a tiger, and Kaido Kid's eyes kept flashing. What a scary guy! He regretted it now. He shouldn't have faced such a scary guy just for a fight. This guy's strength was much scarier than the killer spider from the mysterious organization he met. He immediately raised half of the shield with all his strength to continue to resist, but the shield was like paper under the sharp edge of Henjai Unduan, and the sword tip easily penetrated into the shield. Then Miyazaki Yu turned his wrist, and the entire shield was instantly torn apart by the powerful force. The sword tip continued to advance like a venomous snake, and it seemed that it was about to pierce his throat, but the sword finally stopped in front of his throat. Bang! Everyone, including Kaido Kid, couldn't help swallowing, especially Kaido Kid, whose face turned green. You just want to steal the gems, this is a life-threatening job. I just said that I should show mercy, it seems that I have done it, I advise you to surrender now, you can also try to escape from my sword. Kaido Kid forced a smile, if it is in normal times, of course it won't work, but if it is now, it can, Wang Dezeo. Suddenly there was a hissing sound in the hall, it seemed that there was a gas spraying out from the air, these gases had a strong smell of burning, everyone was startled. It's hypnotic gas, everyone run away. Everyone panicked instantly and started running around, the whole hall was in chaos. Then the lights dimmed again, and the power outage made everyone more nervous, but like the bones, after the hissing sound disappeared, the lights were restored again. Similarly, Kaido Kid's figure disappeared again. Damn it, he escaped again. Officer Nakamori waved his fist when he saw this scene. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly, maybe he didn't escape, but is still here. I really don't want to remember. When I caught him before, I showed my ability. He actually dared to get close to me. This time I have to be ruthless. His eyes were already fixed on a figure who had disappeared but returned to the crowd. Chapter 114. What? Kid is still here, and he has disguised himself as someone close to you. Miyazaki Yu nodded, yes, I discovered this before, but I deliberately didn't expose it, but pretended not to know. But now it seems that some people still don't learn their lesson and are still madly testing the edge of death. Officer Nakamori was overjoyed, great, why don't you quickly surround them all? He was fooled again, and he was almost mad. This time he must catch Kid and let this kid enjoy his favorite iron fist. At this time, Officer Nakamori should have added a red eye special effect to his eyes. He is now glowing. The heart of the person hiding in the crowd trembled at this time. Master Kaido, I am going to be tricked by you. Poor old man, I have to be pulled out to attract firepower at such an old age. It's a sin. But at this time, he could only grit his teeth and continue to hold on. The crowd around them were all excited again, especially the few big-hearted guys, who had started recording before, and because they were steady, they didn't give up recording despite the continuous changes just now. Their current video is the biggest and most complete. In other words, their video must be the most valuable now, maybe because of this video, they can save 10 or 2 jobs. Thinking of this, they almost laughed out loud, but they still held their breath and wanted to see what changes would happen later. Who has Kaido Kid transformed into now? Xiaoran, Sonoko, Lingna, Kogora and others were all shocked. Kogora said angrily, Stinky boy, you knew Kaido was with us a long time ago, but you didn't say it earlier. Now tell me, who is it? Who is this guy disguised as? Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly and pointed his finger at a figure, just as decisively as when Kyudo identified the new district hand. The person who disguised Kaido Kid is her. Kisaki Eri. What? Kogora and the others were shocked and could not help but take a few steps back, leaving only Kisaki Eri in place. Terai Huang Jisuk, who pretended to be Kisaki Eri, felt his calves trembling at this time. Master, how can you bear to let an old man in his twilight years face such danger alone? He said with great fear, don't talk nonsense, how could I be Kaido Kid? Are you crazy? Miyazaki Yu sneered, you did put a lot of effort into me, and you know who are the people close to me, but you still don't know Aunt Kisaki Eri. You came to deliver food to me in the morning. Although you deliberately made the food very ordinary, you still overlooked one thing. Terai Huang Jisuk said in a serious tone, one thing? What do you mean? It's very simple, that is, you still underestimated the degree of Aunt Kisaki Eri's cooking. The dishes she cooked are simply inedible, and you cook them. It's wrong. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect to find a flaw here. Everyone looked at Terai Huang Jisuk with a gloating look. Such a wonderful plan was ruined because of such an action. At this point, Terai Huang Jisuk sneered and said to Kaido like kid, he pulled his clothes suddenly and quickly changed his clothes, but he was slightly different from kid. He wore a smiley mask without showing his face. Kaido Kid showed up again. All the police officers were instantly excited, especially Officer Wang Sen. It's Kaido Kid, everyone, come together, we must catch this guy. The police rushed forward and rushed towards Kid. Kid's eyes focused, and he secretly activated a mechanism in his pocket. His whole body suddenly changed, and part of his body disappeared without a trace. Although his magic skills are not as good as Kid himself, as an assistant of 2 generations of Kid, his strength should not be underestimated, and he can even be regarded as an extremely outstanding magician. This method of using mirrors to create illusions and achieve a similar invisibility effect is what he is good at. He once used this method to scare Kuroba Kaido, who almost thought he had encountered a ghost, but it was later cracked. All the police officers were shocked, looking at this guy floating in the air at this time, they simply thought he was dreaming. You want to show off your skills in front of an expert. Miyazaki Yu made another move, and Terai Huang Jisuk's face changed suddenly. He used the hanging wire on the special mechanism to fly away. But this sword was too fast. With a bang, countless glass fragments scattered all over the ground, and the old guy's body finally appeared again. This guy has a body, hiding behind the glass. Wow, this trick was cracked immediately, this Miyazaki Yu is really amazing. While everyone was talking, the power went out again in the hall, and fog rose. It was obvious that the previous mechanism could still be used, and the gas that appeared this time was very pungent, choking everyone so that they couldn't open their eyes. The police rushed up at this time and huddled together. When the lights were restored, they found that Kaido Kid was gone again, and the police caught only an inflatable dummy. Damn it, they only caught this kind of thing. Officer Nakamori threw the inflatable dummy to the ground. But seeing the moonstone still hanging on Miyazaki Yu's neck, he was relieved. At least this decision was right. Even Kaido couldn't take the gem off the neck of a swordsman. It's past 8. A young man who was watching excitedly said. Officer Nakamori didn't believe it at first. He looked in the direction and saw the clocks Kaido Kid had sent before. All of them showed the same time, and it was past 8 o'clock. He took out his mobile phone to check it, and he was also happy. Ha ha ha, this guy failed after all, I knew it. The people in the hall applauded after seeing such a wonderful struggle. Sonoko and Xia Ran also applauded. It's really wonderful. Kaido Kid's magic is ever-changing, but he can only run away obediently in front of Miyazaki. At this time, the side door of the hall slowly opened, and President Morita Naginori and his daughter Morita Aran walked out together. President Morita showed an excited expression on his face. Miyazaki Yu is really amazing. He was able to see through Kaido Kid's disguise many times in a row, and forced the thief into a desperate situation. In the end, he was able to leave in disgrace. It was really amazing. Miyazaki Yu was also very happy at this time. He didn't want to leave a cruel image in front of the public, so he couldn't act recklessly in such an occasion. If possible, he would have used a sword to nail Kaito Kid's legs to the ground before, and he would definitely not be able to get in. It's just that he didn't want to do that. In this case, he was very happy to find that guy again and again. But at this time, he still had some doubts in his heart, as if something was wrong. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. That's right. The time is wrong. If it were someone else, they would not be able to perceive such a time scale, but he could, without a timer, with super control, feel the number of heartbeats per hour, and use this number to estimate the time. According to the calculation just now, from 7 o'clock to the so-called 8 o'clock now, the time is 5 minutes less. The number of heartbeats will not be wrong. Miyazaki, thank you for protecting the Moonlight Stone. Now you hand the Moonlight Stone back to me. This operation has come to a successful conclusion. Let's take a photo together, and our photos will appear on the front page tomorrow. Chapter 115. Everyone was very excited. Chairman Morita or Senator Morita was a powerful figure in Japan. He was said to be a well-known figure in the National Assembly. Now he appreciated Miyazaki Yu so much. Taking a photo with him was a gesture of goodwill. This kind of gesture was rare. In the future, he could even take advantage of this appreciation and goodwill to enter the upper-class society. Many people were excited and wide-eyed, watching eagerly. Miyazaki Yu also smiled slightly and took the gem from his neck. Morita Naginobu was about to reach out to take it, but Miyazaki Yu retracted his hand. Chairman Morita, I want to tell you a story first, and the group will return the gem to you. Morita Naginobu smiled and said, Okay, what kind of story is it? This story is about time. About time, what do you mean? Miyazaki Yu said lightly, in many wonderful detective stories, there are some clever characters who like to play with time and can use time to change people's perception of things. For example, changing the time of death and then getting an alibi, or changing other people's perception of time to get a so-called evidence, all of which are like this. And today, we also enjoyed a time trap. Everyone didn't react at all at this time, not knowing what Miyazaki Yu was doing. Chamo Shintaro, who had never acted impulsively, showed a thoughtful look at this time. Sanako touched Xiao Ran beside him with his arm. How is it? Look, he is so handsome. He is good at swordsmanship and is still reasoning now. He is simply a perfect man. Sanako only felt her heart pounding at this time. Suddenly, she thought of the serious tone when he talked to her in the morning, and her heart shook unconvincingly. I thought to myself, Sanako, even if you really like this guy, you must not jump out by yourself. You should wait for him to pursue you. And this guy is so gentle to Xiao Ran and me. It seems that you haven't made a choice yet. Thinking of Xiao Ran's gentle smile, I felt uneasy again. After all, it's okay to compete with others, but it's hanging with Xiao Ran. First, I can't bear it, and second, Xiao Ran is also very good, especially her gentle personality, which is the most attractive to those big boys. In this case, should I, Sanako, be gentler? At this time, Morita Naginobu showed a smile on his fat face and said, Time trap? Please explain it clearly, Miyazaki Yu. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly and began his own explanation. It's really cool to stand in the center of the stage and reason, and be noticed by everyone. It's also the fault of the drum washing machine. It's so obsessed with this kind of thing and likes reasoning. I just don't know if that guy has come to his senses now. It's better that he never comes back, so that Xiao Ran will be mine. Everyone knows what happened yesterday. Under the full defense of the police and me, Kid returned empty-handed and was almost caught. So from that time on, Kid understood a truth, it's impossible to play hard, so he thought of a better way. The first step was to find someone to send a lot of clocks. At the beginning, we thought it was a time bomb, so we were very nervous, but after repeated confirmation, we found that these clocks were ticking. Later, I thought that this was Kid deliberately creating psychological pressure. After all, the constant countdown will make people very nervous and more sensitive to the time of 8 o'clock. They all think that as long as it's 8 o'clock, Kid will fail. But Kid did not show up at the last minute, but appeared more than 20 minutes earlier, and had a head-on confrontation with me and the police, although he was no match at all. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this, and the heavy atmosphere was instantly relieved. But these are just the prelude to the time magic. The real excitement is still to come. That is, this Kaito pretended to be Aunt Kisaki Eri. He knew that I had a photographic memory, so he deliberately revealed a flaw when he delivered food in the morning. And just now, he also deliberately disappeared and then appeared again, so that I would not ignore the doubts in the morning and completely recognize his identity. Morita Naginobu frowned and said, "Miyazaki, you mean, he deliberately let you find him? Then why is this?" Everyone also showed a puzzled look. This is the most exciting part of the whole plan. He is called the magician under the moonlight. He can play with all kinds of props and people's hearts. He always appears in white clothes, just to become the focus of everyone every time he appears. He deliberately entangled with us before the meeting, just to make us ignore one thing, that is, Kid who appeared before and Kid who disguised himself as Kisaki Eri later are not the same person, that is, Kid has helpers. What? Everyone was shocked again. Kid has a helper? Officer Nakamori said directly, "Impossible? I have been dealing with Kid for so long, and Kid has always been alone. I have never seen him have a helper." 0. Miyazaki Yu said calmly, "Officer Nakamori, not seeing it does not mean that there is no helper. Just like just now, I have pointed my sword at him. I can guarantee that he can't move even a finger under my sword. But he can still control the power switch and the mechanism that sprays hypnotic gas. If there is no helper, this is inexplicable. In other words, the Kid I subdued before and Kisaki Eri who was found later are actually not one person, but two people. Others play two roles. Kid did the opposite. Two people played one role, both used to play Kaito Kid, which made it difficult for people to see through." Officer Nakamori shook his head and said, "But even so, it's too late for you to say these now. Kaito Kid has already escaped." Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, "Is that true? If so, what I said would be nonsense. This is also the subtlety of this time trap. Now everyone, look at your mobile phone again." Everyone couldn't help but follow his instructions and started to check their mobile phones, but after seeing it, they all widened their eyes. And at this moment, all the clocks sent by Kaito Kid had undergone strange changes. All the clocks were rapidly going backwards. At the same time, it was 8 o'clock. Ding 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 underscore. All the clocks made a harsh ringing sound. At this time, there should be many smart people who really reacted and completely understood Kaito Kid's methods. These clocks he sent were obviously tampered with and could be remotely controlled. They could slow down or go backwards at the same time. Moreover, someone had hacked into the network, which affected the mobile phone signals in this area, and the time also changed like these clocks. Even if there were a few people who were not affected by mechanical watches, they would think that their own watches were out of order when everyone else's watches were inaccurate. Moreover, everyone's attention was on Kid at that time, so even if they found out, they would not say it. Anyway, for various reasons, this trick was successful, and everyone fell into the time trap set by Kid. At this moment, Miyazaki Yu's voice came. "Kaito Kid, let's see where you run this time." As he said that, he reached out and grabbed a person. The person tried his best to avoid it, but Miyazaki Yu's speed was too fast, and he was still caught. Chapter 116. What? How could it be? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Miyazaki Yu actually stretched out his hand and twisted Morita Naginobu's wrist. "Stop it, how could President Morita be Kaito Kid? Don't mess around. Don't mess around, stop it, let go. The scene was in chaos, only Miyazaki Yu looked calm. Morita Aran was also anxious, and hurried forward and said, Miyazaki, don't mess around, this is my father, you are too strong, you will hurt him. Miyazaki Yu said solemnly, Aran, what you have to do now is to go to the lounge or the previous reception room and find your father. He must have fainted somewhere. His grim eyes fell on the face of Morita Naginobu. You can change your face at will, but your bones cannot be changed. I admit that I actually had a gambling element just now, and I can't trust my 803 judgment 100%. But I can afford the gamble. Even if I was really rude to President Morita, it wouldn't be a big problem. It's just that I won now, although I didn't reveal your mask. But I can feel bones, and the shape of a person's bones is also unique, and I can't imagine why 10 middle-aged people have the same bones as young people. Hey, so that's it. Although I'm ready for you to see through me, according to my prediction, you shouldn't be so rude. Sure enough, my information still has flaws. He wiped his face with a melancholy look, and then pulled his body. All the disguises disappeared in an instant, and the Kaido Kid in white clothes just now appeared in front of everyone again. Kaido Kid! It's really Kaido Kid! Pa! Kaido Kid wanted to repeat the same trick, using a watch-shaped explosive device on his wristband to make Miyazaki Yu let go so that he could get away. But after a crackling, it didn't work at all. He gritted his teeth and attacked Miyazaki Yu silently with an electric baton. But before he got close, he felt a soreness all over his body. Miyazaki Yu directly grabbed his pulse point, and by tightening the wrist area, he made half of his body numb and couldn't hold the electric baton anymore, and it fell to the ground. This is the electric baton, if it falls on you, it will be very exciting. He picked it up and stabbed Kaido Kid's waist. Zilla! A dazzling white light flashed, and Kaido Kid's whole body emitted white smoke. Everyone around him felt a tremor. If this thing fell on them, it would be very bad. Looking at Kaido Kid who had fallen to the ground and his eyes turned into mosquito coils, Miyazaki Yu smiled, this is the end of you pretending to be Kisaki Eri. This way you will be more honest. After doing this, he shouted to the surroundings. Listen, Kid's accomplices, don't make trouble again, otherwise I will break his legs directly. Then he started from Kid took out a large group of odds and ends from his arms, including his poker gun and a small box, which contained various lock-picking tools. There were also many flash bombs and tranquilizer bombs, all of which were directly put into Miyazaki Yu's pocket. After killing monsters, of course there must be loot. It's just catching a thief, it's not stealing at all. Taking it in public is not stealing at all, it's just natural. Catch him! At this time, Officer Nakamori and Officer Chaki were still reacting, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone rushed forward, tied Kid up, and then shackled his hands and feet. Even Officer Nakamori used a trick. He directly used shackles to tie Kid's wrists to his own. Kid, let's see how you can escape. Kid's heart was broken at this time. He was unlucky for 8 lifetimes. He said unwillingly, Miyazaki Yu, I did lose to you, but I still don't understand one thing. I have controlled all the timers present. How can you still calculate the exact time and know that there are 5 minutes missing in the middle? This should be impossible. Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly, if it is under normal circumstances, it should be like this, but I just happen to have a way to easily calculate the time. My heart beats very regularly, and my heart beats 60 times every minute, that is to say, the number of times my heart beats is synchronized with time. The blood flow of a person in each time period is different, and there will be slight changes due to time. I spent several months comparing the changes every moment with my heart rate changes, and then I can accurately calculate the current time based on the changes in blood flow. This was originally because I was worried that I would forget to eat because I was only concerned with practicing swords, so I came up with this method, but I didn't expect it to be useful here. This trick of mine is called the heart calculation point, and you are also the 10th person who is innocently shot. What? Kaido Kid simply couldn't accept it. How could there be such a boring person in this world? In order to calculate time with the body, he would do such a huge and possibly useless thing. But if you think about it, you can feel the horror of it. This kind of strong control ability and unwavering mentality are the real source of strength. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but stick out their tongues. Sonoko was surprised. Is there such a way to calculate time? Then Miyazaki won't have to wear a watch soon. Xiaoran exclaimed, Sonoko, this is not as simple as not wearing a watch. Do you still remember the training method he taught us? His training method focuses on training his control ability, controlling every muscle in his body, and not letting himself lose control at all. It seems that he really did it. It's hard to imagine that if he really goes all out now, who can stop his sword? I'm so unlucky. I actually met a monster like you. Kaido Kid's face was full of despair at this time. At this time, Morita Aran came out with her father, just as Miyazaki Yu expected. President Morita had been resting in the lounge before, but today, he was knocked unconscious by Kid who had lurked in the dark, and then the other party changed into his clothes, disguised himself as him, and appeared in front of everyone instead of him. President Morita also knew what happened at this time, and his face was full of sighs. This time it's really thanks to Miyazaki classmate, if it weren't for you, this guy would have succeeded, pretending to be me, and then handing the gem to me when everyone thought the time had passed. It's really a wonderful plan. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. It seems that President Morita is 0.6 satisfied with my performance this time? In that case, this Henjai Unduan will be mine. Ha ha ha, as long as Miyazaki classmate likes it. In the midst of joy, the matter seemed to have finally come to an end. Officer Nakamori escorted Kaido Kid with satisfaction and headed towards the Metropolitan Police Department. Those who took the precious video uploaded this confrontation between the two sides to the internet, which immediately caused great heat on the internet. It attracted many discussions among netizens, and the name Miyazaki Yu became popular on the internet for the first time. He was also dubbed the title of Kid's nemesis. That night, the police car escorting Kid encountered an unexpected situation. When the police car stopped for inspection, it was attacked by tear gas. Just when everyone was choked and crying, Kaido Kid had disappeared into the night, leaving only Officer Nakamori and Officer Chaki in the night, helpless and furious. Chapter 117. Kaa, it hurts so much. Kaido Kid, also known as Kuroba Kaido, has now recovered his original appearance. But at this moment, his face was wrinkled with pain. Master Kaido, bear with it for a while, I will apply the ointment for you. Terai Huang Jisuk said, and evenly applied the ointment on Kuroba Kaido's arm. There was a bruise on his arm, which seemed to be 10 black handprints on it. It was like being touched by a ghost in the legend. That guy, I will never let him go, too damn it, he actually used such a heavy hand, pinching my arm and electrocuting me, but we have no hatred or grudges against each other. While applying the ointment, this guy was howling like a ghost. Master, don't move, or I will smear it on you. Speaking of which, Master has never suffered such a big loss. Considering all the factors, this person's strength has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and seems to be comparable to those legendary swordsmen. Heiyu Kaido shuddered when he heard this. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of the man who just kept saying that he wanted revenge. He has always been a very courageous person, but this time he was really scared. At that moment, I thought I was dead. Thinking of the other party's sword, he cut the explosion-proof shield neatly, and fear appeared on his face. Just like ordinary people facing snipers, you hide behind cars and thin walls. If you try to hide in a safe place and move around in a snake-like manner, it will be useless. For a truly skilled sniper, unless the place you are hiding in is extremely solid, once you are targeted, there is almost no place to hide. This is the truly terrifying part. This is also the real reason why snipers can bring fear to people. People have psychological thresholds. For example, I am safe in my room, but I am not safe sleeping in an open playground, because the wall is your psychological threshold, which is something that can give you a sense of security. But once these things that can provide you with a sense of security are all ineffective in front of a certain person or thing, you will feel unspeakable fear. The reason why people are afraid of ghosts is actually here. In people's imagination, ghosts can easily penetrate walls and enter any closed space, and can get out from under the bed, in the toilet, and in the refrigerator. Familiar things have lost their sense of security and expectation, and people's fear will soar. Now that's how Miyazaki Yu made Kurobakaito feel. The magic he was proud of was as if it didn't exist in his eyes. Those who used force were courting death, and those who used soft tactics were also discovered and captured alive. In front of him, he was just like a naked baby. There was no way to stop him at all. Forget it, I'll just hide from him in the future. This guy stopped me this time because of the request of officers Nakamori and Megure, and he didn't have much ill will towards me. If he hadn't meant it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had a chance to get away the last few times. At this time, Terai Huangzisuk touched the sweat on his bald head. Master Kaito, I hope you can figure it out. I was scared to death just now. I've lived a lifetime, and I don't want to die. The sword of that young man is extremely scary. Master, don't provoke him again. Heiyu was furious and said, Grandpa Terai, how could you not have any courage at all? We were badly defeated, caught and beaten, and you didn't even think about revenge. Terai Huangzisuk said with fear on his face, but I want to live well rather than lose face. One sentence instantly broke Kurobakaito's defense. That's right, this guy is simply abnormal. He may have really mastered the legendary skill of cutting steel. Coupled with the famous sword in his hand, he is almost indestructible. Unless it is a very thick and heavy armor, any obstacle will be powerless in the face of his slash. After a pause, he said, but when I was caught before, I also took the opportunity to look at the Moonlight Stone and found that it was not the gem Pandora we were looking for. Alas, it's a pity that all my props were taken away by the other party. The puppet said that it was crying without tears. At this time, in Haneda Airport, a thin and tall high school student slowly walked down from the plane. His face was indifferent, without a trace of expression. It's no wonder. After sacrificing the time of traveling with childhood friends to pursue the so-called truth, and the result became a joke, no matter who it is, they will have this expression. Shinichi, you are finally back. Shinichi saw the figure not far away, and his heart trembled. Looking at Kyoto Shinichi standing there blankly, Xiaoran took Kyoto Shinichi's luggage over. Xiaoran, I thought you were still angry with me, but I didn't expect you to come to pick me up. Xiaoran deliberately said with a straight face, at the beginning, I was really angry that you actually let me come back alone, but then I thought about it, you guys, what you do is also meaningful, so I don't care. By the way, how much did you find out about that matter? That dragon countryman named Bruce, did you find his trace? Kyoto Shinichi sighed, this matter made him unable to describe. He exhausted all possibilities to search for clues, but Bruce seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace. No trace can be found anymore. Later, he barely found some clues. He already knew that someone pretended to be the silver-haired killer, and then used this identity, with the cooperation of Bruce, to kill an important FBI figure. But when he wanted to go deeper, he was discovered by the FBI and was warned not to continue investigating. If he continued to insist on his own way, he would be severely sanctioned by 527. In desperation, he had to give up. It must be said that this guy's ability is still very strong. After all traces were erased, he could still find a lot of truth based on clues. His investigative ability is much better than those elite agents. But no matter how powerful his ability is, he is powerless in the face of power, and can only leave honestly. After a long sigh, he spoke about some things. So I have no choice but to give up halfway. It seems that the dead person is indeed an important figure in the FBI. There is no way to do the rest. Looking at Shinichi looked a little helpless and decadent. Xiaoran was also a little worried, so he deliberately changed the subject. Do you know? A lot of interesting things happened here during the days you were away. Xiao Yu is very talented and has become popular. After listening to Xiaoran's narration, Kyudo Shinichi couldn't help but snort. That guy has become popular again. Even the famous detective can't suppress him. Especially when he saw Xiaoran's admiring expression, he felt even more disgusted. This guy, I must prove that I am better than you. At this time, in the hall of the residence, Miyazaki Yu, who was studying the horizontal cloud cut in his hand, sneezed. I don't know who is talking about him. But then he retracted his attention, focused his eyes on the blade, and began to communicate slowly according to the method of raising the sword. Chapter 118. He immersed his mind, circulated the bioelectricity in his body, and connected it to the blade. A little bit of light that was invisible to the naked eye slowly appeared on the blade. It was as if there was no change at all. During this period of time, his inner vision ability was also strengthened, and the inner vision model was also strengthened, and the whole model began to become clearer and clearer. After careful observation, in terms of clarity alone, they were ranked from clear to blurry. They were the skin, muscles, and the outside of the bones, followed by blood vessels, nerves, most of the internal organs, blood, etc. As for the inside of the internal organs and the bone marrow in the bones, they were completely invisible in the inner vision. As for some things that only appeared in the inner vision and had not been discovered in anatomy, they were seen more clearly. For example, the danshin mentioned in many ancient martial arts books did not exist in the current medical system, but now he could actually perceive the existence of the danshin through inner vision. In his perception, the danshin was a multi-layered large space, with the top layer connected to the lower end of the stomach, which received the flow of qi and blood. The second layer is where the qi and blood condense. The third layer of danshin is a chaotic area with only a ball of white light, and no one knows what it is. When the fourth layer of danshin is connected to many acupuncture points, when the body control ability is weak and no internal strength is generated, the inner vision cannot see such a situation at all. Only after the internal strength appears can the meridians be observed. The meridians are like channels specially generated for the flow of power in the body. When the inner vision is activated, it is like opening the eyes in the body, and then you can really see the flow of the meridians clearly. What is most amazing is that these meridians can only begin to flow after you see them, allowing the power generated in your body to flow along certain rules. This is a bit similar to the observation situation in quantum mechanics. When you observe, it is one situation, and when you stop watching, it is another situation. These meridians in the body are like this. Only when a person has cultivated to a certain level can he feel the existence of meridians. No wonder, many ancient books are sure about the existence of meridians, but after the prevalence of anatomy in modern times, many doctors dissected many corpses, but they could not find the meridian structure at all. They just recognized it directly. It is because of the ignorance of the ancients that they believed that meridians existed. Now he figured it out. The reason why the ancients believed that meridians existed, but modern people could not discover them, was because the people who discovered meridians were not ordinary people, but people who had reached a very high level of cultivation. But these people did not make it clear that meridians do not exist objectively, but are something that can only be found or appear when you reach a certain level. Only when internal force or internal strength is generated, meridians will be nurtured in the body, and it is very likely that when a master dies, the meridians in the body will also close or disappear. This will cause a long-standing misunderstanding. After thinking this through, Miyazaki Yu suddenly felt enlightened. Many things that were passed down in ancient times are sometimes very exquisite, but because there is no scientific language to describe them, some things that could have been easily understood have become like heavenly books, and have gradually been shelved and ignored. The essence of internal force is a kind of ion flow and bioelectricity produced by the human body. Through guidance and use, these ion flows can be transmitted to the sword tip. It is like passing electricity on the sword, allowing a wooden sword to cut steel. The so-called sword saint realm, the realm of being able to cut everything, is the cultivation of ion flow to a high enough level, without accumulating power, and the ability to forge gold and cut iron with a random sword. After figuring this out, Miyazaki Yu was extremely happy. The higher his understanding of the essence of power, the more likely he is to reach a deeper level. And after understanding these and cultivating internal force, that is, bioelectricity, a secret method on the ancient tree has also become possible. This book is called Sword Cultivation Technique. He found it in a pile of old books. Because it is an ancient book from Longguo, it looks antique. He bought it with the idea that even if it is useless, he can collect it. The whole text is very profound. After reading it carefully, Tuan finally understood the meaning of this book. In fact, it is also clear. The whole text describes the so-called sword cultivation method. An ancient master swordsman will have a sword that belongs to him. This sword is the most suitable accessory for him and can bring out the characteristics of his swordsmanship to the extreme. The ancients believed in the so-called unity of man and nature and the induction of man and nature, that is, to integrate oneself with the environment. In order to make his sword in his hand like driving his arm, he will try to use the same sword as much as possible, and by familiarizing himself with every detail of the sword, he can achieve more exquisite control of sword moves and never increase his combat power. In this case, this sword is not just a weapon, but a partner. So there are smart and intelligent people who think of the way to cultivate the sword. It is to increase the connection between oneself and the sword through various methods. For example, some people sleep with the sword in their arms all day, some use the art of blessing, some use blood dripping to recognize the master, and some use some living things, or even sacrifice human lives to the sword. Although these methods have some effect, the results are very limited. The author of this book on the art of sword cultivation refuted all these methods, believing that although these methods have certain effects, they are all wrong. The real art of sword cultivation should be the unity of man and sword, which is to use one's own breath to constantly warm the sword, achieve the fusion of man and sword, and improve the coordination between man and sword. Then there are the methods he came up with, which are long paragraphs of discussion, and there are many whimsical ideas mixed in, which made Miyazaki Yu stunned. The funniest thing is that this guy is very good at boasting about himself. He thinks that the method he came up with is a magic trick of heaven and man, and thinks that others are big fools. He really wrote it like this in the classics. If this guy lives in modern society, he must be a top keyboard warrior. He is the kind of guy who says if heaven does not give me a keyboard warrior, the keyboard road will be like a long night forever. The whole article on sword cultivation is more than 100,000 words, but after removing his various sighs and some messy discussions, only the main opening words are left. Then Miyazaki Yu sorted it out again and found that there are only more than 1,000 words that are really useful. Could this be the ancient Navy master? He combined his understanding of internal force as bioelectricity and the control of internal force with the remaining methods. After making some changes, he found that they are really useful. But the essence is far from what this big wet understands. In fact, the so-called sword maintenance is to use the internal force, that is, the bioelectric current, mahazeo, to pass through the weapon, resulting in a magnetized state. Just like this question, after a piece of iron is adsorbed for a long time, the iron piece also has a weak magnetism. If you use the body's bioelectricity to warm up or magnetize a sword for a long time, then over time, the material of the sword will change fundamentally. V equals comma plus number. It becomes something like the chakra metal in Naruto, which can also be called internal force metal or bioelectric metal. When you use the internal force to drive it, you can save a lot of internal force and play a better role in sharpness, and you can also cut harder things. Even cutting various armor metals easily is no longer a problem. It is precisely because of this that after he got this famous sword Henjai Unduan, he couldn't wait to directly pinch it in his hand. During the 2 days of being visited, he has been warming up this sword, but since he was outside, he could never calm down and do it well. Now he is firing at full power. He is now like a teenager who sees the progress bar of a game. He really wants to see what changes will happen after he has nurtured the sword to perfection. Chapter 119. After figuring out the principle, Miyazaki Yu turned on the progress bar mode. Anyone who has played the game can understand the fun of killing monsters and leveling up. Now Miyazaki Yu is also enjoying the sword. He also found that bioelectricity, or internal force, consumes strength very quickly. He can only nurture all his physical strength for 1 hour. If he continues, it will affect his body and cause exhaustion. So he stipulated that he should spend 1 hour every day to nurture Henjai Unduan and increase the connection between himself and the famous sword. In just a few days, he felt obvious progress. He held Henjai Unduan in his hand and felt like he was using it with his arm. The sword was like an extension of his palm. This feeling was very wonderful and made him determined to follow his path. So after a few days, Sanako and Xiaoran, who often came to play, would see this scene. Miyazaki Yu sat alone in a corner of the hall holding Henjai Unduan, turning a deaf ear to the outside world, like a sculpture. Really, even if Miyazaki likes that sword very much, he doesn't have to hold it all day, right? I should have given him a sword earlier. I've decided that when I go back today, I will look for my father's warehouse and find a good sword. Xiaoran hurriedly grabbed her and said, Sanako, don't be impulsive, Miyazaki is not the kind of person who can be easily bribed, and didn't I say before that it was because Miyazaki helped the Morita family to guard the Moonlight Stone that he gave this sword to him, so don't be angry. Sanako calmed down, but she snorted heavily. This will make people angry. I hate this kind of behavior of flattering someone the most. Reina said, Sister Sanako is very jealous, but don't worry, Brother Miyazaki will only do this for 1 hour at most every day. This is the result I calculated 3 times. Sanako said angrily, children know what jealousy is. I don't have it. Go and help your mother serve rice. The little girl pouted, this sister is dishonest. Looking at Xiaoran, she put on a smile again and said, Xiaoran, let's go to the amusement park together today. It's been so boring these days. Let's go to Dorobaiga Park together, okay? I heard there is a roller coaster that is super exciting. Xiaoran's eyes lit up. This is a good suggestion, but thinking that Shinichi has been in a bad mood recently, she wanted to go to Dorobaiga Park with him before. If she goes with Sanako now, it will be no fun to go with Shinichi again. Sanako, forget it this time. I want to go with Shin. If I go now, I'm afraid that. Sanako said helplessly, you are still thinking about that guy. I haven't settled accounts with him yet. He let you fly back alone and took you out without caring about you. What kind of famous detective is such a guy? I think Miyazaki is much better than him. I just don't know who Miyazaki likes the most in his heart. If he likes you, what should I do? Xiaoran was stunned, and hurriedly pushed Sanako, who was shocked. Oh no, why did I tell the truth? Her face immediately turned red, and she could only close her mouth, her pretty face flushed. At this moment, a voice sounded. Hey? Sanako, did you catch a cold? Why is your face so red? Miyazaki? I don't have you, don't talk nonsense. Miyazaki Yu just woke up from the state of raising the sword, and didn't hear the previous and the following words. He didn't know what happened, so he could only smile. The food seems to be ready, let's eat together. We agreed to go camping and play together the day before yesterday. That mountain area is a place where you can hunt. I can hunt some wild animals there, and we can have a barbecue in the wild. Sanako's eyes lit up. Hunting barbecue? It sounds like a good idea. At this time, Miyazaki Yu had already prepared the meal, and she and Reina brought out the meal together, and heard these words. Xiao Yu, are you planning to go out for fun? Miyazaki Yu nodded. I have been practicing all the time during this period of time. It is not good to be so tense all the time. It is better to go out and relax. Reina knows without asking that she must want to go. Aunt Miwi, do you want to go? Miyazaki Miwi smiled and shook her head and said, I won't go. I will be alone at home. Miyazaki Yu smiled and nodded, and then started to eat. While eating, Xiao Ran couldn't help but say, I am embarrassed to always come to your house for free meals, afp. Wait until tomorrow, Xiao Yu, come to my house for dinner. I will cook something delicious to treat you. Do you think it's okay? Miyazaki Yu nodded and agreed. This girl is independent and strong, and never takes advantage of others. During this period of time, every time she came, she would bring some things, never empty-handed, and she would not listen to her. And after eating, she would rush to wash the dishes and clean up. Such a girl makes people respect her from the bottom of their hearts. After everyone finished eating, Miyazaki Yu was going to pack up. He had prepared a tent and some camping tools, all of which had to be brought. But changes always happen faster than planned. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at this time. Miyazaki-san, I am sorry for disturbing you without prior notice. The visitor looked around with a smile, gently stroking his beard, looking very happy. Miyazaki Yu immediately became serious when she saw the visitor, because the visitor was the president of the Neon Kendo Association, Nakamura Haramasa. This old president has a great reputation in the whole Neon. In terms of fame and influence, he is not inferior to the previous Morita Naganobu at all. He is also old and virtuous. No matter where he goes, he will be treated with considerable courtesy. It turns out to be President Nakamura. Please come in, Aunt Mai, go and make tea. At this time, Xiao Ran and Sanako realized that the kind-looking old man in front of them was actually the president of the Neon Kendo Association. They all stood in awe. Especially Xiao Ran said with admiration, I heard that President Nakamura won the Kendo Championship many times when he was young, and later represented the country in the competition and won considerable honors. After joining the Kendo Association, he trained many outstanding disciples. President Nakamura laughed, that was all a long time ago. How could anyone still remember it? What was the girl's name? After hearing Xiao Ran's answer, President Nakamura nodded. Ran Mori, I remember a young man named Mori Kogora. This young man is very good at judo. I think he is very talented, so I want to teach him kendo, but this kid thought I was a liar. He laughed. Xiao Ran couldn't help but look embarrassed. I'm really sorry, President Nakamura, Mori Kogora is my father. The old man blushed, he was teasing someone's surname, but he ended up teasing someone's father, he was really embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject, Miyazaki, I came here this time to invite you to visit the Kendo Association, and by the way, to guide those arrogant guys, so that they know what it means that there are always people better than you, so that they don't have to be arrogant all day long, and 2. The old man pretended to be mysterious and said, and there is also a very mysterious big man who wants to see you by name. If you can get the appreciation of this big man, maybe your salary can be multiplied several times. Chapter 120. Ah! Miyazaki Yu was startled by the sudden change of the old man's style. I didn't expect that this smiling old man was still a naughty guy. But he also figured out the other party's intention. The other party wanted him to go to the Kendo Association and then fight with the young talents of the Kendo Association. He even wanted to kill the sharpness of these guys. He was really shrewd. But what did he mean by the last sentence? Suddenly his eyes lit up. Being able to find him through the Kendo Association, he was obviously a person related to Kendo, and his status was very noble, which instantly aroused his interest. I see, since it was President Nakamura who invited me, then of course I have to go. As for whether I can be appreciated by the big man, it depends on fate. The old man laughed. Yeah, yes, fate is very important, just like these two girls, you have a lot of fate with you at first glance. The old man is very accurate in judging people. Xiaoran and Sanako were both caught off guard. This old guy actually said such a thing. They couldn't help but feel angry. If it weren't for his age, he should have been thrown over his shoulder. Don't be angry, the old man is joking. After all, if you want to marry a wife, one is enough. It will be uncomfortable to marry too many wives. Some women are very cute when they are young, but once they get married, they will become very scary. Don't look at me like this now. When I was young, I was very popular. 5 girls fought for me, an old man. Seeing that the 2 girls were about to lose their temper, he spoke hurriedly. Okay, let's go together. You must want to see the Kendo Association too. There was a high-end business car parked outside the door. The car was very spacious and comfortable. It was more than enough for 7 people. Now there were only 5 people, so it was naturally not crowded at all. The 3 girls were very excited along the way. After all, Kendo has a special status in the hearts of Japanese people. It is precisely because of this that the sword competition is particularly eye-catching. Moreover, even the time of the event must be separated from karate competitions, so that the Kendo competition will not be affected by other competitions. The Kendo Association, the organizer of the Kendo competition, is the Kendo headquarters of the entire Japan and a holy place in the eyes of all Kendo practitioners. So whether it is Xiaoran, Sanako or Lingna, they are all looking forward to it. It's so spectacular. After seeing the building of the Kendo Association, Xiaoran couldn't help but admire it sincerely. As far as the eyes go, a very majestic building appeared in front of everyone. The building is much taller than an ordinary apartment building, with about 40 or 50 floors, and the shape is also very special, with a sense of majesty. Along the way, President Nakamura also talked a lot with everyone. Seeing the look of everyone, President Nakamura couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it spectacular? This is the newest building of our Kendo club. Speaking of this, we have to thank the Morita family for their support. Thanks to the generosity of the Morita family, we can build such a magnificent building. The old man is very proud. Miyazaki Yu's mouth twitched when he heard it. In the past, the Suzuki family built the Suzuki Tower, the amusement park, and the palace-like house, and then the Morita family donated the skyscraper. It's amazing. These consortiums are really rich and inhumane. It's really intriguing that Miss Sanako can become good friends with Xiaoran. Once you enter the building, the decoration of the entire building is also very outstanding. It is not just a show of wealth, but a combination of modern elements and ancient elements. Once you enter the hall, you can feel a sense of ancient meaning. Walking in it, it feels like returning to an ancient dojo, giving people an illusion of time and space interweaving. President. After entering the hall, a tall and sweet-looking female secretary came over quickly. This is Miyazaki, the champion of this year's Kendo conference. These people are all his friends. Miyazaki is now a member of our Kendo Association and also our VIP. Take them around the building first, and I will be gone for a while. After watching the old man leave, the female secretary in professional attire showed a sweet smile. Mr. Miyazaki, my last name is Kawase, and my name is Kawase Ziwi. You can just call me Ziwi. Now I will lead everyone to visit. So everyone began to visit the entire building under the leadership of Kawase Ziwi. This building looks very large, but in fact, it is divided into many areas. This mainly starts from the history of the Kendo Association. Although Nihon is an island country, there are many Kendo schools. Many Kendo schools are dissatisfied with each other, and various internal fights and attacks have become the norm. Later, in order to change this situation, the largest schools took the lead and established the prototype of the Kendo Association, that is, the Kendo League. They used this alliance to formulate common rules and set corresponding ranks. In order to distinguish the strength of swordsmen, and to use the corresponding ranks to get corresponding treatment. 0. But later, with the evolution of the times, the Kendo League began social reforms under the supervision of the government, from a private organization to an official organization under official control and supervision. In fact, to put it bluntly, the government is also very troubled by a group of guys who are very powerful and undisciplined. If you can't use force, then just recruit you. However, with the evolution of the times, the headaches of the past have gradually disappeared. From the 20th floor to the 40th floor, it is the area of each school, and each school will send its own representatives to stay there so that each school can learn from each other. The Secretary Zihui did not elaborate on the details, because those who know the Nihon Kendo School know that it is a very complicated system. There are dozens of different branches in the Shinkage Ryu alone, and these branches are not convinced of each other, and they all think that they are the orthodox Shinkage Ryu. So the Kendo Association simply managed them all, and regularly asked these guys to send representatives to compete, and the ranking was determined by their respective results, which made these guys quiet down. However, as time passed, many schools disappeared in history, and only a few can really stay. Otherwise, let alone 20 floors, 50 floors might not be enough. After turning a long corridor, the end of the corridor suddenly opened up, and a huge hall that was as spacious as a small stadium and could accommodate thousands of people appeared in front of everyone. At this time, many people were practicing kendo in the hall, and the sounds of various chopping and slashing were endless. There were more than 100 people practicing in the whole hall. This is the training ground for the reserve members of the Kendo Association, and there are also formal members among them. As soon as Miyazaki Yu and his group came, they attracted the attention of these people, and one of them came directly over. He took off his mask directly, revealing a very young and handsome face, who looked only about 20 years old, and he was very tall, more than 1.95 meters tall, and squinted his eyes and had a tense face. He came over aggressively, with a strong aggression. He came over and looked down at Miyazaki Yu. "You are the Miyazaki Yu, right? High school student kendo champion? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have won a high school kendo championship. In my and Miyamoto Ryujin's eyes, the high school champion is not worth mentioning, but you later defeated the university champion. In this case, you are worthy of being my opponent. Do you want to try with me?" Chapter 121. Miyamoto Ryujin? Are you challenging me? This person is simply unreasonable in Miyazaki Yu's eyes. The reason why he came here is that he is really interested in the Kendo Association itself. He is now also an organized person. Since he has an organization, he should make good use of it. Properly improving one's status in the Kendo Association is also a foundation for standing. If people want to live comfortably, they must have both money and power in any time and space and any dynasty. Even if they don't have power, they must have strength and influence. Only when your base is big enough, others will not dare to hurt you easily, because the request of no one to attack is never obtained by praying, but by relying on the fear of others, and the group will stop the pace of infringement. In fact, it is the same principle. You have to have a knife in your hand, and you have the final say on whether to use it or not. Only then will others not dare to bully you. If he will not have any consequences if he harms you, then the probability of others harming you is infinitely close to 100%. In other words, this guy named Miyamoto Ryujin is the first dog claw stretched out to him in the Kendo Association. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. Miyamoto Ryujin? Are you Miyamoto Ryujin? Sanako said in disbelief. Miyamoto Ryujin smiled, Miss, have you heard of my name? Sanako nodded and said, I have heard of your name. I heard that you are a rare kendo genius. You have been practicing swords since you were 4 years old. Since elementary school, you have been challenging all the way without defeat. Now, at such a young age, you are already a kendo 8th dan swordsman. It is rumored that if you were not too young, you might have become a kendo 9th dan master now. Miyamoto Lu-ren smiled faintly, you are right, this is indeed me. I like kendo. I can do anything for kendo. This kind of feeling and determination are not comparable to you, a mere high school student. After a pause, he raised his head slightly and said, you just said whether you want to challenge you. You are right. I want to challenge you. If I hadn't had something to do and didn't participate in the previous competition, you would not have been able to defeat the champion of the university group. I will take back the honor that guy lost today. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. It was another middle school boy. A battle of honor? It sounds good to say that it is for honor, but in fact, it is just unconvinced. He never fights for pride, because it is useless and will lose a lot of things. But I am here to visit today, and there are people who want to see me. It seems that it is against the rules for you to do this now, right? Hey, are you scared? He said with a provocative expression on his face. The last time this expression of asking for a beating appeared was on Zhen Guangzai's face. Miyazaki Yu suddenly looked around. At this time, all the people who were practicing gathered around and looked at them with interest, obviously wanting to see the excitement. You are really a coward. If you want to improve your kendo, you need to be brave and diligent, and you can't be afraid of any challenge. Now you are retreating. You are simply not worthy of being a core member of the Kendo Association. Core member? This is probably why you hate me, right? Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. With his insight, he obviously understood the reason for the matter. President Nakamura invited him to join the Kendo Association before, and promised that there would be financial support. In the future, it is indeed the case. Every month, there will be 10 very considerable expenses. This makes Miyazaki Yu have a legal income that can be seen in the light, and he is naturally very happy. However, this also makes him a little confused. Although the Kendo Association is an official organization, it is just an organization similar to the Calligraphy Association. It is impossible to pay a salary to every formal member, right? Now it seems that the entire Kendo Association should be divided into many levels. The reserve members are the majority of the bottom. Their strength is acceptable and they can be considered talents, but there is still a big gap between them and the Kendo elites. Only strong people like Okada Tsuji and Animaru Takeshi would join the Kendo Association in junior high school. However, even if they join, the Kendo Association only provides them with some conveniences, such as free trial of equipment, dare to read some Kendo materials of the association, and regular guidance from Kendo masters, but there should be no direct salary. Then there should be the so-called core members. It seems that the treatment and threshold of core members should be quite high. That is why Miyamoto Ryujin is jealous of the separation of the plasmolysis wall. Hey! He did not answer, but a cold snort had already exposed his thoughts. Sanako on the side couldn't help but said, "What's wrong with you? We came here just to visit, not to accept challenges casually, and this is your home court, surrounded by your friends. If you lose and cheat, we will suffer." Miyamoto Ryuren's eyes were sharp, and the strong mental power of the master swordsman was reflected in his eyes, which made Sanako feel uncomfortable. She hurriedly avoided his eyes, and her body was about to fall down. "Sanako! Look into my eyes!" Miyazaki Yu hurriedly stepped forward to support Sanako and aimed his eyes at Sanako. Sanako's eyes were stung, and she felt as if she was immersed in warm water, and all the pain disappeared. "What's wrong with me?" "Humph, this is a secret sword technique, which concentrates power on the eyes, and uses the eyes to shock and intimidate, so that the opponent feels fear and physical discomfort. If it is practiced to a high level, it may cause substantial damage to the opponent by staring at each other. But at this level, it can only bully weak girls. Although Sanako was not really hurt, it still made Miyazaki Yu furious. Sanako is one of the women he likes. You dare to hurt Sanako? It's really good. You want to fight, right? Then I will fulfill your wish. He suddenly turned his head, and his deep eyes suddenly appeared. Miyamoto Ryujin, who had a smile on his face, suddenly changed his face. The opponent actually used a similar move as him, using his eyes to exert mental suppression. He unconsciously used this move and attacked with his eyes again. But the consequence this time was that he only felt his eyeballs swell, his eyes went black, and he couldn't help but groan. Everyone didn't know the reason. When a few people saw Miyamoto Ryujin's appearance, they couldn't help but support him in a hurry, but he pushed him away. I'm fine. Don't worry. He looked at Miyazaki Yu viciously. The opponent was obviously intentional just now. The opponent obviously didn't know this move before, but he guessed the principle in an instant and used it. Although it was very weak, it guided himself to use this move. Then use the mental power stronger than his own to rebound this move and cause damage to himself. Miyazaki Yu walked aside without saying a word, took a bamboo sword from the shelf and held it in his hand. It's you. Miyamoto Ryujin sneered, can we start? Don't say I bully you. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly, there is a man named Nishikawa Tetsuaki in the Kendo Association. How does his strength compare to yours? Miyamoto Ryujin was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he spoke. Nishikawa is the only young man in the association who can beat me. Miyazaki Yu said calmly, he has already been defeated by me, so don't say I bully you. Let's do this. You all come together. I just counted and there are a total of 123 of you. This should be enough to increase your chances of winning. Chapter 122. What? He wants to challenge all of us. Don't be ridiculous, how is this possible? We have more than 100 people. Is he looking for death? 1 against 100. Everyone started to talk about it, and many of the guys who were just watching the fun were now glaring at Miyazaki Yu. The other party said that, it was simply not taking them seriously, it was a naked contempt and provocation. Miyamoto Ryujin also reacted and couldn't help but get angry. Damn it, Nishikawa is so strong, how could he lose to you? Even if he fails, he can only lose to me. He didn't believe what Miyazaki Yu said at all. He was very clear about Nishikawa Tetsuaki's strength. Nishikawa Tetsuaki was a double sword flow, and his left and right hands cooperated, and his offensive was swift and fierce, and his speed was twice as fast as that of ordinary people. Coupled with his powerful strength, these combined together made his strength almost the ceiling level of the younger generation. When he was most proud, he had fought with him once, and he lost that battle. But the opponent's swift and terrifying fighting power still left a deep impression in his heart. How could a mere Miyazaki Yu defeat such a powerful Nishikawa? 05 Miyazaki Yu smiled boldly and ignored his doubts. He just sneered, your arrogance has successfully angered me. Let me defeat you first, and then you can rush up together. Don't let me despise your cowardice. He raised his bamboo sword with one hand and pointed the blade at Miyamoto Ryujin. This was a signal to declare war. Miyamoto Ryujin suppressed his anger and took the mask back. There are protective gears over there, I'll wait for you here. Miyazaki Yu shook his head, I don't need to wear protective gears to deal with you. It seems that you are ready. Then I will attack first. He stepped down, and then his body was connected with the sword, and then he slashed with the sword. What? Miyamoto Ryujin, who was not surprised at first, was like being poured with a basin of cold water, and he woke up instantly. After the opponent's figure flashed, his speed and explosive power were undoubtedly revealed. His body, which seemed not too strong just now, actually carried an attack like a tiger. Just looking at the power of this sword, he didn't dare to take it at all. He suddenly pulled back and twisted his body, shrinking his body and holding the sword in front of him to prevent the opponent from changing his moves. But just as he finished protecting himself, a huge force was transmitted to the bamboo sword, and the whole person instantly fell directly like a swing. His feet rubbed violently on the ground, and he still couldn't control his body. His arms couldn't stop shaking, and both arms felt numb. It all happened so fast that everyone around was stunned and couldn't react. Kawashita Ziwi saw this and couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Stop, stop it, how can you fight here?" Sanako, who was watching the fun, cheered on the side. "Miyazaki, you must teach that guy a lesson. He actually hit a girl. It's too bad." The reserve members of the Kendo Association were so surprised that they could stuff a walnut in their mouths. They often fought with Miyamoto Ryujin, and they knew his strength very well. His strength was not at the same level as theirs. That kind of powerful strength, rapid speed, and super strong resistance to blows are all beyond their reach. Even if they were in a group of multiple people, it was difficult for them to gain an advantage in his hands, and they all admired him very much. But what did they see now? A high school student who was about the same age as them, or even younger, actually beat Miyamoto Ryujin with just the power of a sword, and dragged him several meters away. Such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. "Do you like to play the game of flashing necks?" Miyazaki Yu suddenly smiled. "Flashing necks? What does that mean?" This sentence was obviously a joke, Miyamoto Ryujin asked angrily. Miyazaki Yu said in a low voice, "You will know it soon. By the way, that Okada Tsuji is good at 5-stage stabs, that is, 5 stabs in 1 second. I can be faster than him. I can stab 7 times in 1 second, that is, 7-stage stabs. You can try it first." This is not Miyazaki Yu bragging, but he can really do 7-stage stabs. 5 stabs in 1 second is already an extremely terrifying speed. Because the horror of this move is not 5 attacks at a time, but hundreds of attacks in a short period of time. The continuous offensive makes it impossible for people to resist. And every additional attack in 1 second, the power is not increased a little bit, but a lot. The 7-stage stab is simply like a thunderbolt, a terrifying attack that is so fast that it cannot be seen. Then Miyazaki Yu's bamboo sword suddenly stabbed out. Because the speed was so fast, the sword shadow he stabbed out at once was like a plum blossom blooming in the air. The old shadow has not dissipated yet, and the new shadow has formed. In this way, the two overlapped, and the flowers formed by the sword tips began to bloom in the air. However, these so-called flowers all carried a terrifying power that made people's hearts palpitate. In the face of such an attack, if you want to resist, you either have a shield to protect yourself, or your speed exceeds that of the opponent and competes with the opponent in speed. Otherwise, basically you have no choice but to admit defeat. Pa! Miyamoto Ryujin's bamboo sword was instantly shattered. He was stabbed hundreds of times in succession. The whole person seemed to have become a flower ravaged by a storm, and instantly fell into mud and dust. Senior Miyamoto. When everyone saw Miyamoto fall to the ground, they all surrounded him to check, but they saw that Miyamoto was already in tatters and all the protective gear on his body had been broken. The most shocking thing is that the opponent actually controlled the force precisely, and only let the force of the attack burst out on the protective gear, not directly to the body, otherwise Song Yu would be seriously injured all over. Everyone saw Miyazaki Yu's expression as if they saw a ghost, and Miyazaki Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the more than 100 people actually took a step back, all feeling great fear. "Okay, now there are no more people in the way, you all come together, I don't have much time for 810, you should seize the opportunity." Everyone was instantly enraged. A kid who had just arrived, with the identity of a core member, dared to despise everyone so much, and dared to fight 100 people alone? This is simply a joke. The real world is not a novel. A person's physical strength and energy are limited. It is almost impossible to fight 100 people alone. They all raised their bamboo swords and rushed towards Miyazaki. Pa, pa, pa. Miyazaki Yu blocked the impact of more than 10 bamboo swords with one hand. Miyazaki Yu blocked them all with a block, and then swung the bamboo sword. The thunder-like violent impact fell on them. Several people felt that their whole bodies were flying in the clouds, and then they fell to the ground dizzy. There were more bamboo swords attacking from behind, but he didn't even look at them. He blocked them again with his backhand sword. At the same time, he exerted a little force, and his bamboo sword turned into a sharp blade. With a few puffs, he cut off all the bamboo swords. What? This scene caught everyone off guard, and everyone was scared. Then 5 or 6 people were knocked to the ground. Then, it was almost a one-sided massacre. When these guys faced Miyazaki Yu, they were just like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. They didn't have much resistance at all. They barely swung their swords. They were knocked to the ground as soon as they saw the figure. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people fell down. Except for the 3 girls and Miyazaki Yu, everyone else rolled on the ground, wailing. Chapter 123. Yu. Miyamoto Ryujin, who fell to the ground and couldn't stand up, was so angry when he saw the scene in front of him, but at this time, he also realized one thing. That is, the gap in their strength is really too big, and seeing the other party's relaxed appearance, could it be that the other party has reached the legendary level? He couldn't help but get angry and fainted immediately. At this time, the 3 girls were shocked to see the scene in front of them, and their mouths were big enough to put an egg in. 1 against 100. How is this possible? Little him actually did it. Sonoko waved her little fist and shouted, I let you bully me, and now you are suffering, right? Knowing in his heart, the reason why Miyazaki Yu was so angry and had to knock them all down was to vent his anger. Otherwise, to establish his prestige, he only needed to defeat one Miyamoto can just keep Ren. There is no need to knock down all these hundreds of people, it is really unnecessary to offend so many people at once. Thinking of his love for me, my heart can't help but feel sweet. Pa pa pa. There was a clapping sound, and several people looked up and saw 2 people standing on the observation deck on the 2nd floor of the hall. 2 of them were accompanying him. One of them was smiling at the scene in the hall. It was President Nakamura. Logically speaking, these reserve members are all members of the Kendo Association. Now that they have all been knocked down, they should be ashamed. However, at this time, President Nakamura did not look angry at all, but looked at the scene in the hall with a smile. You guys, when I let you practice swordplay, you all have high expectations but low skills. Although you are already elites in your respective schools, you should now understand how big the gap is between you and the real geniuses in this world. If you don't want to be left too far behind your peers, there is only one way, that is to practice desperately. People who have never risked their lives to do something will never be able to experience the joy of hard work. I hope you can understand. Also, Miyazaki-san is my guest, and it was my idea to attack you. Don't hate the wrong person. If you want to vent your anger, come to me, an old man. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. It turned out that this old man was the one who did it. They said, how could someone suddenly have the urge to fight 1 against 100? Even if he could win, it seemed that there was no benefit except embarrassing these 100 people. But this Miyazaki Yu did it, and almost swept them all. The 100 people only lasted a few minutes in his hands before they were all knocked to the ground and turned into a pile of rolling gourds. They dared to hate Miyazaki Yu, but they would not dare to hate President Nakamura even if they had 8 guts. After they all saluted President Nakamura, they hurriedly found someone to carry the unconscious Miyamoto Ryujin and left the hall. Humph. These guys are really getting worse and worse. More than 100 people can't even resist one person, especially when the other person shows mercy. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the other two people. One of the middle-aged men was Ishida Masahiro, one of the judges of the previous kendo competition, and the real core was the man standing between the two. He had dark skin, was thin and tall, and one eye was half closed because there was a narrow scar running through the corner of his eye. Of course, his eye was not blind, but it was obviously still somewhat affected. The other eye was wide open and looked unusually bright. It was the member of the Swordsman Club who had secretly observed Miyazaki Yu before Taki Inishook. But this time, compared with the last time, he obviously took good care of himself. His messy hair was combed neatly, giving him a capable and sharp feeling. And his beard was also cleaned up. Such changes made people who were familiar with Takizaki very curious, especially the vice president Ishida Masahiro. Takizaki Jianhao was the object of his efforts to curry favor, and he was naturally very familiar with his habits. This great swordsman from the Shinkage Ryu was obsessed with kendo in his life. Apart from kendo, he didn't care much about anything else. Just like those artists who are obsessed with calligraphy and painting, they are addicted to it and make themselves sloppy. But today, he took care of himself specifically to meet Miyazaki Yu. You know, even if he went to meet other members of the Swordsman Association, that is, those great swordsmen with respected status, he would always act at will, and would not do this. This shows how much he values Miyazaki Yu. President Nakamura saw Miyazaki Yu looking at Jianhao Taki with burning eyes, and knew that he had roughly guessed the other party's identity, so he spoke directly. Miyazaki, this is Jianhao Taki, a member of Jianhao Club, and this time he wants to meet you. Jianhao Club. Sanako couldn't help but look at this unremarkable uncle in surprise. This uncle is actually a member of Jianhao Club. That means he is a real Jianhao. Seeing Xia Ran and Lingna's confused look, he hurriedly explained. Jianhao Club is a powerful organization that has existed since ancient times. It was once the top combat force that Neon relied on the most. It has had a huge influence from ancient times to the present, but Jianhao Club is very low-key and never appears in the public eye, so few people know of their existence. But every member of Jianhao Club is an extremely remarkable existence. Even the government respects them very much and gives them super high treatment. The girl said it in a low voice, but it was obviously not hidden from Jianhao Taki's ears. He smiled and said, "Number what the little girl said is right, but these things, children from ordinary families should not know, but you know it very clearly. Whose child are you?" Hearing Taki Jianhao speak, Sanako did not dare to be negligent, straightened her body and bowed slightly before answering. "My name is Suzuki Sanako, from the Suzuki Group, and my father is Suzuki Shiro." Taki Jianhao nodded, "So that's how it is, your father and I have had some intersections, and he once came to find me specifically, but I have been very busy, so we have less contact later." Sanako complained in her heart, "My father is very flattering to you, and once mentioned this matter. He met a real swordsman, but this swordsman is obsessed with swordsmanship and is not willing to pay attention to him, which made him sad for a long time. It seems that, Hao Zhao, this swordsman is Taki Jianhao." At this time, Taki Jianhao's eyes were completely focused on Miyazaki Yu. "Miyazaki Yu. I've seen the video of you fighting Kaido Kid. If I'm not mistaken, you should have mastered that kind of power, and you're already very skilled. I think you should be close to being able to slash 10 swords in a row, right? Am I right?" Miyazaki Yu nodded. When he made his move in the public eye, he was mentally prepared that his power would be seen by someone with ulterior motives. But this is inevitable. If you have mastered a certain power, unless you don't use it for a lifetime, it will definitely be seen by others. This is also a deliberate opportunity for him. If you want to gain enough fame and fortune, you must show enough value. This applies to any era. Okay, okay. The Swordsman Club hasn't had a new member for a long time. Since you have mastered that skill, it means you have already stepped into a new world. I want to formally invite you to the Swordsman Trial. Chapter 124. The Swordsman Association's Trial Invitation. After Sanako's explanation, Xiaoran and Reina both vaguely knew a little about the Swordsman Association. Although they didn't know more specific things, as a native Japanese. Based on the legends they had seen and heard since childhood, they could roughly guess what kind of giant this so-called Swordsman Association was. Such an organization actually invited Miyazaki Yu. Xiaoran asked with doubt, what does Takizaki Swordsman mean? Does it mean the ability to cut steel? Takizaki Swordsman did not hide it and explained it directly. That's true. The so-called cutting steel is to cut steel with a sword, but this is only the most basic. Some people with great strength and talent, or those with a good sword, can also cut steel, so a goal is needed. That is to use a standard long sword to cut a standard shield, which is considered to be the real master of the cutting steel skill. However, this can only be regarded as stepping into the threshold of the swordsman level, and can only be regarded as a quasi-swordsman, because many strong people who have cultivated to the quasi-swordsman level. They have been exposed to many secret swordsmanship that can burst blood or increase strength in a short time, so that they can increase their strength in a short time, but these 650 kinds of power can only give them the strength of a partial swordsman. At this time, President Nakamura also said, Takiki Swordsman is right. I reached the 9th level of Kendo before I was 30 years old. Later, I completed my first cutting steel at the age of 32 and became a quasi-swordsman. But in the years that followed, no matter how hard I tried, I could not break through to the level of a true swordsman. Ishida Masahiro also sighed and said, that's true, but compared to the president, my talent is far inferior. Even when I was young, I used the secret sword to mobilize the blood and chi, but I could only cut one sword, but after one sword, I couldn't swing the sword again. He sighed and Miyazaki Yu listened, and sighed. Because he could do this level when he woke up. At that time, he was extremely weak. He had just woken up from the coma of the long sword. His physical fitness was far inferior to now. His muscle control ability was still in the state of consciousness. It was like changing the soul of a boxing champion to an ordinary body. The power he exerted was very limited. But now it is different. His muscle density has increased significantly. His muscle control has made him able to control more than 90% of his muscles. His combat power has soared significantly. In other words, his starting point is the end point of most kendo geniuses. Xiaoran nodded and said, that is to say, you need to complete 10 steel cuts in one breath to be considered a true swordsman, right? Taki Jianhao laughed, this is just one of the tests. To succeed in the swordsmanship trial, 2 major elements are required. 10 steel cuts are just a general term, which can prove that a person is not reluctant to cut steel, but is already at ease, and does not rely on life-threatening means to reach the level of cutting steel. However, even for swordsmen, the method of cutting steel is not used casually, because it consumes too much physical strength. So if you want to become a swordsman, you must be able to cut steel 10 times to prove that you have indeed possessed the strength beyond ordinary people. Miyazaki Yu nodded, what the swordsman Taki said was indeed true. It is possible to cut steel only once for those swordsmen who are strong enough or have accumulated enough, but their realm is not enough. Even if you risk your life to use it once, it is basically a piece of plasticine. And such a long charging time is of no value in actual combat. But being able to cut steel 10 times is enough to be called mastery. Of course, it is a completely different level. Excuse me, Mr. Taki, what are the benefits of becoming a swordsman? Taki Swordsman laughed, you are still a money grubber. Don't you have a girlfriend from the Suzuki Chable? Are you still short of money? Ask your father-in-law to give you some and it will be enough for you to spend for a lifetime. Sanako almost jumped up when she heard it. No, Miyazaki and I are just good friends now. Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly. Sanako is not my girlfriend now, and I like to earn money and spend it myself. I will be happy to spend this kind of money. Takaki Jianhao chuckled, if you really become a Jianhao, you don't need to worry about money. After becoming a Jianhao, you will not only be awarded the honor of Jianhao status, but also get a single reward of 20 million yen. After that, there will be a salary every month, which is comparable to the high salary of the academician level, and there are some obscure privileges, which are all special privileges for Jianhao. Several girls, especially Miyazaki Reina, their mouths turned into O-shaped at this time. 20 million yen. And there is also an academician level salary, and it seems to be used for nothing. Miyazaki Yu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that this Jianhao title would have such a big reward. It is simply a profession that can eat idle meals openly. In fact, the reason why the government set up such a high reward salary is to encourage, hoping that the entire Neon can increase the number of Jianhao, because masters at this level also represent the national system to a certain extent. The competition between countries is all round, and the strong in the extraordinary field is also one of the aspects of competition, and it is a very important aspect. That's why the reward is so generous. And there's also a point that it's too difficult to become a swordsman. Countless talented geniuses can never reach that level in their lifetime. Even if they do, they are already quite old, especially since there are very few swordsmen, much fewer than those academicians, so they are naturally more precious. Haha, looking at your eyes, I think you're already tempted. Miyazaki Yu smiled and didn't hide his thoughts. That's true. If you become a swordsman, you probably won't have to work for the rest of your life, which is of course a good thing. Taki Yu smiled proudly. Judging from the experience of this little guy, it's understandable that he likes money. But the road to becoming a swordsman is not that easy. Being able to cut steel only proves that your realm is sufficient, but if you want to become a true swordsman, you still need to prove yourself with the sword in your hand. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength, but if you want to become a swordsman, simply mastering the cutting of steel is actually not enough. After all, when manpower is limited, cutting steel can only play a decisive role at a critical moment. And if you want to become a swordsman, you still need to use the sword in your hand to prove your strength. Only the sword will not lie. Miyazaki Yu thought for a while. Does Mr. Taki mean to fight? Taki smiled and said, yes, it is a fight, and the opponent is the other members of the Swordsman Club. Only when more than 3 members of the Swordsman Club truly recognize a person's strength, a new swordsman will be truly born. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a breath again. Chapter 125. Why is there such a request? Isn't it too demanding? Reina couldn't help but say, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Even Sanako and Xiaoran were surprised. Xiaoran said, Sir Taki, isn't this too difficult? In fact, it is true. As a newcomer, it is a fantasy to want to challenge an old swordsman. After all, every swordsman has extremely powerful combat power. From what Xiaoran has seen along the way, no matter how powerful Miyazaki Yu is, it is impossible for him to surpass a swordsman. And to get the recognition of 3 sword masters at once, the uncertainty is too great, and it is extremely dangerous. Taki Sword Master snorted, it is indeed difficult, but the reality is like this. It is not an easy thing to become a sword master. There are no less than hundreds of thousands of people practicing swordsmanship in Japan, but only a handful of them can be recognized as sword masters. Even in the Edo period when sword masters emerged in large numbers, it took an average of 5 years for a new sword master to appear. The current Sword Master Association has not had a new sword master for 12 years, 11. But Miyazaki, after hearing this, Yu was very calm. He could understand the reason for these rules. Most of the professions or specialties in this world, when they really reach a high level, the level of a person is not something that ordinary people and laymen can comment on. Just like the level of a university professor, can it be judged by elementary school students? Can the level of a pilot be determined by ordinary soldiers? The level of a doctor also needs people in the industry to judge his strength. Therefore, peer review is a universal rule in the world. Whether a professor or a scientist is qualified can only be left to other professors and scientists to judge whether he is qualified. Becoming a swordsman is actually similar. Only by getting the recognition of more than 3 swordsmen can one become a new swordsman. This is actually the 3 swordsmen using their own honors to evaluate. If the selected people are not qualified, their qualifications will also be questioned. Sanako saw Miyazaki Yu's look, knowing that he might have decided to participate. He couldn't help but say, "Miyazaki, you are the best, I believe you can do it." But then he turned to look at Long Chi Jianhao and said, "During the competition, you should also wear protective gear and use bamboo swords, right? But your strength is too strong, ordinary protective gear should not be enough. Miyazaki, do you want me to find someone to make a set of protective gear with stronger protection? Otherwise, your strength is too strong, and ordinary protective gear may be useless." Long Chi Jianhao shook his head, "No, no. The swordsman trial is an extremely sacred and solemn thing. The rules since ancient times are to restore the actual combat as much as possible. It is impossible to wear protective gear, and you must use real swords to compete. However, they will use unsharpened swords, but the power is still very strong. In the real sword confrontation, as a swordsman, of course, he will not deliberately hurt others. But in these 20 years, there are a total of 15 people who applied for the exam, 2 of whom died, 4 were seriously injured, and almost everyone was slightly injured. And none of them passed the exam. Do you still want to try?" At the end of his speech, he had already put on a scrutinizing look. Young people who grew up in peacetime always lack the real blood and energy. Kendo is about bravery and progress, and there must be no retreat. Once you retreat, your confidence will be shaken, and then your strength will be greatly reduced. At this time, President Nakamura also reached out and pulled open his sleeves. On his left arm, there was a scar nearly half a foot long. Although it has long been healed, the dark red mark can still be clearly seen. Obviously, the injury was very serious back then. Sanako couldn't help but say, "No, didn't President Nakamura say that if he didn't master the result of cutting steel 10 times, he should not be qualified to apply for the trial?" President Nakamura shook his head, "That's right, this is also the helpless move of the Swordsman Association. There are already very few people who can practice to my level. If we continue to stick to the original standard, no one can challenge." Taki Swordsman shook his head and said, "So at that time, a swordsman suggested that it was not necessary to cut steel before the trial. The threshold was too high. He suggested that the trial competition should be conducted directly. As long as they could get the recognition of 2 swordsmen, it would be fine. But even so, all the challengers failed, and no one was recognized by even 1 swordsman." President Nakamura and Ishida Masahiro both looked gloomy. These were their lifelong pains. When they were in high spirits, they also launched an attack in that direction. Even in the face of huge dangers, they did not retreat at all. But when they really stand in front of that door, they can feel how magnificent the scenery behind that door is. However, as time goes by, they are getting farther and farther away from that realm, and even no longer see hope. Taki Jianhao, the swordsmanship has always been about moving forward courageously, so I will take this goal. 0. Asking for flowers. Seeing that the 3 girls were about to stop him, he waved his hand and signaled them not to worry. "Don't worry, I don't have to try it now. I can try to cut steel 10 times first, and then practice with Mr. Taki Jianhao. Since it is not a formal trial, we can wear protective gear and use bamboo swords. Only in a real battle can I know how much gap there is between me and Jianhao." These words were said without revealing a single drop of water, and the risk factor has been reduced to the minimum. This made Xia Ran, Sanako and the little girl Ling Nei all breathe a sigh of relief. What the swordsman said just now was too scary. 15 people were tested for 20 years, and in the end, half of them were seriously injured, and the rest were all injured. This is too scary. You are smart, kid. The reason why I called you here today is to weigh your weight and see how far you have reached, so you don't have to be so careful with me. 0. Miyazaki Yu smiled. In this case, President Nakamura, this building should have a test room for steel cutting, right? Now they should come in handy. President Nakamura laughed. Yes, everyone follow me. It is said to be a room here, but in fact, in terms of size, it is extremely spacious, 1/3 of the size of the hall just now. In the room, on one side is a wooden frame bamboo mat for cutting, a total of 5 rows, all in the order from 1 ketone sword target to 4 ketone sword target, neatly arranged and looks very solemn. The other side was different. There were iron pillars as thick as wrists. A rough count showed that there were 100 of them. The first few iron pillars were covered with sword marks. These sword marks were crisscrossed, but no sword could cut the iron pillars. The iron pillars were like broken wood, full of chopping marks. These marks should be caused by President Nakamura and Vice President Ishida, right? President Nakamura reached out and gently touched the first iron pillar. The marks on it were more and more shallow from the beginning when they were cut halfway, and then they became shallower and shallower. Obviously, the old man's strength was gradually declining, and the depth of the slash was also gradually decreasing. I am so ashamed. This is my achievement 20 years ago. Now my energy and blood are declining. Even if I try my best, I can only cut less than half an inch. I am so ashamed. Miyazaki Yu stretched out his hand and flicked the iron pillar lightly. After a crisp sound, the iron pillar began to vibrate. Then let's start with this one. Chapter 126. Miyazaki Yu picked up a real sword from the sword rack nearby and weighed it. These are all standard katana. Although they are not very outstanding, they are much better than ordinary swords. That's it. He quickly brushed the blade with his fingers, and flicked it with his fingers, and the blade made a soft humming sound. He walked slowly to the iron pillar, and then swung a sword. Everyone was just immersed in the atmosphere of the whole hall, and before they could react, the sword shadow passed by. What? Did he make a move? Doesn't he need to accumulate power? Seeing Miyazaki Yu walk to the iron pillar like a leisurely stroll, no one expected him to swing the sword, because his momentum was still restrained, without any change, just like normal. You know, even a swordsman needs to accumulate energy to cut steel, and every time he cuts, he needs to go all out, but August 17th can complete the cut so easily. Clang! The half of the iron pillar slowly fell down, and the whole iron pillar was like a neatly cut bamboo, with an inclined surface. The cut inclined surface was as smooth as a mirror. It formed a sharp contrast with the dark iron pillar. Obviously, this iron pillar has been cut easily, just like a hot knife cutting butter. Everyone was speechless for a long time because of the power of Miyazaki Yu's sword, especially President Nakamura and Vice President Ishida Masahiro. They have tried to cut steel countless times in private, and they have succeeded, but that success was all because they had done enough preparation. Keep yourself full of energy and take some tonic medicine one day in advance, then take a bath and change clothes the next day, adjust yourself to the best state, and then use the secret sword technique to bless yourself, so that you can use the long sword to cut the iron pillar and complete a steel cutting. And what do you see now? The other party casually swings the sword and completes a standard new steel cutting. Everyone is stunned. Sanako reacts quickly, his eyes are bright. Xia Ran, no wonder that kid is not his opponent, this is too amazing. I didn't feel too shocked when I saw him complete the cutting of the seat before, but now it makes people feel excited. If he is holding the famous sword Henjai Unduan in his hand now, cutting the iron pillar will probably be as easy as cutting bread, right? Xiao Ran didn't understand, maybe? But looking at their appearance, this sword must be extremely remarkable. Miyazaki Yu didn't have time to listen to everyone's exclamation. He continued to walk forward, and Taki Yu's eyes really lit up at this time. Does he really have the strength of a swordsman now? It's too unbelievable, a swordsman in his teens. This is unique in history. Soon, Miyazaki Yu came to the second iron pillar. He swung his sword again, and the sword light passed by like a swift shadow, without the sound of metal collision. The second iron pillar also broke with a sound. Then Miyazaki Yu walked to the third, fourth, fifth, and 10th iron pillars in turn. Every time he faced the iron pillars, he slashed with a sword at random, and the iron pillars broke with a sound, as if these iron pillars were very soft and thin tubes, and they could be easily cut off with a sword of an ordinary person. The whole process was as smooth as eating dove, without any pause. The difficulty of this steel cutting test was not even as difficult as using a bamboo sword to cut the mat at home before. After all, a bamboo sword is a bamboo sword. Although the quality of this long sword is ordinary, it is also a long sword, and naturally it cannot be compared with a bamboo sword. Taki Jianhao silently checked all the iron pillars one by one, but his face became more and more solemn. There is no change at all. It takes time to accumulate power, and cutting steel consumes a lot of physical strength. As long as the breath is disordered, it is impossible to cut so smoothly and silky. In other words, he seems to have made 10 cuts, but in fact, he only accumulated power once, and it was a random accumulation without much process. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. If so, then this boy's strength is already above him. At this time, endless fighting spirit has risen in his heart. He can't wait to verify in person what level the opponent's fighting power has reached. Ha ha ha, Miyazaki boy, you are really good. You can actually do this level. Even I am afraid that I can't do such a slash. It's really amazing, so I can't wait to try it now. What level of strength you have reached? At this time, Miyazaki Yu also felt the fighting spirit rising like a flame on the other party and responded immediately in his heart. Okay, I also want to try it out. What level of strength has the swordsman reached? Xiao Ran hurriedly shouted, you can't use real swords. Taki Jianhao thought about it and nodded, it's really troublesome not to use real swords. 0. He took 2 bamboo swords and threw one of them to Miyazaki Yu, then took a fighting posture. In an instant, the bamboo sword in his hand suddenly straightened, and the bamboo sword actually showed a metallic luster. However, Miyazaki Yu directly slashed at the moment he received the bamboo sword. His feet slipped lightly, as if his feet were not floor tiles, but a silky ice surface. If you can see through the human body structure at this time, you will find that Miyazaki Yu's arch of the foot is tightened in an instant, like a wound spring, and suddenly bursts out with amazing power. He only took a step, but he reached the extent of springing out 5 or 6 meters. It was as if he raised his leg and crossed the distance between the two people, and attacked in front of Taki Jianhao. Although it was a bamboo sword, the sword light drew a thrilling and beautiful arc. Reflecting the bright lights in the room, it formed an amazing rainbow bridge, reflected in everyone's eyes. At this time, Taki Jianhao also slashed from bottom to top with a cassock slash. Bang clang! The 2 bamboo swords vibrated in an instant. Miyazaki Yu used the elasticity of the bamboo swords to retract the swords and cut back at the moment of collision, and then cut towards the opponent's waist and ribs. Taki Jianhao separated and slashed outwards, and then took the opportunity to separate. He had already made a judgment in his heart. This kid is simply a monster. His slashing power is not inferior to his own. His understanding of cutting steel is even better than his own. If he really fights with him, he is afraid that there is a possibility of capsizing in the ditch, and it is very likely that he will capsize in the gutter. 2.6. My current advantage is my rich experience and various secret swords that I can easily pick up. I didn't hesitate anymore. I took a deep breath, and my waist and abdomen quickly contracted. The power on the bamboo sword increased dramatically. After another chop, the two began to exchange moves quickly. Every moment of collision was regarded as the point of force and fulcrum by the two men, and they actually concentrated all their strength on the small space between the bamboo swords. And the sound of the collision was extremely dense, like a drumbeat that shocked the soul. Miyazaki-san can actually compete with the swordsman Taki. How is this possible? Both President Nakamura and Vice President Ishida were shocked, and their faces were completely covered with shock. It seems that we have seen it wrong, he definitely has the strength of a swordsman. It's unbelievable. But if this is the case, then our Kendo Association can finally produce a swordsman. Chapter 127. Apart from the jubilation of the two men, the three girls were frightened. What a terrible attack! The speed and the depth of the attack are simply incredible. A random strike can break steel. If such an attack falls on a person, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The bamboo swords in the hands of the two men at this time were transformed into groups of light and shadow, rolling around in their hands. The fine and fast-paced sound of the strikes was finer and more terrifying than any drum beats. It's so refreshing. It's really refreshing. Since Miyazaki Yu woke up, he has hardly experienced a battle with all his strength. Even when facing the muzzle of a gun, when facing an FBI agent, there was no such battle. When he faced the muzzle of the robber's gun for the first time, his adrenaline soared and he slashed an unprecedented sword, but that was just a desperate blow at an emergency. Later, when facing those agents, he attacked and killed them with ease, and there was no direct battle at all. Even if it was a kaishuaki, if he had a sniper rifle, he could still cause himself some trouble. But when he faced himself, everything was completely over. As for facing other opponents, such as Hattori Heiji, Okada Tsuji, and Animura Takeshi, the strength of these people was far behind his. Once he 05 took action seriously, these people could not resist. Only when fighting against Nishikawa Tetsuaki did he feel some pressure. His double sword flow plus his natural strength made his double sword attack swift and agile, as if there were two powerful swordsmen attacking him together. This also caused him some trouble. But this was just a trouble. When he started to attack with all his strength, the opponent was quickly defeated. In fact, we can take stock of his abilities here. Not only is his swordsmanship extremely high, but his physical fitness is also extremely excellent. He has cultivated internal strength, and his muscles are freely controlled. The whole person is like a piece of rubber. Not only is his explosive power strong, but he also has unparalleled endurance. His breathing is long. He has tested his lung capacity, which has reached an astonishing 30,000 milliliters. This value is 10 times higher than that of ordinary people, and more than double the so-called world record. This is the benefit of his inner vision and research on the human body structure, which can continuously stimulate the potential of the human body. This kind of stimulation is also something that ordinary people cannot do at all. And his super strong breathing ability, abnormal physical strength and strong explosive power like gunpowder explosion have made him so strong now. There are actually not many individuals who can make him fight with all his strength now, and the Taki swordsman in front of him is one of them. At this time, the shock in the heart of Taki swordsman is beyond words. This kid is really a monster. Although I don't know how many moves I have made now, I have indeed tried my best, and I began to fall into a passive state unconsciously. This made him unacceptable in his heart. He has been obsessed with swordsmanship since he was a child. He started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 5. It has been 40 years now. He has never slacked off. This is why he has the current strength and stands at the top of swordsmen and becomes a respected great swordsman. But now facing a 16-year-old young man, he actually beats to this extent. It's not that he can't accept the Yangtze River's waves behind pushing the waves ahead, but this should also take a process. It should be the same as the plot set in some anime and novels. The boy is gifted and has achieved certain results, so he is ignorant and goes to challenge the predecessors. The predecessors saw his thoughts and defeated him, letting him know his own strength. There is still a big gap when facing the real strong. So the boy worked hard and began to follow the footsteps of his predecessors, tempering himself through various competitions, and then improving his swordsmanship to a certain level, and finally challenged the predecessors. The two sides fought again, and in the end the senior was defeated or tied, and thus recognized his strength. The boy who was recognized by the senior also became the new 10th generation of strong hidden. And follow the footsteps of the senior and continue to move forward. This should be the main line of the whole story. This should be the direction of the whole thing. This little guy has just entered the stage of challenging the senior, did he pass it directly? This is simply breaking the cycle of the story. The reality is that at the beginning, he can still suppress the opponent with his refined swordsmanship. But as time goes by, everything changes, and the opponent actually suppresses him little by little. Of course, only the two sides of the battle can feel the changes, and for the spectators, they can only see the rotation of swords and shadows. There are so many thrilling actions that people are terrified. It's too dangerous, it's too dangerous, President Nakamura, can you stop them from fighting? It's too dangerous to continue fighting. Xiao Ran said anxiously. Sonoko on the side was also very anxious. Yes, please stop them, it's too dangerous. No matter who gets hurt, it's a tragedy. President Nakamura sighed and said, you are making things difficult for an old man like me. You don't understand. They are fighting with all their strength now. They are focused. It seems dangerous at this time, but in fact, they are fighting according to instinct at this time. It looks dangerous. But it's like a tightly meshed gear, one tooth drives another tooth, but once the rhythm of one of them is disrupted, there will be a real problem. Xiao Ran frowned and said, can we only wait for them to stop by themselves? President Nakamura nodded, indeed, it is the safest to wait for them to stop by themselves now. Vice President Masahiro Ishida on the side exclaimed, it's really unbelievable. The so-called recognition of the three swordsmen by the swordsman challengers over the years is actually just being able to hold out for a period of time without being defeated by the three swordsmen. It's already very remarkable. Instead of the challenger directly defeating the swordsman, if the challenger needs to defeat the swordsman, then the Swordsman Association is probably left with no one. He turned to look at President Nakamura and said, President, looking at the current situation, after this battle, we should be able to apply to the Swordsman Association and prepare for a new challenge, and I can almost assert that Miyazaki-kun's strength is not only enough to be called a swordsman, but it won't take long for him to become the best of the Swordsman Association. His eyes were shining. Miyazaki Yu is not yet a swordsman. In addition to the previous intersection, if he can be on this thigh, his position will be more stable. At this time, the two people on the field have exerted their strength to the extreme, and the two are like dancing a graceful duet. A bamboo sword in the hands of both parties is like a magic trick. Sometimes they hold the sword with both hands, sometimes they hold the sword with one hand, and they can hold the sword alternately with their left and right hands, and change the sword between the forehand and the backhand. Various sword-holding skills, sword-drawing skills, and sword-cutting skills, in the hands of the two people, are changing like a kaleidoscope. While the two people are attacking, on the other hand, they are completely shielded from the wind and rain. Miyazaki Yu's peak speed is a little faster than that of Taki Jianhao. The 8-stage impact driven by his power makes the blade head swing like 10 walls. The stabs fall like raindrops, making it impossible to dodge. At this time, Taki Jianhao can only block with his sword, but the opponent's strength is greater than his, so he knows that he can't stop it this time. Just at this moment, the moment the two bamboo swords touch each other, they all shattered at once. In both hands, only the clenched hilts are left. Both of them stand in place and no longer attack. Chapter 128. What? Everyone was stunned to see this scene. Although the bamboo sword is made of bamboo, it is also made through many processes and is very tough and strong. If you break or cut the bamboo sword, everyone can understand it, but now it is directly in the hand and becomes a pile of fragments, which is incomprehensible. Only President Nakamura spoke, so that's it. The strength of the two of them is too strong. When they hold the sword, the bamboo sword is protected by their own strength. It becomes like a real sword, but the violent collision is constantly accumulating potential energy. Until the two bamboo swords can no longer support it, they are directly broken. It is hard to imagine what kind of damage will be caused if such power explodes directly on the surface of the human body. Taki Jianhao straightened his body and spit out a straight white breath. This breath condensed and did not dissipate, just like an arrow protruding from his mouth. But a strange scene happened. His face was originally red, but now it was suddenly snow-white, as if all the blood disappeared in an instant. Moreover, his face and body, which had not had a trace of sweat, were sweating profusely in an instant, and the sweat was pouring out like a spring. In the blink of an eye, all the clothes on his body were soaked with sweat, and water droplets were slowly dripping on his hair. Miyazaki Yu was also like this at this time. After a big battle, his body moved, and the pores on his body were originally closed because of tension. Once he relaxed, the pores were all open, and sweat naturally began to gush out like a spring. Looking at Miyazaki Yu's worried look, Longi Jianhao secretly said in his heart, "Monster. It seems that this kid has also cultivated the inner strength and dark power. This kind of power from the inside out has reached this level. This is the biggest threshold for a swordsman, cultivating the inner strength, because only with the support of the inner strength can the explosive power continue to increase, allowing the body to explode continuously, and have a long-lasting chi and meridian power." His face was red just now, and he was actually close to the limit. If he continued to fight, it would be dangerous. Moreover, he couldn't resist the move just now. Fortunately, the bamboo sword was completely broken at the critical moment. If not, I can't hold my face now. Seeing that the other party's face didn't change, he knew that the other party's internal strength was much stronger than his, and his explosive power and endurance were longer. In terms of physical strength, he was no match for him. "Miyazaki, are you okay?" The three girls rushed over and supported Miyazaki Yu. Miyazaki Yu waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. My physical strength is not exhausted." Seeing this, Taki Jianhao couldn't help but frown. The two guys over there were not as sensible as the little girl. Didn't they see that he couldn't move now? They didn't even come to help him. But there was no other way. As an old senior, he had to be upright and not be timid. He immediately said, "Very good. Miyazaki boy, I already know your strength. I think you have the strength to become a swordsman. I will start the swordsman trial process immediately. It will be fully prepared in the next month or so. I will summon all the swordsmen to participate in this trial. You must be prepared." This is almost an acknowledgement of the other party's strength. It is enough to be on an equal footing with him and become a real swordsman. "Okay, I've said everything I should say. I've fought. Let's go back quickly. I won't accompany you anymore." He turned around and left. Sanako said strangely, "This Taki Jianhao is really a weirdo. He didn't recognize me after the fight just now." Xia Ran said, "Sanako, don't say that. After all, you are a swordsman, it is normal for you to have a weird temper." As soon as Taki Jianhao left everyone's sight, he groaned and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Vice President Ishida followed him. He just saw that this great swordsman must have consumed a lot of energy, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. He held him up. "Sir Taki, are you okay? Hurry up and find a place for me to sit down." "Oh, I didn't expect such a powerful little guy to suddenly appear. This is unexpected." At this time, Vice President Ishida was still in shock. After helping Taki Jianhao to sit down, he couldn't help asking. Sir Taki, is this Miyazaki really that strong? With my limited eyesight, I can only feel that Sir Taki doesn't seem to hold back. Taki swordsman snorted, I didn't hold back, I used all my strength and almost died to fight to this extent. In the end, every sword of that boy was as powerful as cutting steel. He slashed hundreds of swords, and I almost couldn't hold on. If it wasn't for the shattering of the bamboo sword, I would have been down. What? Impossible? Mr. Taki, even if this young man is really a genius with extraordinary talent and his strength and speed are better than yours, I can still understand. But there is no shortcut to experience in Kendo duel. He is only 16 years old now. Even if he has been practicing swords since his mother's womb, he can't have more experience than you. Taki swordsman was very calm, no matter what the reason is, the strength shown in the battle will not lie, and the most terrifying thing is that his strength is still in the explosive period of rapid growth. Swordsmanship is not his end. Vice President Ishida was completely shocked at this time. Number swordsman is not the end. Could this young man have a chance to reach the legendary swordsman realm of being able to cut through anything? If this is true, his status and strength will be beyond imagination. It seems that some hot stoves should be lit earlier. After Xiaoran and Sanako sent Miyazaki Yu and Reina back, they left Miyazaki Yu's house. After the two separated, Xiaoran walked towards home. I still have to cook for my father in the afternoon, and now is just the right time. Before I reached the door of the house, I saw a figure standing in front of the gate. It was Kyuta Shinichi. Shinichi, why are you here? Are you waiting for me? Kyuta Shinichi looked at Xiaoran with dissatisfaction on his face. Did you go to Miyazaki Yu's house again? What's wrong with you? You always go to his house. And Sanako too, you are obviously the eldest daughter of the consortium, but you don't look like an eldest daughter at all. Listening to Kyuta Shinichi's sour words, Xiaoran couldn't help but curl her lips. That's because Xiaoyu is much better than some detectives. He never lets girls down. He always keeps his word. He also likes to help others and help me train myself. He is much more reliable than some, people. Especially, he likes to protect girls. Today, someone bullied Sanako, but Xiaoyu directly fought against 100 people. Only such people can make people feel safe and secure. Kyuta Shinichi's face turned green. What is this? Such a short-sighted behavior is obviously ignoring the law. It is not a brave act. This society does not need a swordsman, but a detective who upholds justice. Looking at Xiaoran's pouting face, Kyuta Shinichi couldn't help but cover his face helplessly. Girls are irrational animals. They always use emotions to deal with the world. However, when I think of what I did before, I really feel sorry for Xiaoran. Okay, Xiaoran, I apologize again for what happened before. I shouldn't have left you alone. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I promise I will never leave you alone again. Also, didn't you always want to go to Dorobaiga Amusement Park? How about this, let's go to Dorobaiga Amusement Park next Monday. Chapter 129. At this time, Kyuta Shinichi did not know that this trip to the amusement park would become a turning point that would change his fate. Above the underground training ground, a fierce gunshot was heard, and a large number of targets moved quickly, but although these targets moved quickly, they still could not escape the fate of being hit. Bang! A bullet accurately penetrated a target, which was the last target, and the counter began to record the results. 15 times, 15 hits on the target, 0 misses, a total of 150 rings, excellent shooting results. Pa pa pa! Vermouth, who had been sitting in the corner tasting wine, stood up. Her graceful figure was curvy, and even in the dark underground, it was difficult to hide her grace. It's amazing, you have only practiced firearms for a short time, but you have surpassed me. I don't know if you are too good or I am too useless, she said with a tearful look, as if she would cry at any time. Miyazaki Yu blew gently on the muzzle of the gun. After the bullet was fired, a smell of gunpowder would come out of the muzzle. He liked this smell very much. As long as he was a man, there was no one who didn't like guns. Guns were the foundation of men. Smelling this smell would make people feel that the power of life and death was particularly satisfying. Okay, Sister Bei, I know you have superb acting skills, so you don't have to act in front of me. Mystery will make 307 women more beautiful, but crying won't. Sister Bei looked at him with a bored face and curled her lips. This kid was obviously just a high school student, but he was surprisingly mature, which made people dislike him. You, kid, this is the point that makes people dislike you. I am a big beauty after all, you should cooperate with me. Actors need a stage, but the cooperation of the audience is also indispensable. After joking for a while, they talked about business. Now you have mastered the basic shooting method very well. It is almost enough for close-range attacks. However, if you want to improve your mid-range and long-range attacks, these are far from enough. In the next period of time, I will teach you some more advanced shooting skills. Miyazaki Yu smiled, I will soon become a swordsman, but now I am still practicing with a gun here. It's really interesting. Vermouth also smiled slightly, but the fact is that even if swordsmanship is very good, the role of guns is irreplaceable. You cannot use it, but you can't know it, otherwise once you need it, there will be fatal damage. She is right, which is why Miyazaki Yu must practice gun skills. If you want to become a real strong man, guns are something you can't get around. As the most efficient killing weapon in the world, being familiar with it and understanding it is the best way to avoid risks. When my strength goes further, I may also start to try to block bullets with the sword tip. Hey! Vermouth was stunned for a moment, then snorted heavily and raised her chin high. This guy is really annoying. If someone else said this, she would definitely sneer. Generally speaking, the speed of a pistol bullet is about 300 to 500 meters per second, and the speed of a rifle is even faster, reaching 700 to 800 meters per second. Such a speed is almost impossible for human power to resist, and it is precisely because of this that guns pose an absolute threat to people. However, the speed of this boy's sword is amazingly fast, and the power is also amazingly great. After seeing his slash, you will know that the swordsmen in those ancient legends are not just legends. Now he can swing his sword at a speed of 400 meters per second. This is not Vermouth's imagination, but a real test. This underground training ground, as mentioned before, has many automatic aiming guns set up to train reaction speed. Although they shoot rubber bullets, they can still cause severe pain when hitting people. The shooting speed is not inferior to that of a pistol at all. Although it is not as fast as a rifle, the speed is already terrifying. And Miyazaki Yu can swing his sword and cut off every rubber bullet accurately and flawlessly when there are rubber bullets shot by this gun in front, behind, left and right. This move alone is much more difficult than Kyogoku Makoto catching BB bullets with his bare hands because the area of the palm is large, while the area of the sword is quite small. Vermouth is still shocked when she thinks of it now. A fag. When she saw it at that time, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. And he is still making continuous progress. It seems that the time when he can really cut bullets with a knife is not far away. Humph, you kid is a monster, I don't get angry with monsters. Then the two of them left the training ground and came to the lounge. They opened a bottle of fine red wine, poured 2 glasses, picked up a glass for themselves, and then handed a glass to Miyazaki Yu. Miyazaki Yu took it and tasted it with the tip of his tongue. Oh! This wine is good. Your organization is called Winery. You really have good wine. Belmode snorted coldly, what are you talking about? Our organization is the Black Organization, also known as the Crow Legion, not a winery. Don't just say that because we are all named after wine. Calling the black organization a winery in front of Belmode is really interesting. Okay, whatever my sister says is what it is. After hearing his perfunctory words, Belmode snorted lightly and didn't bother with him. I won't mess with you anymore. There are two things that you should be interested in. The first is that I found 2 more bodies through special channels and they will be shipped here next week. Miyazaki Yu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Sister Bay, I need it. Vermouth said with disgust, I really don't understand you. Others like gold and silver jewelry, beautiful women, and money, but you have a special liking for corpses. You have a unique taste. As he said this, he fanned his palm in front of his nose, as if Miyazaki Yu had a special smell on her body. Miyazaki Yu didn't care, the human body hides many secrets. If you want to find these secrets, you need to study the structure of the human body. The fundamental purpose of all combat skills is to kill people. The deeper you understand, the easier the process of killing will be. Vermouth continued, the second thing is that Jin has come to Neon. Vermouth was obviously very afraid of Jin. When he mentioned his name, his tone changed slightly. If it wasn't for Miyazaki Yu's hearing is extremely sharp, and he can't feel it. Pretending to be unaware, he asked, you have mentioned him many times before, this person seems to be extraordinary. Vermouth's face was solemn, you are right, it is indeed very special. This guy is the right-hand man of the boss and has always been one of the most capable people in the organization. If he hadn't made a mistake last time and was infiltrated by Akai Shuaki, and I had completed the task excellently and killed Akai Shuaki, even my position in the organization could not be compared with him. This time the organization seems to have obtained criminal evidence of a certain multinational company and wanted to force the company to serve the organization, so Jin was dispatched, and the meeting place was set in the amusement park, which is really ridiculous. Miyazaki Yu was shocked. Using criminal evidence to force the chairman of a multinational company? Isn't this the plot of the first episode of Conan? If so, then the appearance of Conan seems to be counted down. Chapter 130. Dorabaiga Amusement Park is the largest amusement park in the eastern part of Neon. It is the weekend now, and there are endless tourists in the whole park. A handsome young man sits cross-legged under the tree, with mottled shadows and a gentle breeze. The breeze lifts his hair, revealing a handsome face, but it is a tall young man, Miyazaki Yu after the disguise. Today is the day when Jin and his friends make a deal with the chairman, and it is also the day when Conan appears. Such a famous scene, he naturally does not want to miss it. And he has always been curious about Jin, and wants to personally test his strength, so today is the best opportunity. Think about today's goal again. First, we want to witness the famous scene of Conan's birth. This is not difficult. Second, we want to get a very important piece of evidence film, which can influence a multinational company. It is also an important goal. Finally, there is a large amount of stolen money. The amount is not small, and as stolen money, no one will track down the whereabouts of the money. I can also take the opportunity to get it. By the way, there is another extremely important goal that cannot be ignored, that is, the finished drug of APTX4869. I have already obtained some information about this drug. Now I have obtained some finished products. I also need to collect some blood from Kyoto Shinichi. With these, I have the basis for studying this drug. Thinking carefully again, making sure there is nothing missing, he nodded with satisfaction. So handsome. 2 girls were chattering about him not far away. When they saw him raise his head and notice them, the 2 girls blushed and their hearts beat fast. After smiling at him, they ran away in a hurry. Ah! He was stunned and reached out to touch his face. He had to say that Vermouth's makeup skills were really amazing. If he hadn't reached out and touched it carefully, he wouldn't even feel that there was a layer of fake face on his face. Thinking of the weird smile Vermouth showed today, he was speechless. After hearing that he wanted to teach Jin a lesson, this woman was very happy and enthusiastically helped him to put on makeup. While humming a song, he tried his best to settle accounts for himself. The final effect was really good. This face was enough to be called a pretty boy. If he really had such a handsome face, even if he had no ability, he would probably be able to mix well. Sure enough, offending a woman is the stupidest thing in the world, and even Jin is no exception. Stretching himself, he hurried out this morning and didn't have time to eat breakfast. Now he is a little hungry. It seems that I should pay more attention to the study of disguise in the future. If I can do it myself, I can save a lot of time today. However, there is no way to do it. Anything requires talent, and the same is true for disguise. I am also very talented, but if I want to reach the level of Bell mode, I am afraid I still have to work hard. It seems that I still need to build more consciousness templates and brush up my proficiency in my own consciousness world. I touched my stomach and found a small restaurant in the amusement park. I ordered a few hamburger and fries sets. After eating a few hot hamburgers, I relieved my hunger. At this moment, through the glass of the restaurant, two familiar figures appeared in my sight. He said to himself, "Here they come." He also stood up and followed them. In the crowd, two black figures walked among them, and the people around them unconsciously made way for them, although the two had tried their best to restrain themselves. But the sinister and fierce aura was still unconsciously revealed, making people unable to help but stay away from them. They were Jin and Vodka, who had not appeared for a long time. "Brother, there's a boy looking at us over there." "Humph, I hate such pretty boys the most." Jin suddenly raised his eyes, and a fierce and cold aura extended from his gaze. Miyazaki Yu, who was looking at him at this time, smiled at him slightly, as if he didn't notice the coldness in his eyes at all. "Humph!" Jin snorted coldly, a boy who didn't know his own limitations. He added a comment in his heart. Seeing the other person's appearance, he was obviously inexperienced. Seeing the two of them decorated in a strange way, he couldn't help but look at them curiously. He really didn't know how to live or die. If it wasn't for today's transaction, he would definitely give the other person an unforgettable lesson. Then the two of them ignored Miyazaki Yu and walked towards the roller coaster. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly and walked towards there. "That kid is following us." Jin said faintly, "Vodka, don't be surprised. The other party is just a young man and will not hinder us. If he hinders us, just get rid of him. Don't make a fuss." Vodka nodded. The eldest brother is the eldest brother. He is always calm and composed. There is nothing he can't solve. The reason why this section is not smooth is to blame Akai Shuaki. But thanks to this, otherwise Akai Shuaki almost replaced his position here with the eldest brother. If that were the case, his position in the organization would probably plummet. At this time, Kyudo Shinichi and Xia Ran also walked over side by side. Kyudo Shinichi was talking to Xia Ran about homes with great interest, and he didn't notice the impatience on Xia Ran's face. After all, even the gentlest girl would feel very impatient after listening to something she was not interested in for more than an hour. The most annoying thing was that in order to verify his love for Holmes, Kyudo Shinichi imitated Holmes' reasoning when he first met Watson. "0, please give me flowers." Holmes just shook hands at that time, and he deduced that Watson had entered Afghanistan as a military doctor. So Kyudo Shinichi directly pulled up a girl's palm and deduced that this girl named Xiao Tong was a horizontal bar player, but Kyudo Shinichi didn't know that this girl named Xiao Tong was the last murderer he caught as Kyudo Shinichi. Things went on as planned. The girl named Xiao Tong used the kinetic energy of the roller coaster and her balance from gymnastics training to end her ex-boyfriend's life with 10 piano wires. Miyazaki Yu also rode on the roller coaster and saw everything clearly. The darkness of the tunnel did not prevent him from seeing clearly. He could even see the girl's desperate expression. He did not think of stopping it at all. Some things had to be paid for after all. Kishida deserved to die. 0. The cool scene of the piano wire cutting off the head in an instant was very interesting, but it did not move him. After all, he had used a long sword to end the lives of many people. Then the development of things was exactly the same as in the original book. Kyudo Shinichi found the real murderer through several details and successfully solved the case and was praised by Officer Mew again. All the tourists who could not leave because of this case also dispersed. Kyudo Shinichi and Xiaoran wanted to go back. After all, it was late, and after all, a murder case had occurred. It took several hours to handle this case alone. However, Kyudo Shinichi still saw Vodka, who was in a hurry to trade because of the delay of the case, so he said goodbye to Xiaoran and followed him. Xiaoran also had a bad premonition in his heart, as if he would never see Shinichi again, but there was no legitimate reason to stop him, so he could only watch him disappear from his sight. Miyazaki Yu, who was hiding in the dark at this time, also followed slowly and happened to see the scene of Kyudo Shinichi being fed the medicine. Kyudo Shinichi, who was fed the medicine, began to undergo strange changes after Jin left. His body was scorching hot, as if he was roasted on fire. The body temperature has risen to more than 40 degrees, it should be close to 60 degrees. It's unbelievable. Miyazaki Yu squatted on the ground, silently observing all the changes of Kyudo Shinichi. These were precious experimental data, which were of great value for his research on the secrets of APTX 4869. After the other party's changes were over, he used the prepared special needle to draw a tube of blood from Kyudo Shinichi, and then stood up. He silently glanced at this guy, Kyudo Shinichi, just be a primary school student peacefully, Xiaoran will be left to me. Chapter 131. Now that all this is done, it's time to finish the really important things. Miyazaki Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. After all, for those who have read the original work, Jin, the model worker of the winery, is really a very interesting character. This fierce and cold villain has become a funny character because of too many undercovers, which is really sad. But these are all jokes. If the organization is really full of undercovers, except for a few bottles of real wine, the rest are fake wine, then the entire organization has no need to exist. The fact is that the entire organization is deep-rooted. What is revealed in the comics is just the tip of the iceberg. There are people in the organization who are stronger than Jin, but these people will not act easily. The air in the night is a little cooler. Although I have forgotten how long it has been, I can still feel enough security in such a night. 277 people are very complicated animals. Some people can only feel enough security when they stay in their own beds. Some people can only feel safe when they stay in a familiar environment and with familiar people. Generally speaking, the darkness of the night always brings a sense of uneasiness to people, which is inherited from our ancestors countless years ago. For primitive people, only caves are safe. Darkness represents the unknown, the dormant tigers, leopards, jackals, and huge dangers. So over time, people have a natural fear of darkness. But Jin's feeling is just the opposite of ordinary people. The darker the night, the more sensitive he will be, and the calmer he will be. This trait that is different from ordinary people always makes him look so different. Vodka, it looks like it's going to rain soon. If you don't want to be a drowned chicken, you have to walk faster. Vodka nodded. The humidity in the air was obviously heavier. It seemed that it was really going to rain. Thinking that this operation was slightly bumpy, but it was still completed very smoothly, I was still happy. After completing this order, I can take a short break for 2 days. But at this moment, Jin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked up, only to see a mysterious figure wearing a hood standing in the middle of the road, quietly watching them, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? If you don't want to conflict with us, don't block us. The mysterious figure who blocked the road raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. As long as it is a road, everyone can walk. Am I blocking your way by standing here? Or maybe you are blocking my way, after all, I was here first. Swish swish. Almost at the same time, Jin took out his pistol. His gun drawing was extremely simple and quick, and he completed the action of drawing the gun in almost 1/10 of a second. But his dark green pupils were still slightly contracted at this time, because in his sight, he clearly saw that the other party had already drawn his gun and pointed it at him when his gun fell. At this time, Vodka on the other side just took out his gun. Little fatty, you can try to draw your gun again. I am very confident that I can smash your head the moment you point the gun at me, and let you see your brains flowing on the ground. For a moment, Vodka was horrified, and his fat face trembled slightly. Although it was just a face-to-face encounter, the opponent's speed and determination were beyond the ordinary. He also clearly saw the moment just now, Jin was actually at a disadvantage. Brother! Do as I say! Jin gritted his teeth. The opponent was obviously faster than him. In this face-to-face close-range gunfight, speed determines life and death. He was sure that he could hit the opponent, but the opponent's bullet could also penetrate his brain in an instant. This kind of one-for-one exchange is not impossible, but even if you are not afraid of death, you need to know a high enough reason for death. Instead of falling in an unknown street alley and becoming a rotting corpse for a slight dispute of will. Who are you, sir? You are obviously not an ordinary thief, since you can play with the gun to this extent, so you know our identity? Are you waiting for us here? Idiot, you are obviously mixed in the underworld. Since you are a gangster, you should understand the rules of the underworld. There are some things that should not be revealed. I saw clearly what you did just now. I am not interested in who you are, I am only interested in money, and the film evidence in your hands, which is ironclad evidence that can be used to coerce a large company, and its value is inestimable. These are my goals. Vodka was the first to be angry. They have always been the ones who took advantage of others. When did someone dare to hit their heads? He gritted his teeth and pointed the gun at Miyazaki Yu, but as soon as he raised his hand, his palm shook violently. Bang bang! A bullet hit his pistol, and his palm was immediately bleeding, and the barrel of the gun that was shot away was twisted, and this pistol became a piece of scrap metal. Just now, 2 gunshots rang out almost at the same time, with a very short interval in between, as if only one person's gun fired. Obviously, Jin fired at Miyazaki Yu and pulled the trigger at the same time as he attacked him. When Vodka looked up, Jin and Miyazaki Yu were still in a state of confrontation, as if nothing had happened. The fact is obviously not the case. What happened just now was that Miyazaki Yu and Jin both fired, but Miyazaki Yu made a fake move while shooting, evaded Jin's attack, and readjusted the angle of the muzzle. The confrontation situation was reformed, making Jin dare not act rashly. The whole process was completed within 1 second, shooting, evasive action, and reconfrontation, so that Jin judged that he had lost the opportunity, and the two sides reformed a steady state. It seems that your little brother is not very obedient. If he continues to act rashly, I can't guarantee that he can continue to live with the next bullet. Madman! At this moment, Jin felt unprecedented pressure. The accurate prediction and bold action of the other party just now made him feel unprecedented oppression. The finger pulling the trigger felt so heavy for the first time. Where did this guy come from? Just at this moment, Miyazaki Yu suddenly smiled and said, I have to remind you that because of the previous murder, the police did not leave and were still patrolling nearby. The gunshots just now should have alarmed them. So we still have 5 minutes now. After 5 minutes, the police will find this place. If you continue to use guns, the police will arrive in about 2 minutes. In that case, you may not have time to escape. Jin sneered, so what is your proposal? Miyazaki Yu smiled, I want money and evidence. If you don't want to give me the things, let's use the rules of the underground world. We will complete a bare-handed duel within 3 minutes. After the fight, the winner will get everything. Bare-handed duel. Very good, I am happy to accept your proposal. Chapter 132. This is a blatant psychological warfare, Miyazaki Yu just did it on purpose. Low-level temptation will expose oneself when testing others, while high-level temptation can get everything one wants and keep one's own secrets to the maximum extent. Jin is a key figure in the Black Organization, and he cannot die now, otherwise it will inevitably cause a violent backlash from the Black Organization, which Miyazaki Yu does not want to see. So what he has to do is to pretend to be an identity that has nothing to do with Miyazaki Yu and Vermouth, so that Jin will suffer a loss and find no direction even if he wants to investigate. And for someone as proud as Jin, if he really suffers a big loss, he will only rot in his stomach, and then like a hungry wolf, he will spy in the dark and look for possible opportunities to retaliate. But he doesn't know that the person he is about to find is a person who has never appeared, so how powerful he is, what can he do? Just like those America agents who are still tracking down Bruce, the name. They are definitely not good for nothings, but no matter how hard they try, facing an identity that has disappeared from the face of the world, they can only be like a husky tied with an iron chain, helpless and furious. Okay, since you want to find 05 dead, then I will fulfill your wish. At this time, Jin was extremely angry. After all, no matter who it was, he had just made a big deal, just like a county magistrate who took a train into the city. He was just eating hot pot and singing songs with fish and meat, and then he met bandits in a blink of an eye. Naturally, his mood was not very good. Although Jin himself was also a bandit, he was even more angry because of this. He hadn't met a person who could threaten his existence for a long time. This person made him very unhappy. No matter what means, this person must be smashed to pieces tonight. Let's put away our guns at the same time and start fighting. I count to 3, 1, 2, 3. Neither of them played tricks, because small tricks were useless, it was better to be honest. Both of them put away their pistols in an instant, and then jumped out like a cheetah and rushed towards their opponents. Boom! The two fists collided instantly. Although it was just a collision of flesh and blood, a dull hammering sound was heard, as if a car was hitting a city gate. Jin's face twisted, and a sharp pain came from his fist. What a terrible force! This man's body doesn't seem to be sturdy, but he has such terrible power. No, I can't fight him head-on, otherwise I will definitely lose. Jin's body leaned back, and his seemingly upright body actually bent at a strange angle, bending down like a willow. And his wrist also rolled towards Miyazaki's arm like a python. Steady and fast, with clever moves, it is really a true portrayal of Jin's moves at this time. Obviously, this winemaker is not only proficient in firearms, but also has reached an extremely sophisticated level of fighting skills, and his combat power is far above a Kaishuaki. If it weren't for such ability, he would not be valued by Karasumarinya and become a powerful figure in the Black Organization. Is this jujitsu? No, it's not entirely jujitsu, but a combination of jujitsu and several powerful fighting techniques. Miyazaki Yu continued to clench his fists and used strong force to cut and strike, just like a python wrapped around an elephant's trunk, and the elephant only needed to swing it violently to knock the python out. This person's boxing style seems to be the style of fighting in the underworld. Every move is fierce and domineering, without any extra movements, and it is more fierce than the fighting techniques in the army. However, Jin is also a real strong man, and he has really experienced many battles. Countless battles have given him strong self-confidence and rich combat experience. At this time, Miyazaki Yu was also secretly surprised. His strength, reaction speed, and ability to control his body were far superior to Jin. Although he did not use any sword skills to hide his identity, he was very scary when he turned his palms into swords. His two hands were comparable to real blades, and coupled with his powerful strength, it was no longer something that a flesh and blood body could resist. Even so, Jin was able to fight him on equal terms in a short period of time, which was also very impressive. His combat experience is so rich that Miyazaki Yu was amazed for a moment. How many people has this guy fought with? He has such rich experience. This guy must be proficient in more than 100 combat skills and has learned fighting techniques from all over the world. He is simply a mobile combat database. It is no wonder that Jin's identity is mysterious. Judging from his hair color and pupil color, he should be a mixed blood. Some people speculate that his situation should be similar to that of Sister Bayonetta. He is also a special existence who has taken special drugs to maintain his appearance. For ordinary people, only a long life and long accumulation can create 10 such monsters. But for Jin on the other side, the situation is just the opposite. He is extremely proud of his mastery of hundreds of combat skills, and he should be proud of it. After all, for ordinary people, mastering one requires a lifetime of hard work. It is almost impossible to master hundreds of skills. After integrating these, coupled with extremely rich combat experience, the application of firearms and a cruel and calm personality, we have the current Jin. But the guy he was facing at this time was simply a monster. No matter what means he used to attack, whether it was taekwondo, karate, jujutsu or various ancient martial arts fighting techniques, it was like a drop in the ocean, and he could not break through the opponent's defense at all. Moreover, as the battle progressed rapidly, the opponent quickly adapted to his fighting rhythm, and he could feel that the opponent was getting more and more excited, and the power of his hands and feet was gradually increasing. Could it be that the opponent had not used his full strength all the time? Okay, the game is over. I already know your strength. Hehe, it's just that. After all, no matter how many fancy things you have, facing a real master, it's just a flower rack. I suggest you go to Longwo to learn the horse stance. While mocking, the speed of his hand suddenly increased. In an instant, he predicted Jin's movements through his powerful analytical ability. At this moment, Jin's eyes suddenly showed a trace of fear. He certainly knew what the missed attack meant, but he was powerless. Just like a gear, if it turns wrong once, all the teeth will be broken. Boom 660. A heavy punch like a cannonball hit Jin's lower abdomen fiercely. For a moment, Jin seemed to be run over by a car, and his whole body was twitching. My ribs are broken, my whole body is paralyzed in an instant, so heavy. Second. This was Jin's first reaction. Before he could fight back, Miyazaki Yu's arm turned instantly, making an incredible angle, and an elbow strike from bottom to top hit his chin fiercely. The pain spread from the chin to the brain and cerebellum, and the motor center of the whole body was almost paralyzed in an instant. A feeling like an electric current spread from the cerebellum to the spine. At this moment, Jin instantly turned from a terrible killer into a dead fish. But Miyazaki Yu obviously did not intend to let him go. He hit him hard between his waist and abdomen with another knee strike. At this moment, Jin could no longer hold on, and his vision was blurred. He vaguely saw vodka rushing towards the man, but it was useless. He soon flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Then the man seemed to have thought that he was unconscious, and took off the hood on his face, revealing a handsome face. Jin used the last bit of reason to close his eyes tightly. If the other party knew that he had seen the other party's true face, he would only end up dead. At this moment, Jin was extremely nervous, just like that time many years ago, the deepest moment of fear hidden in his mind. He could only wait for the judgment of fate. Chapter 133. But the matter was not over yet. Just after Jin closed his eyes, a gunshot rang out. Jin felt a burning pain in his leg. He was obviously shot. Humph, it seems that he is really unconscious. But even so, he should not leave any loopholes. It is better to kill them all. After all, the gentleman hates to leave loopholes the most. I am not a fool like Spider. Jin's heart was twitching. This matter was not as simple as he thought. The other party was obviously from a powerful organization, Spider. He had heard of this name. Could it be that this guy, like Spider, came from that organization? But all this was too much to think about at this time. The other party was obviously the same kind of person as himself. The other party liked to kill people to silence them. The most reliable people in this world are the dead. Only the dead can shut up forever. Even though Jin was full of wisdom and was a very scary person, Jin, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish, had no way out. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Would he end his life in this way? It was really ironic. If he could choose, he would rather die like a soldier than die without resistance like now. Just like those people he killed. Quick! Something's happening here. A noisy voice came, and it was the voice of the police. If it was any other time, Jin would try to avoid the police if he noticed their presence. The police represent trouble. People living in darkness are most afraid of trouble, so they should try not to contact them. But now, he was looking forward to the police coming as soon as possible. Humph, damn it! These policemen were so quick this time. I wouldn't have shot them if I had known. But this guy was hit hard by me, he should be almost dead now. He began to search Jin's arms. Only a box of medicine? What is it? Never mind, take it all away. Then there was the sound of footsteps leaving quickly. He took the latest aptX 4869. This BD. Jin felt mixed emotions. He was wearing a bulletproof vest that was newly developed by the organization. This bulletproof vest had a very high technological content. Although it was soft, it could greatly reduce the impact force. At this time, Jin was also relieved. If it weren't for this bulletproof vest, he would probably be dead now. But the trouble was obviously just beginning. There are two people here. Be careful, they have guns around them, and the noise just now was caused by them. Another person couldn't help but gasp. My goodness, what kind of fierce battle has happened here? Tang Ran has become like this. It seems that these two men in black attacked each other. Jin cursed in his heart, these policemen are really stupid to the extreme. How did they know that he was fighting with vodka and caused the current situation? But fortunately, the spare evidence film and a large amount of cash were taken away by that guy, otherwise things would be even more troublesome. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. The police successfully captured Jin, and because of the tragic scene, he was transferred to the police's secret hospital for treatment, and enough police were sent to guard him throughout the process. So after waking up, Jin found himself surrounded by the police, and was immediately interrogated. But of course, the result was that nothing could be asked. So Jin and Vodka were immediately detained in the police station, and many of their information was leaked, including height, blood type, fingerprints, and many physical characteristics, which were collected accordingly and recorded by the police station. This made Jin almost crazy, but there was no way, so he could only use a transmitter hidden inside the heel to contact a member of the organization. With the cooperation of this member of the organization, Ju escaped from the police station. Inside the car, Jin's face was full of gloom. Although he had left the police station, the pursuit had not stopped. The constant sound of sirens behind him made him upset. Jin, I really can't imagine what happened to make you so embarrassed. The man driving the car was a very young man with a handsome face, clear eyes, light golden hair, and a rare purple-gray eye color that only mixed-race people could have. He always had a faint smile on his face. This smile was gentle and sunny, and people would be very fond of it at a glance. But at this moment, in Jin's eyes, it was very damn it. If this guy hadn't rescued him, he really wanted to pull out a gun and shoot him. Enough bourbon. This matter is my business. Don't have any curiosity, because curiosity will kill the cat. This young man was Bourbon, also known as a Muro Toru. Those who have read the original work know that his real name is Furuya Rei, an undercover agent of the Metropolitan Police Department in the Black Organization. But the more Jin said this, the stronger his curiosity became. He knew Jin's strength. He was one of the most difficult characters in the organization and the biggest opponent of his undercover. This time Jin was in prison, and it had nothing to do with him. He originally wanted to stage a so-called rescue drama and then bury Jin completely. But Jin was obviously more experienced. He did not just inform him about this matter, but also asked for help from another member of the organization. After finding out the news, he decisively gave up the fake rescue plan and contacted his superiors in the Metropolitan Police Department, which led to the current highway chase. "You have been surrounded, give up resistance quickly, otherwise you will be waiting for a heavier punishment." But what responded to them was Jin's bullet. Jin leaned out of the car window and fired at the police car behind him. His shooting skills were superb. Several police cars had their tires blown out, lost their balance and rolled quickly, and then used a gun to blow up the fuel tank. Boom! The fierce flames rose up, and several police officers who climbed out of the car and had no time to escape were blown away in the blink of an eye, and their lives were unknown. On a building, two figures were watching all this. One of them was graceful, with golden hair flying in the wind. "Is this the surprise you gave me?" "Wang Zhao, it is indeed a surprise." Belmode smiled at the embarrassed Jin at this time, and couldn't help laughing when she thought of the guy's current appearance. She looked at Miyazaki Yu with great satisfaction. "Jin is strong, and only a little monster like you can do this." Jin did not do his job well, not only lost important evidence, but was also arrested by the police. There were many important physical evidences left by the police. After this incident, his score in the eyes of the boss will be greatly reduced. Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, "If it weren't for your request, he should be a dead person now, but you are right, a Jin who is already familiar with the style is much easier to deal with than those unknown guys. Neon needs a general person in charge. Jin's score will drop, and your score will naturally rise." Vermouth smiled slightly, "You are right. If that happens, the resources I can mobilize will be incomparable to what I have now. I am already looking forward to that day." Chapter 134. Mori Detective Agency. "Is Uncle Mori home?" "It's me, Miyazaki Yu." The door opened quickly, and Mori Kogora watched Miyazaki Yu walk in with a smile on his face. "Oh, it's Xiaoyu, great, I haven't had breakfast yet." Seeing Miyazaki Yu coming over with a lot of things in his hands, Mori Kogora's eyes lit up. "Xiao Ran, this girl, has refused to cook properly since that little devil came. I didn't have enough to eat this morning. I'm a famous detective, and you treat me like this. It's really wrong. Aunt Miwi made too much breakfast, so I thought Uncle Mori might not have had breakfast yet, so I brought it over. Now it seems just right." Mori Kogora couldn't help but smile obscenely when he heard Miyazaki Miwi's name. "It's Miwi who made the meal. Miwi is beautiful and cute, and she cooks so deliciously. She's really excellent." As he said that, he opened the lunch box, but it was a black pepper beef fillet, a scrambled egg, a steak, and a portion of rice. "What a rich life! You have made a lot of money. I heard from Xiao Ran that the Kendo Association has given you a lot of money. And you are going to participate in the swordsman trial. I heard that once you become a swordsman, you will have 20 million yuan. Is it true?" Looking at the envy in Kogora's eyes, Miyazaki Yu smiled. "That's true, but I also heard that the famous detective Mori Kogora helped the rich businessman rescue his kidnapped daughter. He should have received a lot of commissions for this case, right?" Kogora smiled and said, "You are so well informed. You already know that there is a new member in our family. I have a hunch that it is because of that boy that brought me good luck." Miyazaki Yu nodded and thought to himself, "Sure enough, Kyudo Shinichi has come here. He said that he wants to use the detective agency to find information about the man in black, but in fact, he just wants to get closer to Xiao Ran. It seems that I should give Xiao Ran some reminders." "Dad, we are back." "Oh, Xiao Pei, you are here too." Xiao Ran walked in from outside holding Conan's hand, carrying a lot of things in his hand. Obviously he just went to the supermarket. At this time, his eyes fell on Conan. The child in a blue suit, white shirt, grey shorts, and red bow tie, but his eyes were clear and bright, shining with wisdom, and completely matched the image of Conan in memory. I haven't introduced you yet, this child is called Edogawa Conan, of Page, the child of Drive. Agaza's relative, because his parents had something to do, so he was arranged to stay in my house temporarily. Then he squatted down and said to Conan, this brother is called Miyazaki Yu, you can just call him Miyazaki brother, he is my sister's good friend, and also our neighbor. Miyazaki Yu also smiled, this kid is so cute. He looks like an elementary school student, but he looks very mature. It's strange. Conan's heart skipped a beat, and he almost exposed himself, so he quickly adjusted his expression. Hello, Miyazaki brother. Miyazaki Yu smiled and reached out to touch his head. This cunning boy pretends to be young, so I will play with you. Being touched on the head by this guy made Kyoto Shinichi feel disgusted. Damn it, this guy really treats me as a primary school student. He doesn't sleep in the morning and comes to Xia Ran's house to show his courtesy. No wonder Xia Ran and this guy are getting better and better. Yesterday, when I asked her if she liked Kyoto Shinichi, she didn't respond clearly, but just sighed. I can't tolerate it. Just when he was about to get angry, he suddenly heard a "hey," which brought him back to reality. This child is so strange. Xia Ran couldn't help but wonder, Xiao Yu, what's wrong with this child? Is there any problem? Miyazaki Yu frowned, his bones are very strange. Bone. Xia Ran and Kogoro were both curious. What could be so strange about a child's bones? Conan, who was just thinking about how to fight back, was frightened. No way! Did this guy find out the so-called bone age through my bones? The so-called bone age is the age of the bones. There are such plots in many TV dramas. Some masters use the method of touching bones to identify the age of a child and whether the other party is suitable for martial arts. This guy's strength in kendo is so powerful. Could it be that he is also? He didn't dare to think about it now. If his true identity was exposed by this guy, the consequences would be unimaginable. First of all, Xia Ran would not be able to pass this level, and then his identity as Kyoto Shinichi would be exposed, and the fact that he was not dead would also be exposed. At that time, those men in black would definitely come back for money. Just like Dr. Agaza said, if it was leaked, it would definitely threaten his relatives around him, and he could not accept such a result. In an instant, he was engulfed by tension, 10 patches of wetness on his back. Conan, are you nervous? Why are you sweating so much? Conan hurriedly explained, no, I just went out and sweated. At this time, Xia Ran was anxious. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with Conan's bones? Miyazaki Yu frowned and said, Xia Ran, you haven't studied medicine, so you don't know that a person's bones are constantly stretching during their growth. And the growth of bones depends on the development of the epiphyseal lines on both sides of the bones. If a person's epiphyseal lines are closed, it means that the person has stopped developing and will not continue to grow. But Conan's epiphyseal lines are very strange. Part of his epiphyseal lines are about to close, but the part that was originally closed has stretched again. This should be impossible. Conan's pupils suddenly contracted. What a scary guy, he can feel the changes in my bones just by touching them with his fingers. That's right. I was already a 17-year-old high school student, and my bones have grown to the stage where the epiphyseal line is about to close. Now I'm a primary school student again, so the epiphyseal line that was originally closed has stretched out again. This is the only way to explain it. But Conan couldn't figure it out. How could someone get such information with his fingers? Xiao Yu, you must be wrong. How is this possible? Conan is just a primary school student. Xia Ran smiled indifferently, thinking it was impossible at all. Such a thing is too magical, she would not believe it. Just when Conan was relieved, Miyazaki Yu's next sentence almost broke his defense. Another strange thing is that the shape of his bones is so similar to that of Kyoto Shinichi. If it weren't for the change in size, I almost thought he was Kyoto Shinichi. Conan, what is your relationship with Kyoto Shinichi? Conan's heart. It was like being hit hard by a heavy hammer again. At that time, I was searching his house, so I asked him to teach me how to exert force. He touched my bones at that time. At this time, Xia Ran was really curious. You must say, they really look alike. Conan and Shinichi look alike when they were young. If they didn't wear glasses. Xia Ran couldn't help but come over and wanted to take off his glasses. Conan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. It's terrible. I'm going to be exposed now. What should I do? But at this moment, a rapid knock on the door sounded. Chapter 135. Who is it? I'm closed today. Kogoro muttered, then opened the door and looked outside. When he saw the other person's face, Kogoro's eyes widened. Although the other person was dressed simply and didn't look unusual, he still recognized the other person's identity instantly because of her beautiful face. Are you Miss Akino Yoko? Yes, I'm Akino Yoko. She took off her hat awkwardly, revealing her long and smooth hair. Mori Kogoro's reaction made her a little embarrassed and nervous. No way, the youth idol Akino Yoko actually came to our house. Hey! Ran Mori said in disbelief, looking up and down at Akino Yoko. No, I'm so rude. Mori Kogoro woke up instantly and rushed into the bathroom. There was a loud noise in the bathroom, as if there was a war fierce. After just over 10 seconds, the door of the bathroom reopened. Kogoro had already put on a neat suit, fixed his hair with hairspray, and made a gesture of holding the door frame with his hands. He looked handsome and upright, as if he had returned to his school days. How exaggerated! Xia Ran and Conan couldn't help but sigh. It was surprising that the uncle who was usually sloppy could have such a highlight moment. But at this time, Yoko Akino's eyes fell on Miyazaki Yu. Are you Miyazaki classmate? Long time no see. At this time, Miyazaki Yu gently touched his nose. When he returned to Neon with vermouth, he met Yoko Akino. There was a good interaction between the two. Yoko Akino even left her contact information. As a result, after returning, there were more things to do. Not only was he busy practicing, but he also had to study various things and deal with Sister Bei's tasks. It seems that he is really a versatile person. It's Miss Yoko. I'm so sorry. I promised to visit you, but I broke my promise. I'm really sorry. Akino Yoko lowered her head slightly. Is Miyazaki so busy? We agreed, but you. At this time, Kogoro couldn't help it. Hey, did you know each other before? He said sourly. How could Miss Yoko know this brat? This guy is strong, handsome, and now he has money. Once he becomes a swordsman, his potential is limitless. I am so angry. If I were a woman, I would choose him. No. Absolutely not. Miss Yoko is not bad. She must not be attracted to this guy. I must break them up. By the way, this guy is very interested in Xia Ran. It seems that he has taken a fancy to Xia Ran. It depends on me, the great detective Mori, to use the matchmaking method to tie them together, otherwise Miss Yoko will be snatched away. In an instant, Mori Kogoro made a decision that went against his ancestors. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing to sell out his daughter in front of a beautiful woman, Kogoro thought happily. Miyazaki Yu hurriedly explained, I also met Miss Yoko on a trip together. We had a good chat that time. Miss Yoko invited me to her home, but I was too busy during this period. Xia Ran can testify. Xia Ran had just felt a little bit sour in her heart, but she was also relieved. During this period, they often met, and she knew exactly what Miyazaki Yu was busy doing, but this so-called clear understanding should be put in quotation marks. The innocent girl didn't know what Miyazaki Yu was doing. After a long period of strategy, and Kyoto Shinichi lost many opportunities to add points, the image of Miyazaki Yu has unknowingly planted an anchor in Xia Ran's heart. Unknowingly, his shadow has already appeared in her heart. If not, she would not be hesitant when Conan asked her if she was thinking about that Shinichi brother. People are all made of flesh and blood. Miyazaki Yu's excellent performance and Kyoto Shinichi's disappointment to Xia Ran have gradually brought the balance of both sides to the same position. So Xia Ran also began to care about Miyazaki Yu's actions unconsciously. But Conan was just the opposite at this time. This guy actually knows this big star, and it seems that they have a close relationship. If these two can be together, Zioban's thoughts should return to me. In an instant, Kogora, Xia Ran and Conan all reacted. Ms. Yoko, you and this gentleman came to see Uncle Mori together. You must have something to say, right? After all, no one will easily come to the detective's house to find him. He knew that Yoko Akino came to his house because she was harassed by her ex-boyfriend, and the time when Yoko Akino came to his house was different from the original time and space, but these were not obstacles. With Conan, Mori Kogora will gradually participate in more and more cases, and there will be many opportunities to gain benefits, which are all good opportunities for him. 0. Ask for flowers. Hello, Mr. Mori, I am Yoko Akino. I am here to ask you for something. Kogora naturally agreed very enthusiastically, and then took out several forms and asked the other party to write down his home address and personal information, which was obviously abusing his power for personal gain. What's more, he directly took out a photo album and a signature board and asked Yoko Akino to write down his signature. Although Yoko Akino knew that the detective was using his power for personal gain and wanted her autograph, as a mature idol, she was already very experienced in dealing with the enthusiasm of fans. So she didn't say anything. After signing, she told her story. After a conversation, they finally figured out the whole story. Oh! During this period, every time Yoko Akino returned home, she would find that the position of the furniture in her home had changed slightly. She would also receive a lot of secretly taken photos of herself, and often receive silent calls. Even when she was walking at night yesterday, she was chased by someone behind her. All these made Yoko Akino very uneasy. I'm really scared. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue my work. Damn it! How dare he do this to Miss Yoko? I will never let this guy go. Mori Kogora was filled with righteous indignation. In his eyes, the innocent and lovely girl was treated like this by an unscrupulous person, and he couldn't help but get angry. Miyazaki Yu said, Ms. Yoko, there is one thing that I find strange. This gentleman with you should be your agent, right? The man who had been ignored by everyone nodded hurriedly. Yes, I am Yoko's agent Yamagishi. Miyazaki Yu said lightly, as far as I know, the behavior of harassers is very similar to that of crazy fans, but the agency should have a very mature way to protect its female artists, especially popular female artists. Ordinary people can't even know the residence of female artists, nor can they grasp the whereabouts of female artists, but the other party can do this, so there are only two possibilities. One is that this person is very powerful and got the information from your agency. The other possibility is that he got the information from Miss Yoko or you. If not, it should be very difficult to grasp the information of a female star whose whereabouts are uncertain, right? Chapter 136. Kogora and Conan both reacted instantly, especially Conan. This guy has such a sharp reaction. He can think of these problems in such a short time. Miyazaki Yu is right. The actions of a female artist are strictly protected by the company. It is impossible for ordinary fans to find Yoko Akino's residence. He originally thought that this was just a simple stalking case, but now it seems that things are obviously not as simple as he thought. Yoko Akino was also stunned for a moment and looked at Yamagishi Ei. A trace of panic flashed in Yamagishi Ei's eyes, but then he calmed down. Yoko, I am your agent. We share honor and disgrace. How could I leak your information? There must be something wrong with the agency. After this incident is over, I will definitely go to the company to negotiate. Yoko Akino looked at him deeply, but still nodded. This agent has always been very protective of her. He had helped her solve a lot of problems, so she thought from the bottom of her heart that this person should not embarrass her. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. Ms. Yoko, no matter what the truth is, what we should do now is to ask Detective Mori to go to your residence to see the specific situation, so as to make an accurate judgment. Mori Kogora secretly gave Miyazaki Yu a thumbs up. This kid's god assist is really good. After going downstairs, Miyazaki Yu said hello to Mori Kogora and walked quickly towards his home. Conan was a little surprised. Is this guy not going to go together? Xia Ran smiled and said, it seems that Xiaohu can take Xiaohu's car. Conan couldn't help but be surprised. Is this Miyazaki brother so rich? He actually has his own car. It's no wonder that Conan was curious. He also knew Miyazaki Yu's situation roughly. Both parents died and he lost his gym. If I hadn't saved Kisaki Eri once, and had the help of Kisaki Eri, I would have lived a very tight life even if I didn't sleep on the street. But now, in a blink of an eye, I actually have my own car, which is really surprising. Xia Ran looked at Conan's confusion, and because he was a child, he explained it by the way. Xiao Yu is also rich. He has a very good income from kendo competitions and working in the Kendo Association. But this car is not bought by him, but given to him by Mr. Ishida, the vice president of the Kendo Association. Conan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Vice president of the Kendo Association? He actually gave a gift to this guy. This guy's kendo skills are so good that even a big shot like the vice president needs to befriend him. A moment later, a very luxurious Porsche sports car appeared in front of everyone. The whole car was gorgeous royal blue, and the smooth appearance made people like it at a glance. This also surprised Miyazaki Yu. He didn't expect that the seemingly honest Vice President Ishida was so smooth and sophisticated that he actually gave him a sports car. He just needed a car very much, but suddenly taking out such a large sum of money might not attract the attention of some people. But if someone gave him a car, there would be no problem, especially since it was an internal matter of the Kendo Association, and others had no right to comment. Moreover, this vice president was very considerate. He completed all the formalities and made a special gift agreement. He even used his personal connections to get a driver's license for Miyazaki Yu, saving Miyazaki Yu a lot of trouble. Miyazaki Yu gladly accepted it. If the other party wanted to make friends, he would naturally accept it. Even if he became a swordsman, he would be much more efficient with a powerful figure in the Kendo Association as a friend. One car can't hold so many people, so I asked Xiaohu to drive his car. Miss Yoko and I will sit in the front car, and the three of you will sit in the back car. Conan couldn't help but curl his lips and contribute another barrage. After all, you just want to sit with Yoko Akino. What a lecherous uncle. You are so old, but you still like to chase idols. Really? However, despite complaining, he took stock of what happened today. This Miyazaki Yu is really scary. Just by touching, he found the changes in his bones and the shape of the bones. This feeling of being seen clearly made him feel uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Now we can only take one step at a time. Soon, several people got into two cars respectively. Yamagishi Rong was also surprised. This young man had such a $1 million sports car at such a young age. He couldn't help but secretly envy him. This kid seemed to be a rich second generation. But he looked at Miyazaki Yu's face looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was, so he simply ignored him and chatted with him for a few words. Seeing that he was not interested, he didn't continue the conversation. Soon, everyone came to the apartment where Akino Yoko lived. The development of the situation was exactly the same as the original situation. As soon as everyone entered Akino Yoko's residence, they found a body. This body was her ex-boyfriend Fuja Akiyoshi. For such a criminal case, the police who came to handle it were naturally still. Officer Megure came and investigated the scene. They found the earrings of another actress, Yuko Aizawa, under the sofa. So Yuko Aizawa was summoned to the scene. Her familiarity with the situation at Yoko Akino's home became a flaw, so she could only admit that she secretly made a spare key because she was jealous of Yoko Akino, and secretly entered and exited the house to try to find Yoko Akino's dirty tricks. But she accidentally met Akiyoshi Fuja, who also broke in here. Because of the similar figures of the two, the infatuated man misjudged that it was Yoko Akino who resisted him fiercely. At this time, Yoko Akino also revealed to the police the identity of the dead man, that is, her ex-boyfriend, and told the experience of the two. But in this way, everything seemed to be in a deadlock again. Yoko Akino, Yamagishi Ei, and Yuko Aizawa were all suspects. At this time, Conan made a judgment, but because Miyazaki Yu was right beside him, and he knew very well that the other party was very sharp. Once he showed behavior that was not in line with the character of a child, he would immediately arouse his suspicion, and he couldn't help but feel very annoyed. But at this moment, Miyazaki spoke. Officer Megure, I have seen the whole thing, and I have already made a judgment on the whole thing. Whether it was Kogoro who was worried that Yoko Nagano would be suspected, or Officer Megure who was in trouble, they were all shocked. Miyazaki brother is sharp-minded. He has defeated Kaido Kid before and made this guy return empty-handed. Solving the case should be easy. Conan couldn't help but feel sour all over after hearing this. This guy is just very good at swordsmanship. Kaido can't do anything to him, but it doesn't mean that he can solve the case. There was also a hint of gloating in his heart. This guy has no experience in solving cases. It should be impossible for him to complete such reasoning. After he fails, I will find a chance to knock Uncle Kogoro unconscious and pretend to be him to make some reasoning, and then I can solve this incident satisfactorily. At this time, Miyazaki Yu began to tell her own story. Chapter 137. First, Mr. Yamagishi, according to common sense, if you were the murderer, you would not be so anxious to find a detective, but would find evidence in advance to prove your innocence before taking the next action. After all, as long as you are a human, you will seek benefits and avoid harm. The same is true for Miss Akino Yoko. The deceased is her ex-boyfriend who has been entangled with her. If Miss Yoko really wants to kill someone, she will never choose to kill in her own home, because it is too stupid. Officer Megure and everyone nodded. This is the most reasonable inference in common sense. Only in this way can everything make sense. So Officer Megure said, so, the murderer is Miss Aizawa Yuko. The heavily made-up Aizawa Yuko couldn't help but panic. The crime of murder is not a small crime, but a serious crime that is enough to pay for her life. The murderer is not Miss Yuko. She and Miss Yoko are not on good terms. She wants to punish the other out of jealousy, and her ultimate goal is just to let the other party take some resources first. If it was really her who did it, she only needs to deny it and won't say anything about encountering the deceased. Besides, if she really has the ruthlessness to kill people, she wouldn't be in the current situation. Officer Megure heard Miyazaki Yu deny several people in succession, and he was in trouble. It's neither Miss Yoko and Mr. Yamagishi, nor Miss Yuko, this. There is another detail during this period that no one noticed. Mr. Yamagishi pretended to fall down before, and took something from the corpse's hand, a long hair. Officer Megure immediately stepped forward and grabbed Yamagishi. Wrong, is it you again? Mr. Yamagishi. Miyazaki Yu shook his head again, no, the murderer is not him. He picked up the hair just because he was worried that the police would suspect Miss Akino Yoko, so he made a decision on the spot. It was not premeditated. These are all inferences based on common sense, and the following things are my real discovery. At this time, everyone's interest was aroused. Miyazaki Yu's reasoning just now was reasonable, and everyone was very convinced. Conan cursed in his heart, did this guy really find out the truth before me? How is this possible? But the fact is that, he could only stare at Miyazaki and continue. Everyone has seen that the deceased was stabbed from behind. Although I don't know the skills of criminal investigation, as a swordsman, I am very familiar with the shape of the wound. He raised his palm and made a knife-holding motion, and then made a reverse knife-holding motion. As you can see, if we ordinary people want to stab with force, basically the most commonly used postures are these two, forward holding and reverse holding. However, whether it is forward holding or reverse holding, there is a problem, that is, there is a certain angle. Everyone thought about it carefully and immediately understood what he said. Kogoro clapped his hands and said, I understand, that's it. The deceased is similar in height to me, the position of the knife is very high, and it was stabbed flatly. This proves that the murderer is 10 tall men. Miyazaki Yu couldn't help but smile. Kogoro's ability to eliminate wrong answers is really innate. Uncle Mori, that's not the case. We can actually think in a different way. Human-caused knife wounds conform to general rules, but if the knife wounds of the deceased were not caused by humans, then everything would be completely different. Not human-caused? Could it be? That's right, there is no murderer in this case. The deceased committed suicide. He used ice and a small hole on the ground to fix the knife handle, then stood on the chair, jumped directly from the chair, and fell backwards heavily, which resulted in such a special wound. Also, he set the air conditioner in the room to a very high temperature to melt the ice that fixed the knife and prevent evidence from being left behind, so there were some water stains on his back. So the complete process of the incident should be like this. He used the refrigerator to prepare an ice cube and left it in advance. He dug a round hole for installing the knife handle, and in order to prevent the ice from slipping, he dug another round hole on the ground to prevent the knife handle and ice from slipping. Finally, he found Miss Yoko's hair from Miss Yoko's comb in the room, held it in his hand, stood on the chair and leaned back in one breath, completing the blaming action. After all, he died in Miss Yoko's apartment. No matter what, Miss Yoko can't escape the blame. The following is naturally a sensational link, because he recognized the wrong person, and mistook Aizawa Yuko for Akino Yoko, which made the other party discouraged and determined to die. At this time, the agent Yamagishi Rong also said something at the right time. Many years ago, Akino Yoko was dumped because of the agent's request. The final conclusion was a diary found by the police in the deceased's house. In this way, a complete chain of evidence was formed, and the whole incident was concluded. At this time, Conan was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect this guy to be able to make inferences. Although this case is not particularly complicated, there are many twists and turns. He can clearly sort out all the clues and find the truth. This guy's ability is really extraordinary. Just when no one noticed, a person in the shadow smiled silently, and the muscles on his face twisted. A day passed quickly. The dusk was dim and the setting sun was blood red. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected into the pupils and pierced into the eye membrane like a dream. This figure stared at the beautiful sunset and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots, detectives and policemen, they all fell into my trap. He really couldn't help but be proud. The whole case was in his control, and many self-righteous smart people were played in his hands. Fuja Akiyoshi, that idiot, thought he was sacrificing for Yoko by leaving her, but he didn't know he was just a pawn of mine. Thanks to him, Yoko dropped everything and devoted herself to the performance, becoming the current popular actress of 503. And that Aizawa Yuko, she thought she got the key by chance, but she didn't know it was because of my arrangement that she got the key. After a chuckle, he continued, in this way, a story is created, just like what that kid said, it is a sad drama of a lovelorn man who died for love. I have not only eliminated the trouble in my heart, but also killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The police will not leak this matter, and Ikuzawa Yuko will not tell it because she is deeply involved in it, otherwise she will be on the verge of collapse. Image will immediately fall apart, and in this way, I, who am the only one who has mastered all the things, will become the final winner. Yoko has suffered such a blow, so I naturally have to comfort her so that she can be my cash cow. If she dares to continue to mention my leaving, I will expose this matter and let everyone know about the bloody love affair of Akino Yoko. And that Ikuzawa Yuko, although not as good as Yoko, is also a great beauty. This time she must have been scared to death, just right to use her, maybe she will become a new cash cow. Just as he was about to continue laughing, a beam of light fell on his face, and his laughter also stopped abruptly. When he saw the people who appeared, his face was full of fear. "Why are you here?" A voice sounded, "Mr. Yamagishi, you seem very surprised, but thanks to this, we can hear your wonderful speech. I didn't expect that you, who seem calm, are the most hidden, right?" Chapter 138. At this time, under the beam of light, Yamagishi Ei showed his figure. The one who just laughed wildly was the serious agent next to Akino Yoko. His wild and crazy appearance just now was very different from the image he showed in front of people. In the crowd, Akino Yoko, who was relatively familiar with him, and Ikuzawa Yuko, who covered her mouth, were extremely surprised. It was as if they didn't know this person at all. After all, no matter who it was, seeing a person who was very familiar with him suddenly change his temperament and become strange and scary, they would feel scared. Looking at the people in front of him, Yamagishi Ei's pupils shrank, but the look in his eyes was not fear but madness and distortion. At this time, dozens of police officers led by Officer Mori Kogora, Xiaoran, Miyazaki Yu, Conan, as well as Akino Yoko and Ikuzawa Yuko, were all looking at him. These people who should have left and had been successfully deceived by me now appeared in front of me. "Why? Didn't you all go back? Why are you here?" Miyazaki Yu stood out from the crowd and smiled faintly, but this smile was more terrifying than the devil's grin in the eyes of Yamagishi Rong at this time. "Why? Of course, I came to appreciate Mr. Yamagishi's monologue drama for everyone. If it weren't for Uncle Kogora's meticulous thinking, I'm afraid we would have been deceived by you." Kogora, who had been prepared, also stood out from the crowd, stepped forward to start his performance, and gave Miyazaki Yu a thumbs up. "He is worthy of being the good son-in-law that I, Kogora, have chosen. He is 100 times better than that detective kid. Not only can he provide help at critical moments, but he can also give up credit and let himself be in the limelight." In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the previous conversation. "Uncle Kogora, it seems that you like Miss Akino Yoko very much." Kogora smiled and said, "Of course, it's just a pity that I didn't help much with today's matter," which made him a little annoyed and he couldn't help but glare at Chi. "Uncle Mori, this matter is not over yet. I have secretly informed Officer Megure before. Officer Megure has not left. We will call Miss Akino Yoko to watch a big show together. As long as Uncle does what I say, you can make a big splash and make Miss Yoko grateful to you, or even admire you. You should be interested in this matter, right? That's why the current situation has come about. Mr. Yamagishi, you are really smart. All of us were almost fooled by you. But as the saying goes, the net of heaven is vast, and you were exposed after all." Yamagishi Rong's face was full of madness. "Impossible, I have no flaws, I have no flaws." Mori Kogora smiled confidently, "No flaws? Humph, your methods may be used to deceive children who are not experienced in the world, but they are not enough to face me, a famous detective. Do you remember what you said when you and Miss Yoko came to my office? After listening to your narration, Miyazaki boy immediately raised a question. The actions of female artists are confidential. How could they be leaked at will? But Fujiaki Yoshi was able to find Miss Yoko's house and enter without any obstacles, and met Miss Ikizawa Yuko who also had a key. The probability of such a coincidence is probably not greater than buying a lottery ticket, right? Looking at Yamagishi Ei who was gritting his teeth and kept silent, Kogoro continued to speak. And there is Fujiaki Yoshi. It seems understandable that a devoted man would do some radical actions to save his love. But if you think about the way Fujiaki Yoshi committed suicide, you can see that this person has a very strong will and is definitely not the kind of person who gives up easily. That is to say, after Miss Ikizawa Yuko met him, she was misunderstood by him, which was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. And who gave those straws before? Obviously it was not given by Miss Yoko who didn't know the truth, then it was naturally you, the agent who knew Miss Yoko well. So the course of events should be like this. Miss Yoko joined the agency and became a new idol, so you made up some lies and deceived Fujiaki Yoshi, making him break up with Miss Yoko when he thought he was doing good to Miss Yoko. But you didn't expect that Fujiaki Yoshi's feelings for Miss Yoko were much deeper than you imagined, especially recently. It was simply it has reached the point of being desperate, and you are being hurt. What you can't imagine is that Miss Yoko has also discovered some of your illegal activities. You deliberately leaked and even sold Miss Yoko's private information, and even sold some of her personal belongings online to make profits. But Miss Yoko is not stupid, on the contrary, she is very smart. She has noticed these things of yours, so she decided to find a way to replace you as an agent in the near future. Because of this, you want to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, using this plan to eliminate Fujiaki Yoshi who is in the way, and you can also use this scandal to indirectly coerce Miss Yoko and Miss Yuko, just like you just said. They will all become your cash cows. If they dare to turn against you, you will tell these things to the media. An idol stained with blood will of course fall from grace. I have to say that your calculations are really very ingenious. But at this time, Yamagishi Rong has calmed down. Haha, after saying so much, so what? Fujiaki Yoshi did commit suicide. There is no blood on my hands. You have also seen Fujiaki Yoshi's diary. This kid was lovesick and did such a stupid thing. It has nothing to do with me, Yamagishi Eiji. As long as there is no evidence, even if you call the police, what can you do to me? Even Officer Megure could only say, that's right, Brother Mori. Although we all heard what he said, he didn't kill anyone, so there is no way to arrest him. Mori Kogoro smiled, with a confident light in his eyes. Officer Megure, if the deceased committed suicide by his own will, of course there is no way, but if he was instigated or even hypnotized to commit suicide, then the person who instigated him to commit suicide or even induced him to commit suicide should also be considered murder, right? Yamagishi Eiji's face changed suddenly, but then he sneered. It sounds nice, but can you prove the idea of a dead person? Mori Kogoro said proudly, of course, the most exciting part of your whole plan is the diary. This diary was indeed written by Fujiaki Yoshi, but it was written under your guidance. He has serious mental problems due to lovesickness, and has serious auditory and visual hallucinations. As long as you pretend to be Miss Yoko's handwriting and write some guiding words, good promise, you can fool this guy who is already crazy about love. As for the evidence, your private visit to Fujiaki Yoshi has been confirmed by many people, especially the guiding words you wrote. These have also been searched out in the company apartment where you live. There are also many words that you imitated Miss Yoko's handwriting, as well as the accounts of your reselling Miss Yoko's information. These have been found. These words completely defeated Yamagishi Ei, he really couldn't figure it out. His plan was obviously perfect. As long as it was completed, he would have 2 cash cows working for him. Even with these 2 beauties, he had a chance to kiss Fang Zetian. Now it was all over. With these evidences, plus what he said, it was enough to form a complete chain of evidence to convict himself. Damn it, it's all your fault. I've obviously won, and it's all over. It's all your fault for meddling in other people's business. I'm going to kill you. He suddenly pulled out a shiny folding knife from his pocket and stabbed Mori Kogora. Chapter 139. This was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. But it was also reasonable. The most difficult thing for people to accept is not falling into the dust, but the moment when they are about to see the light, they find themselves falling. This feeling is truly fatal. This is the case with Yamaji Shirong. He had already succeeded. He deceived everyone and became the final winner. And he did it quietly and silently, without attracting anyone's attention, and achieved his goal. He even showed off his intelligence and stepped on all these seemingly smart policemen and detectives. The sense of superiority of intelligence and the joy of victory made him reach the peak in an instant. As a result, all this disappeared in the blink of an eye. His deepest hidden plan was exposed, and his dark thoughts were instantly exposed to the world. When he thought about his life being bleak and that he might be in jail for life, he couldn't help but go crazy, so he had to kill this damn detective even if he had to risk his life. Be careful! Officer Magyar shouted and wanted to draw his gun, but the other party was as a mad dog, surprisingly agile, and his sting was extremely fast. It's done. He seemed to have seen the moment when Mori Kogora was pierced through the body. You can't believe it, I used to be a kendo master, and my kendo is 7 stages. This distance is enough for me to kill one person 347, and that kid, after killing Mori Kogora, he will also die, but if this kid retreats, the police will definitely shoot, and then I'm afraid there will be no chance. No matter, killing one is enough to make up for the loss, and killing 2 is a profit. At this time Kogora was also killed. He just pretended well, and this is retribution? This kind of thing of forcing the criminal into a desperate situation is indeed very exciting, but it is too exciting. Being stabbed at once means death. If it were an ordinary person, Kogora would never be so helpless. His judo is very powerful, and ordinary people are no match for him. But at this time, he was facing a crazy kendo 7th degree, and he was completely unprepared. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Just in this lightning moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Kogora, and the dagger was pinched by 3 fingers, and it could not be stored in the share. Ah! Everyone was shocked to see this scene. The full-strength attack of this crazy guy was pinched by 3 fingers. Impossible! I'm a 7th degree kendo master, how could I not even be able to shake your 3 fingers? Miyazaki Yu sneered, 7th degree kendo master? Even a 9th degree kendo master is just a stronger ordinary person in my eyes. I can tell you that your move just now was a very stupid decision. You didn't have to suffer, but now, your stupidity has sent you to the hospital. His fingers trembled, and the blade made a crisp sound, and the blade actually broke. Then a fist as big as a casserole hit him hard in the lower abdomen. The set meal that Jin had just enjoyed not long ago was staged again on this guy. A 3-hit combo turned this self-righteous guy into a limp mud on the ground. Jing jing jing! Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. The guy just now attacked fiercely and had a weapon, but in this guy's hands, he was as weak as a baby. Haha, he is worthy of being the great swordsman who shocked Kaito Kid, but brother Miyazaki, he won't die, right? Miyazaki Yu hurriedly laughed, no, I was very measured, just punishing this madman. This guy only needs to lie in the hospital for a few days and he will be able to stand up again. There will be no serious consequences. This made Officer Magyar feel relieved. Although he was stopping the crime, if he was too heavy-handed and caused casualties, it would still cause a lot of trouble. Kogora was proud. Haha, Miyazaki boy, I knew you were a good boy. Uncle will try to take you with him when solving cases in the future. If any criminal dares to attack me, you will take him down. In this way, I will be responsible for the handsome reasoning, and you will be responsible for dealing with the desperate criminals. We are simply the perfect combination of Holmes and Watson. Your fighting power is much more stable than Xia Ran. Seeing his father, who was already too proud of himself, Xia Ran couldn't help but call him dad angrily and ignored him. Instead, seeing the sad Akino Yoko and Ixiwa Yuko, he couldn't help but comfort them, which made the two girls very grateful. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for if Detective Mori and Miyazaki-kun had taken action, we don't know what would have happened. Even Ixiwa Yuko, who had always been stubborn, sighed. I have always been very jealous of Yoko. In order to frame Yoko, I did such a thing and almost got used by someone. I have to thank you very much. If you hadn't taken action, I don't know what Yoko would have become under the coercion and inducement of that guy. Maybe I will degenerate into the people I look down upon now. Thinking about it now makes me shudder. She bowed deeply to Yoko Akino. I'm sorry, Yoko. It's all my fault for being too jealous. Now think about it, those so-called endorsements and TV dramas that were snatched away by you were actually obtained by you with your strength. I don't have your strength, so naturally I won't be considered. Yoko Akino's eyes turned red when she heard such a sincere apology, and tears burst out instantly. Today's events had a huge impact on her. The death of her ex-boyfriend, the betrayal and calculations of her agent, all made her exhausted, but she didn't expect to get the forgiveness of her enemy at this time, and she was suddenly filled with grief. Everyone was very happy at this time, except for one person, that was Conan. Originally, Miyazaki Yu deduced the correct result he imagined before him, which hurt him a lot. But he didn't expect that he was only on the first floor, while others were in the atmosphere. He was actually fooled by a seemingly honest little man, who completely deceived his eyes and made him make a wrong judgment. If it weren't for the current remedy, the real murderer would be at large, and would continue to do evil, pushing the two girls into the abyss. What was especially unacceptable was that Kogora's reasoning was actually thought up by Miyazaki Yu. When the two were conspiring, he hid in the dark and heard it clearly. Miyazaki Yu secretly left Officer Megure and arranged for the police to go to the agency, find the company's chief officer, and use the spare key to open Yamagishi Sakae's room. When the conclusive evidence was found, the big show in front of him happened. Damn it, in this way, Uncle Kogora is against Miyazaki Yu's affection for him is getting deeper and deeper. The way he looked at him just now is different. That guy is really good at being a man. At this time, he couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. After the police left, Yoko Akino and Yuko Ixiwa walked up to Miyazaki Yu and expressed their gratitude to him. Especially Yuko Ixiwa, this hot beauty, is actually a little less beautiful than Yoko Akino. At this time, he hugged Miyazaki Yu and said in his ear, I know that most of these things should be your credit. Thank you, handsome boy. After saying that, she hugged him tightly and disappeared without a trace in her high heels. Only Miyazaki Yu was left in the wind. This woman is really something. Just now, it was very memorable, but this woman was too heavily made up. If she dressed more simply, it might be better. And Yoko Akino was inviting Miyazaki Yu to visit her home again next time. This time Miyazaki Yu naturally agreed, which made Mori jealous. However, Akino Yoko, who knew how to behave, naturally invited Kogora, which made Kogora happy. Everything finally came to an end. Chapter 140. In a blink of an eye, life returned to peace again. In fact, school had started some time ago, but Miyazaki Yu did not go to school. The swordsman trial was the most important thing for him now, and he could not be slack or careless, so Miyazaki Yu simply took a break from school for a while and tried to improve his strength. Kyudo Shinichi was arranged to go to the first grade of elementary school, which made him very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only go to class obediently, and was forcibly pulled into the ranks of the so-called boy detective group by several elementary school students, namely Yoshida Ayami, Kojima Genta, and Tsubare Mitsuhiko. After knowing this, Miyazaki Yu also laughed. It was so interesting that the famous detective was forced by several elementary school students. With the boys' suicide group, Conan's life would definitely be colorful. What made him happiest was that after the incident with Akino Yoko was over, he found an opportunity to remind Xiaoran, and tactfully reminded her that although Conan was a child, he was a boy after all, and he should be more careful in life. If it was inconvenient, Conan could be placed in his home for foster care. This made the girl blush. This guy actually said these words to him. Was he jealous? He was jealous of even a child. This guy was really. However, Xiaoran also figured it out. Miyazaki Yu was right. Although Conan was young, he was a boy after all. It was right to be more careful. Children nowadays are very mature, not like when she was a child and didn't know anything. However, Xiaoran's eyes when looking at Miyazaki Yu changed a little, with a bit of scrutiny. This is the change in a woman's mentality. In fact, whether it is a man or a woman, possessiveness is part of love, and feelings have always been entangled. Xiaoran's subtle change is the change in her feelings for Miyazaki. This made Miyazaki Yu very happy. With his tireless efforts, Xiaoran would also be relaxed. With the appearance of Conan, the frequency of cases will become higher and higher, so what he has to do now is to try his best to improve his strength and status. It is imperative to become a swordsman. In the hall, Miyazaki Yu sat cross-legged quietly, with the famous sword Henjai Unduan placed on his knees, and his mind was empty. With the strengthening of his chi and blood, his inner vision has reached a higher level at this stage, and the inner vision is naturally much clearer. Many organs that were originally invisible can now be clearly seen. He seems to be still now, but in fact, the muscles of his whole body are trembling at a very low frequency. This is the result of his recent days. When he used the medicinal bath to wash his body before, he found a problem. Under the dual stimulation of the medicinal bath and inner vision, the chi and blood can produce regular peristalsis. So he deliberately trained himself to produce this kind of change even when there was no stimulation from the medicinal bath, so that his body could be exercised at any time. Although the effect was not as good as soaking in precious medicinal materials directly, the advantage was that there were no side effects. It's true that this road actually made it through for him. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand that the so-called martial arts in reality is actually the use of various movements to coordinate the body and exercise the body's skills. There is a saying that if you practice boxing without practicing kung fu, you will get nothing when you grow old. In fact, it means that practicing martial arts is just practicing the moves, but not exercising the real skills, that is, you can't exercise the body, so that the key movements are as natural as possible, and the power of the moves can't be exerted. Just like many kung fu require standing and squatting, it is actually like this. In the process of standing, the whole body will be exercised, the lower body, that is, the two legs, will be as stable as Mount Tai, and the upper body will also be full of strength. For example, in Li's version of Huo Yuanjia, Zhao Jian, who fought against Huo Yuanjia, was proud of his horse stance skills that he had practiced for more than 10 years. He could practice to the point where he was as steady as a mountain. Once he was about to lose the fight, he would immediately return to horse stance to stabilize his basic position and give himself a chance to exert force again. He used inner vision and medicinal bath to stimulate his body, and after thousands of attempts, he found the most suitable route to stimulate his chi and blood. After finding the most suitable method for his own exercise, his efficiency will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. This learning method is the real learning. He must find the most suitable method for himself. In the process of finding the method, he can spend 10% of his efforts. After finding the method, his efficiency will increase by leaps and bounds. In reality, many people's learning methods are actually wrong. They are lazy when looking for strategic directions, but they are diligent at the tactical level. They seem to be very hard-working, but in fact, they are all using stupid work. It may even produce the opposite effect, wasting a lot of energy in vain, but not in exchange for real progress. And now Miyazaki Yu has not only found the right direction and route, but also worked hard. The most annoying thing is that he actually has a plug-in. In this way, it is impossible for him not to be strong. Moreover, his method cannot be copied by others. Even if others can see inwardly, they cannot do it, because what supports him to complete this method is not only inner vision, but also the memory palace, which gives him extraordinary memory. He uses the method of pinching the heart to calculate various routes to transport qi and blood in his mind, and uses abnormal memory to record them. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. If it were someone else, even if they could see inwardly, they would find these methods by chance, and there would be no possibility at all. Any practice and learning improvement is actually a process similar to mountain climbing. Find a rhythm that suits you, find a method that suits you, and keep going unswervingly, so that you can go further. At this time, his skin was dark red, and every inch of his skin was like an earthworm, constantly shrinking and changing under stimulation, just like Miyazaki Yu himself, turning into thousands of little people, each of whom was lifting weights and training. In his inner vision, the 3 layers of skin tissue, epidermis, dermis, and subcutaneous tissue, gradually became clear from blurry to clear. It would take a long time to exercise and activate the body thoroughly before the pores could shrink and close. Now, under his control, the changes began. Just like a mouth, the dirt hidden in the pores was also discharged from the pores little by little. Miyazaki Yu called this process bathing, and it must be the most thorough bathing method in the world. These stains accumulated in the hair follicles cannot be washed out by ordinary scrubbing, but now they are directly spit out through the pores. Moreover, Miyazaki Yu also found that by freely controlling the opening and closing of the pores, he can even directly absorb oxygen from the air, that is, he can now hold his breath for a long time in the water like a swimming fish without suffocating. Even in battle, he can use the skin to assist breathing and increase his fighting endurance. After an hour of exercise, his body was covered with a layer of sticky grease, which were all subcutaneous fat and impurities. When he went to take a shower, he saw the figure in the mirror and felt satisfied. Now this body is very strong. All the muscles are not exaggerated, but they are all clear lines. People can feel at a glance that this body must have extremely strong power. And it is the kind of muscle that girls like most. The lines are soft, but not very aggressive. It is not like the explosive muscles that make people look disgusting. I found this method, let's name it the marrow washing method. It can cleanse the body anytime and anywhere, and the body is still changing. Yesterday, I used a blade to cut my skin, but I found that my skin is very tough. As long as it encounters external force, it will immediately tighten up. Even the knife can't penetrate it. I'm afraid that even the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt can't compare to it. Thinking of the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt, he suddenly thought of a good idea. Chapter 141. The so-called golden bell and iron cloth shirt is actually using some striking training to train the body through continuous beating, so that the body's surface's ability to resist strikes is greatly increased. It is actually a process of continuous destruction and then recovery. Miyazaki Yu's thoughts turned rapidly in his mind. Through the marrow washing method, he could feel that his skin's defense had greatly increased, and he could also see the changes through introspection. There is an extra layer of fascia-like substance above the dermis under the skin. These things are actually a layer of muscle fibers that spread from the deeper muscles of the human body. Using the marrow washing method to cleanse the body stimulated changes in the surface of the body. The muscle fibers penetrated into the subcutaneous fat layer and formed a network with the fat cells. This principle is like a watermelon that is grown under the pressure of a stone. In order to avoid being crushed, the watermelon will continue to grow various fibers inside and continuously increase its hardness. When it was finally cut, you could feel that although it was a watermelon, it was almost a fiber-made fruit with almost no flesh. It was not 430 delicious at all, but it was really hard. Even with a sharp knife, it was difficult to cut it easily. At this time, the muscle fat network that gradually formed after washing my body could also produce similar effects. In other words, whether it is the golden bell cover or the iron cloth shirt, in essence, it is also through the cycle of attack and recovery, slowly producing a layer of muscle fibers under the skin to achieve the effect of improving defense. My marrow washing method, unintentionally, fits the essence of this kind of exercises. But obviously, the flaws of this kind of exercises are also very obvious. For example, many people are bulky after practicing, and their whole body speed is very slow and not agile enough. It is impossible to improve the agility and speed of the body and limbs. Even ordinary people can dodge the punches and kicks that they think are very fast. There are also some parts that cannot be trained, such as the crotch. At this time, Miyazaki Yu, who has learned a lot of medical knowledge, can also analyze the reasons for these consequences. In fact, it is the same as the squashed watermelon. The fibers in the body are dense, which greatly reduces the sensitivity of the nerves. Although it is very durable, it is almost just a sandbag and can't exert much power. But this is the training method of ordinary people. They practice through drugs and strike training. They can't avoid the damage of drugs and strikes to the surface neural network. They can't do it, but with my current ability to control the muscles of the whole body, as long as I proceed step by step, I can perfectly avoid this. Now that I have thought of it, I will act immediately. He began to look through the books he searched for, and soon found several prescriptions for training the golden bell cover iron cloth shirt. At this time, he was already familiar with a lot of pharmacology. After reading it, he immediately reduced the dosage, and then replaced the original medicinal materials with several medicinal materials, and added a few medicines. These prescriptions that are everywhere are obviously not real secret recipes, but simplified versions of simplified versions. Although using this prescription will have a certain effect, the side effects are bound to be very large. He had bought a lot of herbs for the medicinal bath before, but now he didn't even need to buy them. He just collected 10 doses of medicine from the inventory. Xiao Yu, are you going to take a bath with herbs again? Miyazaki Yu, who was cleaning the kitchen, saw Miyazaki Yu just finished taking a bath, and went upstairs excitedly, and took out a lot of herbs, and couldn't help asking. Miyazaki Yu often took a bath with many herbs. Of course she knew that she was also responsible for many of the residues of the herbs, but Miyazaki Yu didn't take a bath frequently, but was very restrained. Today shouldn't be a day for a medicinal bath, right? Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, I just thought of a new way to exercise, so I wanted to try it. Aunt Mai helped me clean these herbs, cut them into pieces with a small guillotine, and then crushed them with the mill that I used before, and then boiled them in a big pot, and then poured them into my heated bathtub. The young woman nodded and started to get busy. She knew that Miyazaki Yu lived alone and didn't have much to take care of. He asked her to take care of his daily life to help her and provide her with a stable job. Moreover, the other party also let her daughter Reina live with him, which made her very grateful. So she also regarded Miyazaki Yu as a family member, so she would not ask too much about what he was going to do. Okay, I'll do it right away, wait a moment. Miyazaki Yu did not leave, but started to prepare the herbs with Miyazaki Yu. Miyazaki Yu's technique was taught by him, so he was more skilled. After a while, he put the herbs in a pressure cooker and heated them up. Xiao Yu, I know you are very smart, but herbs are herbs after all, you must be careful. I have heard that many medicines have some side effects. Miyazaki Yu smiled slightly, it's okay, I have reduced the amount of herbs as appropriate. It looks like a big pot of herbs, but the amount of the herbs that really work is very small. Not to mention me, even if it is used on Reina, there will be no problem. Miyazaki Yu was relieved when she said that. Speaking of Reina, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your help, Reina wouldn't be able to transfer to Tsitan Elementary School. Reina is very happy in the new school. She has met many new friends. The haze in her heart has been reduced a lot. At this point, the eyes of this unfortunate woman were full of hope and bright. Aunt Mai Hui, I have said it before, although we are not related by blood, but in my heart, you and Reina are my family, and there is no need to be so polite to me. Miyazawa Mui smiled, and her heart was warm. I heard from Reina that you will soon participate in a swordsman trial, right? It seems very dangerous, I am a little worried. Miyazaki Yu shook his head and said, it is indeed a little risky, but there is no way. If you want to join the swordsman club and become one of them, this is an inevitable trial. I just didn't say it on purpose because I was afraid that you would worry. Who would have thought that this little girl would still say it? 0-0-1-0-9-0-8-5-0-5 Philo 0932535531. Miyazawa Mui smiled and said, you little stinky boy, are you going to hide this from me? As long as it is something you decide, I will fully support it. Aunt Mui can't do anything else, but I will do my best to support your decision, because I believe in you, as long as the decision you make is correct. After entering the medicinal bath, a strong burning sensation came. After careful analysis, it seemed that it was not a burning sensation, but the warm medicinal power had taken effect. He sat directly in the bathtub, gathered all his mind, entered the state of introspection, closed his five senses, cut off his thoughts, and adjusted his body's sensitivity to the maximum. All the pores opened up and began to absorb the drug to the maximum extent. In an instant, a burning sensation came. His body suddenly hurt, and the marrow washing method was performed unconsciously. His muscles twisted inch by inch, and the ion flow of the internal force rose instantly. The internal force actually began to flow. In fact, after Miyazaki Yu had the internal force, he always wanted to let the internal force flow, just like in martial arts novels, flowing freely in the meridians, and any part of the body could become faster and stronger as long as the internal force was used. But these so-called internal forces never flowed in the meridians, but like an hourglass, condensed in the body with his own strength, and consumed very quickly. So he thought of why those swordsmen could cut steel, but would not use it easily, because the consumption was very large, and this big move had to be used at critical moments. After the internal force flowed, it began to gather on the surface of the body with the twisting of the muscles, and the pain all over the body disappeared without a trace, followed by a tingling sensation. In his inner vision, the combination of muscle fibers and fat layers began to tighten, and then Miyazaki Yu, who had been keeping his eyes closed, actually began to move. He began to slap the skin on the surface of his body with both hands. This was a training method that imitated the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt. In this situation, his body senses were the most spiritual. At this time, being pricked by a needle felt like being shot, and every slap of his hands was like being tortured. But he persisted, because after each slap, the absorption of the drug power, the flow of internal force, and the combination of muscle fibers and subcutaneous fat layers began to tighten. And a large amount of dark red impurities began to spit out from the pores, mixed with oil, and each pore was like a small volcano. When he reached his limit, the whole bathtub was already blood red. Chapter 142. Hey! This method is so exciting. The whole method is based on his conjecture. He didn't expect that it would have such a good effect. The network of muscle fat fiber layer under the skin is equivalent to adding a layer of protective gear inside the body, but it will not increase the burden on the body. The most wonderful thing is that the defense cultivated by this method does not damage the surface nerves of the body, nor does it form hyperplastic tissue to affect its own flexibility. You should know that people who normally practice the golden bell cover iron cloth shirt will almost have some hyperplastic layers in various joints, as well as the spine and waist and abdomen, which will damage the surface nerves. Although they gain defense, this is at the expense of speed. This is unacceptable to Miyazaki Yu, but now his new method, which is a new method that combines medicine and science, completely avoids the defects and maximizes the benefits. After feeling the benefits, Miyazaki Yu suddenly became energetic. For more than 10 days, he stayed at home and studied new skills. His strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Even his skin became as white and crystal clear as jade. This change was seen by Sanako and Xia Ran, who often came to play. They were very envious and kept asking Miyazaki Yu for the secret. Miyazaki Yu gave the two girls some medicinal bath herbs so that they could put some in their baths. It could remove excess oil from the pores. It was much better than the shower gel and facial cleanser on the market, which made the two girls very happy. As for Conan, he would never come to his house. In his eyes, Miyazaki Yu was a big devil. This guy's eyesight and reaction were too abnormal. If he continued to stay with him, he would be exposed at any time. Another point was the little girl Miyazaki Suzuna. She actually thought Conan was very cute. When she saw Conan, she couldn't help playing with him and even touched him directly. Conan's dog had made Conan call her sister, which made Conan miserable. So he simply didn't come. Even when Mori Kogora came to eat, he was determined not to come, which made Kogora very puzzled and said that this boy was not sociable. However, since Conan joined, the business of Mori Detective Agency has been booming all of a sudden, with Conan's secret help. Mori Kogora solved many cases in succession, such as the Shinkansen explosion incident, and caught two men in black who looked like gin and vodka, which made Conan very excited for a while. He thought that gin and vodka were really caught, and the explosion was prevented, and he was very happy, but he didn't expect it to be a false joy. These cases were solved cleanly and neatly, and coupled with the previous case of Yoko Akino, Officer Megure looked at Mori Kogora with a new eye. He also gradually began to pay more attention to this famous detective. For a criminal policeman like him who was busy at various crime scenes all day long, the nature of his work was dangerous and hard. If he solved the case, he would not get much credit, but if he failed to solve it, all kinds of pressure would come one after another. In general, the pressure was very high, so as long as he could solve the case quickly, he would be very welcome. Therefore, whether it was Kyuta Shinichi or Mori Kogora, it made no difference. As long as he was able to solve the case, he would be his guest of honor. So he changed his previous contempt for Mori Kogora and began to be polite to him. The name changed from Mori to Mori brother, just like calling Kyuta Shinichi and Miyazaki Yu both brothers. People with ability would naturally be treated seriously. Until this morning, Miyazaki Yu got up early, changed into a loose training suit, and put the famous sword Hungduan in the sword box. This sword box was the one that matched Henjai Undan, and the outside was made of fine sandalwood. The interior is forged from a special metal that can even evade ordinary metal detectors. It is no problem to bring it on an airplane. It is very advanced. This was made by President Morita at a high price. It is extremely ingenious. But now it belongs to Miyazaki Yu, which reduces a lot of trouble. Although the Sword Masters Association is extremely secretive, even sword masters have their own relatives and families, not lonely people. Some sword masters are even the best of a school and have a lot of disciples. Therefore, there is a rule that every trialist who challenges the sword master can invite no more than 8 relatives and friends to watch the ceremony. Of course, these were all mentioned by Vice President Ishida on the phone, which made Miyazaki Yu very happy and took the opportunity to express his gratitude. Vice President Ishida saw that his goodwill was recognized by the other party, and naturally everyone was happy. And they will send a motorcade to greet them at 8 o'clock this morning. It is only 7:30 in the morning, but the house is already bustling. I didn't expect this kid to invite you, really. What? Do you have any objection to inviting me? As soon as she heard the two people's voices, Miyazaki Yu knew who it was. There would be no one else except Mori and Kisaki Eri. Okay, Mom and Dad, stop arguing. Today is Xiao's swordsman trial. You should be more stable. Kogoro snorted, it seems that this stinky boy has taken your soul away, but it's good this way. Compared with that detective boy, I like Miyazaki boy more. This boy is stable and mature, and he is powerful. He can protect women well, not like me, at the critical moment, I can only. As she said this, her expression was gloomy, and Kisaki Eri's eyes moved, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Of course, she knew why Kogoro didn't come to find her after they separated. It was because he couldn't let go of the guilt in his heart, and he was about to say something comforting. A figure ran over, it was Suzuki Sanako. Xia Ran, Aunt Fei and Uncle Mori are all here, and Conan is here too. Conan smiled awkwardly, sure enough, my 760 is redundant. Sanako was wearing a very high-end dress at this time, and when she saw Xia Ran, she turned around quickly. Xia Ran, help me take a look, how is it? Does it look good? This is specially picked for me by my mother, isn't it suitable for today's occasion? Xia Ran smiled and nodded, it looks good, your dress matches you very well, but the style is a bit strange, not like formal wear, it looks like a cheerleader. Sanako smiled, of course, we are cheerleaders today, I also prepared for you, let's put on cheerleading clothes together, and then cheer for Miyazaki together, he will be very touched. Conan on the side was almost dead. What's wrong with this woman Sanako? She actually wants Xia Ran to wear that kind of clothes, absolutely impossible. He hurried forward to stop her, but with Conan's current weight, how could he stop the enthusiastic Miss Sanako? Soon he was defeated, and Xia Ran had no choice but to go to the dressing room in the corner of the first floor and change into the same. Sanako and Xia Ran are wearing the same type of skirt. It's true that both of them have very tall and slender figures. They look very well matched when they are wearing the same type of clothes and standing together. Sanako and Xia Ran are both very suitable for this outfit. If you cheer for me together, I will definitely be more confident. At this time, Miyazaki Yu has also walked down from above. Chapter 143. Hey! Miyazaki boy, you called us all to participate in your swordsman trial. How did you arrange it? Uncle, don't worry. I have just confirmed that the person sent by Vice President Ishida to pick us up will arrive soon. Aunt Miwi has prepared breakfast. You can eat first. After the trial, I will treat everyone to dinner. Hearing that there will be food and drinks, and you can also visit the so-called swordsman meeting, Mori Kogoro was immediately happy. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Kisaki Eri sighed, you kid, if you indulge him like this, he will be spoiled by you. Through Xia Ran, she can't say that she knows everything about Mori Kogoro's every move, but she knows it very well. Miyazaki Yu invites them father and daughter to dinner when she has nothing to do, and helps Xia Ran train. These things make Kisaki Eri very happy. This child knows how to be grateful. He knows her help but doesn't say it out loud, but has been silently repaying her. This made her like Miyazaki Yu even more. This time he took the initiative to call her to participate in the ceremony of the Sword Master trial, which made her very happy. As a social elite, she had also heard about the mysterious Sword Master Club. It was said that the organization, which was elusive, had a high status in Japan and was a group of strong people who were almost not bound by secular laws. As a legal worker and a lawyer, she was naturally sensitive to things that were not bound by the law, but she also knew that as long as there were people, there would be a privileged class, which was not subject to anyone's will. The Sword Master Club had existed for countless years, so naturally there was a reason for its existence. And she also knew that most of these sword masters were obsessed with swordsmanship and rarely participated in secular things. Although they had great influence and power, they almost never appeared in the secular world. This was also a tacit understanding between them and the government. The government was also carefully maintaining this balance. After all, the strength of those people had surpassed the cognition of ordinary people. Just like the Avengers and the government certainly wants to control them, but it is powerless, so the best way is for both parties to reach a tacit understanding and work together to maintain the whole situation. Aunt Eri, you are too distant. Uncle Mori and I get along very well. I often need Uncle Mori's help. We call this mutual benefit. Mori Kogora got the steps and his nose stood up immediately. Yes, you are right, that's it, haha, we call this mutual help. Looking at Mori's shameless appearance, Kisaki Eri rolled his eyes. At this time, there was a sound of brakes from the outside of the gate, and then there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, it turned out to be Vice President Masahiro Ishida. Vice President Ishida, you are here in person. Miyazaki Yu was also surprised, thinking to himself, I haven't become a swordsman yet, but Vice President Ishida has already treated me as a real swordsman? Vice President Ishida smiled and said, Brother Miyazaki, you are joking. Swordsman Taki has personally acknowledged your strength. It is a sure thing for you to become a swordsman. What does it matter if I, a small vice president, come to pick you up in person? After taking a glance at the hall, he exchanged pleasantries with everyone. He had done an investigation in advance, and naturally knew the identities of the people around Miyazaki Yu, especially Mori Kogora, who has recently become famous for solving major cases. At this time, the compliment made Mori Kogora happy. It seemed that his famous detective had become famous. Even the vice president of the Kendo Association was very familiar with him. Kisaki Eri was secretly surprised. She had heard of Vice President Ishida Masahiro before. He was almost the next president of the Kendo Association and had great power in the Kendo Association. I didn't expect him to be so polite to Miyazaki Yu and actually came to pick her up in person. It was really unexpected. In this way, everyone followed Vice President Ishida out of the door. Mori's family plus Conan, a total of 4 people, and Sanako and Miyazaki Yu's little follower Reina, a total of 6 people, just under 8 people. Conan, sit with me, don't think about running away. Reina stared at Conan tightly, not letting this guy sit next to Xia Ran. Conan felt sad. This girl relied on her age and kendo skills to use violence against him. And the other party was a little girl. Xia Ran couldn't save him. He could only watch him being dragged away and sat in a corner with this little girl. I can't see that you are a bad boy who is very popular with girls. The little girl Yashida Ayami in your class and Reina's sister like you very much. Sanako smiled and stood aside, which made Conan even more depressed. Sister Sanako. I don't like him, I just think he's fun. He's just an elementary school student, but he always acts like a little adult. He still makes troubles. So as long as I'm around, I have to keep a close eye on him and never let him run around. Xia Ran agreed when she heard what the little girl said. Conan is a good kid, but he's just too naughty and curious. He's curious about everything. This won't work. Some things are very dangerous, so he must be kept a close eye on and not exposed to danger. Ishida Masahiro prepared 3 luxury cars in total. There was more than enough space for Miyazaki Yu and 7 others to sit in. Sanako pulled Xia Ran and Miyazaki Yu to sit together. Kisaki Eri and his wife were in one car, Reina and Conan were in one car, and Vice President Ishida was in one car with the children, leaving space for others. Conan felt a chill. This guy is too good at dealing with people, isn't he? However, his curiosity also rose. The Jianhao Club is not well known, but it is not a simple thing to make the vice president of the Kendo Association pay so much attention to it. I just don't know if Miyazaki Yu can pass it. Soon, the car arrived in front of the Kendo Association building, but it did not stop in front of the Kendo Association building, but went straight through the building. Hey! Xiaohu, why didn't you stop here? Isn't the Jianhao Club inside the Kendo Association building? Miyazaki Yu then explained, I asked Vice President Ishida before, and he said that although the Jianhao Club is closely related to the Kendo Association, everything is completely independent, and the government takes into account the secrecy of the association. So when the Kendo Association building was built, an area in the east of the association was assigned to the Kendo Association, but in fact it was the property of the Swordsman Association. There was only one entrance and exit to the entire area, which was the Kendo Association building. If you don't pass through the Kendo Association building, you can't enter this area. At this time, in a hall on a very simple wooden building, more than a dozen figures were kneeling facing each other, and a projector was playing a video. It was Miyazaki the scene when Yu and Taki were fighting. Everyone watched this video silently, everyone was very serious. I didn't expect that there would be such a person among the rising stars. It's amazing that Taki would call us together to take the swordsmanship test. It's so exciting. One of them said. What Kaino said is right. I didn't expect that there would be someone who could reach this level among the young juniors. I will try it myself in a while and see how good he is. Maybe I can feel the excitement again. The other person laughed and said that the long sword placed horizontally above and below his knees made a buzzing sound, as if responding to the owner's fighting spirit. Chapter 144. These people are naturally the so-called swordsmen of the Swordsman Association. They were called together by Swordsman Taki before and held this swordsman trial, and they were all somewhat reluctant. There have been no new swordsmen for many years, and many of them are already old. But no matter how anxious they are, it is useless. If the Swordsman Association wants to continue its glory, it must not lower its threshold, otherwise the Swordsman Association will gradually lose its prestige. They have been disappointed for too long, and countless disappointments have made many of them feel discouraged and sigh in their hearts. Is the world of swordsmen over? This time, because of Swordsman Taki's face, they all came. Taki Inashuk was the most active among them in recruiting talents, especially in the past 10 years, he had called everyone for trials many times. Unfortunately, these trialists were a little worse, and no one could succeed. These things undoubtedly affected the reputation of Swordsman Taki. Although everyone understood his urgency, they could not agree with his approach, so this time when Taki Jianhao called everyone to come, everyone couldn't help but be a little unconvinced. Feeling everyone's doubts, Taki Jianhao had no choice but to show everyone the video of his battle with Miyazaki Yu, which instantly made everyone excited. Taki Jianhao smiled triumphantly. Each of these guys was arrogant, especially the swordsman Makina Harukawa who just spoke last. His 980 personality was unruly, and he was the strongest person besides the leader, and he never gave Taki Jianhao face. Taki Jianhao also challenged him several times, but without exception, all failed, which made him hold back a force 10 to make this guy fail 10 times. But as he got older, it was already very difficult for him to do this with his own strength. But in Miyazaki Yu, he saw hope. The other party was too young, only 16 years old. Such a natural talent was not inferior to those once glorious names in history, and even better. After all, the times are different. Although these ancient masters did not have the support of modern things, they were trained since childhood and put all their time and energy on kendo. As a modern person, there are too many things that can distract people, especially this kid. Although he was born in a kendo dojo, he had nothing to do with various schools. The Miyazaki family really learned swordsmanship only from Miyazaki Yu's grandfather. The so-called family learning did not exist at all, not to mention that the other party had been seriously injured and comatose for 10 years. Therefore, Miyazaki Yu's time and resources for practicing kendo were very limited, but within this limited time, he was able to reach this level, which was enough for him to have enough confidence in Miyazaki Yu. Makina, I recommended this boy. According to the rules, if he can become a new swordsman, he must go through the Sword Flow Tour, which means learning under all the senior swordsmen for a period of time, and a special person will record this process as learning materials for the Swordsman Association. After the sword flow tour is over, as the recommender, I have the right to ask him to challenge a senior swordsman. As a test of the results, I have decided that after Miyazaki completes it, the opponent he will choose is you. Makina swordsman was slightly stunned, and then snorted coldly. Taki, I know you always want to defeat me, or see me fail, but you should also know that no one in Jianhao Club can defeat me except the leader. I admit that Miyazaki Yu is strong, and maybe he is close to you now, but there is still a big gap compared to me. What you are doing is just in vain. Taki Jianhao also snorted coldly, in vain? I hope you can still say such words when that time comes. I can assert that the boy has unlimited potential. It is not certain that he will surpass the leader within 10 years. Let's make a bet here. If I lose, I will bow to you in front of everyone and admit my mistake. If you lose, give me your sword Luiying. Makina Jianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, and everyone showed an interested look. A person who had not spoken all the time laughed. Makina, do you think you will lose? Makina Qingchuan was arrogant and proud. Although he knew that he was deliberately provoking, he would agree to the bet. The famous sword Luiying is a famous sword handed down from the Makina family. It has been passed down for more than 10 generations. It is not only a sword that can cut iron like mud, but also a token of the Makina family. If this sword is lost by Makina Harukawa, this arrogant guy will definitely feel distressed for a while. Obviously, this guy was also very dissatisfied with Makina Harukawa, so he responded to Taki Jianhao and deliberately squeezed him to make him agree to the bet. Anyway, if the other party won, he would not lose anything. If the other party lost, he would make the other party very uncomfortable. Why not do it? But someone also spoke to smooth things over. Okay, you two know the significance of this firefly to Makina. This kind of thing is completely meaningless. What we are thinking about now is how to complete today's postgraduate entrance examination, and how much strength the person who takes the test should use to be the most appropriate. We can't let this kid despise the Jianhao Association, but we can't go all out without caring about our face. Why don't we follow the convention and use about 60% of our strength, just like when Taki took action? Obviously, the previous video of Miyazaki Yu and Taki Jianhao's battle has been edited and many details have been cut out, otherwise everyone would not be able to see that in the latter part, Taki Jianhao was actually at a disadvantage. It is also a convention of the Swordsman Association to use 60% to 70% of the combat power, which is actually easy to understand. After becoming a swordsman, because of the inclination of a large number of resources and the guidance of other swordsmen, the strength will have a period of rapid growth. This will form a kind of strength barrier. For example, if a student wants to enter the national team, there must be an objective standard. You can't let a member who wants to enter the national team because of his extraordinary talent directly compete with the players in the team to decide whether he can enter. Because the people who went there before were gifted, coupled with a lot of guidance from masters and time training, their strength will be further improved. In other words, if the seniors continue to test the juniors, the threshold will expand like a snowball, and no one will be selected. Because of this, the senior swordsmen will only use part of their strength, which is actually enough. In the past, each of their so-called successful challenges only satisfied the swordsmen who tested them, rather than defeating the swordsmen who tested them, otherwise it would be two against the sky. However, Mui Jianhao snorted heavily. I promised that if I lose, I will lose Luiying to you, but I will personally take part in this assessment. Don't worry, I cherish the honor of Jianhao very much, and I will never go all out to suppress the younger generation without regard for the rules. I want to see how strong a younger generation that you praise so much is. Chapter 145. As he said that, he stood up and walked out. Everyone was slightly stunned, and then they all smiled. Obviously, everyone knew the situation. Makina-kun's character is still so straightforward, but it is precisely because of this character that he would rather break than bend that he has such a strong strength. I just hope that he will not go too far in the future assessment. Takaki Jianhao smiled, don't worry, everyone, this kid's strength will definitely surprise this guy. If Makina doesn't want to make a fool of himself in public, he must go all out. I'm waiting for this scene. Before the battle ended, he reviewed the entire battle situation and used the equipment of the Kendo Association to think about all the details. But he couldn't help but feel surprised. It's not that there have been talented swordsmen like Miyazaki Yu in the past, but everything has a foundation and source, not just out of thin air. A tall building needs a heavier foundation to stand tall, and this is even more true for swordsmanship. Many talented people have strong strength at a young age. However, the experience of fighting with others cannot be obtained by relying on qualifications and intelligence. It must be accumulated through countless battles with others. In fact, the learning and display of martial arts is like writing an article. The moves are equivalent to learning idioms and poems, and the moves are equivalent to asking you to write an article. Learning idioms and articles well does not mean that you can write a good article. The difference in the middle is the so-called experience. The same moves, because of the difference in the timing and subtleties of the moves, the effect is very different. Just like writing an article, the same words in the hands of a great writer are just a wonderful writing, but in the hands of an ordinary person, they are mediocre. And the only way to achieve better results is to keep honing this way. Even if you want to improve a little, more often, it depends on talent and opportunity, which cannot be expressed in words or passed on orally. It can be understood like this: just like a great scientist, he is desperate to pass on the knowledge he has learned. He lets go and teaches everyone who wants to learn, but how much has he really learned? After reviewing the game, Taki Jianhao was surprised to find that all of Miyazaki Yu's responses were extremely exquisite, and all the moves were linked together. Although it can be seen that this little guy has not really learned and mastered much swordsmanship, but he has completely mastered what he has learned. But every move has been perfectly integrated into his own combat system. This is the situation after the precipitation of what he has learned, and it is the best time to learn and learn again. So after the battle, Taki Jianhao had a toothache. Fighting him at this time is equivalent to giving this kid a chance to learn. Although I don't know how much this kid can learn, I can guess that his current strength must be a step up. It's a joke for Makina to defeat this kid with 60% or 70% of his strength. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on his face. Miyazaki Yu and his party passed through a large area of virgin forest. Looking out of the window, it seemed as if they had come to a quiet place isolated from the world. Except for the road where the vehicles were driving and the fences on both sides, there were no traces of human beings. Don't be surprised, every swordsman is a strong man walking at the top of the sword. They hide themselves in the mountains to hone their swordsmanship and don't want to be disturbed by the secular world. Therefore, even the Kendo Association connected to the Swordsman Association has only this one way. Vice President Ishida explained with a smile. His explanation was calm, but everyone had already awe in their hearts. Oh, it's amazing. It's really amazing to be able to maintain such a habit in such an era. Mori Kogora said happily. He suddenly looked at Miyazaki Yu and said, Miyazaki boy, if you become a swordsman, can you live here too? Vice President Ishida laughed and said, Mr. Mori, it is true. Every swordsman has a high status. Once they become a member of the Swordsman Association, the Swordsman Association will set aside an area in this large area as a training ground exclusively for swordsmen. Swordsmen's disciples can also enter these 10 areas for training and study with the swordsman's authorization. Conan was shocked and envious when he heard this. He thought to himself, isn't this Swordsman Association too awesome? In this era, they can actually have their own territory, and from the perspective of the structure, they have the right to use the entire area, and the government seems to have no right to interfere. From this point of view, this organization is more important than the famous Knights of Malta. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling unhappy. He has now become a child, and it will be a long time before he can change back, and this Miyazaki Yu is getting better and better. Although he is very confident in himself, he also feels irritated at this time. After passing through a large area of virgin forest, he suddenly came to a winding mountain road. As far as the eye can see, there is a wide waterfall. Next to the waterfall, there is a strange building. The whole building is not like an ordinary building, but it is similar to a hotel. 0. Ask for flowers. The car went straight to the bottom of the building. Everyone got off the car and came to the hall under the leadership of Vice President Ishida. The whole hall is very gorgeous. The whole floor is paved with heavy marble. The whole hall, the height reached more than 20 to 30 meters, and a huge seal character sword ran across it. Although it was just one word, the sharp momentum was already overwhelming. Being in it, it was as if you were in the most famous cathedral in Europe. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and concentrate. The majestic building has been a weapon to show power since ancient times, and it is the same now. The fat face of Vice President Ishida was full of piety at this time. Every time he came here, he could feel the feeling of reaching the top. 00. After becoming a swordsman, you can enter and exit here freely, instead of having to apply every time you come here like now. I secretly looked at Miyazaki Yu, glanced at it and nodded secretly. Ordinary young people are unstable. They suddenly came to such a magnificent and gloomy place. In addition, they came to participate in a crucial assessment, so they would inevitably be very nervous. But Miyazaki Yu was calm and composed, as if he had won the game. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. Perhaps such a mentality was one of the reasons why he could have the current strength. After leading everyone out of the hall, you can see a very large square in the distance, and the deafening sound of water also became clear at this time. The waterfall seen before was just on one side of the square. The mighty water roared, which was more shocking than the previous hall. And what was even more shocking was what I saw next. There was a huge reef above the waterfall, and a figure stood on the reef. After everyone appeared, this figure turned around and set his eyes on Miyazaki Yu. At this moment, Miyazaki Yu also reacted. This person was looking at him. At this time, the two were more than 2 kilometers apart. Even in the sniper's scope, it was a very blurry dot, but under this person's gaze, Miyazaki Yu's heart was instantly alarmed, and he immediately noticed his gaze. The man obviously also noticed Miyazaki Yu's reaction, and a smile appeared on his face. I just released a little murderous aura, and at such a long distance, he actually locked me in an instant. This kid's strength may be more terrible than what Taki said, but even so, I can't fail. As he said this, he took a step and ran straight towards the violently fluctuating water surface. Chapter 146. What does this person want to do? This was everyone's first thought, but the next moment, they knew what the other party wanted to do. The other party was like a dragonfly skimming the water, with his toes lightly touching the water surface, and the water surface was like being shot into the water by a cannonball, instantly stirring up a lot of water splashes. But his speed was too fast, and the water splashed up a second ago, and before the water splashed, he had already taken the second step, and each step span was more than 10 meters away. The rock was about 40 or 50 meters away from the shore, but under this person's feet, he only tapped a few times and took 4 steps, and he was like a flying swallow, gently landing on a wooden stake on the shore. Everyone was stunned. How did this person do it? It was simply a godlike skill. The weight of the human body is more than 100 pounds. Although there is tension on the water surface, it is not enough to support a person moving on the water surface. Only some insects with light weight, small size, and special structure can move freely on the water surface. Now seeing such a situation suddenly, people can't help but be stunned. Conan's face was ugly at this time. He was obsessed with reasoning and regarded reasoning as life, but the premise of reasoning was common sense. The so-called reasoning is actually the process in which the detective uses his superior insight and logical thinking ability to find the internal connection of some events and find the real answer. But if common sense is challenged, then all reasoning will become rootless water. Here is an analogy. For example, a body was found on a reef surrounded by water. According to common sense, it must be that someone used tools to come to the reef with the deceased, or took advantage of the deceased to come to the reef and then used some tools to approach and kill the deceased. But if it was this person who made the move just now, then the premise of this reasoning would be wrong. He could have directly rushed to the dead on the reef and killed the other party without using any tools. The man was very satisfied with the expressions of the crowd. He did so because he wanted to enjoy the astonishment of the crowd. But when his eyes fell on Miyazaki Yu's face, his face changed. The other party's expression did not change at all, as if there was no ripple at all, and even had a slight disdainful expression, which made him angry. He walked towards the crowd with full momentum. Although he did not draw his sword, the sharp aura was like clouds and thunder, and it could fall at any time. Everyone seemed to be in ice and snow in an instant, and they all shuddered involuntarily. This is not that the cold air really condensed on this person, but an application of momentum. Just like a real wild tiger, people can clearly feel the sharp murderous aura. This is actually a kind of trembling caused by different life strengths. The murderous aura of a powerful life can even make a weak life tremble and die. Everyone was instantly enveloped by this strong breath, and the threat that the body instinctively felt was not comparable to that of a tiger. In fact, everyone had a power outage in an instant, and the body felt the coldness brought by the power outage. Humph! What do you mean? They all came with me to participate in the swordsmanship trial, not to test your murderous aura. As he said this, Miyazaki Yu took a step forward, and his whole body instantly tensed up. The arches of his 2 feet gripped the ground like chicken claws, and his body was like a wound spring, and his palms pressed on the hilt of the sword. The visitor's eyes lit up. This young man seemed to be inconspicuous in his eyes just now, but now he suddenly became bright and tall. His momentum accumulated like a round circle. With my spiritual perception, I can feel that his whole body is tense, and even the muscles on his face are twisted at this time. Once he makes a move at this time, it will surely be earth-shattering. But he was not surprised but happy. Every swordsman was once an absolute leader in kendo, and most of them were masters who became famous at a young age. But when they stand higher, they will find a problem, that is, they gradually lose their opponents. Swordsmen without opponents are lonely. They think hard about wanting to go to the next level, but they have lost their former sharpness. This is actually very easy to understand. When a person has a goal, it is like having a fulcrum, and they can fight more and more bravely and constantly surpass. But if you want to jump, you need to borrow force. If your feet are all cotton, you can't borrow force. Yes, you are very good. It seems that your strength is even better than what Takaki Inashuk described. At this time, Vice President Masahiro Ishida stood up. Makina swordsman, today is the day when Miyazaki-kun participates in the trial. If you want to personally guide the trial, you should also follow the normal process. Both parties can only be tested after the special clothing made by the swordsman on the ship. The so-called helmet is a special protective clothing between armor and clothes. The essence of this helmet is actually a soft armor, which is woven with more than a dozen different materials such as silk, animal hair, and artificial synthetic materials. Although it is soft, it has excellent defense, and has a thin shell structure similar to that of an egg. Once a force is applied, it will immediately become hard, turning the impact force into flexible force and dispersing it to all parts of the entire clothing. The defense of the entire clothing is much better than that of a bulletproof vest. But even such a helmet cannot withstand the sword of the swordsman. It can be seen that the swordsman holding a real sword has such terrible combat power. Whether it is protective gear or helmet, as long as you wear protective gear, you will unconsciously rely on it. No matter how good the protective gear is, it is just a piece of thin paper under the sword of the swordsman. If you want to really improve, you need to be brave in the sword. Since he dares to come, he should understand this point. Miyazaki Yu's expression had completely turned cold at this time. The other party was obviously doing it on purpose. For a swordsman, confidence is the source of all strength. If the heart has been shaken before taking action, then when taking action, the strength will inevitably be reduced. Although it is not as serious as described in martial arts novels, it cannot be ignored. This person deliberately appeared here just to give me a warning and make me shake my heart. So when the other party noticed that I saw him coming across the water, he was not surprised at all, and then he came to everyone and burst into murderous provocation. Just imagine, if I was afraid of him at this moment, my strength would be greatly reduced in the subsequent trials, and the possibility of failure would increase a lot. Mu Ye Jianhao? It seems that you are also a Jianhao, but although your method just now is good, I am afraid that you can't use it without the clogs on your feet. You want me to be convinced, but if you can walk on the water with bare feet, I will be convinced. How about that? After hearing these words, Gai Yuchuan's face changed. Walking on the waves in the rapids is his masterpiece, but as Miyazaki Yu said, he actually used the pair of clogs on his feet. This pair of clogs looks ordinary, but in fact it is specially made, with a hollow inside, which can provide buoyancy far greater than ordinary clogs. This buoyancy is only better than nothing for ordinary people, but for a Jianhao like Mu Yeching Chuan, it is enough to use. Of course, it was not that simple. He also concentrated his inner strength on his feet, using that little bit of buoyancy to hit the water surface, and then used the reaction force to propel him forward. Every time he stepped down, it was like a mine exploding, providing enough propulsion to allow him to gallop on the water surface like a cheetah. Overall, this move was absolutely amazing. But no matter what, the foundation of this move still had to be traced to the pair of special clogs. If he had gone into the water barefoot, he would have fallen into the water before he could use his inner strength to hit the water surface, and there would not have been such a shocking scene. Chapter 147. How dare you, arrogant boy, be so rude to me? Makina Harukawa was arrogant and cold-hearted, and rarely cared about other people's feelings. At this time, he was judged by Miyazaki Yu like this, and it hit him in the sore spot, so he was naturally furious. The figure moved instantly, turned into a phantom, and disappeared in front of him. This was the perspective of everyone, but in Miyazaki Yu's eyes, his right foot paused on the ground. It seemed to be just a simple point, but it seemed to have led all the strength into the ground. In an instant, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters was slightly paused. He gathered all his strength at one point in an instant, and then used this force to make his body fly out like a big spring compressed to the limit. This technique is very similar to the technique of the inch punch. His feet were originally on the ground, and he didn't lift them up to exert force, but he was able to do it so freely. He has forged his whole body into a whole. All muscles are like fluids, which can transfer superimposed forces at will. The muscles of the whole body exert force at the same time, and then gather the force and transfer it to the feet, so that there is such a rapid force. What? I can't see. This person is so fast. 05. Among the crowd, even Xiaolingne and Sonoko, under Miyazaki Yu's training, have also learned many force techniques, and their vision is naturally much better than before. But at this time, they were all shocked and speechless. Conan's eyes widened, and his pupils almost turned into a grey color of horror. It appeared, this is a power and speed beyond the secular world. How can such a power appear? If these people who have mastered extraordinary powers kill people, then how pale and powerless will reasoning be in front of such power? Ding hum. After the crisp sound of ding, there was an invisible vibration and hum, as if a small bell was struck and rang, and the invisible vibration spread to the surroundings. The missing Makina Harukawa also showed up at this time, holding a long sword in his hand, which was the one hanging on his waist before. The sharp sword bit Miyazaki Yu's sword fiercely, and the two of them were already fighting with their swords. Feeling the great force on the opponent's sword, Makina Harikawa's face was solemn. Damn it, I knew that guy was deliberately provoking me. Who is this guy? He has the strength of a swordsman at such a young age. What I just launched was my improved IAI slash. Although I didn't use my full strength, the speed of this move is so fast that it is like the frame rate in a movie in the eyes of ordinary people. It is a speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye. But this kid can still block it easily. His strength is not enough to defeat him with only 60% or 70% of my strength. Although I knew that the actions of Taki Inashuk must be deliberately pitting me, I was too confident in my own strength and miscalculated after all. Thinking of this, I felt annoyed, but the sword in my hand did not slow down at all. It immediately turned into sword shadows all over the sky and enveloped Miyazaki Yu. It's just that his sword moves are obviously very fast, but the sword tip seems to be a dead leaf, falling lightly, not like the general neon swordsman, who is afraid of not exerting enough strength, not enough power, and not fast enough, and wants to use all his strength. On the contrary, his sword shadow has a natural feeling, and the sword blade draws a graceful curve in the air, which makes people feel as if a harmless leaf is floating lightly, without any murderous intent, and even makes people feel a little bit discouraged to deal with it seriously. This is the sword intention. This person actually integrated the artistic conception into the sword tip. His sword moves are obviously very fast, but after exerting all his strength, it seems to be autumn leaves in the sky in my eyes, harmless, but actually murderous intent is hidden. This person's strength is still at the level of Longi sword master. His whole body was tense in an instant, and all the soft tendons and muscles in his body seemed to be tightened like bowstrings, and all his mind was focused on the sword tip. Facing such a strong enemy, even if he goes all out, he may not be able to win, let alone hold back. Moreover, Miyazaki Yu also hopes that someone who can defeat him will appear. He needs a target with a visible boundary, a springboard with a visible edge. A burst of rapid collision sounded, as if countless ice shards were shattered and stirred in the air. The swords of the two people were like two curled tornadoes, convecting in the air and stirring in the air. Every impact brought Miyazaki Yu a huge shock. The horizontal cloud in his hand turned into a jumping railroad track. If it weren't for his current skill in operating power, it would have been amazing. At this time, he simply couldn't hold the hilt of the sword. Miyazaki Yu secretly thought that he was lucky. Fortunately, he didn't relax at all during this period of time. He had been working hard to exercise and successfully mastered the pore breathing method and the golden bell iron cloth shirt. Otherwise, his body would not be able to bear it now. The vibrations from the collision were transmitted to his body one after another. If his body had not been much tougher now, he would have been unable to bear it. And Makina Harukawa was also shocked to the extreme at this time. The spectators did not know, and the young man who was fighting with him did not know, but he knew very well that he had tried his best. Every sword was a sword of sincerity and righteousness, and the sword tip was even more powerful. With the famous sword Luiying in his hand, the opponent seemed to be cast in copper and iron. No matter how he chopped, he could not shake it, and the opponent was also very experienced in combat. Although the two did not fight for a long time, their moves were dense. They had already clashed thousands of swords. The opponent's moves were exquisite and agile, without any flaws. Impossible, even if this kid started practicing kendo from the womb, he could not reach this level. Swordsmanship is like calligraphy. To achieve greatness, not only does it require extraordinary talent, but also countless training and battle accumulation. These are all mountains that cannot be crossed. They all require slow and painstaking efforts to hone. It is impossible to achieve it overnight. I just deliberately exposed a flaw to attract him to attack, but he turned a blind eye. In such a rapid confrontation, the brain cannot think. The feeling of the hand is the only basis for the change of swordsmanship. He seemed to have a lot of experience in fighting with swordsmen. Could it be that Taki Yu had fought with this kid countless times in order to beat me? In fact, Makina Harukawa was right. If it was Miyazaki Yu before the battle with Taki Yu, he would probably not be able to resist him all of a sudden. This is like a game novice who has always been the king among amateur players, but when he suddenly meets a professional player, it is easy to give up. This is sometimes not the difference in absolute strength, but a change in mentality and coping strategy. Professional players have high-intensity training and stable mentality that amateur players do not have, which amateur players cannot compare with in any way. After fighting with Taki Jianhao, Miyazaki Yu used the memory palace to record Taki Jianhao's data. And in the world of consciousness, he fought with the opponent hundreds of times, and even deliberately improved the opponent's data, and tried countless failures. So now facing Makina Jianhao, it is like an excellent candidate facing a set of unfamiliar and difficult test papers. Although it is not the original question, he has brushed similar questions. In this way, when doing this set of papers, although it cannot be said to be handy, it is also calm and there will be no panic. Chapter 148. Only the two sides of the battle can understand the reasons for this series of changes. For others, this battle is a dazzling visual feast. Wow, is this Miyazaki's full firepower? It's so powerful, so fast that people can't see clearly, only the afterimage can be seen. Xia Ran was also completely shocked at this time. Her strength was the strongest among the crowd, so she could see the most clearly. At this time, two figures flashed in her pupils, and every flash could bring a huge shock. What a terrible strength, the speed is so fast and the landing point is so strong, every strike has enough power to split stones and gold, under such a sword, there is simply nothing that can defend. She couldn't help but think, if such a strong man launched a full-scale attack on her, how could she resist? The door and even the solid wall could not stop it at all. Their sharp blades that could cut steel could easily cut everything and cut it open. Even if it is a door made of metal, under such a sword, it will be cut open as easily as a hot knife cutting butter. It is unimaginable that human power can reach this level. Thinking that she was lucky enough to receive the teachings of Miyazaki Yu and her strength has improved a lot, she was completely excited at this moment. If I continue to work hard with Xiaoyu, maybe one day I will also grow to this level. Thinking of that situation, the girl's heart couldn't help but pounding. The most shocked people present, besides Conan, were the couple Mori Kogora and Kisaki Eri. They had never seen Miyazaki Yu fight against Takaki Jianhao before, and hadn't seen Miyazaki Yu's sharp sword cutting steel. Their impression of Miyazaki Yu is still stuck in the past. Although they know that he is very powerful, they didn't expect that he has reached this level. Kisaki Eri is better, but Mori Kogora has opened his mouth wide. This is too outrageous, right? Is this still a human fight? Are you sure this isn't a movie? Xia Ran told me before that this guy could easily cut off an iron pillar with one sword. I thought Xia Ran was talking nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true. With such power, I'm afraid that a car can be cut off with one sword. Kisaki Eri was also shocked at this time. This kid has actually reached this level, it's really unbelievable. In her heart, she became more and more satisfied with Miyazaki Yu. In her eyes, Miyazaki Yu was grateful. She helped him before, and he risked his life to save her. Later, whether it was to repay a favor or to like Xia Ran, it was undeniable for their family. If Xia Ran was with him, she would definitely not suffer any grievances. And if there was a husband with such a strong strength, Xia Ran would never encounter the kind of danger she had experienced in her life, right? Thinking of this, Kisaki Eri subconsciously reached out and touched her thigh, and a complex expression flashed across her face. At this moment, more than a dozen figures appeared on the rocks above the waterfall, and they were the sword masters from before. They all widened their eyes when they saw the battle scene. Because the closer the strength, the more clearly one can know that in order to fight with Makina Harukawa to this extent, one needs to have strong strength. Taki, good guy, this young man's strength is really not just that level. He was able to fight against Makina head-on without losing. Makina had already used his special skill, Autumn Wind Iai Slash, but he still couldn't suppress this young man. It was really amazing. A tall and thin old man with a long beard, half of which was grey, spoke up. He had a long beard, but his eyes were clear. He held a long sword in his hand, and his face was full of surprise. Taki Inashuk was actually very surprised at this time. He couldn't help shouting in his heart, how could this kid be like this? When he fought with me before, he definitely didn't have such a fighting power. Although he had defeated me at that time, he was definitely not as powerful as this. For a while, he couldn't figure it out in his mind. He looked carefully and found that compared with the previous swordsmanship, the immaturity of this kid's swordsmanship had disappeared, and only calmness and sophistication remained. Although the opponent had a lot of practical experience before, it was completely incomparable to now. Does fighting me really have such a big effect? But it's just one battle. Logically speaking, even if he can review all his moves and then break them all down, it is impossible for him to absorb all the essence of swordsmanship and get such a heavy and proficient practical feeling and use it in his own actual combat. But no matter how he thinks, he can't figure it out. In the end, he can only conclude that this kid is too talented and too abnormal. At this time, hearing the words of the old swordsman, he can only pretend to smile and pretend to be unfathomable, as if everything is within his expectations. But he was secretly happy in his heart. Makina Harukawa, you are usually arrogant, let's see how you end up today. At this time, both sides of the battle have reached a certain limit. All the pores on Miyazaki Yu's body are tightened, like small locks, firmly locking all the sweat. Moreover, all the muscles on his body had been condensed, and each muscle was sharp and angular as if it was cut by a knife and an axe. A bright red color appeared on his body, and every time the sword collided, his whole body trembled. His body was like a big piece of rubber, and all the strength was removed at once, making the opponent's strength ineffective. And because his foundation was extremely solid, and he had practiced many sword techniques, he gradually figured out the rules of the opponent's sword technique during the collision. From blindly defending, he has now begun to counterattack. He instantly made 8 consecutive stabs, and the tip of the sword turned into stars, flashing 8 times, exerting the speed to the extreme, and the attack was like a machine gun, stabbing towards Makina Harukawa. Like a poisonous sting, it blocked all the opponent's sword tips that implied autumn, and then took advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack and suppress the opponent. Number impossible. He actually figured out the direction of my sword in such a short confrontation, and blocked all my sword tips that contained artistic conception. My attack was predicted by him. The speed of the two people was almost the same. There was only one explanation for such a situation. The opponent had figured out the direction of his sword and predicted his attack, so he could make such a counterattack when the speed was almost the same. This made him hard to believe. He practiced sword in the autumn days in the past, and integrated the bleak air of autumn into his swordsmanship. In addition, he practiced the secret skill of the Makina family, Firefly Slash, which made him stand out among the sword masters and become the existence second only to the leader. The heavy pressure at this time made him know that the opponent was young after all. Once suppressed at this time, it would be very difficult to win. The only chance at this time is to use my family's secret skill, Firefly Slash. But it is too much for me to fight a young man with all my strength now. After all, the Sword Master trial has its own unspoken rules. Now I have actually broken the rules. Those guys must be watching the battle now. If I use Firefly Slash again, I will lose face completely. But now it is difficult to back down. It is embarrassing to use secret skills to defeat a young man, but it is even more embarrassing if I lose. I gritted my teeth in my heart, since that's the case, I can only do this. I hope this young man won't be hurt too badly. Chapter 149. The decision has been made, so there is no need to hesitate. In an instant, his sword tip suddenly turned sideways, turning the offensive into a defensive position, and all the sword power was instantly accumulated in one place. After a violent collision, Miyazaki Yu's attack was like falling on a rock, and it was difficult to break through. Hey? What is this? Miyazaki Yu also keenly discovered the opponent's changes in an instant. At this time, the opponent was like a brewing active volcano, with undercurrents surging under the skin, and the blood, muscles, and breath in the body were instantly tightened. Like a taut sail, it began to puff with all its strength. He took a step back with his left foot, exerted force from his calf upward, and the loose trouser leg was instantly tightened by the bulging muscles, and the right brick under his feet suddenly shattered. This change of his was not only discovered by Miyazaki Yu, but also by the sword masters who were watching the game. They all changed their faces. No, this guy Makina actually used Liuying Zhan in the trial. Takaiki Jianhao looked ugly. Miyazaki Yu was a rare kendo genius in a century, and he was the one who introduced him to join. Now Makina Zhan obviously disregarded the rules and had already fought with all his strength. That would be fine, but now he actually disregarded his face and used his best skill. You know, the name of Liuying Zhan sounds beautiful and moving, but in fact, it is a sword of death. Japanese people like cherry blossoms and use cherry blossoms to describe samurai because the two have similarities. That is, no matter whether it is cherry blossoms or samurai, they will disappear at the most gorgeous moment, just like gorgeous fireworks, which are only dazzling for a moment and then disappear without a trace. The reason why Liuying Zhan is called Liuying Zhan is because this move is more tragic, and only mayflies and fireflies that live in the morning and die in the evening can be compared with it. In fact, this move was created by an ancient assassin. He pondered and meditated to make a sure move for the assassination. At the moment of attack, the muscles of the whole body were stimulated by special internal forces to release the restrictions of the human body and began to expand rapidly. The muscles began to squeeze all blood vessels and organs in reverse, using this fierce method to force out all the potential of the body at once. This stimulation is similar to pinching the throat with your fingers, but the discomfort and damage it brings are extremely serious. As long as there is a slight deviation, the body will burst immediately. From these, it can be seen that if you want to practice this move, you must be able to freely control the muscles of the whole body, and at the same time as removing the restrictions, you must also be restrained. The pain and torture that needs to be experienced is like hell. Mui Jianhao worked hard for many years before he finally mastered this move. At the same time, his understanding of kendo also jumped to an extremely high level. He was finally able to surpass all the sword masters and became the first person after the leader. I want to stop him. This was the first thought of Longqi Jianhao, but at this time he was still quite far away from the two people, 2 or 3 kilometers away, and there was a waterfall between them. It was impossible to rush over. At this time, Miyazaki Yu also felt a huge sense of crisis, as if he would die at any time. It's the same feeling again, just like the first time I faced the black muzzle of the gun. The moves used by this person are obviously very scary. I can clearly feel that his body temperature is soaring sharply. I'm afraid his current body temperature is already over 45 degrees. After understanding this information, Miyazaki Yu couldn't help but take a breath. The body temperature of the human body is mostly around 36 degrees. If it exceeds this limit, it will cause various discomforts. Once it exceeds 40 degrees, it is extremely dangerous for ordinary people. And the other party's body temperature at this time has reached an astonishing 45 degrees. Not good. If I don't deal with it well, I'm afraid I will die. With this cognition, Miyazaki Yu's heart suddenly tensed to the extreme, and an unimaginable anger rose. I am only here to test you today. Even if there is a small conflict, the other party should not use this kind of trick, because using this kind of trick means that the other party is determined to kill you. Is it because the other party is jealous of his current achievements at such a young age? He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The countless novels he had read before all flooded into his mind. In order to suppress the younger generation with unlimited potential, many so-called seniors would do everything they could to wipe out those rising geniuses, fearing that these people would grow up and threaten themselves. Have I also encountered such a situation? I couldn't help but feel angry, and a feeling of unwillingness surged into my heart. I have worked hard to get to the current situation. I have a girl I like, relatives and friends I care about, things I am willing to protect, and a comfortable and pleasant life. These are all obtained with great efforts, and I can't lose them all because of a guy with a broken brain. I must block this move. His will to survive completely broke out at this moment, and all the moves he practiced in the past were like running water, turning rapidly in front of his eyes, like a revolving lantern. The closer to death, the clearer the revolving lantern becomes. Subdue the spirit, cut off worries, gather distracting thoughts. All thoughts disappear in an instant, turning into only one obsession, that is, to survive. The whole body is instantly coordinated, starting from the muscles of the feet, all the tension seems to be loosened at once, all the strength is not pushing outward, but an extension from the inside to the outside, naturally without the slightest reluctance. And all the originally tense pores are also as if the force is relieved in an instant, all the sweat gushes out instantly, and countless little mouths seem to take a deep breath. The Henjai Unduan in the hand is no longer tightly grasped, but like an extension of the palm, naturally pointing forward. The blade follows the wind, and the wind and the blade condense. At this time, Henjai Unduan is no longer a sword, but also a wisp of wind. The wind is invisible and the sword is heartless, and the blade suddenly lights up. Originally, it was just a faint halo gathered on the sword edge, which is Miyazaki. The ion flow that you understood actually began to extend the blade, and the wind in front of the blade was also engulfed by this extended force and turned into a circulation. The invisible airflow began to disturb, and the inch of wind that was dormant on the horizontal surface of the sword formed a wind blade as thin as a cicada. The wind blade and the sword blade depend on each other, just like the sharp teeth attached to a saw. The two sides depend on each other. If one is lost, there will be no power. And the combination of the two can cut down any tree with lush branches and leaves. At this time, the firefly slash that was ready to move has been having exerted his power to the extreme. Like a full moon, Makina Harukawa now felt his limit. That's it, draw the sword. His body bounced up from the ground, like a basketball hitting the ground. The greater the force of the bombardment, the greater the force of the bounce. On his firefly sword, there was already a faint halo at this time. This was the ion flow of the internal force flashing. This sword was enough to cut off an arch bridge. Makina Harukawa did not hesitate at this time. The desire for victory overwhelmed all reason. At this time, Miyazaki Yu's sword also came against the wind, and the two crescent sword blades overlapped. In an instant, violent sound waves spread around. Bang! And in all ears, it was like a harsh noise that suddenly surged. The few people closest to it couldn't help but cover their ears. A bright red surged out, and a broken sword fragment crossed the shoulder of a figure. This person held the broken sword blankly, with an incredible look on his face. Chapter 150. Makina Jianhao looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. His body did not feel any pain because of the blood flowing. His body was now like a piece of cloth that had been torn to the extreme. All the pain was compressed together, as if he had just experienced a hail of bullets. All the pain was temporarily covered up. Who number? Sweat mixed with blood flowed out, like a hot spring, but this warm breath did not bring a bit of comfort. His whole body was like a deflated ball. The body could not stop shaking. Tick-tock. Sweat and blood dripped from the blade of the broken sword to the ground. The tip of the firefly sword was nailed to the ground behind him at this time. His shoulder was almost completely cut open, and the hand holding the sword could no longer support it. Clang! After a crisp sound, the remains of the firefly sword fell to the ground with a crisp sound. What? Hiss hiss. The pause and stagnation of these few breaths were enough for the sword masters to arrive. Everyone looked at this in disbelief. The moment of disbelief on their faces quickly turned into a look of shock. They obviously understood what had happened. Everything was clear. In a flash, they had already decided who would win. The great swordsman Makina Harukawa, who had always been the best among the swordsmen, had already failed. He lost to a teenager, lost to the opponent's sword, and even his sword Luiying was destroyed by the opponent's sword. Everything a swordsman cherished had been destroyed by such a sword. How could it be possible? He is just a 16-year-old boy. How could he have such power? This was the voice of all the swordsmen at this time. They were all shocked and incredible. Although Conan and others did not know the specific situation, they had already seen the situation at the scene clearly. The situation at the scene was already very clear. Miyazaki Yu won the final victory in this shocking battle. The madman who jumped out to provoke him was now dumbfounded and completely defeated. Impossible! Impossible! How could I lose? Luiying Zhan is invincible, how could I lose? At this time, Wei Qingchuan finally came back to his senses, with a look of horror in his expression, and the pupils in his eyes kept shrinking and changing, which showed how intense his heart was at this time. He was like a madman at this time, with sweat and blood all over his body, just like a defeated soldier who had just experienced a victory. His whole body was twitching and shaking, his voice was trembling, but he was forcibly holding on. Suddenly, he ran behind him like a madman, stretched out his hand and nailed the tip of the sword was pulled out from the stone slab. The tip of the sword was still sharp. He pulled it out directly with his palm, and his palm was immediately covered with blood. He put the broken sword and the tip of the sword together, and his eyes widened. Ha ha ha, that's how it is. I didn't expect that you have condensed the sword energy. Hee hee, it's actually the sword energy, ha ha ha. Sword energy? How is this possible? Sword energy has always been a legend of swordsmen. Or it can be said that this is the legend of warriors. Although there have been various legends of swordsmen in the world, even sword masters know very well that this world is already the world of hot weapons. No matter how powerful a swordsman is, he can cut steel and iron with a long sword and cut bullets with the sword edge, but a sword is a sword after all. The material, power, and distance limit all make the sword have limits. But there is a kind of power that is beyond the limit in the legend, that is sword energy. It is said that after possessing sword energy, one can have all kinds of incredible power. The length of the sword blade and the distance from the enemy can no longer be a limit. A swordsman will truly become an existence above mortals. But sword energy has always been a legend. When science flourished, some people were interested in the extraordinary power that humans had once said, so they used all imaginable methods to experiment. The final result was a complete failure. In the end, he even said a harsh word. If sword energy really exists, it is only on the fan blades of the electric fan, because the speed of the fan blades is much faster than the sword edge. This sentence made the swordsman dream in many people's hearts become a bubble. Many people suddenly realized that what he said made sense. If sword energy is really the airflow condensed by the sword edge swinging, then the electric fan should be infinitely powerful. Sword energy once became a joke. Later, no one cared about it gradually. Now it was mentioned again by Makina Harukawa, and everyone was shocked. Mue, what do you mean by that? Taki Jianhao couldn't help but speak, but Mue Jianhao's eyes were sluggish, his face was full of loneliness, and then he staggered in one direction, ignoring everyone's calls. This made everyone curious at this time, not knowing what Wei Qingchuan had discovered, but at this time they also knew that what the other party needed most now was to stay quiet. The other party needs quiet now. Seeing that the current atmosphere was a bit awkward, the old swordsman spoke up. 0, asking for flowers. Everyone, it seems that this failure has dealt a big blow to him, but he is Muyeching Chuan after all, everyone should have some confidence in him, but whether what Muye just said is right or wrong, we have more important things to do now. At this time, all the swordsmen woke up. Yes, Muyeching Chuan was defeated. Although everyone felt mixed emotions, they all reacted quickly. A new swordsman, now completely up, he will become the only new swordsman in more than a decade. The swordsman club is already dying, and what it needs most now is a vibrant new blood to join the swordsman club. Vice President Ishida was completely stunned before, he believed that he would never forget the previous scene. This young man actually defeated Makina swordsman, one of the best in the swordsman club. Right in front of him, he completely defeated the opponent with the sword in his hand. It was not until this time that he came back to his senses, and he looked more shocked than the girls present. That's right, Ming Chuan swordsman is right. The most important thing now is to let Miyazaki-kun really join the swordsman club and become the new swordsman. Then he smiled and said, Miyazaki Yu said, Miyazaki Yu, I feel honored to be your friend. Being able to witness this scene must be the most glorious moment of my life. Miyazaki Yu said calmly, Vice President Ishida, didn't you say before that you need the consent of the 3 swordsmen to join the Swordsman Association? I should have only completed 1/3 of it now. Mori Kogora and others were also worried. At this time, Miyazaki Yu was obviously very weak. He was leaning on the ground with his long sword and looked unstable. If it weren't for the shock of their fighting just now, someone among the crowd would have rushed over to support him. All the swordsmen laughed. Takaiki swordsman smiled and explained, I didn't explain this clearly. The so-called satisfaction of the 3 swordsmen is just a general statement. After all, based on past experience, no matter how strong the people who apply for the swordsman trial are, they can't surpass the swordsman. Therefore, as long as one can satisfy the 3 sword masters in the trial battle, it is enough to prove one's strength. Moreover, the 3 sword masters will also agree to use only about 60% to 70% of their strength, which is enough to see a person's kendo talent and whether this person has the ability to make his strength further. Now Miyazaki Yu actually defeated a sword master directly with his own strength. He has deservedly passed the trial and become the new sword master. Chapter 151. This made everyone feel relieved, and Conan rolled his eyes in annoyance. That's right, if the trial really requires defeating 3 guys like that, even Miyazaki Yu, this monster, can't handle it, right? Sanako jumped up excitedly and hurried forward to hold Miyazaki Yu's arm. Great! Great, I knew Miyazaki would succeed. The new Miyazaki swordsman, you know he's handsome just by hearing the name. Xiaoran, Kogora, Kisaki Eri, and the little girl Reina couldn't help but applaud. Conan was originally clapping perfunctorily. He was a jealous man, and the better his rival was, the more uncomfortable he would feel. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and applaud. But this expression was caught by Reina. Conan, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy that brother Miyazaki has become the swordsman of Shin? Why do you look like that? Conan was embarrassed and hurriedly explained, No, Sister Reina is very happy, haha, I've been laughing, 073. The little girl looked at Conan suspiciously, narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly reached out to grab his ear and pulled him aside. You little brat, you thought I couldn't see it, you must like Sister Xiaoran, you look at her differently, but Sister Xiaoran likes brother Miyazaki, she won't like you, a little ding. After hearing this, Conan's face turned green, what kind of logic is this? What's more, Xiaoran has always liked himself, not that guy Miyazaki Yu, he is very confident about this. He couldn't help but become more determined in his heart. I can't go on like this. I must find clues about the men in black as soon as possible, and then find the medicine to restore my body. Then Miyazaki Yu continued to move forward under the crowd, and soon came to another building. Compared with the previous building, this building was much simpler, but once they entered, Kogoro and others were amazed again. It turned out that there was a different world in this building. Once they entered, they found that the whole building was just the shell. The interior of the building looked like an ancient courtyard attic, with pavilions, towers, corridors and winding corridors. It was a completely ancient layout, and the ancient flavor was overwhelming. Although everyone didn't understand it very well, they could tell at a glance that every plant and tree here was probably old, not new. I'm afraid any small thing was a very valuable antique. Miyazaki, this is the Swordsman Pavilion, an extremely old building where swordsmen of all generations were awarded swords. Only after completing the swordsmanship ceremony can one be considered a true swordsman. Don't underestimate this building, it has a history of hundreds of years. The old man Ming Chuan Jianhao explained with a smile, with a sense of pride in his tone. But it's no wonder that the hundreds of years old building can be preserved in its current state, which can only explain one thing, that is, the Swordsman Association is really a transcendent existence. According to the rules of the Swordsman Association, even if you are successfully promoted to a swordsman, the promotion ceremony will take a few days to prepare, but President Nakamura, Vice President Ishida, and Taki Jianhao have all started preparations in advance. Taki Jianhao smiled and said, "Of course, Miyazaki's strength has long reached the level of a swordsman, so there is no need to wait any longer, and this kid is very greedy for money, and he can be at ease sooner if he becomes a swordsman sooner." This made everyone who knew Miyazaki Yu couldn't help laughing. Reina smiled and said, "Miyazaki brother, it seems that Uncle Taki knows you very well." Miyazaki Yu flicked her finger on the little girl's forehead and said, "You little girl, you dare to tease me, you are really disrespectful." The little girl rubbed her forehead, made a face at him, and stuck out her tongue. "It's obvious, why don't you let people say it?" Everyone was laughing and making noises, and suddenly there was a sound of musical instruments. In the hall with a classical charm, several figures slowly walked out from behind the screen, and the leader was President Nakamura. At this time, President Nakamura had changed into a classical costume, similar to the long sleeves of ancient officials. The light yellow clothes were embroidered with exquisite patterns, and looked extremely luxurious. He held a large scroll in both hands, looking very sacred. Behind him were a dozen young men wearing similar clothes to him, but in green robes. They were divided into 2 rows, each holding a long sword, all bowing their heads solemnly, with a look like a pilgrimage. Woo! The sound of the ancient music stopped abruptly at this time. Vice President Ishida looked excited and hurriedly whispered in Miyazaki Yu's ear. "This is the sword granting ceremony. You just need to wait and receive the swordsmanship certificate from the president in a while." The ceremony lasted for more than 20 minutes before it finally ended. Miyazaki Yu followed Vice President Ishida's words and took the scroll from President Nakamura, completing the etiquette. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and several police officers in police uniforms walked in. The leader walked with great momentum. Now Miyazaki Yu has learned about the Japanese police and knows that the one who can wear this uniform is not an ordinary policeman, but a superintendent. Mori Kogoro was surprised when he saw this. It's actually a superintendent. Everyone was also surprised. You know, the superintendent is the top one in the Japanese police sequence. There are 10 ranks in the Neon Police, including patrolman, chief patrolman, inspector, superintendent, senior superintendent, superintendent general, and finally superintendent general. Just like Officer Megure, his rank is inspector, which is the 5th rank. Hattori Heiji's father, Hattori Hanzo, as the Osaka headquarters chief, is only the 9th rank superintendent general, and the person in front of him is 1 rank higher than him. Such a rank is rare in the entire Neon Police. Conan also reacted in his heart. He came here at this time, obviously he just received the notice. The government's attention to the Swordsman Association is far beyond my imagination. After the Superintendent General walked in, his eyes fell on Miyazaki Yu. "This is Miyazaki, right?" As the rumors say, he is so young. Congratulations on winning the title of Sword Master. Congratulations to all the Sword Masters of the Sword Master Association for adding fresh blood now. Taki Sword Master nodded. Director Yanagisawa, we underestimated Miyazaki's strength before, so we had to hold the ceremony in advance, so we hurriedly invited you here. It's okay, it's the first time I've seen such a young sword master, and it's my honor. Now President Nakamura has completed the sword granting ceremony, and now I will represent the government to send a gift. As he said this, he took a tray from his assistant, on which was an identity certificate and a credit card. Miyazaki-kun, there are 20 million yen in this card, which is the government's subsidy for swordsmen. The government will deposit this amount of subsidy in this card every year. This is the government's support. I hope Miyazaki-kun can have no worries and practice swordsmanship to a higher level. Then there is this certificate. Miyazaki-kun is only 16 years old this year and is not yet an adult. This certificate can replace the ID card, allowing you to enjoy all the rights of adults in advance, and with this certificate, you can legally hold a knife. As long as you don't take out the knife in public, there is no problem at all, but I also hope that Miyazaki-kun can use this power reasonably. Miyazaki Yu nodded solemnly. Of course, he would not openly violate social rules. He was also happy in his heart. In this way, he also had considerable wealth on the surface, and many things could be used directly on the surface. In this way, his own restrictions were reduced. Chapter 152. The next thing was much simpler. After congratulating, Director Yanagisawa stayed for a while and then left with his men in a hurry, which made Mori Kogora, who wanted to get close to him, feel a little disappointed. There were not many opportunities to contact senior police officers. However, thanks to Miyazaki Yu, he also got the other party's contact information. The other party specifically stated that if there was an emergency, Miyazaki Yu could use this contact information to contact him and help him communicate with the government. Obviously, the government is very careful about these people with super strong force. After he left, the swordsman started a very sumptuous dinner directly in the hall. Many of the dishes were very precious and rare, and even money could not get them, but here they were all available, which surprised Sanako. As the eldest daughter of the Suzuki family, she had eaten all the delicacies, but some things could not be obtained with money. All the precious ingredients, even if she had only heard of them, now appeared. She couldn't help but tell everyone what she knew, which made everyone even more amazed. It was a blessing to be able to taste these rare good things. At this time, Conan was very depressed and could only turn his grief and anger into appetite. Every bite was fierce, which surprised Xia Ran. Conan has a good appetite. He actually ate so much. I have to eat more too. After eating, Vice President Ishida 05 again proposed to take everyone to visit the Swordsman Club, so everyone, under his leadership, played on the territory of the Swordsman Club. The entire territory of the Swordsman Club is very huge. Except for some hidden places, many places are extremely uninhabited. Except for some basic facilities, there are not many traces of human beings, which adds a lot of fun. Unknowingly, a whole day passed. During this process, Vice President Ishida also gave suggestions and took out a map, pointing out the areas that have not been selected. Miyazaki Yu can choose a piece from these areas as his own private territory. Sanako was very interested in this matter. The environment here is beautiful, and outsiders can hardly come in. If some buildings are built here, life here must be very comfortable, so she became very active in this matter. She even took the initiative to suggest that after Miyazaki Yu chooses a place, he should invest in building some buildings there to facilitate everyone to come and play. After all, such a private territory is really precious. Although the Suzuki family has a large number of industries and even private territories, those belong to the family. There are almost no personal territories, which makes her excited. And Mori Kogora was also happy. Before, Vice President Ishida said that as long as anyone allowed by the swordsman can travel unimpeded. The area here is so large. Whether it is summer or winter, it must be a perfect choice to come here for vacation. So he also pretended to make a serious suggestion. In the end, Miyazaki Yu chose a territory near the lake. This area is close to the lake and is very flat. There are large grasslands and a large forest. There are also several peaks, and there is even a small waterfall on the peaks. Although the small waterfall is not as good as the one behind the building, it is also very good. So although it is not the largest among the candidate areas, Miyazaki Yu fell in love with this place at first sight. Vice President Ishida was also very envious. I have been to this area many years ago. I even imagined that I would own this place after becoming a swordsman one day, but I never succeeded. I didn't expect that Miyazaki would come from behind. Mori Kogoro and Sanako were very satisfied with this place, and even Kisaki Eri was very happy, but she was not thinking about coming to play, but was happy for Miyazaki Yu. This little guy, when I first knew him, he was pitiful and almost died, but I didn't expect that in a short time, he went from a boy who had nothing and lost everything to the swordsman he is now. It can be seen from the sword awarding ceremony that the government attaches great importance to these swordsmen and treats them extremely generously. She can understand that if the government cannot absorb these powerful individuals into its own camp, it will have very terrible consequences. Therefore, the government's response is to use generous treatment to make these people indulge in the path of swordsmanship research, rather than using their strong strength to make money, which can easily lead to a situation that is difficult to control. Imagine if a powerful swordsman insists on attacking certain targets. With their abnormal personal strength, almost no one can resist except government officials. Therefore, the government will fully support the Swordsman Association, allowing these powerful people to move from the private sector to semi-official organizations, be constrained by the entire organization, and give them enough benefits so that they have both status and wealth. They don't have to worry about money, and they can also be constrained by various human relations. A person embedded in a social organization will not commit crimes easily because they have too many concerns. So the government is actually using money and status to allow the swordsmen to stay together peacefully and not take risks for money. In this way, this child will have enough wealth to do what he likes. In this way, I can really rest assured. From his appearance, he cares a lot about Xia Ran, but he also seems to have feelings for Sanako. Well, forget it, let the young people solve their own problems. I believe this child can handle it well. Leaving aside the things on this side, in a secret hall of the Metropolitan Police Department, several figures gathered together, their eyes fell on 10 high-definition large screens. The big screen was playing the scene of Miyazaki Yu fighting against Makina Harukawa. The whole battle scene had been watched several times by everyone, but everyone still couldn't help but look heavy, and few people spoke. Yanagase, you just dealt with this new swordsman, what do you think of him? A figure spoke first, his eyes glowed slightly in the dimness, as sharp as the eyes of a falcon. Director Yanagisawa, who was sitting next to him, shook his head gently. What do you mean by shaking your head? You can't see anything. My contact with him is very limited, and this young man is very different from ordinary young people. Even if he has received such an honor, he has not been fluctuated because of happiness. He is always very calm and steady, like a deep sea. What can I see? Everyone is a big shot among the police, and everyone nodded solemnly. It seems that this Miyazaki Yu is not only amazing in strength, but also different in character from ordinary people. It is shocking that he has such strength at such a young age. This is already a consensus among everyone. As a big shot in the police, the secrets they know are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. They know the terribleness of the swordsman. Many years ago, there was a swordsman who went completely crazy because his children and wife died in a man-made disaster. He began to show his edge to avenge his enemies. He and his sword set off a huge storm. The enemy was afraid of his revenge, so he hid in a gang. Those guys had guns in their hands, and there were more than 100 people. They thought that in this situation, even if the opponent was a swordsman, he could not do anything to them. But the reality was shocking. The swordsman's ghostly speed and the sword that could cut through everything shocked everyone. When the police arrived the next day, the scene they saw made everyone shudder. The more than 100 people were turned into shattered corpses under the opponent's sword. It's not that they didn't resist. The whole scene was full of various bullet marks. Obviously, the swordsman didn't just sneak attack the opponent, but had a head-on confrontation. But neither bullets nor numerous enemies could stop him from sharing. Everyone was chopped into pieces under the sword, and the enemy was directly cut into thousands of pieces of minced meat. The bloody scene was even 10 times more terrible than a regular small war. Many policemen were frightened to insanity after seeing this scene, and many left the police force directly, never daring to face blood again. Later, the swordsman died, but he was not shot by the police, but he committed suicide after doing everything. If not, it would cost an unimaginable heavy price to catch him. Later, whether it was the government or the police, they all understood from the bottom of their hearts that they must find a way to restrain these powerful people with powerful abilities. Chapter 153. You should all know the strength of the swordsman Makina Harukawa now. Everyone knows it. Apart from the head of the Swordsman Association, he is the strongest among the swordsmen. But even so, he still lost. This means that the boy named Miyazaki Yu is stronger than him. What is more worrying is his age. He is less than 17 years old now. His future is more exciting. Director Yanagisawa nodded, "You are right. He is still young and most impulsive. So my strategy is to try to provide him with some help and let him feel our goodwill. For example, Megure Jusa from the Investigation Division 1 has a good relationship with Miyazaki Yu. Some things that require contact with him can be handed over to him. Relationships are everywhere in life. Many times, building relationships is actually a kind of goodwill release. These swordsmen are arrogant. It is an old tradition for the police to release goodwill through the sword-giving ceremony. But this kind of thing is too much. If you contact too much rashly, it will also bring some problems and arouse the other party's vigilance. Many of them have more or less connections with the sword masters. These old guys have been pursuing swordsmanship all their lives, just like some dull writers, and they have little interest in other things except swordsmanship. Such people are difficult to get along with, but they are also easy to get along with. Moreover, this new sword master is too young and is not as lonely as those old guys. The especially good thing is that he has no kendo school behind him, and even has few relatives, which can be seen from the people he invited to watch the ceremony. In other words, such a powerful person has not been bound by various forces yet. If they get along well, they can even be completely included in the government's jurisdiction and become a benefit that the government can use to attack the outside world. Obviously, these senior figures have also discovered the value of Miyazaki Yu and made the same judgment as Vermouth. There is also the detective Mori, a former genius in the police force. He and the lawyer princess obviously have extraordinary status in Miyazaki Yu's eyes. As a former police officer, it is also very important to break through from him. Director Yanagisawa listened to the discussion of several people and nodded. The methods you mentioned are all correct. I will personally watch this matter. Such a powerful person, even if we can't use him, we must let him go on the right path. Everyone nodded solemnly, and at the same time, they all showed a bitter smile. In this era dominated by science, the power of an individual is already insignificant to the entire society as a whole. But there are always some geniuses who can surpass the boundaries of ordinary people's imagination. This may be the norm in this world. On Miyazaki Yu's side, after the banquet, everyone returned to their respective residences under the enthusiastic arrangement of Vice President Ishida. After Miyazaki Yu and Reina returned home, Miyazawa Miwi was also very happy to know the news. Miyazaki Yu handed her his swordsman certificate. After Miyazaki Yu opened the swordsman certificate, she read it carefully several times, as if she was looking at a work of art. Although the entire scroll was made of the best fabrics and a lot of gold thread was used to sew it, it was extremely luxurious, but being stared at like this made Miyazaki Yu a little embarrassed. Finally, she decided to buy the best display cabinet, reframe the swordsman certificate, and then put it in the display cabinet. This made Miyazaki Yu smile. It was a bit like a parent who saw his child's award certificate and didn't know where to put the award certificate. It made Miyazaki Yu's heart even warmer. In the following days, Miyazaki Yu resumed his previous life routine, practicing sword in the morning to exercise his body, reading many books to enrich his knowledge system, and even occasionally going to class. This made Miss Morita Aran very pleased. Her original words were, "I thought that after someone became a swordsman, he would never appear in school again, and would no longer take the promise to a girl seriously. I didn't expect that someone was very trustworthy and willing to keep his promise." Miyazaki Yu had promised to teach her kendo before, but after the summer vacation, the frequency of teaching was much less, sometimes only once a week. Now, Miyazaki Yu actually won the title of swordsman, which shocked her. Miyazaki Yu was not surprised that the girl knew that she had become a swordsman. The Kendo Association and the Morita family were inextricably linked. Even the building of the Kendo Association was built with funds from the Morita family. This made the girl feel complacent about her wise decision. This was the guidance of a real swordsman. She only spent a little money and got the guidance of a swordsman. The money was worth it. So she took the initiative to increase the price agreed before by 10 times, as a celebration of Miyazaki Yu's promotion to a swordsman. Miyazaki Yu did not refuse to accept it. He should be treated according to his worth. He is now a real swordsman, so the price of teaching is naturally different. Moreover, this little money is just a drop in the bucket for the other party. There is no need to save money for the rich. He will not give up on things like increasing wealth. People who have never lived a hard life cannot understand this feeling. In the next few days, no major events happened. With Conan's full help, Mori Kogura's detective vision was also booming. He solved several cases and his reputation was getting bigger and bigger. It really earned a lot of commission fees. Not only did it satisfy his vanity, but he also got a lot of benefits, so he was naturally very happy. However, a phone call from Muying Island and a mysterious letter broke the peace. On the night of the next full moon, a shadow will disappear again on Tsuki Cage Island. Please investigate the reason. The signature is Kiji Aso. Is this the letter that makes Uncle so distressed? Miyazaki Yu looked at the letter in his hand and smiled. Mori Kogura nodded, yes, not only that, the guy who sent the letter also called me to urge me, and has already transferred the handling fee into my account. I want to refuse but I can't push it. I can only bite my teeth and agree, but I always feel that this matter is a bit strange. As a former criminal policeman, Mori Kogura also has his own keenness. This matter is full of strangeness, good Zhao. A letter made of words cut from newspapers, a phone call notice like a kidnapper's notice, and a remittance of 500,000 directly delivered to the door, all of this is full of strangeness. So what Uncle Mori means is... Mori Kogura smiled proudly and said, of course I will let you, a great master, go with me. As long as you take action, I can handle any situation calmly. Moon Shadow Island, since it is Uncle Mori's request, I will naturally not refuse. It is a good opportunity to go to the Izu Islands for a while, right, Xia Ran? Xia Ran on the side was stunned, and then became happy. Yes, I also want to go to the Izu Islands for a while. With Xiao going with me, I feel safe. This made Conan's face darker. Damn it, in this case, I must find out what happened on the island as soon as possible, and I must follow Xia Ran closely. I will never let Xia Ran be alone with this guy again, I swear. Chapter 154. On the bow of the ship in the early morning, the breeze blew on the body, and the damp and cold air quickly took away the last sleepiness. Miyazaki Yu stood on the deck barefoot, and with a light jump, he had already stood on the railing of the deck. There were still dew on the railing, but under his feet, his body was as stable as a mountain, without the slightest shake. In his mind, he began to recall the feeling when he fought against Makina Harukawa before. That mysterious feeling made him feel shocked and intoxicated. These days, he has been pursuing that feeling, the feeling of swinging a sword and moving forward. No matter what is in front of him, it can be cut open with one sword. No matter what is in front of him, it is a rock, a wall, or a copper wall. That feeling is really refreshing to the extreme. But after that battle, he also tried to use that power again, but after trying hundreds of times, he could not make any progress. At this time in the sea, the surroundings were empty and lonely, and the sea and sky were the same color, which touched his state of mind, and he couldn't help but want to try again. Standing on the iron railing, he felt a cool touch under his feet. He quickly subdued his spirit, put aside all distractions, and instantly entered a state of sincerity. Then, his whole body began to coordinate and cooperate. He seemed like an extremely precise mechanical clock. All the springs were tightened in an instant, and his muscles were instantly in the most relaxed state. In between tension and relaxation, his body was already in an extremely exquisite state. The pores on his skin were excitedly opened, and then he took a big breath, and the waste gas in his body was quickly released. Sure enough, the reason why I failed is that I never reached the mental state I had before. At that moment, my heart was like a volcano erupting, but my spirit was calm as water, like a volcano wrapped in ice. Before moving and still, my body was in a completely different state, so that I could cut such a sword. Just at this moment, he felt a gaze falling on him. His eyes quickly swept along the line of sight and saw the stunned face of a child. It was Conan. At this time, Conan was also barefoot. This kid noticed that Miyazaki Yu had gotten up early, and couldn't help but follow him to see what he wanted to do. Seeing this guy actually jump several meters and stood steadily on the slippery railing, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This guy always does something unexpected. It's Conan, why don't you sleep a little longer so early? When Conan was stunned, Miyazaki Yu had already arrived beside him, which made Conan's body stiff. This guy was elusive and it was simply scary. At this time, he could only pretend. Wow, brother Miyazaki scared me to death. How come you came here so quickly, so scary? Looking at this kid who was yelling deliberately, Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. This kid was very cunning. His brother obviously wanted to observe him secretly, but now it seemed like he was bullying him, so I will just watch you perform quietly. After crying for a while, he found that it was useless. The other party just looked at him with a smile, which made Conan, the thief, embarrassed. It's fine to be forced to act like a child, but I have to act cute in front of this guy. It's really unbearable, but thinking of this guy's terrifying strength, I can't help but tremble all over. Forget it, Kyudo-sama, am generous and won't bother with this guy. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly and said, okay, we will reach the destination in 2 hours. The journey is indeed a bit boring, but as a boy, you still have to be patient. This tone, which was obviously coaxing a child, made Conan even more depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing Conan's angry but helpless look, Miyazaki Yu was also secretly happy. At this time, Xia Ran also walked out of the cabin and couldn't help laughing when he saw the two of them together. It seems that the relationship between you two has improved a lot now. I know that as long as boys often act together, it will be easy to enhance their feelings. Conan shouted in his heart, no, don't guess. Mori Kogora yawned and walked out at this time. Because Miyazaki Yu was accompanying him, he was very relieved. He had a good beer and a barbecue last night, and he was not completely sober yet. Why do you get up so early in the morning? Don't you want to catch fish? You are really amazing. You are a swordsman. You can catch grouper and snapper in the dark sea. They are so delicious. Last night, after everyone got on the boat, they were bored at night and borrowed barbecue equipment from the captain to make barbecue. Mori Kogora knew that Miyazaki Yu's cooking skills were very good. If he didn't make good use of it, it would be a waste of natural resources. Miyazaki Yu lived up to expectations and made delicious barbecue with the existing materials. Not only did they enjoy the food, but even the captain and some tourists couldn't help watching. Kogora could only share some of the barbecue with everyone and get everyone's praise. But for Miyazaki Yu, this was not enough. The existing ingredients on the boat were mostly frozen meat and seafood. Although they were good, they were far from fresh ingredients. So Miyazaki Yu decided to catch some fish from the water and grill them. He did not use a fishing rod to fish, but directly used a hanging line and a fish hook, completely relying on touch to fish in the dark sea water. This surprised everyone. This trick was not invented by Miyazaki Yu. Some sea fishing masters and some old fishermen can also use this trick. This trick is extremely difficult and inefficient, but it can catch some extremely precious and rare sea fish, such as grouper that likes to hide in underwater caves. This kind of fish can only be caught out of the water using this method. If you use fishing nets or other means, it is impossible to get it. The tourists on the boat were all interested. Is this young man a fishing expert? In fact, it is true. Miyazaki Yu had two major hobbies in his previous life. One is cooking. As mentioned earlier, he even studied it for a long time in order to learn. Then there is fishing. Fishing is also one of the romances of men, but compared with cooking, his talent in fishing is very average. It's just that he spent more time on fishing. He had been interested in it since he was a child and had studied it for many years. His fishing skills were pretty good. Now his body coordination ability was far better than that of his previous life, so his fishing level was rising. After a while, he caught several big fish with a fishing line in front of everyone, including a big grouper and a snapper. The total weight of the fish was dozens of kilograms. These top-quality sea fish were extremely delicious, so everyone's appetite was satisfied. Chapter 155. Dad, you ate the most last night, and you still want to eat now. Xiao has worked very hard, so don't push your luck. No, I don't. I just care about him. Mori Kogora, whose mind was guessed, explained hurriedly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. But I'm serious. You're too good. If you have time, you must go fishing more. Those are species that you can't buy even if you have money. Ignoring his father's greedy look, Xia Ran looked at Miyazaki Yu with apology, but Miyazaki Yu smiled in return. We're about to reach Yuying Island. When the investigation is over, we can have a good time on the islands of the Izu Islands. There are many water sports here, and we can practice them. Xia Ran agreed with a smile, thinking to himself, Xiao understands my thoughts very well. He understood what I meant before I even said it. I also want to go to the Izu Islands to have fun. Or he said it first. After everyone had breakfast in the restaurant on the ship, it took another hour before they finally arrived at the dock of Yuying Island. Finally here, if it weren't for the 500,000, I wouldn't come to this kind of Kojima. Xia Ran hurriedly pushed the complaining big detective. Okay, since we are all here, let's go investigate quickly. After the investigation, I still have a lot of travel plans. But things obviously went beyond their expectations. In the office of Yuying Island, the staff looked through the personnel list of the entire island, but could not find the name of Kiji Aso, which made Mori Kogora very puzzled. You look for it again, the name Kiji Aso is quite special, it should be easy to find it. But things took a sharp turn for the worse. They learned some things about Kiji Aso from the director of the office. They knew that this once famous pianist returned to his hometown 12 years ago after leaving his hometown for many years. Then on a full moon night, a piano concert was held in the island's community hall. However, after the concert, he went home and locked himself and his family in the house, and set fire to the house. According to the witnesses, he killed his wife and daughter with a knife, and then set a fire. He kept playing piano music in the blazing flames. The music he played was Beethoven's piano piece Moonlight. After listening to the whole incident, both Mori Kogora and Xia Ran felt cold all over. This story was too weird. What? A pianist died so strangely as if he was possessed by a demon. And now, the person who sent money to him and asked him to investigate the case was a dead person? Mori Kogora crossed his hands and walked out angrily. A dead person sending a letter, what a bad joke. Mori Kogora said unhappily as he took out the envelope. This was obviously a trick. How could a dead person send a letter? Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. Uncle Mori, don't be angry. This should not be a prank. The client did it on purpose. This person obviously wants to hide his identity and wants you, the famous detective, to come up with a plan. In this case, this person must be someone on the island. What we have to do now is not to rush and wait patiently. This person will not be able to help but jump out by himself. After hearing this, Conan swallowed what he wanted to say. He also thought so. The other party obviously had ulterior motives. Otherwise, they would not have paid the commission first and asked Uncle Mori to come to Yuying Island. But this person's purpose is really confusing, but this person should not be a criminal. After all, the first thought of a person who wants to commit a crime is to stay away from detectives or police. Instead of spending a lot of money to invite a first-class detective, it would not only be redundant, but also very likely to backfire and create a situation that is unfavorable to them. But now they know nothing about all the situations, so they can only take one step at a time. How about this? Didn't the director just say that the village chief Mr. Heiken is in the community center? Let's go to him to find out the situation. Xia Ran's suggestion is the best choice now, and Kogora can only agree to it, but they are not familiar with the roads on the island, so they can only ask someone for directions. There is a clinic not far from the office. So Kogora walked directly to the clinic. At this time, a woman in a doctor's professional suit appeared in everyone's sight. The girl was pretty and slender, with a ponytail, and was advising a child very warmly and gently, which made people feel very good at first sight. Xia Ran hurried forward and said, "Excuse me, where is the community center? We just arrived on the island and don't know the way." At this time, Miyazaki Yu's eyes also fell on this female doctor, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 0, ask for flowers 0. That's this person, is this girl the Masai who is known as the world's #1 transvestite in Conan? He was also surprised at this time. If he didn't know it in advance, he would never have thought that this beautiful woman who looked slender was actually a man. This person must not know any disguise skills. He also learned some knowledge of disguise and dressing from the changeable witch, but if you want to learn this high-end makeup technique, you need not only talent, but also a lot of practice. Just like Sister Bei and Yukiko, who were from the same school, they were both women, and they were extremely talented in makeup. They also formally became disciples of Kurobatoiki, and they studied for several years before they could practice the art of disguise to a high level. Although he was also talented, his mind was mostly on practicing swordsmanship, and the time he spent studying was too short, so he could not produce some magical effects. Although he had not yet learned to raise pigs, his knowledge was extraordinary. He could see that there was no trace of disguise on the face of this Masai, but just a simple makeup. Obviously, he was a man with a girlish appearance. This kind of person was born with a small frame and a delicate face. If it weren't for the extra male organ, he would actually be no different from a woman. Or maybe this person was very weak since childhood, so he had a kind of weak girlish temperament, which complemented his natural small frame and delicate face, so that he had a face that was real enough. The moment he saw Mori Kogora and others, his heart sank slightly. He's finally here. He must be Mori Kogora. I hope I can succeed in my revenge, but I also hope you can stop me. A trace of burden flashed in his bright eyes, and then he hurriedly began to talk about the location of the community center, and successfully attracted Xia Ran's attention with the topic of Tokyo. I was born in Tokyo. This island is very different from Tokyo. The air here is fresh and very quiet. But before he finished speaking, a vehicle promoting the election of village chief drove by from a distance. The loudspeaker on the vehicle played propaganda words in a loop, soliciting votes for a village chief candidate named Shimizu Masato. This made the doctor, who used the pseudonym Issei Makoto, embarrassed instantly. Things were a little different from what he said. 3. Chapter 156. This is unexpected. It's because the election for the village chief is about to be held, so this is happening. Mori Kogora was stunned. Village chief election. Issei Makoto spoke to himself. Yes, there are 3 voters, one is Mr. Shimizu, the fisherman representative, and then Mr. Kuroiwa, whose evaluation has been lowered recently, and Mr. Kawashima, the largest asset on the island. The patient's opinions are all to vote for Mr. Kawashima. Seeing that this woman was so familiar with him and talked about these things non-stop, Mori Kogora couldn't help but stop her in a hurry. Miss Nurse, we have no interest in the election for the village chief. Issei Makoto smiled. I'm not a nurse, I'm a doctor here called Issei Makoto, and I have a formal medical license. Mori Kogora smiled awkwardly. So you are a doctor. In the 027 Neon, it is difficult to get a doctor's license, but it is much easier to get a nurse's license, and most girls choose to become nurses. I am bound by my own fixed impression. If you go to the community center, you can meet the 3 people I just mentioned, because the community center is holding a memorial service for the 3rd anniversary of the death of the former village chief, Mr. Kameyama. Mori Kogora secretly said in his heart that he was unlucky. Nothing good happened when he came to this island, and he didn't want to get involved in the memorial service. But now, he can only go to the community center and ask the current village chief, Mr. Kuroiwa, about something. Looking at the 4 people leaving, Issei Makoto sighed deeply. Things really came to this point. My plan is about to start, but I don't know if you can stop me. At this time, outside the community center, there was already chaos. A large number of villagers held up signs and loudly accused Kuroiwa, the village chief. Even the upcoming memorial service did not stop the villagers' actions. Obviously, the incumbent village chief Kuroiwa Tatsuji was so unpopular. There was a layer of sweat on Kuroiwa Tatsuji's bald head. Normally, he never took the villagers seriously, but at this critical moment, if he continued to let the villagers make trouble, his chances of continuing to be elected as the village chief would be greatly reduced. Kuroiwa Reiko, the daughter of Kuroiwa village chief, snorted coldly, Hirata, what are you doing? Hurry up and tell all those guys outside to shut up. Hirata Kazuaki hurriedly agreed, but the sweat on his face and the trembling tone of his voice fully showed his nervousness. This scene was the outbreak of conflicts over the years. Kuroiwa village chief used his power to harm the interests of the villagers and used brutal means against them many times. How could he shut up the other party with just a few words? But who made me the secretary of the village chief? Now I can only temporarily agree and then adapt to the situation. At this time, taking advantage of the questioning of Murasawa Shuaki, the son-in-law of Kuroiwa village chief, another voter Kawashima Hideo came in, smugly thinking that he was sure to win the election, and Kuroiwa village chief did not give in. These 2 childhood friends, now for the position of village chief, began to mock each other. At this time, the secretary Hirata Kazuaki, who had just left to deal with the villagers' disturbance, hurried in. Village chief, someone outside wants to meet you. Kuroiwa village chief frowned. Now the ritual is about to be held, who else will come to see me? Village head, it's the detective from Tokyo. Everyone's face suddenly changed. The situation on the island was complicated. What they did was not allowed to be seen in public. Now a detective came here. How could it not make people feel horrified? Heian village head gritted his teeth and said, "Hirata, the ritual is about to start. I really can't leave. Let's put aside the villagers' troubles. You are responsible for watching the detective and don't let him run around to avoid causing trouble for us." Looking at the secretary's back, both Heian village head and Kawashima Hideo couldn't help but look at each other and made a decision in their hearts. At this time, in a living room of the community center, Mori Kogoro fiercely extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand, with an impatient expression on his face. They have been waiting for a long time since they arrived, but the village head has no intention of showing up. This made him anxious. "Uncle Mori, I find it very interesting. Sometimes no attitude is also an attitude. Sometimes not coming to meet is also a signal," Miyazaki Yu said with a smile. In the previous life, the plot of the entire Moon Shadow Island was extremely brief, and many things flashed by. When I watched it, I didn't think deeply about it. But after experiencing it myself today, I couldn't help but feel interesting. Today, it seems to be an insignificant day on Moon Shadow Island, but in fact, the situation of the entire Moon Shadow Island is like an activated volcano. The village chief Heian who secretly resells drugs, the aggressive villagers, the death anniversary of the former village chief, and other candidates with ulterior motives, and an avenger who hides in the dark and waits for an opportunity to take revenge. The seemingly beautiful little Kojima Island seems to have become the center of the storm, brewing an invisible storm, which is really interesting. Mori Kogoro frowned. "No attitude is also an attitude?" "Yes, although the ritual is about to be held, it is impossible to be perfunctory to me. Obviously, he is deliberately avoiding me. This village chief is obviously skeptical of my identity as a famous detective." Conan nodded secretly on the side. Miyazaki is really sharp. He can quickly detect abnormal situations without knowing anything. He is really a difficult guy. Thinking of this, he began to use his detective instinct and checked around the living room. After checking around, he did not find anything. So he left the living room directly and continued along the corridor. At the end of the corridor, he saw a room. The room was not locked, so he pushed the door and walked in. The whole room was empty, with only a dusty piano quietly staying in the room. 1.6 At this time, Miyazaki Yu and Xia Ran also followed. Xia Ran did not have time to stop Conan, and the thief walked in directly. Miyazaki Yu's eyes fell on the piano, and he sighed in his heart. The whole incident and the killing started around this piano, and ended in front of this piano. A killing often starts with tragedy and ends with tragedy. However, since he came here, some tragedies that shouldn't happen don't have to happen, such as the doctor who couldn't tell whether he was male or female. He didn't have to die. He would stop this tragedy himself. Looking out the window here, you can see the sea. Kogoro stopped slightly in front of the window, and Xia Ran couldn't help but complain about the dirty piano. Just when he was about to reach out to touch it, the secretary Hirata rushed in directly. "This is a cursed piano, don't touch it." Chapter 157. Then the nervous secretary began to tell the origin of the so-called cursed piano, and the name Kiji Aso appeared again in the story. Even the former village chief who died was used as an example, because the death of the former village chief was also related to the piano. The expression of the other party, as if he had seen a ghost, when he died, has become the deepest fear in many people's hearts. Obviously, the secretary in front of him is one of those who are trapped in fear, and the former wealthy businessman Ken Nishimoto, who is now crazy, is even more so. It's just that this secretary is simply afraid, while Ken Nishimoto is guilty and fearful, and it has even become a demon in his heart, making him panic all day long, so that he almost went crazy. When Conan couldn't help but stretch out his hand to play the piano and found that the sound of the piano was normal, the secretary directly drove everyone out, but Metase Makoto, who had just come to attend the ritual, and Shimizu, one of the candidates for village chief. "You are still here," Issei Makoto greeted them first, but Issei Makoto's heart trembled for no reason, and he could not help but glance around quickly but found nothing. The two sides exchanged a few words and then separated. Mori Kogoro was helpless. Now he could only wait for the ritual to end before he could ask some people and get more information. Soon, under the auspices of several monks, a ritual was held in the hall, and the whole hall was full of solemn atmosphere. The three candidates and the prominent people in the village were all present. No matter what everyone thought in their hearts, they all put their hands together at this time, looking very pious. "Kawashima, did you hire that detective from Tokyo to investigate me?" Village Chief Kuroe Watatsuji finally couldn't help asking. Since the previous village chief Kame Yamayang died, this guy has been his biggest opponent. That Shimizu Masato lacks foundation and does not have enough money, so he is not his opponent at all. So he only cares about this guy. Kawashima Hideo sneered, "No, I'm going to the toilet," and walked directly outside. But he didn't know that after he went, he would never have a chance to come back. He didn't go to the toilet, but came to the piano room in the corner of the community center, where the so-called cursed piano was. "Humph, come out, you told me before that you have something important to tell me about Kiji Aso, tell me quickly, I don't have much time now." A figure slowly walked out from behind the piano, his figure was completely shrouded in darkness, and smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. "You said a lot, I should really be faster." Ho ho ho. Although he had made up his mind long ago, he was still excited at this time. After all, a fresh life just ended completely in his hands. Using the prepared little tricks, he quickly pulled the drowned Kawashima Hideo out of the sea, and then put him on the piano. He couldn't help but feel very happy. "Father and mother, another enemy died, now there are two more." He gritted his teeth and said, although so, his voice still carried the softness of a woman's voice. "The remaining two should be Kuroe Watatsuji and Nishimoto Ken, right?" The voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in the ears. "I've been discovered." Kill. He had just killed someone, and at this time he was already bloodthirsty. Hearing such words suddenly proved that his actions had been discovered, and he subconsciously took action. His slender figure, like a small cheetah, attacked the newcomer swiftly, surprisingly swiftly. However, this swift attack was easily blocked by an arm. The moment his arms touched the opponent's arms, an indescribable feeling came over him. It was as if the arm did not fall on the flesh and blood body, but on the blade. The opponent's arm was like a real blade. The moment the opponent supported his arm, the sharp blade had already been unsheathed. His body shook and he retreated 4 or 5 steps directly, almost standing unsteadily. "You have practiced free fighting well. If it weren't for this kind of fighting power, it would not be an easy thing to quickly solve Kawashima Hideo, right?" Dr. Issei Makoto. The light and shadow revealed the true faces of the two people. It was Issei Makoto who just attacked, and it was Miyazaki Yu who blocked his attack. Miyazaki Yu smiled at the shocked cross-dressing boss, and Issei Makoto's face was full of shock. "For revenge, I have practiced hard for many years, just to be able to quickly solve the enemy. You have such a strong strength and can know everything now. Who are you?" At this time, his heart has been stirred up by a storm. He has 4 enemies, the former village chief Kame Yu, the current village chief Kuroe Watatsuji, the capitalist Kawashima Hideo, and the former rich man Nishimoto Ken. These 4 people are his enemies. But the whole incident is complicated, and it took him many years to find the truth of the matter bit by bit. And Kame Yu died of a heart attack because of excessive shock after knowing his identity. This Kawashima Hideo was the first person he killed himself. This person just landed on Yueying Island today, and he could actually discover his actions. This person's horror is beyond his imagination. Of course, she didn't know that there is something called foresight in this world. Miyazaki Yu knew the answer in advance. If not, it would be very difficult to find her as the real murderer. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. I said before, my name is Miyazaki Yu, you have a lot of questions, and I also have some things to talk to you. Tonight at 063, Mr. Mori should stay here overnight, then we will have time to talk in detail. Then he walked out the door, leaving behind the trembling Asai Chengzheng. What went wrong? What is going on? He was not afraid of death. He had suffered too much hardship since he was a child. He became an orphan and was adopted. Now his adoptive parents are dead, and he has no one to rely on. Now the only thing that supports him is the hatred in his heart. 0109085005 Philo 0932933301. And at this time, such a person suddenly appeared. Not only did he see through his plan, but he was also so powerful that it shocked people. If such a person stopped him from taking revenge, what could he do? At this time, there is no turning back. There is only one way to go to the dark. He quickly dealt with the scene, and then opened a pre-prepared the recorder, carefully through the sleeve, pressed the play button, and soon the famous song Moonlight will be played here again, and those bastards will feel fear again. After a while, everyone in the hall suddenly heard the sound of the music playing, and everyone was stunned, but then everyone trembled. As long as people who have lived on the island for more than 10 years, they can't suppress their fear at this time. It's Moonlight, the cursed piano is played again. The faces of Kuroiwa Tatsuji and Nishimoto Ken suddenly lost their color, pale as a dead person. Kuroiwa Tatsuji murmured, "He's back." Chapter 158. Then the development of the matter was the same as the original time and space. Conan reacted the fastest and rushed in first, seeing the wet body of Hideo Kawashima. Mori Kogora also reacted quickly, asking Xia Ran to find the police on the island and call the police, and asked Asai Makoto, who also appeared at this time, to come forward to perform an autopsy. It is really interesting to let the murderer perform an autopsy on the victim. After a pretentious autopsy, Asai Makoto gave his own inference. The time of death was 30 minutes to an hour ago, and the cause of death should be suffocation. Without the premise of an autopsy, I can't make a judgment. Then Conan used his reasoning ability to infer what happened. The murderer took Mr. Kawashima to the beach and drowned him during the ritual, then dragged the body into this room, locked the door, turned on the recorder prepared in advance, and walked out of the room to the corridor. Mori Kogora got Conan's hint and made a judgment. Because this place is close to the sea, the murderer locked it from the inside, and everyone was staying at the entrance before, which means that the murderer could not escape from the sea. The only way to leave is to re-enter the community center, which means that the murderer is still among the crowd. This conclusion surprised everyone, and they looked at each other in surprise. Then, everyone started a textbook-level mutual shirking. The village chief Kuroiwa was weird and wanted to direct the suspicion to another competitor, Shimizu Masato. As Kogora continued to ask, he also found the music score hidden on the piano cover, which was the 5-line score of Moonlight. This discovery made Nishimoto Ken, who was already terrified in the crowd, the guy who was now scared and nervous, break his defense directly and ran out shouting. The whole ritual had to be temporarily stopped because of this sudden murder case, and everyone dispersed with heavy hearts. Mori Kogora, who was supposed to go to the hotel, decided to stay at the community center for one night after hearing Conan's discovery. Xia Ran had no choice but to follow him and decided to stay here with Kogora for one night. "I'm so sorry, Xiaoyu. I thought we were just out for fun, but I didn't expect this to happen. Now I have to drag you to live in such a place." Xia Ran looked at the corpse in the body bag in the distance, his eyes full of apology. Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, "Xia Ran, don't forget that I am a swordsman. For me, even if I stay up all night for several days, there will be no problem. Even if I practice all night, it is common for me. I don't think there is anything wrong here." We should also try our best to support Uncle Mori's discovery. If the murderer is found, it will be a great achievement. Kogoro smiled and patted his shoulder. I know you are the most reliable kid. I just admire outstanding young people like you. You will not suffer any loss if you follow me. Although you are already a swordsman, your reasoning ability is still very lacking. I will train you well. Conan couldn't help but complain on the side. This uncle is really good at talking. Miyazaki Yu is not only extremely powerful, but also has amazing insight. From some previous things, we can see his ability. This time the incident is confusing, and I don't have much clue now. I wonder if he has found it. At this moment, Miyazaki Yu suddenly looked serious, and he jumped to the window. Looking out of the window, he saw a black shadow leaving in a panic. Mori Kogoro smiled and said, "It was me who did it. There really is someone who wants to come back and get this piece of music. Now let's study it and see what's wrong with this piece of music." So he asked Xia Ran to try to play the score, but after playing it several times, he found nothing, which made Kogoro and Conan fall into deep thought. There is nothing wrong, it is the real Moonlight score, there is no change in it, and it is impossible to hide any information, which is inconsistent with my inference. At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a beautiful figure walked in. It was Issei Makoto, who brought supper to everyone. At this time, Mori Kogoro remembered that he had been busy for most of the day without realizing it, and his stomach had been hungry for a long time. Miyazaki Yu also smiled and said, "Dr. Issei is really careful and gentle, but I also prepared some food. Although they are all cold food, they can fill my stomach, so I'll take it out too." As he said that, he took out a lot of lunch boxes from his big backpack, which actually contained a lot of food lunch boxes, which immediately made Kogoro and Ran Mori's eyes light up. "I knew you were smart, and you even brought food with you, which is great." Issei Makoto looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned for a moment. What kind of person is this young man in front of him? Although they only had a slight intersection, the shock he brought to him was like a loud bang, which hit his heart hard. He was actually very afraid of him in his heart, but his actions were also very strange. He knew that he was the murderer, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he pretended to know nothing. And he just discovered something, that is, the music score. The music score was a clue he left deliberately. It was part of his plan. He just wanted to leave some clues and wanted this famous detective to stop his actions. The clues were hidden in the music score. But just now, this detective Mori said that the music score was the original version. What's going on? The music score was not something he left behind. After eating and drinking, Miyazaki Yu took the initiative to ask to keep watch, so that everyone could sleep at ease. Kogoro was naturally very happy. He was tired all day, and the only thing he wanted to do now was to sleep. This kid is energetic and it's okay to not sleep for a night, so he agreed directly. Xia Ran was also very grateful and went back in a deep voice. Conan wanted to observe it. But now there are almost no clues, many people are suspicious, and he has no way now. This feeling of powerlessness makes him angry. After lying down, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally he fell asleep completely. Outside the piano hall, the sound of the waves surged gently, and the moonlight in the sky was cold, adding a bit of chill. Miyazaki Yu stood side by side with Issei Makoto, and he sighed deeply. 12 years ago, my parents were killed by those 4 people on this island. Soft. Miyazaki Yu said lightly, this is the reason why you killed people. I think I have already understood the course of events. That Yama-yang should have died of shock after knowing your identity, right? Issei Makoto sighed, and then spoke in disbelief. I still don't understand. I just made my move. The whole plan is perfect. You shouldn't have noticed it. But you seemed to be standing in the sky looking down at me. You saw everything I did clearly. How did you do it? Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. Of course, he knew the answer long ago, but for him now, there are indeed other means. This matter sounds complicated, but it is actually very simple. I found 2 flaws in you. 2 flaws that ordinary people can't find. Only people like me can find them. Chapter 159. 2 flaws? We have only met for a few minutes, and you can actually find 2 flaws in me. Miyazaki Yu smiled faintly. Actually, they can't be considered flaws. You are naturally slender and weak with a well-proportioned body, almost the same as a girl, but men are men. The first time I saw you, I realized that you are not a girl, but a boy. What? Issei Makoto's pupils suddenly contracted. This was one of his deepest secrets. Now it was said directly like this. Your calculation is very good. A weak and lovely female doctor came to this isolated moon shadow island because she likes the peaceful and quiet countryside. Naturally, she will not arouse any suspicion, so no one has any doubts about you. Issei Makoto took a deep breath and continued, it seems that you know the structure of the human body very well. In fact, to be honest, although I am a boy, my natural body is very feminine. As long as I take some hormone drugs appropriately, I can perfectly eliminate all male characteristics. I just didn't expect that there is such a powerful character like you who can see through my secret at a glance. In fact, this is Miyazaki Yu bragging. The disguise of this pseudo-girl is very wonderful. If he stares at it carefully, he can see it, but if he doesn't know it in advance, he will naturally not do such impolite behavior easily and stare at a girl. 163. So can you see it? The answer is yes, but there must be a prerequisite, so the other party's disguise is actually perfect. The second point is the murderous aura. You have a strong and fierce murderous aura hidden in you. Most people cannot detect this feeling, but my spiritual perception is beyond most people. Your murderous aura is like a candle in the dark, and it cannot escape my eyes. This shocked the pseudo-girl doctor even more. It is rumored that the top warriors, after developing their bodies to a certain extent, have a keen intuition comparable to that of wild beasts and can detect the existence of murderous aura. I didn't expect this rumor to be true. I have tried my best to suppress myself, but I didn't expect to be discovered. This made him feel that Miyazaki Yu was even more unfathomable, and his eyes trembled constantly. Obviously he was deeply shocked. You should understand what happened next, right? Issei Makoto smiled bitterly, that's right, it's just like doing exercises. Normally, solving the problem is naturally difficult, but if you know the answer and the process in advance, it will be much easier. The letter I sent to Detective Mori made you infer that it must be someone on the island who was playing tricks, and after arriving on the island, you immediately noticed my abnormality, and when you heard about my father, you naturally connected us together. Miyazaki Yu nodded. Of course, these were just the imagination of this pseudo-girl doctor, but it was the most reasonable situation. He admitted it. That's right, the conclusion that Kiji Aso committed suicide was drawn by the testimony of those 4 people, and someone invited the detective to the island to track down a dead person, obviously intending to turn this old case over again. And among the 4 people, Kameyama Isamu died, and you killed Kawashima Hideo with your own hands, so the remaining 2 are naturally the target people. Issei Cheng bowed his head deeply, feeling an unprecedented tremor. You are such a terrible person. The secrets I have hidden for many years seem to be transparent in your eyes. I thought I would never feel fear again, even if it is death, but now my heart is filled with fear of you. He paused and continued, then how are you going to deal with me? I just hope you can not expose me for the time being, let me kill all those bastards, so that even if I die, I am willing to accept it calmly. Stupid. What? Issei Cheng was stunned. I said you are a fool. Revenge is the way of heaven, but you feel guilty about revenge. On the one hand, you arranged the revenge action, and the whole plan was considered sophisticated, but you actually found a detective. Obviously, you hope someone can stop your action and keep your hands clean of blood. What a stupid act. If the criminals can avoid punishment, then do the good people deserve to be hurt? Assay's pupil shrank. Yes, because of the selfish behavior of these people, because his father refused their request to help smuggle drugs. These playmates who grew up with his father actually killed his parents and locked them in the house and burned them alive. Afi, do you think my action is correct? He raised his face with a gleam in his eyes. Miyazaki Yu said calmly, of course, the existence of the law has always been to maintain rule, not to give justice. Many times, if you want to get justice, you need to use the sword in your hand to complete the justice in your heart. You just killed a few criminals, not to hurt innocent people, so what does it matter? Besides, if you kill a few criminals, you can save more good people, isn't it a very meaningful thing? This is the revenge of Issei Makoto, and he was encouraged for the first time, and he couldn't help but get excited. He couldn't stop the resentment that had accumulated for many years. He actually shed tears directly, revealing a pitiful look. His appearance was better than many beautiful girls, and he showed such a weak expression at this time, even Miyazaki Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but mutter a few times in his heart. No, this is a man, this is a man. After crying for a while, Issei Makoto continued. You took the music score I left behind, right? I know you sympathize with me, but I still don't understand why you took so much effort to help me. He had a rough life and was full of grudges against people's hearts. He didn't believe that someone would help others with all their strength for no reason, especially a person who was ready to kill. But he was just an ordinary doctor. Apart from his appearance that was not inferior to those beauties, he couldn't bring out anything valuable. Could it be that this handsome young man had that kind of fetish? Thinking of this, his heart twitched. Miyazaki Yu certainly didn't notice his thoughts, but just smiled slightly. Helping others fulfill their wishes is also a very interesting thing, right? And you never see your own value. Miyazaki Yu had already planned it out. He has become a swordsman, with the support of the Swordsman Association, and has hooked up with Sister Bei, becoming a person who walks between darkness and light. Although he has gained a lot of fame and fortune, his actions are also restricted. His dream is to live forever, not to be satisfied with the current achievements. So he has to practice swordsmanship, learn all kinds of knowledge, and the research on APTX 4869 cannot be stopped. So he already has some plans in his mind, which is basically to use his physique to attract cases in Mori Kogora and Conan, and recruit people who he likes in some cases to his own command. This Issei Makoto is one of them. This person has gone through hardships and his mind is very firm. The only thing he cares about is revenge. As long as he can help him, he can get his loyalty. And overall, his talent is very good. In the original work, if he didn't deliberately leave clues, Conan would find it difficult to find his flaws. His fighting power is also very good, and compared with the crazy agent Yamagishi Eiichi before, he is not weaker at all. This is already a very strong power among ordinary people. He is even a licensed doctor. Now I have the information of that drug. With his help, the first step of the research can be carried out. Of course, this Dr. Issei is only the first step. There are many interesting people who need to be collected, especially the little beauty with brown hair. Chapter 160. Now I will help you to get revenge, and what you have to do is to work for me. Issei Makoto was a little surprised, but he also reacted. Work for you? This mysterious and powerful man in front of him, wants to let himself work for him? Miyazaki Yu smiled mysteriously. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now, you will know clearly in the future that this is a decision related to a huge secret. If you agree, you can do everything you want to do without any restrictions. Don't worry, I won't let you kill people. A kind person like you can't do that. I just hope to have another loyal helper. If you don't agree, I won't force you. After hearing this, Issei Makoto's heart was instantly agitated. After a while, his eyes finally became firm. He turned around and bowed deeply to Miyazaki Yu. Mr. Miyazaki, I've decided. As long as you can help me get revenge and let me live, I will be willing to work for you and will never betray you. Miyazaki Yu finally showed a triumphant smile. He finally achieved his goal. Next, he had to plan carefully which unlucky guy should be the scapegoat. Then he had thought of the most suitable candidate, and that person was the best candidate. The next morning, Mori Kogoro woke up from his deep sleep, but he saw the big fat face of Officer Megure all of a sudden, and he was shocked. Officer Megure. Mr. Mori, are you not getting up yet? It's already noon. Mori Kogoro realized that it was already bright, and he got up in a hurry. I didn't just sleep, I arranged someone to keep watch. Officer Megure said unhappily, of course, when I came, Brother Miyazaki didn't sleep all night. Xiaoran and Conan got up early, and you were the only one sleeping. Miyazaki Yu came over at this time, and smiled when he heard what Officer Megure said. Officer Megure, Uncle Mori worked hard all day yesterday, and stayed with the corpse all night last night, but he has both merits and hard work, so don't tease him. Listening to Miyazaki Yu's words of defense, Mori Kogoro couldn't help but smile gratefully. He and Mom have been friends for many years, but he was a bad policeman before, always causing trouble for him, which made him not trust his ability. However, the recent cases have greatly changed his impression of himself, but this is not enough. He secretly swore in his heart that he must solve the whole case cleanly today, so that Officer Megure would look at him with new eyes. However, Officer Megure was just teasing him deliberately. In fact, his impression of Mori has changed a lot during this period of time. Just now, he just saw him sleeping soundly, while he rushed all night to get here, and he said this deliberately because he was angry. After seeing him dressed, he immediately pulled Mori Kogoro, interrogate together. Interrogation is the most common method for the police to solve cases. By checking all the suspects and asking them some questions, some valuable information can be found through the method of cross-reproduction. But this is of course a very slow process. There are dozens of suspects, so at the current speed, this interrogation may last a whole day. Seeing Xiaoran's tired face, Miyazaki Yu felt distressed. Sleeping on the floor in the piano hall obviously cannot guarantee the quality of sleep. Moreover, the interrogation started just after waking up in the morning. Xiaoran and Mori Kogoro did not eat. So Miyazaki Yu went out directly and bought a lot of food, which warmed Xiaoran's heart. Xiao Yu is really a careful and gentle boy. Whoever can marry him must be very happy, right? Thinking of this, his face turned red, and he hurriedly used the water cup to cover up his abnormality. The whole interrogation process was indeed very long, and the interpersonal relationships in this small island village were unusually complicated. The police who took notes had already recorded a whole notebook from morning to almost afternoon, which made them miserable. But there was no other way, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. At this moment, the Moonlight Sonata, which sounded like the sound of a life-threatening piano, sounded again in the community center. What? Everyone suddenly became nervous at this time, and Conan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and began to rush towards the direction where the music sounded with all his strength. But everything was too late. The village chief Kuroe Watatsuji, who was still very arrogant not long ago, is now dead in the broadcasting room, and there is a sharp blade on his back. And the music playing device in the broadcasting room is still playing the tune of Moonlight, which makes everyone shudder. Next, because the medical examiner returned to Tokyo, Issei Makoto became the coroner again and examined Kuroe Watatsuji's body. This made Conan more and more confused. 0. Seeking flowers 0. Who is it? Dr. Issei is right. The deceased died half an hour ago. The degree of blood coagulation is indeed like this. Who left there during that time period? The first person who can be ruled out is Dr. Asai. She has been with Xia Ran except for leaving for a few minutes an hour ago. She can't be the murderer. And judging from the means of committing the crime twice, the murderer should be a man. In other words, the murderer is the person who left half an hour ago, and it is a man, so the murderer is among those people. At this time, Miyazaki Yu looked at Conan staring at those people with flashing eyes, his eyes full of suspicion, and sneered in his heart. This is his plan. He successfully attracted the suspicious eyes of this thief to someone else. He has already selected the most suitable scapegoat. That guy may not know that he is very close to death now. 0. When the case reached a deadlock, the old policeman on the island unexpectedly revealed a clue, that is, when Kiji Aso died, he stored some music scores in a fireproof safe. These music scores have always existed, but he put them somewhere, so Conan and the old policeman went to find the music scores together. The whole search process was very time-consuming, and at the same time, Miyazaki Yu also started to act. In the storage room, Ken Nishimoto's pupils swelled and shrank. How could it be you? Kiji Aso actually has a son. He said with a trembling voice, his lips turned purple, and then he smiled bitterly. What I worried about was indeed correct. We did such a thing back then, and there will be retribution. Miyazaki Yu said, Dr. Asai, let's follow our plan. Asai Chingen's eyes condensed, and he attacked suddenly. His attack was swift and fierce, and his strength was not much different from Xia Ran's. At this time, Ken Nishimoto, who was already frightened, was not his opponent at all, and was knocked unconscious in an instant. Looking at his neat and tidy actions, Miyazaki Yu also smiled slightly. This androgynous pseudo-girl did things neatly and tidy. With a little training, she could become a sharp blade under his command. Sister Bei has always been complacent about training a sharp blade for herself, but she didn't know that he was also training his own weapon at this time. Asai Makoto took a deep breath and quickly began to look for the music scores left by his father in the pile of old papers, then took out another old music score and put it back in its original place. Let's go, the good show will be on soon. Chapter 161. An hour later, the old policeman who finally found the key to the warehouse, Conan who had been waiting impatiently, and Xia Ran who followed him worriedly, also successfully found the sheet music. Only when things got to this point did Conan breathe a sigh of relief. I got the sheet music, and nothing else seemed to happen in the middle. It seems that the murderer didn't know the existence of this sheet music. I'll see what clues are there in the sheet music. He quickly opened the sheet music. Although it was not the same as the original time and space, before finding this sheet music, he had seen 2 sheets of sheet music left at the murder scene and found a way to crack it. However, the way this sheet music hides information is actually not complicated. In the hands of Conan who is good at cracking secret codes, he quickly found the problem. If you start from the left side of the piano keyboard, then arrange the English letters in order, and write the meaning you want to express on the sheet music in pinyin, then the meaning above is to mourn my son and give the song to my adopted son Wednesday. At this time, the old policeman also recalled. That's right. Many years ago, Kiji Aso not only had a daughter and a son, but also an adopted son. However, his son was weak and sickly. Now it seems that his son died many years ago, and the adopted son disappeared after that incident. Monday? Murasawa Monday. Conan's face suddenly changed. He wanted to continue asking, but suddenly heard a sound from the piano room. He rushed in to check, but suddenly heard a scream. He hurriedly pushed the door open, but heard a loud noise, and a figure ran away. Seeing the faint shadow, Conan's pupils suddenly shrank. Is it him? Could it be? At this time, Conan also saw the situation in the room clearly. Conan was also shocked. A fat figure fell to the ground with blood all over his body, and his face was full of pain. It was the village chief's secretary Hirata Kazuaki. And he was holding a bag of something in his hand, a bag of white powder. This is heroin. It's drugs. At this time, Conan took a deep breath, and he believed that he had found the truth of the matter. At the same time, he felt relieved in his heart. This case was complicated and confusing, involving many people and things. The case was also complicated and confusing, and the murderer was cruel and cunning. If it weren't for this piece of music from many years ago that revealed the secret, it would be very difficult for him to find the truth. No wonder that piano can still play accurate notes after many years. It turns out that it was that person who made trouble. At this moment, Mori Kogoro led everyone to rush over, and they were all surprised to see the scene in front of them. So that's it, it seems that this piano is where they hide and trade drugs. They deliberately publicize the piano curse because they are afraid that someone will get close to it and affect their evil deeds. But Hirata Kazuaki is now in a coma. Who is the murderer? Officer Megure had a headache. The police had already arrived, and the murderer was still committing crimes. It was too rampant. But now the case was complicated. If you want to find the murderer, I'm afraid it will take some twists and turns. But at this moment, Mori Kogoro's voice came from the radio station. Officer, I already know the truth, I already know all the truth of the whole case. In the hall, Miyazaki Yu smiled at Xia Ran and said, Xia Ran, it seems that Uncle Mori already knows the truth. He is indeed a famous detective. Xia Ran was still a little surprised and doubtful, Dad? But he just complained that he couldn't find the murderer, but now he has found it. Miyazaki Yu smiled and said, we don't need to rush, just listen now, as long as I am here, no one can hurt you. The whole case is confusing, 2 people were killed, and we also discovered a shameless hidden business. Hirata Kazuaki and Mr. Kawashima used the so-called cursed piano in the piano room to complete their evil drug business. But Mr. Hirata is not the murderer who killed those 2 people. The murderer is someone else. Mr. Kawashima was drowned by someone in the sea water, and the village chief Kuroiwa was killed by a knife. These all require a lot of strength, so the murderer should be a man, and this person has no alibi. Officer Megure's eyes swept over everyone. In this case, the person without an alibi is it. But before Officer Megure could say it, a lot of smoke and dust suddenly poured out of the hall. Miyazaki Yu's face changed. Everyone be careful, this is hypnotic gas. He hurriedly grabbed Xia Ran, hugged the girl in his arms like a princess, and then jumped out of the window like a swift cheetah. Conan in the broadcasting room also heard Miyazaki Yu's voice, and his face changed. That guy actually has a backup. By the way, Mr. Nishimoto has not appeared for a few hours before, could it be? No one has Miyazaki. Even though you had such skill, he still accidentally inhaled some hypnotic gas. Everyone was confused and could only vaguely perceive what was happening later. Someone carried everyone out one by one, and everyone was slowly awakened by the sea breeze. It's Murasawa Shoaki. It must be Murasawa. I saw him grab Dr. Asai and leave the hall. Shimizu Masato said in horror. When he fell, he saw a hand stretched out from the corner and forcibly pulled the weak Dr. Asai away. From the clothes, it was Murasawa Shoaki. The murderer must be Murasawa Shoaki. Officer Megure made a quick judgment. That's right, Officer Megure, this Murasawa Shoaki is the adopted son of Kiji Aso. He returned to Tsuki Cage Island for revenge. After Kameyama Yang knew his identity, he was so scared that he had a heart attack. The music score found by Conan and others explained his identity. Conan had already understood at this time that the other party had obviously discovered his exposure, so he decided to burn his boats. Damn it, Miyazaki Yu just now didn't have time to chase that guy in order to save us. Now I don't know where he has escaped to. He also took drive. Asai away. What on earth does he want to do? No, he must have gone to the piano room. At this time, Conan was extremely anxious. He had made the final judgment. Nishimoto-kun has not appeared. Now he may have fallen into his hands. He just deliberately hid aside to listen to Uncle Mori to see if he found out that it was him. He prepared hypnotic gas in advance. This is a desperate man. But everything was too late. When everyone arrived, the piano room was already surrounded by a raging fire. Standing outside the flames, everyone could still vaguely see the figure of Murasawa Shuaki, dancing wildly. And the other two figures had already fallen to the ground and their lives were unknown. This BD, he wants to die with Mr. Nishimoto and Dr. Asai. Xia Ran's heart was in a knot at this time. Dr. Honest is still in there, what can we do? Seeing people being burned to death, everyone's heart was trembling. Such a cruel thing can move people's hearts the most. Conan was excited and wanted to rush into the sea of fire regardless of everything to save people, but at this moment, a big hand pressed his shoulder. After turning around, he saw a calm face. It was Miyazaki Yu. This kind of thing can only be done by adults, children still need to be protected. With that, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Miyazaki Yu suddenly rushed towards the sea of fire.